Super Sentai is a long-running TV series in Japan that's still going strong to this day. The series follows a team of teenagers that have the ability to transform into colorful spandex-wearing superheroes, known as Super Sentai. Together, they must defeat the evil, all while balancing their normal human lives. The series made its debut in 1975 with Himitsu Sentai Go Ranger, and was clearly a hit with kids. After Go Ranger, tons of Super Sentai teams would get introduced to the world. You had Dynaman, Denji Man, Mask Man, 5-Man, just to name a few. But the 16th team of Super Sentai to air in 1992 would be a special one. At least, for us Americans. Kyoryu Sentai Zyuranger. Now, this team of Super Sentai may look a bit familiar. That's because, to the rest of the world, this team would forever be known as the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Making their debut on August 28, 1993, the show was created by Saban and Shuki Levy. The concept of the show would be pretty unique. Create a TV show that young kids would find entertaining. A group of friends living their daily high school life while needing to occasionally save the world. Now, an action show would normally be pretty expensive to create. You gotta make set pieces, choreograph fight scenes, and create cool special effects. That could take so long. But what if all of that footage already existed, and you just simply took it and dubbed it over, like anime? Well, there you go, now half the show is already done. Well, after Saban and Levy put together a quick little video of what Power Rangers would look like, they were given the green light to create their show. Now, I love Power Rangers so much. I loved it as a kid, teenager, and even the adult I am today. I'm constantly keeping up with the series because it's something that just has the softest spot in my heart. And today, I wanted to go through a nostalgic journey through the entirety of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. And I hope you can join me on this little adventure. Starting with Episode 1, Day of the Dumpster. We start off with some shady-looking astronauts coming across a massive space dumpster. They unknowingly open it unaware of its contents, where it's revealed that the evil Rita Repulsa was stored inside for 10,000 years and is finally free to conquer Earth. Heading to the local youth center is where we'll meet our main cast of characters. There's Kimberly, the Valley Girl gymnast who loves them all, Zach, the cool and suave dancer, Jason, the martial artist with a good heart, Billy the nerd, and Trini, the friend of Kimberly and resident translator for Billy when he speaks nerd. Despite coming from vastly different backgrounds and lifestyles, they're all really good friends with each other. We also get introduced to the best characters in the entire Power Rangers franchise, Bulk and Skull. Two friends who start off as generic bullies to the Rangers, but will have the most satisfying character arcs in all of media. For now though, they're just dumb bullies who usually end up getting their comeuppance almost instantly. Anyway, Rita eventually makes herself at home on the moon and causes an earthquake back on Earth, where we cut to an underground base ran by Zordon and Alpha. Zordon is an all-knowing and powerful wizard that takes on the form of a disembodied head, while Alpha is his robotic helper that tries his best. They're informed of Rita's return, and Zordon tells Alpha to find 5 overbearing and over-emotional humans. Why those were the qualifications, I guess we'll never know. Naturally, our 5 friends are the ones who are chosen and summoned to the command center, and are told that they can become Power Rangers to fight off evil and save the world. Naturally, when a giant head tells you all of that, you're not gonna listen and probably just leave. Which is exactly what our heroes do. Some heroes, huh? They then get attacked by Rita's putties, which act as her general grunt soldiers. The Rangers try to fight back, but are ultimately overpowered. That is until Jason remembers that Zordon said that these power morphers would give them powers. Thus, it's Morphin time! Except he doesn't say that in the first episode for some reason. It's only the most popular catchphrase they made. The team then shout dinosaur names at the top of their lungs, transforming them into Power Rangers, where they now have the power to fight off putties in full glorious Japanese footage fashion. They play the theme song throughout, which I can't play for you sadly because YouTube copyright will obliterate me. I can use the Super Nintendo rendition though, which is actually really good. This is what kids instantly fell in love with. The martial arts and colorful suits, the rock and roll music, summoning the Megazords, which are these giant robots. Man, how could young kids not love this? Anyway, the team eventually saved the day and returned back to the command center, where they officially accept their roles as Power Rangers and promise to always protect the world. It's an insanely solid start to the series. I don't want to go too in-depth right now and give my thoughts on the characters, actors, and arcs, so I'll save that for when we reach the end of Season 1. For now, though, we move on to Episode 2. High Five! We start off with the gang hanging out at the rec center, which acts as a juice bar ran by Ernie. Jason's climbing a rope because he's the exercise guy, until Bulk and Skull show up to cause some trouble. Where Jason pretty much tells Bulk he can't climb the rope because he's too fat, where he then proceeds to prove Jason right by attempting to climb it, destroying the ceiling, and everyone laughs. But remember, Bulk and Skull are the bullies here. This is also where we get to see Trini and Billy's friendship really be at its cutest, with Billy constantly being excited, talking with big words no one else understands, except for Trini, where she's playing translator and putting Billy's words into layman's terms. The plot then gets a little Japanese, with Finster creating a skeleton monster that Rita then puts into a toy spaceship that drives around, totally not Japan, we promise. It's just so weird. This little spaceship is clearly Japanese footage that never gets brought up again in the episode. The gang are told to check out the scene where they get attacked by putties. A pretty long fight scene then breaks out where the Rangers are still getting their butts whooped by the putties. It makes sense since the Rangers are still new to this crime fighting thing. It's just funny looking back since in future episodes, the Rangers will pretty much make quick work of the putties even unmorphed. Jason, Zach, and Kimberly do this. I don't know what karate school teaches that move. Billy's running away, and Trini needs to overcome her fear of heights to help Billy, which was brought up briefly during the rope climbing at the beginning of the episode. The Power Rangers then become Power Rangers because it's a lot easier to fight that way. And then the plot just goes off the rails. It's clear the team working on Power Rangers weren't super aware on how to integrate the Japanese footage into the English plots, because the Power Rangers then go to a carnival for some reason, and then get teleported into the dark void of nothing, where they then fight a giant knight. Like what? Where did this guy come from? It's literally just using whatever footage they have as opposed to what might make sense. The team then saves the day and scares Trini into climbing up the rope to overcome her fear. Even though she already did that in the episode. Thanks, guys. Teamwork. Here, Trini and Kimberly are trying to get signatures on a petition to shut down the city dump that's polluting the town. Everyone's on board except Bulk and Skull, who are being obnoxious. Skull even crushing a can and lobbing it at Trini's head, like Jesus, what a dick. They rightfully end up getting shoved into trash cans. I don't feel bad this time. The monster in this episode is a minotaur that's pretty strong. The name of the episode is Teamwork, which kind of implies the episode should be about the gang not cooperating and needing to learn to work together. But no, they're on the same page the entire episode. It's kinda weird. Teamwork in this episode, though, comes from the Minotaur being too strong and the Zordon giving the Rangers new weapons, where they can properly beat the crap out of him and even combine the weapons together to make a blaster. Teamwork, baby. The gang then return to school, where the principal sees the mess that Trini and Kimberly left after dumping Bulk and Skull in the trash. And his first instinct is to yell at the kids who were trying to save the environment for making a mess. What blows my mind more is that how has the janitor not cleaned this up yet? A pressing engagement. We start off with Jason attempting to break the school bench press record, which is 1,008 reps, which is literally impossible. I am not kidding. You, the viewer, right now, take a pillow and lift it over your head just 100 times and see how you feel. Let me know in the comments. The bench record was also apparently created by Bulk. That's genuinely scary. Maybe Bulk is a force to be reckoned with. Jason doesn't break the record at first because Ernie lost counts. Bulk then tries to bully Jason, which, again, if he can bench press over 1,000 times, I'd actually be kinda scared. Although, he always falls victim to slapstick. Rita summons a Sphinx monster and the Rangers fight it. That's about it, really. It's really irrelevant to the main plot. You might think Rita wants to separate Jason from the group since his confidence might be low after not breaking the record, or Jason going off on his own to prove that he has what it takes to be a leader. Both of those things are kind of hinted at, but not really. The episode focuses more on the individual Rangers being able to now summon their own Megazords by themselves. Bring on the power sword. The episode ends with Jason breaking the bench press record, both being genuinely upset and accidentally flying into the cake. Well dang, kick a man while he's down, I guess. Different Drum starts off with Billy trying to learn how to dance, but he has 2 left feet. Poor guy. We also get introduced to a deaf girl named Melissa. She's Kimberly's friend who also takes part in dance class. She messes up during the lesson and some girl gives her shit. Like, Jesus, she's deaf! Give her some leeway! Seeing Kimberly speak to Melissa with sign language is really cool to see in a kid's show in the 90s. Rita then summons a lawn gnome monster that captures all the girls and Melissa needs to save them. She goes to Jason for help who doesn't understand sign language. I like how she just gives up and grabs a piece of paper and writes a note. So, what do you think happens next? It's Morphin time, bust out the blaster, we need dinosaur power, day is saved. Where Melissa somehow teaches Billy to breakdance. The Hood accepts Billy as one of their own. Food fight, now this one's a classic. The school is having a food fair to raise money for the elementary school. All is going well until Bulk and Skull and their new friends cause a food fight! It's really messy and goes on for a bit. It looks like they had tons of fun filming this scene. I wish I could have been there. Meanwhile, Finster has created a pudgy pig that's going around eating all the food in the world. The Rangers are sent to deal with it, but he eats their weapons. There's one way to do it. The pudgy pig eventually makes its way to the food festival where he eats everything in sight, except for the spicy stuff, which Trini points out and hatches a plan to lure the pig out with food to only have the final piece of food be something spicy to make the pig sick and spit out the weapons. I guess they're lucky the weapons came out that end and not the other. Big Sisters has Trini and Kimberly looking over a young troublemaking girl for some program, who somehow manages to look 9 and 39 at the same time. She's also terrible at acting, I don't care if you're a kid.
I just wanted to get your attention.
She gets stolen by Rita and the Rangers are trying to contact Zordon, but communications and teleportation is down and... Wait, I gotta mention this. Zach orders the Ernie Special, which is the biggest ice cream dish I've ever seen. Like, there's no way that didn't cost anything less than $100. And he just leaves it to do Ranger stuff. Anyway, with teleportation down, Billy introduces the gang to the Rad Bug, his literal flying car. Billy doesn't need his power coin, he could create his own Iron Man suit. The Rangers then morph and need to save the little girl from this giant chicken monster, which is obviously a little Japanese girl from the Sentai footage that they made look identical to, which is hilarious and I love it. The episode ends with Kimberly accidentally dumping chili all over Bulk. Like, bro, he's minding his own business eating some ice cream. Leave the poor guy alone. I feel bad now. I Guy. What a name. In this episode, Billy's helping a young kid with his science project. His science project apparently being the Oculus Rift, a virtual headset that simulates a roller coaster ride. This kid's ahead of the curve. A lot of this episode takes place with Bulk and Skull being annoying and getting their slapstick karma. It's literally like half of the episode with the gang messing around until the monster even shows up. The monster of the week is Eye Guy, who's a monster covered in eyes. It's kinda disgusting, honestly. The Rangers eventually blow him up and Billy's little friend wins the science fair, where I assume Mark Zuckerberg invested in this years later. For whom the bell trolls. Trini is doing a show and tell presentation where she's showing off her doll collection, which is adorable. One of her favorites is Mr. Tickle Sneezer, whose story involves him being a massive collector. Rita overhears this, and one night while Trini's asleep, steals Mr. Tickle Sneezer and brings him to life, ordering him to steal the Power Rangers and anything else in his way. He's an innocent little fella who doesn't know any better. Sure, a little creepy, but innocent nonetheless. So Rita makes him giant, and it's up to the Dinozord and this Japanese kid to save him. This Megazord-sized Japanese child. How did this slip by? Is it that hard to crop him out? Look here, I'll do it right now. Boom, he doesn't exist. So the Rangers defeat Rita and save Mr. Tickle Sneezer. But wait, it turns out this entire adventure was just a nightmare Trini was having. She makes a remark about having too much Rita on the brain, which I feel like could have been an interesting episode, focusing on the Rangers being overworked with school, all the volunteer work they do, and being heroes. Also, the adventure just being a dream can justify some random kid being there. Dreams are weird like that. Happy birthday, Zach. The gang's at the juice bar trying to set up a surprise party for Zach. All's going well until... you know what happens. Bulk and Skull show up to ruin everything, acting like total jackasses and even harassing Kimberly and Trini in a way that's weird to see on a children's show. Like, Skull ruins Trini's painting and then grabs her arm, literally saying, "How about I help you paint another one after we have some fun?" Alright, well, they deserve this one. At school the next day, Zach is excited and trying to get Kimberly to wish him a happy birthday. But due to the surprise party, they all act oblivious, pretending like they forgot. This naturally upsets Zach, where he's angry that his friends forgot his birthday. At least, he's angry for a bit, because out of nowhere a monster attacks him. And since the Japanese footage doesn't have the Black Ranger being upset with his teammates, he just forgets all about it and is gung-ho with everyone. I don't know, it's kinda weird seeing Zach be so upset with his friends, only to seconds later have him being super friendly and talkative. Like, there's not even a, "Oh, nice of you guys to remember me now," piece of dialogue or anything. They beat the monster and surprise Zach with a big party. It's every surprise party plot in any TV show ever. Still good though. No clowning around. The carnival's in Angel Grove, but it's made pretty clear from the beginning that this is no ordinary carnival, with putties taking the form of clowns. And they act extra creepy here since they're the bad guys, Trini even bringing her younger cousin around, and a clown straight up abducting her in plain sight. It's pretty creepy to watch, honestly. It's one thing when a kid gets abducted in Power Rangers by a guy in a rubber monster suit, it's another thing when it's done by a creepy, realistic clown. The clown's even threatening Trini, and her getting ready to throw down on a second's notice is great. The episode definitely feels the most threatening and realistic Power Rangers has been up to this point, dealing with realistic weirdos and needing to lay the smackdown on them. Power Ranger Punks is another classic. We start off with the gang playing a nice game of volleyball until putties attack. Amongst the chaos, Babu sneaks around and spikes the Rangers' drinks with a potion, where Billy and Kimberly then take a drink and immediately undergo personality changes, turning into rude and crude punks. Even showing up to school the next day dressed like rebels, bullying kids for lunch money. Billy even threatens Bulk, and Kimberly flirts with Skull, saying that they're going on a date. It's really funny, and this won't be the last time Billy and Kimberly have some kind of personality change. Watching the nerd and valley girl turn into anything else will always be hilarious. Alpha needs to go on a mission to find a cure for the two while a giant frog monster attacks Angel Grove. Jason, Zach, and Trini try their best, but are inevitably eaten by the frog, where Alpha returns just in time, turning the two back to normal. Again, it's clear the Sentai footage didn't have an episode where the Blue and Pink Ranger change identities, so we don't get to see Billy and Kimberly morphed as punks and accidentally ruining the mission with their bad attitudes or something. Still a fun episode. It ends with Skull asking Kim if they're ready to go out on their date, and Kimberly's like, "Ew, you wish." Like, dude, you asked him out. Even if you were under a spell, it's not his fault he's asking about it. He looks so hurt, poor Skull. Peace, love, and woe. The school dance is happening and everyone's excited for it. Everyone except for Billy, who doesn't really care for dances. That is until he bumps into a cute girl who's just as intellectual and nerdy as him. They hit it off almost instantly, and it's super cute seeing Billy talk to a girl that's just like him. There's a part where they're both too awkward and nervous to ask each other to the dance, so Jason's like, "Billy, come here really quick, we got a Ranger emergency." And when Billy goes over there, the gang's like, "Come on, ask her out." And Billy says,
"Huh? That's your emergency?"
They eventually agree to hang out until Rita kidnaps her, where it's up to Billy to save the day. The Sentai footage works well here, with the Blue Ranger leading the charge and taking the monster head on. It's nice to see that. This is Billy's first moment as leader, and without hesitation, taking on a monster himself. All for a nerdy girl. How romantic. I don't think she's ever brought up again. Foul play in the sky. Kimberly's uncle is a pilot and is gonna take her on a flight. Bulk and Skull notice this and have an interest in flying too. They ask Kimberly if they can come along, and it's pretty sweet, honestly. They have no schemes or ill intentions. They genuinely just want to fly in the plane. This episode's alright, I guess. Not a lot happens, and most of it takes place on the plane. Kimberly's uncle gets put under a spell and needs to land the plane herself. A monster eventually shows up, so something can happen in the episode. It's not my favorite. Dark Warrior. Billy's getting bullied again by Bulk and Skull, even getting shoved into a trash can. Billy decides to once again enroll in Jason's karate class, which doesn't make a ton of sense. Like, weren't you whooping a monster with Kung Fu just a few episodes ago? Meanwhile, Trini's Kung Fu / scientist uncle comes to town and he's a massive inspiration to Billy, being both brains and brawn. He pretty much tells Billy that violence isn't always the answer and his big brain is his strongest weapon. The uncle then gets kidnapped, so maybe violence is the answer sometimes. The Rangers need to save him and have a big battle with the Dark Warrior. The episode ends with Bulk and Skull bullying Billy again, but Trini's uncle drinks his invisible potion and teaches the bullies a lesson. So, violence with some science is always the answer. Switching places is another fun Billy and Kimberly episode. Billy creates a device that lets you read minds, and after trying it with Kimberly, it malfunctions, swapping their minds into each other's bodies. So it's a fun Freaky Friday episode, with Billy's head in Kimberly's body, and Kimberly's mind in Billy's body. Seeing Billy talk like a valley girl is funny, and Kimberly wearing glasses and talking like a nerd is very attractive. I think I've fallen in love. Most of the episode follows the two around school having a hard time pretending to be each other. When the monster shows up, we do get a little babble with Kimberly and Billy saying things they normally wouldn't. So that's fun. Now, these next group of episodes is a really important marker in the history of Power Rangers. Green with Evil Part 1. Now, up to this point, Power Rangers is mainly focused on the fun and quirky teenage lives of the Rangers. You know, school dances, surprise birthday parties, food fights, etc. Those were the main plot points, while the monsters and superhero duties were secondary. Those were never the focal point of an episode. Green with Evil, though, is the first episode in a 5-part story focusing on the action and the Power Rangers. We start off with Jason in a karate tournament with a new kid who will turn out to be one of, if not the most popular Power Rangers character of all time, Tommy, played by the late Jason David Frank. He's shown to be on par with Jason from a fighting standpoint, ending the competition in a draw. Kimberly clearly being attracted to Tommy and having a little crush. The next day at school, Bulk and Skull harass Kimberly, where Tommy shows up and does some spin kicks to intimidate the two, complete with his patented "Ayah! Ayah!" Rita takes notice of this and sends the putties to attack Tommy, where she's in possession of an evil Green Ranger power coin. She puts Tommy under a spell to make him a mindless slave to Rita, and more importantly, become her evil Green Ranger. She even tells Tommy the identity of the Rangers. Tommy then infiltrates the command center and wreaks havoc, turning Alpha offline and even destroying Zordon's communication and connection to the Rangers. The Rangers eventually try to contact Alpha, but to no avail. So they use the rad bug to show up, but they're too late. They attempt to fix Alpha, but again, no luck. Just then, the Green Ranger is attacking Angel Grove, and the Rangers have to stop him. Unfortunately, the Green Ranger is kind of powerful and easily wipes the floor with the other Rangers, causing them to retreat. The gang are back at the command center, trying to figure out just what the heck happened. They lost Zordon, don't have Alpha, and are seemingly fighting one of their own, realizing that this is easily the biggest challenge they've ever been faced with. Leading into Green with Evil Part 2. Billy and Trini are trying to fix Alpha while the rest are pondering just who this new evil Green Ranger is. They eventually get Alpha working again, but can't remember anything due to a virus that Tommy put into him. We see how all of this stress is affecting the Rangers. Billy and Trini are tirelessly working with this technology they don't understand to bring back Zordon. Jason is hot-headed beating up a punching bag, saying how he just wishes he could get his hands on the Green Ranger again, which is pretty uncharacteristic, being able to normally keep his cool. We also get a bit of Kimberly and Tommy drama, with Kimberly worrying about Tommy not showing up to a hangout session the day before since, he was kidnapped and turned evil. Tommy, under mind control, acts really mean to Kimberly and calls her selfish, where Kimberly gives the funniest response when she says,
Well, excuse me for living.
Like, Jesus, it's so cheesy, I love it. Anyway, Tommy then gets a superpowered evil sword and captures Jason inside a dark dimension, where Goldar is essentially playing with his food after stealing Jason's morpher, beating him up and teasing Jason to fight back. The Green Ranger once again attacks Angel Grove, and the rest of the Rangers kinda cheat to get the upper hand. They summon the Megazord, and when Tommy shoots a beam of energy, they use the giant shield to deflect it back at him, causing him to retreat. So like, it's already 4-on-1, which is unfair, but to then summon the Megazord to fight regular-sized Tommy, it shows the Rangers' desperation. But with Jason missing and possibly going to be killed at any second, and Zordon still gone, the Rangers are still at their absolute lowest. Things don't get any better with Green with Evil Part 3. Jason's still getting whooped by Goldar, and to make matters worse, Rita has summoned a new general, Scorpina. She's very attractive, but very scary. Tommy once again hurts Kimberly's feelings, and it's just so sad to see. Alpha eventually gets teleportation working again and frees Jason from the evil dimension. Moments before being killed, he never really stood a chance against Goldar. Rita also concocts a plan to cause an eclipse that will cut off the solar energy that's required to power the Megazord. So to kickstart that plan in motion, she sends down a giant Goldar to attack Angel Grove. And with no Zordon still in sight, and Jason just recovering from his traumatic event, they have no time to waste. Part 4 kicks off immediately where we left off, the Rangers still trying to contact Zordon but needing to take care of Goldar, Scorpina, and the Green Ranger. We get some Bulk and Skull shenanigans with them taking a bus to drive far away from giant Goldar. The Rangers summon the Megazord, but unfortunately get overwhelmed by all 3 villains. Yeah, it's not so fun when it's not a fair fight, isn't it? Rita's Eclipse plan actually works, shutting down all power in the Megazord, and even ends up destroying the Megazord and sending it to hell? Jesus. With that, the Rangers are forced to retreat once again. Things are looking pretty grim for the team. They even consider just giving up at one point since they have nothing left. But Jason convinces the team to keep going. There is one new development though that Alpha was able to figure out, and that's the identity of the Green Ranger, which, to the surprise of everyone in the command center, is shown to be Tommy, leading in to the Green with Evil finale. Shocked at this revelation, Kimberly goes to confront Tommy about the mind control, where she says she knows his identity, and Tommy immediately threatens her and everyone else so casually. Tommy then is given the Dragon Zord, which is an awesome Zord. It looks like Godzilla and even comes out of the sea. The Rangers unfortunately can't do battle with it though, since, again, their Zords are kind of being burned alive. All seems hopeless once again. That is until Alpha finally manages to make contact with Zordon again, and with his power is able to open up the Earth and revive the Megazords. A battle ensues where finally the Rangers get the upper hand and knock Tommy out of the Zord, where Jason has that one-on-one battle he's been craving since the beginning. He destroys the Sword of Darkness that was apparently the source of Rita's mind control. With it destroyed, the Rangers then demorph and comfort Tommy, where he feels terrible for what he's done under Rita's control. Jason gives a heartwarming speech about friendship and teamwork, and how the world will be safer if they work together. We then get an awesome scene that I wish I could show you in its entirety. The Rangers then morph again, including Tommy, who gets to shout Dragon Zord. Everyone then triumphantly gives a quip saying how they're back and better than ever, and that Rita better look out, and that they're not backing down because they're the Power Rangers! Oh, but that's not it. Zordon tells the team that they now have the power of the Dragon Zord, and that it can combine with the Saber-Tooth Tiger, Mastodon, and Triceratops Zord to create the Dragon Zord fighting mode. It's so satisfying to see the team finally be on the up and up after constantly being kicked down and losing every battle. Goldar escapes though like a coward and we don't get a fight. Tommy officially earns his Ranger status in the command center, where the team not only has a new friend, but a new ally in battle. Hands in the middle, yell Power Rangers! Episode end. The Green with Evil saga was so amazing, mainly for being the first handful of episodes to have a more action-centered storyline. Apart from some Bulk and Skull moments, this episode had no real high school drama or moral lesson. Literally just a massive evil force that the Rangers had to take on by themselves. I don't mind the Saved by the Bell sitcom episodes at all, I really don't. I like the characters enough, and seeing them do anything is enjoyable, but having the show finally feel like a superhero show and not a sitcom was a nice change of pace. And again, introduce the world to Tommy, who would become a lot of people's fan favorites. There's also no proper time to mention this, so I guess I'll talk about it quickly now. In 2001, Tui Trang, who played Trini, would pass away in a tragic accident, and in 2022, Jason David Frank would also tragically pass away. I'm bringing this up now just so we can focus the rest of the video on all the happy moments they brought us throughout the years. So let's continue on with the show. The Trouble with Shell Shock. We start off with the gang playing some basketball, including Tommy. Look at that! They're all such great friends already. Rita is apparently asleep, and Squat and Babu decide to make her happy by destroying the Power Rangers with their own monster. A turtle with a spotlight in its back that enjoys baseball with a cannon and a hook. This is literally what a child would come up with when creating a Power Rangers monster. It's pretty powerful though. It makes Trini run indefinitely with its green light and freezes Billy, Zach, and Kimberly with the red light. I mean, that's 4 Rangers down already. Maybe Squat and Babu should be ruling and not Rita. Trini is sent to find the cure since, she's already out and about running around, might as well. Jason fights Shell Shock on his own with his Tyrannosaurus sword, but aren't we forgetting someone? Yeah, Tommy. What's he doing, playing with a stick? That's okay, he's new, he's getting the hang of it. He morphs and summons the Dragon Zord to fight the monster until Trini shows up with the magical cure, where they destroy the monster and once again continue their game of basketball, where Billy absolutely dunks on Zach. Remember what I said earlier about the Hood accepting Billy? Yeah, still true. Itsy Bitsy Spider. Angel Grove is going to tear down the long-standing spirit statue that's supposed to protect the citizens from bad bugs. Everyone's on board with saving it, especially Zach, he hates bugs. Bulk and Skull then throw these roaches everywhere, and it's pretty disgusting honestly, with a tarantula ending up on Zach's shoulder and him freaking out, which, honestly bro, same. Rita takes notice of this and overnight switches out the real statue for a fake one. We cut to Zach teaching his hip-hop keto class, which I believe is the first mention of it. Hip-hop keto being Zach's dance-fighting hybrid style. Rita sends out some sleeping bugs to put Zach's students to sleep. He freaks out because they're bugs and runs to the statue for safety, where he realizes there's snakes in the statue's hair as opposed to flowers. So, screw it, that's enough justification to morph and blow it to bits, where it reveals a giant spider monster. Maybe you shouldn't have blown it up. Rita makes it grow, which is even worse for Zach, especially with the spider being pretty powerful and disassembling the Zords. If only there was a 6th Ranger to aid the gang with another Zord. Yep, they call for Tommy, who once again is doing martial arts alone. He summons the Dragon Zord, and we finally get to see the Dragon Zord fighting mode in action, with it drilling a hole right through the spider. That's pretty metal. The day is saved, and Zach is still afraid of toy spiders. Again, same. In the Spitflower, we have one of Rita's worst plans ever. Kimberly is designing a float for the Angel Grove parade, where Rita sends down the putties to destroy it. What does this accomplish? Like, yeah, Kimberly is sad by it, but the world isn't more conquered by this. It's just a minor inconvenience. She then creates a flower monster. Alright, that's a little more threatening. The Rangers are sent to deal with it, all except for Tommy, who's busy rebuilding Kimberly's float concept. But shh, it's a secret, we're not supposed to know that yet. He eventually does show up to help the Rangers with the power of the Dragon Zord, destroy the flower monster, and we see that Kimberly's float does end up being in the parade, all thanks to Tommy's hard work. What a guy. Life's a masquerade. There's a costume party going on at the juice bar, and everyone's excited to dress up. Rita even gets in on the fun, creating literally the Frankenstein monster. It must be a slow creative day for her. The monster shows up to the dance, and he kinda sucks. A girl mistakes it for her boyfriend, and they dance, and he's clearly trying to hurt her, but is too slow. Like, how is this supposed to be a threat? There's a really cool part where the monster does throw the girl, and Bulk and Skull of all people stand up for her. It doesn't go well for them, but it's nice to see them try to do something good. I also like when Billy morphs, and instead of saying, "It's Morphin time," he says, "It's time for molecular transmutation." Like, who are you trying to show off to? The Rangers destroy the monster, with Tommy showing up at the end to summon the Dragon Zord, again, and makes it back to the party, just in time to see who won the costume contest, which turned out to be Alpha. He even gets all the ladies. Gung Ho is a really fun episode. Jason and Tommy are training for some ninja duos competition, but they're having issues working together, both seemingly having pretty big egos and trying to one-up each other. A lot of the episode feels like a demo reel for Austin St. John and Jason David Frank, both showing off their impressive martial arts and athletic abilities. But hey, I'll take it. Most episodes of Power Rangers has people talking and Rangers fighting. Here though, you get humans fighting and Rangers fighting. Lots of fighting. This episode is like 90% spin kicks. Meanwhile, Rita is creating super putties. What makes them super? They get a belt now. Although they are pretty indestructible, and Zordon sends Jason and Tommy to find the secret weapons that'll be able to destroy the putties, as well as teach them the importance of working together. They struggle at first, but eventually get the hang of it, even coming across a new Zord, Titanus, who initially attacks the Rangers as a test. They find the blasters, destroy the super putties, and Jason and Tommy go on to become Angel Grove's best ninjas. It's a really good episode, mainly because of the long scenes of Jason and Tommy showing off their moves. Wheel of Misfortune. The school's doing a play on Rumpelstiltskin, which for some reason Bulk and Skull are taking part in. One of the props being used is Kimberly's grandmother's spinning wheel, which Bulk abuses and eventually breaks. And Kimberly giving one of the most genuinely terrifying shouts I've ever heard.
Hey! You ruined my grandmother's spinning wheel!
Jesus, I'm sorry. The rest of the episode is pretty standard. Kimberly's sad her wheel's broken, Tommy goes off to fix it, monster attacks, save the day, everything works out. Island of Illusion Part 1. We start off with Zach practicing for some dance competition. He's lacking confidence and doesn't feel like he could win. That's important, remember that. Meanwhile, Rita summons Lokar, this giant evil spirit head that actually kinda freaked me out when I was a kid. He's pretty powerful, and with the help of another monster, they manage to weaken the Rangers and send them to the Island of Illusion. Which just looks like any backyard in California. Seriously, this island's pretty nice, I'd like to be sent here. The island though is pretty terrifying, summoning past monsters to confront the Rangers. Only then to be shown that they're just illusions. This freaks out Zach, who runs away, but runs into a snake. This freaks him out even more. But no one else can see the snake. With Zach's confidence being almost completely obliterated, he slowly starts to dematerialize and disappear. Leading into the Island of Illusion Part 2. The Rangers run into a native little man named Quagmire. He speaks in rhymes, but does give them advice, essentially saying their lack of confidence will cause them to disappear on the island, and the only way to fight is to regain that lost confidence. Where Zach remembers fighting the Dark Warrior and eventually overcoming him. This memory causes Zach to feel better about himself and turn back to normal. We then get the same situation with everyone else. Kimberly loses confidence, remembers a past episode. Tommy loses confidence, remembers a past episode. Rinse and repeat for everyone. It kind of acts as a mini clip show. All of the Rangers eventually overcome their insecurities, defeating the island, where they escape, take down the monster and Lokar, and thwart Rita's evil plan once again. Zach even wins the dance contest, although it probably wasn't that hard for him since his only competition was, apparently, Bulk. The Rockstar. The gang's going on a vacation, everyone except for Jason, who's spending time with his younger cousin Jeremy, who, I swear, is dubbed over by a different person entirely.
Hey Jace, teach me a cool move.
Why? The two have fun. Fishing, practicing martial arts, and even dealing with Bulk. Heck, the putties even attack the two and Jeremy is able to hold his own. Listen, if a kid can fight these things, maybe it's time to go back to the drawing board. This whole episode is kind of the Jeremy show. There's a rock monster that can only be defeated by some magic mirror, where Jeremy finds the map and goes off to find it. Even blowing up a putty, alright, well that's first degree murder. The Rangers eventually use that mirror to save the day, and Jeremy is excited to tell the gang about his awesome adventures and getting to meet the Power Rangers. All with his weirdly dubbed voice.
But the Power Rangers, they were the coolest.
Calamity Kimberly. Kimberly wakes up and is immediately having the worst day ever. She breaks a mirror, doesn't like her outfit, gets drenched in the rain when her umbrella breaks, and once again has to deal with harassment from Skull. How could this day get any worse? Well, Kimberly could get stuck in a magic jar, gross, and the Rangers could have to save her. That's exactly what happens. We also get to see a putty restaurant, which is pretty funny. A Star is Born. The school's having tryouts for a martial arts lead in a commercial. Tommy, of course, trying out, since anytime we see him he's doing karate by himself instead of helping the Rangers. But Bulk is confident that he's gonna get the role, even getting a tan and getting covered in mayonnaise. I didn't need to see that, and this scene goes on for way too long. Scorpina and a monster attack Angel Grove, eventually capturing the Rangers in some tube. This looks like a job for the Green Ranger, who is currently busy doing spin kicks. Okay. Tommy eventually gets to his communicator and gets the Rangers out of their bind. I also forgot to mention in the last episode, but the Rangers now have access to Titanus, where the Megazord can combine with both the Dragon Zord and Titanus, creating the Ultra Zord. It's super bulky, but essentially just acts as a giant tank, shooting loads of missiles at the monster. Tommy gets the role in the commercial, and we all have new toys to buy. The Yoke's on You. The Youth Center is putting on a talent show where, you guessed it, Jason and Tommy are gonna show off their martial arts. How about you give someone else a chance? I'm sure this guy can do something cool. The B-plot's kinda weird. Squat and Babu eat these eggs that turned out to be this monster's lunch. However, it's clear from the Sentai footage that these eggs were his children, and he's upset by it. Power Rangers clearly didn't want to do anything that dark, so instead it's just his lunch. But it's a weird fact knowing what the Sentai was doing. I mean, look, there's even a scene with the monster crying over his eggs. Like, he wouldn't do that over his lunch. Those were his children. Tommy eventually escapes after being kidnapped, whoops the putties, and helps the Rangers destroy the monster. Where, yes, they then show off at the talent show and everyone claps. The Green Candle Part 1. This is another important couple of episodes. Now, you might have noticed that Tommy isn't ever really involved with the main group. He's always showing up late or being captured. Well, this was intentional. You see, in Zyuranger, the Green Ranger wasn't around that long. Spoilers! He ends up dying, meaning there's not a lot of Green Ranger Sentai footage. Hence, why Tommy always shows up at the last second to just summon the Dragon Zord and then leave. In the Green Candle, Rita creates a green candle that's linked directly to the Dragon Coin and its power. Once burned, the Green Ranger's powers are essentially on a timer, because once the candle is completely burned out, the Green Ranger powers will be lost forever. There's also a subplot with a dance happening and Tommy wanting to ask out Kimberly. Before he gets the chance, putties attack and we get to see some awesome fight scenes. Seriously, Tommy always delivers fast-paced and exciting fights. He does get captured though and sent to the same dark dimension Jason was sent to, where Goldar tells him that if he joins Rita, he'll be able to keep his powers. He naturally rejects this offer and tries to fight Goldar head-on, even managing to trick him, escaping the dark dimension, and helps the rest of the Rangers who are currently fighting a monster. They defeat it and return back to the command center, where Zordon informs everyone about the Green Candle and how it is something to worry about, and the team needs to come up with a plan and fast. Otherwise, the Green Ranger will be no more. Green Candle Part 2 picks up right where we left off. Zordon says another Ranger needs to go to the Dark Dimension to retrieve the candle. Tommy can't do it because it'll risk the candle to burn out faster. So, Jason volunteers and heads in, where we essentially get round 2 of Jason vs. Goldar. He puts up a better fight this time around, although still clearly being overpowered by Goldar. Meanwhile, a monster is sent down to destroy Angel Grove, and with the Megazord needing all of the Rangers to control it, Tommy offers to risk using whatever power is left in the Green Candle to fight it himself. The monster is incredibly strong, however, and does require all 5 Rangers to help. So, Zack is sent in to retrieve Jason to fight the monster. But in doing so, they'll be leaving the Green Candle behind. But with the safety of the world taking priority, Jason leaves to join the team. And with all of their combined powers, destroy the monster and save Angel Grove. Unfortunately though, that last battle burned up the rest of the candle, stripping Tommy of the Green Ranger powers, but not before transferring his shield and dragon dagger to Jason. And yeah, just like that, the Green Ranger is no more. This was a pretty big deal, especially since even at the time, Tommy and the Green Ranger was the most popular Ranger. It's pretty sad to be honest, but of course they'll all still be friends, and Tommy will help however he can. We do get a happy ending though, with Kimberly meeting Tommy saying that she misses him, and that he misses her too, where he asks her to the dance and the two even share a kiss, the first and only kiss on the lips Power Rangers will ever show. It's a nice ending, but does feel a bit rushed, like how much time has passed? Clearly the dance hasn't happened yet, and it was literally 6 seconds from when Tommy was in the command center to being at the park. Whatever, I won't hate on it, still a nice ending. Having no more Green Ranger was definitely a bold choice, but with the lack of Sentai footage, what else could you do? Well, We'll find out later. For now, we're at Birds of a Feather. Zack has a student competing in a tournament who lacks confidence. Meanwhile, Bulk and Skull have also found some bully kid to be their protege to take on Zack's in the competition. It's a little Karate Kid ripoff, but that's fine. The rest of the episode is pretty basic. A monster gets sent down and the Rangers gotta fight it. This is, however, our first glance with Jason getting to use the power of the Dragon Shield and the Dragon Dagger. It looks awesome. He's fighting some sentient heart, which is very creepy. Good episode that ends with Zack's protege winning the competition, because, of course he does. Cleanup Club really goes back to basics with Power Rangers. The clans had to make video projects, and Trini makes one on pollution, and the negative effects it's having on the world. It's kind of a bummer video, everyone's sad. Inspired by it though, Trini creates the Cleanup Club that only the other Rangers join. Damn, that kinda sucks. The putties attack during one of their cleanups, and we finally get to see the Rangers mop the floor with the putties. It's a nice change of pace from the earlier episodes where they barely escaped with their lives. It shows that the Rangers have grown and have become more skilled since they started. There's also a monster that's trying to pollute the earth, you know, same old stuff. They destroy the monster and possibly create more pollution with that explosion. You gotta think about this stuff, guys, come on. A Bad Reflection on You is a fun episode. Rita creates evil Power Rangers from her putties. They even take on the form of the team in human form and cause problems in school, bullying people and doing pranks, one of which has the principal fall victim to. And when the real Rangers show up to help, they get detention. Which of course, the only other kids in there are Bulk and Skull. We get a lot of shenanigans with them that's loads of fun. Bulk packing a massive lunch and a TV for detention. Man, these two have such good chemistry and they should totally have their own show. More on that later. The Rangers need to find a way to sneak out of detention to fight the monster. They do a magic trick after telling Bulk and Skull to close their eyes and cover their ears. They teleport and morph out and have a battle with the evil Rangers. It's a fun fight, but they don't do too much with it. Hopefully we could see some more interesting stuff with evil Rangers in the future. Doomsday, Part 1. Is this the finale? What kind of name is Doomsday? It's Power Rangers Appreciation Day and everyone is excited, apart from Bulk and Skull who create their own alter egos, the Incredible Bulkster and Super Skull. They don't do much, but it's nice to see them want to be good guys again. Rita uses this time to unleash one of her most dangerous plans. She traps all the citizens of Angel Grove in a dark dimension, while at the same time landing her moon base on Earth and releasing Cyclopsis on the world. Cyclopsis being her own Megazord that's incredibly powerful. And to add insult to injury, Lokar makes a return. With Cyclopsis being a Megazord, we jump straight into the Zord fight, with Cyclopsis absolutely destroying the Rangers with the help of Lokar's magic power. Even summoning the Dragon Zord doesn't help. Cyclopsis is just too strong. So they summon Titanus. Titanus has been able to decimate any monster that's been in the Rangers' way so far. So they create the Ultra Zord and it's not enough. Rita even managing to not only disassemble the Ultra Zord, but kill Titanus? What, drowning him in the earth? What? Look at that face, look at that desperation. Yeah, it's a toy, but I can feel its pain. Draining all available power in the Megazords. The team retreats to figure out their next move, because if they can't stop Cyclopsis, then everyone will be trapped in the dark dimension forever. Doomsday Part 2. Zordon managed to actually save the Zords at the last second, even Titanus, but they're unfortunately recharging to regain their power. It'll take 12 hours? That kind of seems like a design flaw. Why does it take 12 hours? Rita should attack during charging hours. The Zords are only at 50%, but with the fate of the world literally resting on this battle, the Rangers decide they have no choice but to bust them out anyway and take on Cyclopsis again. Through pure willpower and determination, I guess, the Rangers eventually do get the upper hand on Cyclopsis, destroying him with the power of the Ultra Zord, sending Rita back to the moon and saving the world, where Angel Grove can now properly celebrate Power Rangers Day. With these kids picking their favorite Rangers and arguing which one is the best, where a familiar face pops up to tell them that they're all great. Yeah, Tommy's back. I missed him. And seeing him greet the Power Rangers in Ranger form is so beautiful. He should be up there with them. After the celebration, the team head back to the command center, where Zordon says that they've all gone above and beyond the call of duty, and if they'd like to return back to their normal lives and relieve themselves of Ranger duty, they're more than welcome to. Of course, the Power Rangers being goody two-shoes, they all decline and choose to stay Power Rangers, to defend the Earth whenever it needs them. Hands in the middle, shout, Power Rangers! End scene. Doomsday really feels like a finale. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad the series didn't end here, but it felt like potentially this is where the series was going to end. You know, it had the massive fight with Cyclopsis, the Rangers literally almost dying, the Power Rangers Appreciation Day, and Zordon saying that Rita was pretty much defeated and they didn't have to be Power Rangers anymore. After doing some research, aka Google searching, yeah, Doomsday was apparently supposed to be the series finale. You see, when Fox first ordered the first season of Power Rangers, it came with 40 episodes, and Doomsday Part 2 was the 40th episode, meaning they did wrap up the story nicely if the show were to fail and not continue. However, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers was a massive success, and Fox even ordered 20 more episodes to add on to Season 1, which is awesome! One problem though, Saban ran out of Zyuranger footage. In Japan, the show was done and over with, but when half of your show is the Japanese show, what are you supposed to do? In Japan, they've already moved on from Zyuranger and were working on Kaku Ranger and Dai Ranger. Well, what Saban ended up doing was pretty interesting. Instead of filming the footage themselves, Saban partnered with Toei, the company behind Super Sentai in Japan, to produce brand new battle scenes, both Ranger footage and Megazord footage for the remainder of Season 1 and a bit of Season 2. So from this point on, all the Power Ranger and Megazord footage is from Japan, but it was never a part of Zyuranger. It was created specifically to fit with the Mighty Morphin stories. To my knowledge, this is the only time Saban did anything like this, and the fact they had that much money to just commission more Power Rangers is insane. And this era of Power Rangers has been dubbed by fans as Zyu 2. So with all of that, let's continue on with Season 1. Rita's Seed of Evil. The school is tasked with planting trees, where Rita makes one of the trees evil. She sends down the putties as a distraction, and once again, we get a really fun and solid unmorphed fight. Seriously, I'd still be doing karate kicks in my bedroom alone like this. Squawk goes down to plant the evil seed, but the Rangers don't know what he's up to. So Jason goes to check it out, where he's attacked by a tentacle. Uh-oh, that's not family friendly. The Rangers morph and all take on these tentacles, which again, sounds worse than it really is. They destroy the monster, plant the trees, and we get a little speech about the importance of trees and the impact they have on the environment. Mr. Beast would probably be proud. A pig surprise. Angel Grove is doing a big pet adoption, where this old lady begs the Rangers, apart from Zach who's not there, to find a nice home for her pet pig, Norman, who's a big man. Like, I get that pigs are fat, but Jesus, this one's on another level. Zach, meanwhile, is going on a jog and spots the old woman, who turns into a putty, where he needs to whoop those putties. Again, I'm so glad we're getting a lot more unmorphed fight scenes that are genuinely really good. Bulk and Skull of all people adopt the pig, and genuinely seem to love it and take care of it, which is really cute. The gang start putting the pieces together of the mysterious old woman, the pig, and some device the putty dropped during its fight with Zach. They come to the conclusion that the pig is part of Rita's plan, which yeah, the pig turns into the pudgy pig again. Rita really loves that monster, although I don't blame her, it is pretty cute. It once again just wants to eat. The difference here, though, is that the pig is still Norman underneath the monster, meaning the Rangers don't want to destroy or even hurt it, as they say. So, they immediately morph and attack Norman. What are you doing? This episode is also a sign of Saban running out of Zyuranger footage, because the fight is literally the same from the food fight episode, just editing out the parts where the pig eats the weapons. It's one thing for Power Rangers to recycle Super Sentai footage, it's another for Power Rangers to recycle Power Rangers footage. Norman eventually runs away to some farm and is preoccupied with a lady pig. Goldar and Scorpina attack Angel Grove, and I swear to God, this is, no joke, probably the 10th time to use this footage. Anyway, Billy turns the pudgy pig back into Norman, and the farmer adopts Norman for his farm. But wait. He was already Bulk and Skull's pet. What the heck is up with that? Something fishy. Jason, Zach, and Trini are going scuba diving. Billy doesn't want to go though because we learn he's afraid of the water, due to a traumatic event he had with a fish as a kid. Just look at that vicious fish attack. But what's he afraid of? Look how he whoops these putties, the fish wouldn't stand a chance in round 2. Billy then gets put under a spell that amplifies his fear of fishes, making him completely useless in battle, where he needs to overcome his fear in order to save his friends, which he does. See, just like I said, the fish didn't stand a chance. Also, when the Rangers land the final blow with the Megazord, the fish monster says, "No, you cheated!" Okay then. Lions and blizzards. The school is having some kind of field day full of games and stuff. You know, we all had to do this stuff at one point. The Rangers team wins the games, but Bulk and Skull steal the trophy. During their search, the gang gets attacked by putties. But this fight feels different, mainly because it was the debut of Ron Wasserman's music. If you don't know Ron Wasserman, he's the guy who created and sang the Power Rangers theme song. Yeah, go go Power Rangers, that's him. He created so many more tracks like Fight, Combat, 541, We Need a Hero, amongst others. I can't play them for you sadly, but they're on the same level as the theme song in terms of energy, metal, guitar, and vocals. My personal favorite being Fight, which is used here. It adds an extra level of hype to the fight scenes. Seriously, it makes me want to work out and punch a punching bag or something. Okay, here's like 3 seconds of instrumentals. Anyway, the Rangers don't find Bulk and Skull and call it a day, where Rita then turns the trophy into this half-lion, half-goat monster. It's pretty badass if I'm being honest. Meanwhile, Angela shows up to the juice bar. I haven't mentioned her, but she's a minor character who occasionally shows up to just reject Zach. He has a crush on her and constantly tries to flirt with no avail. However, during the games, he lent her a hand and was just genuinely nice, so she asks him out to see a movie. The Chimera monster, as they put it, attacked the Rangers and is pretty powerful, needing to pull Zach away from his date, which he's not happy about, morphing out and beating the absolute bejesus out of the monster. Even his hockey stick isn't enough for the power sword. They defeat the monster and Zach returns to his date, where Angela isn't too happy and dumps popcorn on Zach. She's kinda terrible, why do you like her? Crystal of Nightmares is probably low-key one of my favorite Power Rangers episodes. The gang need to study for a big science test, and Billy recommends going to his uncle's cabin for a fresh change of scenery. Bulk and Skull overhear this, and since their grades are poo-poo, follow them up. I've personally never had a group study session with my friends. It doesn't look like fun, and we probably would have been too distracted the whole time. Me and my friends were more like Bulk and Skull. Meanwhile, Goldar and Rita are creating an evil orb, the Crystal of Nightmares. Bulk and Skull show up as maids, but when they hear the Rangers coming, they hide under the bed, where the boys then have a pillow fight. Again, I never did that, especially not in high school, but I won't judge. That night when the Rangers fall asleep, Rita activates the crystal, which gives the Rangers nightmares of past failures and struggles, essentially giving them PTSD, which is a pretty brutal tactic. What's interesting though is that Bulk and Skull also get affected, where we get a look into their heads, and what they're dreaming about is being superheroes just like the Power Rangers. They're not dreaming of bullying or being mean, but summoning the Megazord to do good. When the Rangers wake up, they're all completely terrified of everything, having no confidence and being afraid of their own shadow. They still try to do good though, needing to find the Crystal of Nightmares and destroy it. They get ambushed by putties and don't put up much of a fight, cowering in fear. Jason eventually builds up enough courage to run inside the cave and confront Goldar, where he finds the crystal and smashes it with a kick, which is just so badass. With the crystal destroyed, Zordon tells the Rangers they've regained their confidence and absolutely lay the smackdown on these putties. Bing, bang, boom! We also see Giant Goldar and Scorpina for like the 200th time now. But they defeat them and the Rangers pass their tests. I don't know why I like this episode so much. I guess I enjoy seeing the Rangers all scared and timid, Bulk and Skull's dream, and the climactic unmorphed fight afterwards. Really fun episode. To flee or not to flee? Ernie's juice bar is shutting down and everyone's sad. Well, maybe he shouldn't have been giving stuff away. Yeah, throughout the show, Ernie's always like, "Hey, that's great, free sodas for everyone." Meanwhile, Jason finds a stray dog and takes care of it, where Rita then infects it with evil fleas that get onto Jason. where yes, the fleas turn into an evil giant flea monster and the Rangers gotta defeat it. The episode has a nice ending though, with Ernie taking care of the stray dog and the owner coming back to reclaim him. She's happy by this and she gives Ernie a big check. Like a really big one apparently, since it's enough to save the juice bar, which is, yeah, very generous. But he celebrates by giving everyone free drinks. When will you learn, Ernie, that your actions have consequences? The reign of the jellyfish. The kids are putting items into a time capsule, with Bulk and Skull wanting to put their ultimate sandwich in. They get made fun of for it, but like, Jason put in his karate trophy and that's pretty lame and stupid too. The rest of the episode is pretty standard. Rita sends down a monster and the Rangers gotta defeat it. A pretty by-the-numbers episode. Plague of the Mantis. Trini's learning more Kung Fu, more specifically, the Mantis style. She gets taught all kinds of wisdom about the Mantis and Kung Fu, stuff about fair fights, calm heads, etc. Rita then turns Trini's praying mantis into an actual praying mantis monster, who plays mind games with Trini, saying that she's dishonorable for not having a fair fight. This, for some reason, gets to Trini, where she feels like she needs to fight the monster one-on-one, which I might be able to buy this if we haven't already seen the Rangers consistently not have fair fights with anyone. Why is this one different? She tries to have a fair fight until the mantis sends out the putties. What a shocker, the monster wasn't honorable. So now it's all okay for the Rangers to show up and overpower the bad guy. I like how strong they make Trini in this episode. Everyone admires her Kung Fu and feels like they need to join to keep up with her. Very nice. Alright baby, now we're getting into some good stuff. Return of an Old Friend, Part 1. It's Parents' Day at Angel Grove, where we get to see everyone's parents. They're all pretty basic and standard. Jason's dad is a musclehead, Billy's dad is a nerd, you know, it's what you expect. The most interesting are Bulk and Skull's parents. Skull's mom being this outrageous punk girl, and Bulk's parents being the nicest and most normal looking people ever. Rita sends down the putties and hatches a pretty genius plan to capture everyone's parents and force the Rangers to give up their powers in exchange for their parents' lives. But that's not it. She also puts Billy under a spell to get inside the command center and steal the Dragon Dagger, to once again be under Rita's control. Which, both of these plans are executed perfectly, with the Rangers once again needing to do battle with the Dragon Zord. It becomes too much, and Goldar says that this can all come to an end, and if they want to see their parents alive again, they need to surrender their power coins. Zordon lets the Rangers make their own decisions since it's their parents' lives that are at stake. They hesitantly surrender the coins to Goldar. It's pretty sad to see actually, and all the actors do a great job showing their desperation and defeat at making this difficult choice. Goldar, of course, double crosses on the deal and doesn't free the parents, with Goldar now in possession of all the power coins. Well, except for one, where an old friend makes their return. Tommy. Part 2 has the gang calling Tommy into the command center and informing him on the situation, where Zordon says he'll connect his own energy and life force to the green power coin, temporarily giving it power and letting Tommy become the Green Ranger once again. It's so fun seeing him back in action. He takes on the putties and even goes one-on-one with Goldar. The coin is struggling to keep up its power though, since Zordon is using so much of his own life to keep it alive, even summoning the Dragon Zord to fight Goldar and Scorpina, totally wiping the floor with them. The Green Ranger's on a roll. Zordon, however, ends up disappearing due to the power sharing, and Tommy loses consciousness. However, not before managing to defeat Goldar and retrieve the power coins. The Rangers use the coins together to zap Zordon's tube with the power in hopes to bring him back, which actually works. The Rangers are sent to deal with a monster. In the meantime, however, Tommy seems to be surrounded by a power surge. I'm not too sure what's really happening here. I think when Tommy saved the power coins, all of their combined energy, mixed with Zordon's, electrically charged Tommy's body and gives him a surge of power. What does that mean exactly? Well, to put it simply, the Green Ranger has power once again. So Tommy morphs into battle and helps his friends, where the 6 of them destroy the monster and save their parents. We learn that this electrical surge is temporary and that the Green Ranger's powers will run out again eventually. But for now, Tommy's back in green. The episode ends with Parents' Day continuing at the juice bar, and a food fight ensues. They really love the food fight. Return of an old friend is awesome. Getting to see Tommy save the day from a pretty dire situation was great. The Green Ranger, again, was the most popular of the Rangers, and with the series being so popular and more episodes being ordered, it only makes sense to bring back Tommy. It also creates a fun storyline that will always be going on in the background. Tommy's powers are temporary. Will they find a way for him to keep them, or will he lose them once again? Find out next week on Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Or find out now as we continue on with the video. Grumblebee is the most Power Rangers episode to ever exist. Billy gets a B on a test, which absolutely traumatizes him. Bulk even says B is for bad. Rita overhears this and is like, "Oh, Billy hates bees, does he? Well, I'll send down a giant bee monster to take him out." So the Rangers take on a bee monster. Billy even gets a cool new gun to use. It's a perfectly cheesy episode. Like, we spend a lot of time seeing how sad Billy is, but like, am I supposed to feel bad? It's one B. When I was in high school, I'd be lucky to get a B. Two heads are better than one. Tommy and Jason are teaching this women's self-defense class full of hot 90s moms. And they just work together so greatly. Like, wow, teamwork is great. It's another whatever episode. Rita sends down a monster with two heads, and the only way to defeat it is to feed it its favorite fruit, so it gets distracted. Tommy is sent out to find it, but no luck. Ernie, however, bought all of these exotic fruits, one of which being the pomango, the fruit the monster likes. Tommy then just asks if he can have it, and Ernie, being the nicest guy in the world, just gives him the last one. Again, probably not great for business. They beat the monster, and Bulk and Skull show up to the women's defense class to meet, quote-unquote, babes. But when they show up, they're like, disgusted, saying like, ew, it's just full of moms. And he literally says this while we, respectfully, have the most caked up woman on set. Unbelievable. Foul play. Zach's performing magic in front of kids to impress Angela. This man will never learn. However, Angela is kind of impressed with how well Zach is with kids. Rita then sends down a chicken monster, just for fun I guess, and Zach has to disappear to fight it. The fight scenes go on for a lot longer than they used to, since Saban commissioned Toei to make these fight scenes to match the Power Ranger storylines. They don't have to edit out anything that might not fit or make sense. They're also clearly a lot more goofy, with the Rangers doing these over-the-top hand gestures for dialogue and using a lot more slapstick solutions, like these balloons. The episode ends with Zach thinking he's going on a date with Angela, but it turns out to be another field trip with the kids, where Angela says they're going to watch a 5-hour retrospective on Woody Woodpecker, which sounded ridiculous at the time, but I did a 4-hour and 45-minute retrospective on the Powerpuff Girls, so go watch that instead, Zach. Trick or Treat. Kimberly gets to be a contestant on America's #1 game show, Trick or Treat. Yeah, this Halloween-themed show is somehow the biggest thing year-round. Meanwhile, Rita is summoning the Pumpkin Rapper, which Zordon tells the Ranger is a monster that uses his raps and rhyming to distract you before he attacks. That is so stupid, I love it. We get random interludes of Skull and Kimberly doing the game show that's honestly pretty stupid. Anyway, Kimberly fake faints to leave the show and fight the monster, where yes, he raps.
Well, you think that's something you can...
That's enough. They defeat the monster and the putties with pumpkins on their heads, which only seems like it would make it harder for them to fight, but whatever. Second chance. Ernie is, I guess, coaching a soccer team for kids. This one kid doesn't make the team and is sad. Ernie's all like, man, I wish it were up to me. I'd give all these kids a second chance. And Zach says, isn't it up to you? And Ernie's like, oh yeah, and gives everyone a second chance. What the hell? So Zach and Jason try and help this kid get better at soccer, and he kinda sucks. Like, he really shouldn't be on the team. He's terrible. Here's what's weird though. Tommy gets in trouble with his communicator going off in class and gets it taken away. It explains why he won't show up until later. But this is the exact time Jason and Zach are training this kid in soccer. So like, why are those two not in school? Heck, even Billy, Kimberly, and Trini are all at the juice bar. What is this school schedule? I seriously could not stop thinking about this the entire time. Anyway, Tommy shows up to summon the Dragon Zord and saves the day. On Fins and Needles, this is a really fun episode. So Jason and Tommy are once again teaching a karate class, where we're shown how great of friends they are. They would never argue with each other. So Rita sends down the putties with this evil magic fin that, when Jason and Tommy touches it, will put a spell on them to make them bitter rivals. Where we then see Jason and Tommy mean-mugging each other and on the brink of fighting. The actors do a really good job of acting like they hate each other. Maybe because behind the scenes this is how they really felt? I'll go more into that later though. They all get called away for ranger duty, where Zordon sends Jason and Tommy to fight the monster all alone so they can work together. They struggle at first, but eventually break through the spell and do some teamwork, where they blow the monster to high heavens and remain friends. Enter the Lizinator. Kimberly's cousin is trying out for the middle school cheerleading team. She's alright, but feels like she'll never be as good as Kimberly. Kimberly tries to cheer her up, but the putties attack. Again, it's another fun unmorphed fight. Tommy really goes hard on these, putting some power behind those kicks. Apparently, Jason David Frank would actually kick the actors in the putty suits early on in the show, where they needed to tell him, hey, you don't actually have to hit them. It's a fun episode once again, since the Zeo 2 footage allows for longer fights in the suits. Oh yeah, and Kimberly's cousin joins the team. But Bulk and Skull show up to mock her? Like, dang, they really are bullies, just being a jerk to this little girl for no reason. Football season. All the boys on the team want to join the football team. Tommy, though, doesn't feel confident that he has what it takes. Ernie overhears this and takes him under his wing, apparently being a big football star in college. I, for some reason, totally believe that. Rita then sends down a monster that Zordon himself says is challenging the Rangers to a football game, which they end up taking part in, which is so stupid. Like, why aren't you guys just busting out the power sword and fighting them? They somehow get captured and need Tommy's help to save them. I forgot to mention, but in every single episode since Tommy got his powers back, whenever he gets ready to morph, someone will always mention that his powers are temporary and he shouldn't risk it, which he ignores every time. Which is good, because the Rangers in this case really needed Tommy. How did you lose a football game to a bunch of putties? After they blow up the monster, they all somehow make the football team. Including Billy? Like, is he really still a nerd at this point? He's a total jock. Mighty Morphin Mutant Rangers. Rita once again creates evil Rangers, even getting a fun putty training montage. These ones though actually seem to be a bit more of a threat. They attack Kimberly and Tommy and fight them unmorphed. There's also this whole side plot with Tommy being forgetful and needing to try and remember things like his homework, chores, etc. None of this really matters. I want to see the Rangers fight the evil Rangers. It's a bit more interesting than the last time, mainly because these Rangers talk and even get evil versions of their weapons. I especially like the evil Green Ranger using the dark sword as opposed to the dragon dagger. That's a cool detail. Even when Rita makes the monster grow, the evil Rangers join it, which is kind of a weird visual to see. We also see that Saban commissioned some new Titanus footage, looking less like a toy. Kinda. Episode 60, and the final episode for this season, comes in the form of an oyster stew. It's Angela's birthday soon. Oh god, her again. Zach wants to do something real special and nice. He has this whole fancy dinner date planned out where he really wants to get her pearl earrings. Zach tries to ask Angela out, but she's hesitant. Like, bro, look at this poor man. He's literally on the verge of tears begging her to go out. It's so sad. You can do better, Zach. He then buys some bootleg earrings from this hobo who is revealed to be a putty. Tommy and Kimberly join Zach and Angela for this cute little double date, and it's actually not cute at all. It's super cringy and everything goes wrong. The earrings were revealed to be a trap that freezes everyone in sight, leaving only Zach and Tommy to stop the monster. During the fight, we get a really cool visual, with Zach being hurt and Tommy lending his dragon shield to him, giving us this really cool powered up looking Black Ranger. They eventually free the others and destroy the clam monster, where Zach apologizes to Angela through song. It's kinda weird and out of place, but hey, it's cute enough, and Angela snags him a kiss. Oh my goodness! I forgot this happened. There are literally cuter couples in future Power Ranger seasons that never kiss. Andros and Ashley, Wes and Jen. Anyway, with that kiss, Season 1 of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers comes to an end. Definitely not a grandiose finale or anything, but again, with the massive success of Mighty Morphin, they knew they'd be around for a while and would plan some more massive stories in the near future. But yeah, Season 1 of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers comes to a close. If I haven't made it obvious, it's no wonder this show took off the way it did in the 90s. All of the actors did a great job portraying these characters. David Yost did a perfect and likable nerd. Amy Jo Johnson was a popular pretty girl but wasn't annoying. Tui Trang always felt like the most mature and level-headed. Walter Jones was so cool and charismatic. Jason David Frank easily inspired kids all around the world to want to learn spin kicks. And nobody has a voice and commanding presence like Austin St. John. In terms of character development, there really wasn't much. Billy was probably the only one, going from helpless nerd to competent hero. There was a pilot episode that was made and even released in 1999, long after Mighty Morphin was over. It's definitely interesting to say the least. Amateur, I think, is a more fitting word. The acting and cinematography feels a lot like a high school film project. The Rangers were also a lot more violent. Like, there's these bullies in a bowling alley, including a weird cracked out version of Bulk, where the gang immediately just jumps to violence and beats the bejesus out of them. Like, yeah, think about it. In Mighty Morphin, no one ever punched Bulk in the face. They let him be his own downfall. But here, Jason spin kicks him in the face like 3 times. Trini is also played by a different actress, Audrey Dubois. I'm not sure why she didn't play Trini in the final product, probably some generic Hollywood recasting BS. There was definitely something here that just needed some reworking. It's definitely worth a watch for curiosity's sake. Apart from Tommy, 2 of the show's other runaway stars were Bulk and Skull. They also didn't have much character development yet, still just being dumb bullies. However, they were loved enough to potentially have their own show. Unfortunately, Jason Narvi, who played Skull, said that nobody was interested in buying it. I guess people don't enjoy happiness and fun. I mean, dang, what else came with Power Rangers? So many toys to buy, most famously being the Rangers with the flippy heads that I still have today. Video games, VHS tapes. I mean, look, I'll probably need to do a separate video just on the merchandise this show released. This video is already going to be long enough without it, so if you're interested in that, let me know. I think I've already made my opinions on the arcs and storylines pretty clear as we've gone through them. So with all of that, I guess let's move on to Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Season 2. Season 2 kicks off with a banger, The Mutiny Part 1. We see the Rangers plus Bulk and Skull taking part in some fun ATV race for charity. It's whatever, extreme sports stuff. What really matters is what happens next. Rita is planning her next attack, when all of a sudden an evil energy strikes her base. Goldar is fully aware of what's going on. The true Emperor of Evil has returned to claim his spot. Lord Zed. Lord Zed is one of, if not the single most intimidating and badass villain in Power Rangers the series has ever seen. Just look at this design. He's a walking skinless brute. All of his organs are out on display, including his brain, which I'm really surprised was allowed to air on a children's show. Unlike Rita, who had a screechy voice and was generally pretty silly, Lord Zed is all business, mocking and threatening anyone in his presence, including Goldar and Rita herself, all with his super cool voice. This is probably the best vocal embodiment of the word evil I've ever heard.
Those Power Rangers are nothing but mere infants! You were defeated by children!
Lord Zed then creates his new brand of putties, which are just regular putties in a white suit with a big Z on their chest. It's so crazy seeing Rita beg and grovel to Zed. He then traps Rita back into her space dumpster and sends her flying into the abyss. Pretty hardcore. These totally new and improved putties get sent down to attack Bulk and Skull, so the Rangers morph on out to save them. Where we get our first look at, I believe, the first real bits of American battle footage. You see, these new Z putties, as they're known, are an American creation. They were never in Zeo Ranger or a part of Zeo 2. So whenever they're on screen, they had to be filmed by Saban and the US team. The battles are okay, they're choreographed well enough, but I don't know, I feel like they're kinda lacking in something that the Japanese fight scenes do better. Anyway, the putties are pretty indestructible, but the Rangers learn they can defeat the putties by hitting the big Z on their chest. Yeah, it's hard to see them as an upgrade when you have a big Z-shaped target on their chest. The Rangers save Bulk and Skull, and this is where the 2 bullies finally got some character development, where throughout Season 2, they're not just mindless bullies. but instead have a new mission: to find out the identity of the Power Rangers. Zed then creates a monster from a piranha, and it's pretty powerful, literally being able to freeze the Zords mid-transformation, rendering them completely useless. Leading in to part 2. All of the Zords are frozen, except for the T-Rex, where Zed is able to put a spell on it and use it for his bidding. Meanwhile, Tommy's power is once again weakening and needs a recharge from Zordon. After attempting to summon the Dragon Zord to fight the evil T-Rex, Zed then puts the same spell on the Dragon Zord, and boom, now has 2 Zords under his control. Maybe not the best plan by the Rangers. So with no other options, they retreat to the command center, where once again their spirits are completely shattered, losing all hope in what to do. Luckily, Zordon has a surprise for them: brand new Megazords. That's right, Zordon's been keeping these things tucked away for an emergency, where Jason will command the Red Dragon, Zack the Lion, Billy the Unicorn, Trini the Griffin, Kimberly the Firebird, and Tommy the Nothing. Zordon says that his powers are too weak to control a new Zord. This was honestly pretty sad to see, poor Tommy. However, Zordon says the Rangers can't use the new Zords until the old ones are back in their control, due to some reason. Billy and Trini get to work on a device that will put the Zords back into their control. Meanwhile, more Z-Putties are sent out to cause havoc. So it's up to the rest of the Rangers to get back to action! Back to action! Yeah, like that. And fight them. The fight goes on for a really long time. Not relying on any Sentai footage and being in control of the choreography clearly has its advantage. They literally go through like 3 entire songs through this fight. It's like a kid making an FMV. The Rangers are then sent to deal with the fish monster and the evil Zords, where Billy and Trini still aren't done working on the device. How will the Rangers survive? Well, let's find out in Mutiny Part 3. Trini and Billy finish the machine just in the nick of time. One problem though, it's not working! The Rangers then get sick of nothing going right and summon the Power Blaster to take out their frustrations on the fish monster. After this, Billy realizes, oops, I put in the batteries backwards. Yeah, haha, very silly. Millions have died during this. They manage to take the spell off the Megazords, but Lord Zed, I guess, just uses a cheat code to open up the Earth and trap the Zords in the center of it, just like Rita did during Doomsday. Only here, it's actually permanent. Tommy sends the Dragon Zord back to the sea where it can't be hurt. And just like that, it's bye-bye dinosaurs. But not all hope is lost, because Zordon somehow managed to save some of the dinosaurs' power, I don't know what that means, and uses that to charge up the new and improved Thunder Megazords. The Rangers summon their Zords using their new callouts, and I still get chills every time Zack says, Mastodon Lion Thunder Zord power! The Thunder Zord is pretty cool. I love its samurai design, its cool sword. I'll go more into the Thunder Zord in a second. Everyone's pretty stoked. Everyone except for Tommy. He's happy, but clearly disappointed he can't help his new team and power his own Zord. They use the Thunder Zord to take down the fish monster, and the day is saved. We even get some fun banter with Bulk and Skull talking to the Rangers, saying that they're awesome and they're gonna find out who they are. The Rangers then get a congratulations from Zordon, saying that Lord Zed is easily gonna be the biggest challenge they're going to face. The Mutiny 3-parter is such an awesome way to start Season 2. Lord Zed immediately solidified himself as one of the most scary and threatening villains in Power Rangers. There was nothing silly about him, even mocking Rita with her bad plans like the pudgy pig and ruining Kimberly's float. Lord Zed showed up on the scene and not only kicked Rita out, but froze the Zords with his basic fish monster, then destroyed said Zords, and weakened Tommy's powers even more. The 3-parter was also awesome because it once again felt like an action drama. Sure, there were silly Bulk and Skull moments, but for the most part, we were following the Rangers needing to learn to adapt and deal with this bigger and badder threat. The Thunder Zords were a really cool addition. They were taken from Gosei Sentai Dai Ranger. Yeah, Saban was going to eventually run out of Zhu 2 footage, but he wasn't ready to adapt a whole new set of costumes since the Mighty Morphin ones were so iconic. So to buy some time, they just adapted the Zord from that Sentai. Moving on. The Wannabe Ranger. Zordon tells the team he's temporarily going to disappear due to an alignment with the stars and planets for a few hours. Again, kind of a design flaw on his part. With Zordon gone, Alpha is left in charge to alert the Rangers if anything happens. He sees a lost child and decides to jump into action for himself. And what could possibly go wrong? Everything. Zed then sends down a monkey monster that's able to shapeshift. It turns into Billy, who reprimands Alpha, where Alpha then has no choice but to activate his self-destruct. Oh my god! It's a pretty simple but genius plan. Deception. It then transforms into Zack, telling Trini and Kimberly to go to the park and help Tommy, where it's an obvious trap where they get ambushed by the putties. After defeating them, they confront Zack. It's like shocking how well this plan is going. Anyway, they track down the baboon and fight it, where more confusing shenanigans ensues. It's a really fun episode, honestly, trying to figure out who's who. They defeat the monster, save Alpha from self-destruction, and Alpha gets grounded. I think. Putty on the brain. Zed puts a curse on these sunglasses that Zack and Billy put on, where after wearing them, they see their friends as putties. This naturally freaks the two out and they try to attack the putties. Now, nothing's wrong with their hearing, so it is a bit silly that they hear Tommy and Kimberly's voices, but still attack. However, you can also view it as a form of PTSD, where whenever the Rangers see putties, it triggers like a fight or flight since they're always appearing out of nowhere. It's once again a really solid plan by Lord Zed. It's simple, but clearly effective. We then probably get one of the best unmorphed fights in Power Rangers history, just in terms of choreography and how everyone gets to showcase some awesome martial arts. The Rangers discover that when morphed though, Billy and Zack won't see the putties. So they all morph, take out the monster that was also there, they destroy it and reverse the curse. Happy ending for everyone. Except Bulk and Skull, who still haven't found out the Rangers' identities. Bloom of Doom. All the Rangers are starting after-school clubs, and Kimberly's Flower Club doesn't have any sign-ups, which makes her sad. Even Bulk and Skull's bullying almost bring her to tears. Now, I feel like we've been here before. Lord Zed so far has had some pretty intense and evil plans. Is he really just going to make a flower monster to inconvenience Kimberly and no one else? Well, no actually. He puts a spell on her flowers that turns Kim into a jealous biatch against Trini, to try and build a rift between her and the Rangers. It's interesting because Kimberly just isn't being evil to everyone. Zordon calls her and she puts on this extra cutesy and obviously fake tone to make him happy, even saying it's Morphin time like...
Morphin time.
The Rangers then fight the evil flower monster to try and break Kimberly's curse. There's also more mention of Tommy's powers getting weaker and weaker. Something I never really noticed until now is that there's a lot more footage with the Rangers with their helmets off, which I really like. It makes the American and Japanese footage blend more cleanly together. The Green Dream. Tommy mentions that he's been having nightmares about losing his powers. Lord Zed then hatches a plan to, once again, mind control the Green Ranger into summoning the Sword of Power and using it for himself. What's the Sword of Power? I have no idea, something that was just made up for this episode. Seriously, under Zed's spell, Tommy says, "Hey Zordon, how about we summon the Sword of Power to recharge my own power?" And Zordon's like, "Yeah, that's a good idea." Like, if it's a good idea, how come it's never been brought up before as an option? Tommy steals the Sword of Power and Zed creates a Robo-Goat. Okay. Tommy tries to fight it himself but is ultimately beaten. Having such little power, he can't even move. When the rest of the Rangers show up, they try to fight the goat, but he traps them underground, leaving Jason to be the one to save his friends. The plotlines feel more mature, and we get a lot more fight scenes to tell the stories. It's nice not having episodes anymore really focus on the power of sharing or studying or whatever. Zed is a real threat and we don't have time to play around. Even when the Rangers defeat the monster and return the Sword of Power to its rightful place, the episode ends on a sad note, with the dreams Tommy was having of losing his powers actually being a sign. Lord Zed has been specifically targeting Tommy to drain as much of his power as possible, and he's getting closer and closer to achieving that goal. The Power Stealer, uh-oh. Lord Zed sends down an Octorok to specifically capture the Green Ranger and drain his powers once more. The B-plot for this episode also has Bulk and Skull wanting to film the Rangers and find their identities. The putties attack during a recording, and in the heat of battle, the Rangers do morph in front of the camera, which naturally Bulk and Skull find. It's another save Tommy so he doesn't lose his powers episode, which is honestly really nice to see in Mighty Morphin now. Long-running episodic plotlines. After the Rangers defeat the monster, Bulk and Skull show up to the juice bar to play the video for everyone, where the Rangers then trick Bulk and Skull and swap out the tape for some cartoons or something, which I don't know who I'm more upset at here, the Rangers for being negligent and morphing in public without looking if anyone was around, or Bulk and Skull for not watching the tape themselves beforehand. Everyone makes me upset in this situation. The Beetle Invasion. It has nothing to do with Beetleborgs, I'm sorry. Ernie needs a team for sweep hockey, which is just hockey that you play with a broom and a ball. What is this? Why not just make them play real hockey? Whatever, it's the B-plot. We also get introduced to another side character, Richie. He's just there to be Trini's love interest. It never goes anywhere, and you'll see why in the future. Lord Zed sends down another monster and once again uses it to drain the Green Ranger's powers. I mean, hey, the man's persistent, what can I say? So through the power of friendship and, you know, the big gun they have, they save Tommy and win the stupid broom hockey thing. Welcome to Venus Island. The whole plot of this episode is kinda funny. Bulk and Skull dress up as putties to try and lure out the Power Rangers, and Lord Zed gets pissed that anyone would dare mock the putties. So he sends down Goldar to steal Trini's cousin, or whoever this is, and abducts her to Venus Island. The overall writing and tone of the show has improved a ton. When they find and manage to teleport to Venus Island, it's once again just anywhere in California. Except now they got Venus flytraps all around, so the island checks out. They need to fight a Venus flytrap monster, which is actually kinda creepy in its design, even managing to capture the rest of the Rangers minus Tommy and Trini. They teleport back to the command center where Tommy gets told once again that his powers are failing. Luckily he doesn't need to do that though, with Alpha finding its weak spot, which turns out to be heat. Okay, well the power blaster's got some heat behind it, right? Yep, that's heat. These past few episodes have definitely been the Tommy Oliver show, really building the bond the other Rangers have with Tommy and not wanting him to lose his powers. The Song of Guitardo. That sounds like a slur. Kimberly's trying to write a song and oh no, this is the episode with the sad clip. I'll explain in a second. So Zed has his first Rita level plan by turning Kimberly's guitar into a monster. It's a pretty standard episode. The Rangers gotta fight the monster and Tommy can't maintain his powers in battle. But despite everyone telling him not to help and reserve his powers, he shows up anyway. The episode ends with Tommy still reflecting on the fact he knows his powers don't have much time left. So to cheer him up, Kimberly sings her new song. It's called Down the Road, and it was used in the tribute montage in the new Power Rangers Once and Always Netflix special. I don't know man, it really gets the tears going all these years later. The lyrics just hit differently. I totally recommend looking it up and having a good field trip. But dang man, it's a constant anxiety trip every episode. Tommy keeps being told he's gonna lose his powers. When will this green be no more? Next episode is Green No More Part 1. Oh no. We start off with Tommy and Kimberly getting a message from Tommy in the future, saying the words battle and communicator. Meanwhile, back at school we meet Zach's cousin. He's literally just Zach. I'll explain my theories onto why he was even introduced later. For now though, we do meet some more new characters, the school's new group of bullies, which are just the Rangers, but evil. Lord Zed takes a liking to them and abducts them to turn them into his evil Rangers. I can't wait to see them, I said sarcastically. To buy himself some time though, Zed sends down a monster to fight the Rangers. He's a pretty tough monster, with the Rangers not even being able to defeat it, even being able to teleport Tommy to the dark cornfield dimension for a one-on-one fight. Zed though manages to capture the Rangers and introduces them to his super strong and evil— What is this? Are you seeing this? Please tell me you see this. These are Zed's evil Rangers? This is the most jank bootleg costume job I've ever seen. You can literally see how messily they cut the eyes and mouth portions on the face. You literally could have just bought a Halloween costume and customized that as opposed to a onesie. Anyway, with that dramatic reveal, we move on to part 2. Tommy's now unmorphed. In the last episode, they also said that he had one last morph in him, so I guess that's it for his powers. The Rangers manage to teleport out of Zed's trap, but can't locate Tommy. Goldar wants to be the one to finish him off and toys with Tommy, throwing him around and mocking him for his once glorious Green Ranger powers. Meanwhile, the big clam monster starts attacking Angel Grove, But the other Rangers have also lost their powers, being sucked away and transferred into the evil onesie Rangers. After enough of Goldar's taunting though, Tommy then gets a second wind and absolutely whoops Goldar unmorphed. Both Tommy and Jason have attempted this in the past, but here, it's a straight-on domination, managing to steal Goldar's device and teleport out of the evil cornfield. He then sneaks into Zed's hideout and smashes the crystal that was harnessing the Rangers' powers, turning them back into the bullies. So yeah, we never even get to see the evil onesie Rangers in action. I'm truly heartbroken. After reuniting with his friends and having this new regained confidence after so long, Tommy says that he has one last fight in him. So, for the last time,
it's Morphin time!
The Rangers morph and summon their Zords, fighting this ugly shrimp, clam, whatever. Tommy even gets a gun to blast at it, whatever, I don't care, let him have his moment. They defeat the monster, befriend the bullies, because why not? And for realsies this time, the Green Ranger is no more. Tommy fought his final battle as the Green Ranger, and it's pretty bittersweet honestly. After spending the entire season feeling sorry for himself, that he's not as strong as he once was, he learned the power of the strength within, or whatever, realizing that it wasn't the power that made the man, but the man that made the power. A pretty sad, but overall satisfying story arc for the Green Ranger. They all say their goodbyes, but like, yeah, he ain't going anywhere. You'll see him in math class on Monday. Or will they? Missing Green. Jason's training for another martial arts tournament, but is having trouble focusing because he misses Tommy, even referencing the guilt he still feels about not being able to retrieve the green candle all the way back in season 1, saying that if he were successful in doing that, Tommy would still have his powers today. Zed overhears this and gets a brilliant idea, to create candles for all the Rangers. Sure, I guess anyone can just do that. The Rangers all get captured, and it's up to Jason and Jason alone to rescue them. This is a really good episode, focusing on the guilt Jason has been carrying all this time. Now, once again, being faced with the same dilemma that's been burdening him for who knows how long. Zordon tells him that he's been an amazing leader, and being the leader means you'll be tasked with difficult decisions and actions to make. So Jason steps up and morphs on out, defeating the monster one-on-one, and teleporting to Zed's Dark Dimension to fight Goldar and stop those candles from melting. This is also where a keen ear will notice the voiceover for Jason is not Austin St. John.
Hang on, guys! Quick, give me your power coins!
That's someone doing an impression. Why is Austin St. John not voicing his own character? Again, we'll talk about it soon. I promise all of these things are connected, and I'll talk about it in a second. He of course defeats Goldar and saves the Rangers, even getting a letter from Tommy, wishing his friends well and that he never blamed Jason for losing his powers. And yep, that's the last cameo Jason David Frank will make in Power Rangers. Yep. Orchestral maneuvers in the park. What kind of name is that? Zach's cousin has a jazz performance he's gonna do, so Zed curses the trumpet and puts a spell on the Rangers where they'll see old monsters from the past. And shoutouts to whoever this is for doing a backflip while wearing that big suit. Yep, the Rangers are fighting nobody, until they find the trumpet monster, defeat it, and all's well that ends well. Beauty and the Beast. Zed is looking for a new queen and chooses Kimberly, who's canonically a high schooler, uh-oh. There's not much in this episode, there's some putties and a monster. What's interesting though is that Zed's wedding outfit for Kimberly is Rita's costume. And Amy Jo Johnson does an amazing impression of Rita's screechy yelling voice.
She's giving me a
Oh my god, that's so good. White Light Part 1. Zordon and Alpha sneak away to work on a secret mission. Meanwhile, something crash lands on Earth and oh my goodness, it's Rita's space dumpster. What are the odds? Which Bulk and Skull take to try and analyze. After another really intense unmorph fight with the putties, seriously, Austin St. John wanted to show off those muscles, they try to contact the command center, but with no luck. So the gang go into the command center themselves to see that it's almost completely shut down, with Alpha and Zordon nowhere in sight. Meanwhile, Zed sends down a monster, and we get one of the most intense and passionate "It's Morphin' Times" from Jason ever.
It's Morphin' time!
He's looking deep into my soul, and I don't think he likes what he sees. The Rangers fight the monster, except Billy, who eventually decides to do more investigating on the command center, where he stumbles upon a blinding white room, and sees that Alpha and Zordon are creating a brand new Power Ranger. Billy, of course, tells the rest of his team what he saw, and they're pretty hesitant at the idea of having a new Ranger. After all, it's so soon since they lost Tommy, you can't just rebound like that, your heart's not ready. Zordon calls the Rangers to the command center for a meeting, where they all know what's going on. Where we then get the heavenly reveal of the new White Ranger. Seriously, he's like Jesus coming down from the skies. But who exactly is this White Ranger? Well, it's none other than Ryan Steele of VR Troopers. That's actually true and was supposed to be the case. But no, it's of course none other than Tommy Oliver. Of course it would be Tommy. And with the control of Saban the Talking Sword and his new White Tiger Zord, Zordon says that the White Ranger is the new leader of the Power Ranger. Wait, excuse me? The new leader? 3 episodes ago you were praising Jason for his courage. Now Tommy gets a new suit and he's the leader? Well, I'll explain everything at the end of the episode. So yeah, as the new leader, Tommy gets to say it's Morphin time. We see his new Zord and it's pretty cool, I guess. They defeat the monster, send Rita back into space, and Bulk and Skull get some cake thrown in their face. Yay, it's a happy episode! At least, that's how it should be. Because now, I'm going to explain everything I've been putting off. Remember when I said Jason was dubbed by some random person? Well, it wasn't just him. Zach and Trini were also dubbed by not their actors. Why though? Well, simply because Austin St. John, Walter Jones, and Tui Trang were leaving the show. You see, Power Rangers is a non-union show, which pretty much means there's no rules or regulations in terms of actor pay and treatment. Austin, Walter, and Tui pretty much wanted more money. They apparently only made $600 a week for sometimes 17-hour-long day shoots, which roughly translates to $31,000 a year. For context, that's about what an average fast food worker makes today. So for actors who were basically unknown at the time getting their first major role in a kids show, sure, that's pretty good. But after season 1 was a massive success, Power Rangers was a multi-million-dollar franchise. The toys, VHS tapes, video games, they were all selling like crazy. So it's only fair that the actors should get paid more. After all, they sold the toys. However, Haim Saban didn't think so. In an interview, Walter Jones stated that Saban told them that they were all replaceable, that it's the helmets that sell toys, essentially saying that the actors don't matter, and as long as the suit is on screen, kids will only care about that. So, Austin, Walter, and Tui were no longer a part of the show. I'm not sure if they just walked out or if they were pretty much forced off the show immediately. But yeah, Saban didn't want to pay them more than minimum wage, which is ridiculous when, again, half of your show is already done. The expensive part with the explosions and special effects, you don't have to pay for all this. You have 6 core people that you need to keep happy and chose not to do it. It's ridiculous. That's also why Tommy was written as the new leader. Originally, Jason was still supposed to be the leader, with Tommy doing his occasional appearance, like when he was the Green Ranger. Speaking of which, yeah, Tommy wasn't even supposed to be the White Ranger. That role was supposed to go to Brad Hawkins, who played Ryan in VR Troopers. Jason David Frank even filming for another Power Rangers-esque show, Cybertron. That's crazy. They were literally just okay with writing off Jason David Frank and never bringing him back. However, after Green No More, Saban received millions of letters from fans asking to bring back Tommy. So, here we are. And with the exit of the Red, Black, and Yellow Rangers, it's clear whatever story arcs they wanted to tell had to be put on hold. And as we continue on with these episodes, you'll start to notice some obvious absences and terrible edits that I'll point out for you. The White Ranger suit and Megazord is from Die Ranger, Kiba Ranger to be exact. He's literally a child. I guess Saban was pretty lucky that the 6th Die Ranger looked so similar to the Zhu Rangers. Just one more little step to making the adaptation for Die Ranger easier on the writers. But for now, let's move on. 2 for 1. Tommy and Kimberly are on a date. How adorable, look how cute and sweet they are. I hope they never break up. Lord Zed then has his first really stupid plan. He turns Kimberly's purse and lipstick into monsters. He's literally just doing this to ruin their date. There's no grander plan at work here. Maybe get some bitches and you'll be okay, Zed. It's kind of a slow episode, honestly. The purse monster manages to freeze Kimberly and Tommy. Well, great. I'm really impressed with this new White Ranger. He already needs saving. So Zach morphs out to help and literally immediately also gets frozen. We also get some more terrible Jason dubbing. Just listen to these 2 clips for comparison.
Alright, lip syncer, time for the power of thunder! Let's show him the power of thunder! Tyrannosaurus Red Dragon Thunderzord power! Tyrannosaurus Red Dragon Thunderzord power!
Anyway, Billy and Trini find a way to unfreeze everyone. Tommy fights the purse monster one-on-one and beats it. And once again, everyone lives happily ever after. Opposites attract. Billy creates a polarizer to learn about electromagnetic disturbances. Okay. Meanwhile, Kimberly's doing some Girl Scout stuff with some friend who obviously has a crush on Billy. Hey, you player, what about that other girl we never heard from? Remember her? In season 1? No? Fine. Anyway, Zed turns the polarizer into Magnet Head, great name, and they fight. Tommy once again gets the spotlight to fight Goldar all by himself, and the girls are like, ooh, look at the White Ranger, he's so cool, please buy the toy. I remember watching this episode a ton on VHS when I was a kid, so I got a soft spot for it. They defeat Magnet Head, and Billy once again gets another girl. Also, you like this shot? That final screenshot of everyone smiling? I hope so, because this is the last episode to feature Jason, Zach, and Trini on screen. At least in terms of new footage. You'll see what I mean by that. Zed's Monster Mash. Billy, Kimberly, and Tommy are chaperoning kids for trick-or-treating. Meanwhile, Jason, Zach, and Trini are busy, doing whatever. So to trap the White Ranger, the putties transform into kids, and even these costumes are better than Zed's evil Rangers. Anyway, the putties eventually ambush Tommy and he beats them up. I wish they still stayed in kid form though. Could you imagine grown-ass Tommy doing these kicks to a child? He ends up getting teleported to a cemetery where he needs to fight off the monsters from their past, including Pumpkin Rapper, my favorite. The Rangers eventually show up and they win the fight, saving Halloween from bad rhymes. The Ninja Encounter Part 1. This is where things simultaneously get serious and awful at the same time. So we get this establishing shot of all the Rangers at a picnic, with footage from Trini that's clearly from another episode, and Tommy's wearing green. Already, things are confusing. These 3 punks end up harassing a guy and knock this stroller with an actual baby in it down the hill. And nobody tries to stop it? And the only people who do leap into action is Bulk and Skull. Yeah, this is the first time they actively have tried to do something good for no reward. The baby ends up being saved by Tommy, Kimberly, and Billy, as well as these 3 mysterious teenagers, Rocky, Adam, and Aisha. They're visiting from Stone Canyon High School and they're just such good kids, who happen to wear red, black, and yellow, but I'm sure that's nothing. Also, where were Jason, Zach, and Trini? You showed them at the picnic, how come they didn't try and help the baby? Anyway, the 3 Rangers show up to watch a ninja competition, and it goes on for way too long. But hey, look at that! The winners are Rocky, Adam, and Aisha. Who could have seen that coming? Zed is impressed and wants to turn them into his minions, so they get abducted and get taken to his evil cave, along with this baby's dad from earlier for some reason. What's important to note here though is that Bulk and Skull witness this and once again decide to leap into action and take care of the baby. A fun fact is that apparently this baby was Jason David Frank's real-life son. We also see why Tommy's wearing green. It's because Saban needed to reuse Command Center footage that had Jason, Zach, and Trini in it. And since Tommy was the Green Ranger for most of his run so far, they had to blend that in. It's so sad seeing these characters give incorrect reactions to information. Ninja Encounter Part 1 is pretty bad, honestly. We get 4 minutes of baby chasing, 4 minutes of ninja fighting, 4 minutes of Bulk and Skull shenanigans, and nothing else. Part 2 is much of the same. The Rangers need to save Rocky, Adam, and Aisha before they get brainwashed, but Zed sends down a monster and the entire episode is the Rangers dealing with that. The only interesting thing that happens here is that Aisha picks the lock and frees her friends, where they have a little fight with the putties and hold their own pretty well, but almost immediately Goldar just locks them back up. Great, no, I'm glad. The Ninja Encounter finale is pretty lackluster too. It's once again the Rangers fighting a completely different monster unrelated to the situation for the first half of the episode. They eventually do free Rocky, Adam, and Aisha, and all together they fight the putties and stop Zed's plan. When they return to the cave to save Billy though, he removes his helmet, where the three teens learn the identity of the Power Rangers. Where they go to the command center and take a vow to never reveal the identity of the Rangers. I'm not sure how forceful that vow is though. Like, if I tell someone, do the Rangers show up to my front door and use the power blaster on me? So the episode ends with some new friends being made. I'm sure they're not important though, just another Richie and Curtis on our hands. A monster of global proportions. There's a World Peace Conference happening, where 3 teenagers from Angel Grove will be chosen to travel the world and promote peace. Meanwhile, Rocky, Adam, and Aisha join in the festivities and showing these world ambassadors a fun time in Angel Grove. That is until the putties attack and they all leap into action. Man, these guys are really good at fighting the putties. Also, Billy flirts with this one girl. Like, there's no way he's the nerd anymore. He's got that Triceratops riz. Anyway, the ambassadors get kidnapped and it's up to the Rangers to save them. With the help of this Turtle Zord. Yeah, they just get a new Zord halfway through the fight. Titanus never died, by the way, so I don't know why we need the Turtle Zord. Zed Waves. Zed creates a monster that turns anyone who gets hit with its frequency into mindless zombie slaves. There's once again another putty attack that Rocky, Adam, and Aisha show up to. They look so good in red, black, and yellow, but again, I'm sure that's nothing. But here's something that kinda bothered me. Zordon tries to call Tommy, you know, the new leader of the Power Rangers, and he doesn't answer his communicator because he's distracted. So, Zordon calls Jason, and he answers the call. All in beautiful reused footage. So they morph on out to confront the monster, only to immediately be put under its control. It's so pointless. Billy creates a device that'll undo the frequency, however, they all get overwhelmed, having the device be stepped on, as well as them turning into zombie slaves. Luckily, Rocky, Adam, and Aisha are teleported to the command center, and are all able to fix Billy's device, turning everyone back to normal and blowing up the monster. And with that, leads us here. The Power Transfer, Part 1. The 3 teenagers who will be going to Switzerland for the Peace Conference have been selected. Jason, Zach, and Srini. Who could have seen that coming? We get this kind of interesting shot where the rest of the Rangers inform them that they've been chosen. Tommy's once again wearing green because we need more recycled command center footage with Jason, Zach, and Srini. Zordon informs the team that they'll need to go to the deserted planet to find the Sword of Light, in order to transfer the red, black, and yellow Rangers' powers to 3 new people. And this deserted planet actually doesn't look like a random backyard in California. It's actually a unique location that feels like a completely desolated place. Meanwhile, Lord Zed creates his own Zord to get there first to destroy the Sword of Light. His Zord is Serpentera, this massive dragon. Seriously, Jason summons the Zords and they're like mosquitoes compared to Serpentera. This thing is so massive and powerful. Just go to Earth with this thing if the Zord can't take it down. The B-plot follows a sleeping machine that Zed also sent down to Earth, that Rocky, Adam, and Aisha are choosing to deal with. They gotta fight the putties and figure out how to destroy this device without any powers. The Rangers find the Sword of Light, but Lord Zed decides to just blow up the entire planet, taking out the Sword as well as the Rangers. Part 2 kicks off with the rest of the gang on Earth trying to outsmart the putties, laying the smackdown on them and using their epic soccer skills to destroy the sleeping device. Meanwhile, before Zed manages to actually blow up the planet, the Rangers manage to retrieve the Sword of Light just in the nick of time. And yeah, Zed actually destroys an entire planet. So, with the Sword of Light in their possession, the power transfer can begin. Zordon tells Jason, Zach, and Srini that they've done a great job as Power Rangers, and that they'll be able to serve the world in a new way. It should be an emotional moment, but it kinda rings hollow when none of them are able to actually say anything. But who could possibly be the new Power Rangers? Well, it's none other than Richie and Curtis. No, of course not. It's Rocky, Adam, and Aisha. They transfer the powers to them, get a little speech about how heroic they are and why they were chosen, and then they just kick Jason, Zach, and Srini out of the command center. And the episode's not even over yet. Zed sends down another monster and it's back to action. They're like, please forget about the old Rangers, we got new ones, look. They legit just cram in a putty fight, Zord summon, and Zord fight halfway through the episode. Look, I get why you couldn't have the episode be as emotional since the actors weren't actually there, but it just feels kinda slapped together and rushed. Whatever, I guess they worked with what they had. But yeah, this officially marks the end of Jason, Zach, and Srini. Now, as a kid, yeah, I obviously hated all of this, but I was just a kid who hated change in general. How I felt about Rocky, Adam, and Aisha is how I felt about Joe coming into Blue's Clues. Who are you? You're not the guy. I'll save how I feel about Jason, Zach, and Srini compared to Rocky, Adam, and Aisha when we reach the end of Season 2. After all, we gotta actually see some episodes of these three actually a part of the core group. Goldar's Vice Versa. We get an Adam-focused episode, with there being a dance coming up where the girls need to ask the guys out. Everyone seems to be getting a date, including Bulk and Skull with female versions of themselves. It's absolutely adorable. Adam is the only one who hasn't been asked yet, and feels like he probably won't be. We get a good look into Adam's character. He's a normal, friendly guy who just has confidence issues. Which, hey, I think that's pretty relatable. Lord Zed takes advantage of this by sending down a perfect girl for Adam. This girl, however, ends up being Scorpina. Oh my god, I totally forgot about her. That's also not the original actress, in case you were wondering. I'm surprised they brought her back, though. Along with Finster, Scorpina hasn't been seen since Rita was kicked out. But hey, I guess they can use her a lot more now since they have a new English-speaking actress playing her. Right? So the Rangers defeat Scorpina and Goldar for the 20 millionth time, and who could have guessed it? A nice girl ends up asking Adam out to the dance. Mirror of Regret. It's another Adam episode, with him and Rocky teaching karate at the youth center, when Adam notices a young boy being picked on. Adam takes him under his wing because he sees a lot of his younger self in this kid, being picked on for his size back in the day. Lord Zed then creates the Mirror of Regret to try and use it on Adam, showing memories of his past bullying and attempts to break his confidence completely. It almost works, but Adam of course powers through and realizes that his past can't hurt him anymore. So he whoops the putties and goes off to fight the monster. Where the Rangers get this new blaster, it's okay. It's not as cool as the Power Blaster, but I guess they wanted a weapon where Tommy could be involved. When is a Ranger not a Ranger? This episode is easily top tier. Lord Zed basically wipes the Rangers' memories, making them forget who they are, and in turn, forgetting that they're Power Rangers. Zordon kind of tells them that they're superheroes and lazily teleports to a field, where Bulk and Skull see this and actually finds out the Rangers' identities. Yeah, after all this time, they finally see it. Now, here's where the episode gets really good. The Rangers are completely helpless. They don't know what's going on. So, who stands up to the monster? None other than Bulk and Skull. They overheard the Rangers' plan to use this crystal to reverse the spell. Seeing Bulk and Skull finally stand up to a monster and actually outsmart it to save the day is so satisfying to see. They manage to give their Rangers back their memories, but in the process, get their memories wiped. So yeah, Bulk and Skull have now completely forgotten the Rangers' identities. There is a nice heartwarming part at the end though, where Bulk and Skull are recounting saving the Power Rangers, but no one of course believes them. But Aisha and Kimberly overhear the story and say that they actually do believe Bulk and Skull, giving them a confidence boost. I get why Bulk and Skull couldn't continue knowing the Rangers' identities, but come on now, they clearly proved themselves as honorable heroes. I feel like it could have been a fun dynamic, you know? Like maybe Tommy needs to sneak away from class and Bulk and Skull have to cover for him. You know, stuff like that. Rocky just wants to have fun. Zed puts a spell on Rocky that, you guessed it, only makes him want to have fun, ignoring all of his responsibilities to just play around. For being the first Rocky-focused episode, it would have been nice to have one to show off his personality. Like, Ernie gets this new pachinko machine and Rocky plays with it for a few seconds, and then Zed puts the spell on him. If Rocky's character is that he's a goofball and likes to play around, I wish they actually showed that off before putting a spell on him and making it an extreme, you know what I'm saying? This episode is also where that gif of the Red Ranger running around came from. Alpha manages to remove the spell from Rocky, and he saves the day, learning that there's a time for fun and a time for play. Although, again, before the spell was put on him, he was pretty responsible. Lights, camera, action. The Rangers come on a TV show to talk about the importance of exercise and good grades and stuff like that. This feels like something that we would see in real life, you know? The Power Rangers show usually teaches us that kind of stuff anyway. Why are they doing this in the form of an in-universe talk show? I don't know, it's kind of a weird premise for an episode. It's not that good, you can honestly skip it. Where there's smoke, there's fire. It's an Aisha-focused episode, where we actually do get to learn about her character. Aisha gets chosen to be the volunteer fire safety expert. Yeah, whatever that means. At first she's doing good, looking out for safety hazards, but eventually goes on a power trip, bossing people around and telling them what to do in the name of fire safety. And when Lord Zed sends down a fire monster, Aisha takes it upon herself to fight it one-on-one, not working as a team and just going headstrong alone. Where she needs to learn the importance of teamwork and not doing everything by yourself. It's a good episode, honestly. I like it. Scavenger hunt. There's a scavenger hunt throughout Angel Grove, and Zed ruins it by turning one of the objects into a monster. Again, not one of his greatest plans, just interrupting a school scavenger hunt. That's about it, honestly. The Rangers gotta fight the putties, then they fight the monster, where they end up still managing to win the scavenger hunt. To be fair though, they were probably the only kids doing it. What high schooler was doing an extracurricular scavenger hunt? The Great Bukala Escape. An alien crash lands in Angel Grove. A Bukala, whose ship is powered by a powerful diamond that Lord Zed wants to power Serpentera. So the Rangers need to find a way to simultaneously fix the Bukala's ship, hide the diamond from Zed, and send the Bukala back home. Billy ends up befriending the Bukala and wants to learn more about space and the universe. That's some long time foreshadowing. It's a really good episode that doesn't really have any high school shenanigans. It's all about saving this alien and trying to outsmart Zed. Again, I like these kinds of episodes a lot more. Superhero stuff. Forever Friends. Aisha's friend from Stone Canyon is in town for a dance competition where, Kimberly is also taking part in, who is also now Aisha's best friend. Where the two girls are bratty with each other and they need to learn to share Aisha and maybe even become friends themselves. Oh, just what a happy ending. Yeah. Alright, let's move on. A real fish story. Rocky is being a lifeguard. Cool. Is it a Rocky-focused episode where we can learn about him? No. He's just kind of the focus. Lord Zed revives all of the past fish and water-related monsters. Because it's a lifeguard episode. It's alright, I guess. Again, I would have liked to learn something about Rocky, but hey, beating up fish is cool too. Rangers Back in Time Part 1. Lord Zed reverses time and turns the Rangers into children, where they don't have access to their powers or even really their memories. I'm not a fan of these kinds of episodes in live action shows, because you now have to use actual children, and kids are usually terrible actors. The best part of the episode is near the end, where there's a putty fight and they need to use their children power to defeat them. Except for Tommy, who even as a kid can still whoop these putties. The child Rangers get trapped in a picture where, again, none other than Bulk and Skull steal the picture to try and save the day. I'm not sure why this needed to be a two-parter. Alpha manages to create a device and turns the Rangers back into teenagers, where they defeat the monster and return everything back to the normal times. Cool! I hope the Power Rangers never turn into children again. Alright, next episode. The Wedding Part 1. Lord Zed goes offline, needing to do his 1 million year recharge. That's a recharge he needs to do every 1 million years. Meanwhile, Rita's space dumpster crash lands on the moon, and we see Finster for the first time since Rita was kicked out. He's sad that he doesn't get to create monsters anymore, but hey, what timing! Rita's back and Finster manages to bring her back to her original size. And she's got a devious plan up her sleeves. The Rangers and Bulk and Skull are also visiting Australia for a school trip. I believe they actually are in Australia since at the time they were filming the movie, and that's where they filmed it. Back to Rita's evil plan. She has Finster create a love potion that they will slip into Zed's sleep machine and it'll make him fall in love with her. She also gets a new makeover to make her look younger. The reason for this is to not have a reliance on the Sentai footage anymore. What's funny though is that Rita's new actress is Carla Perez. However, the voice is still done by Barbara Goodson. What this means is that even though Carla is reading her lines in English, she's still dubbed over by Barbara. It's kind of funny honestly, but I absolutely love it. As a wedding gift for Zed, Rita reprograms Alpha to be evil and to trap the Rangers in this evil haunted theater. It's kinda creepy to be honest. I remember seeing this as a kid and genuinely being terrified. The mansion is full of past monsters, where it also cuts off the Rangers' ability to teleport and summon their weapons. Part 2 kicks off with Lord Zed waking up and just immediately being head over heels for Rita, reciting poetry and immediately asking her to marry him. We spend most of the episode following the Rangers trying to escape this evil theater. It's a really good atmosphere, I'm not gonna lie. It does feel like the Rangers are trapped in a house of horrors. They're clearly outnumbered, and without the help of their weapons, all hope feels lost. The wedding finale starts off with what we were promised since the beginning. A wedding! Zed and Rita officially get married and plan to destroy the Power Rangers together. It's definitely played up more for laughs than it is like a scary and threatening idea. I believe parents complained that Lord Zed was too scary, so in an effort to tone him down, they made him a house husband that hates his annoying wife. It's so relatable for a kid. Anyway, the Rangers eventually fight their way out of the House of Horrors, blow up all the monsters, and go back to filming the movie. I mean, enjoying Australia. The wedding three-parter is definitely interesting to say the least, possibly adding another level of threat to the Rangers, and again, the haunted theater was also really unique. Let's see what evil schemes the combined evilness of Zed and Rita bring next. Return of the Green Ranger Part 1. Well, alright, we're not wasting any time. Rita has a plan to clone Tommy and use that evil clone to make an evil Green Ranger. Meanwhile, Zed's plan is to use that opportunity to send the rest of the Rangers back in time, without their powers and without the help of the White Ranger. They really build up Tommy in this episode as like the only useful Ranger, saying that the Rangers would be easy pickings if it weren't for the White Ranger. I don't know, it kinda undermines the rest of the team. Like, I get Tommy is a fan favorite, but to say everyone else is objectively weaker than him is something I never really liked, even as a kid. Anyway, this Halloween costume monster manages to clone Tommy, and uses that clone to trick the Rangers into being teleported into ye olde Angel Grove. All except for the real Tommy, who's gonna have a one-on-one battle with himself. Before that though, part 2 starts off with the Rangers back in the 1700s, being accused of being witches and hunted down by the citizens. Unfortunately, since this is before Zordon made them Rangers, their powers won't work. Remember that, just put a pin in that and it'll be on the test. Meanwhile, in the present, it's Tommy versus Tommy, the White Ranger versus the Green Ranger. And I'd be lying if I didn't say a part of me was rooting for the Green Ranger. I don't know man, you can't compete with the Dragon Zord, I'm sorry. Part 2 is pretty standard. We cut from the Tommy fight to the Rangers running away, while Adam develops a crush on the local girl because she's just so darn cute. It takes up to part 3 for the White Ranger to actually manage to defeat the Green Ranger, but not by killing him, but by whooping some sense into him. Since the Green Ranger is just a clone of Tommy's DNA, that means there's a part of his personality in there. The part that yearns for good and justice. So the two Tommies transport back in time, save ye olde Angel Grove from the giant rats, which, by the way, were supposed to be used in the Power Rangers movie, but were cut due to looking low budget. Well yeah, what the hell, you actually wanted to put this in the movie? And the old Green Ranger stays back in time to keep the town safe. Return of the Green Ranger was a pretty solid three-parter. I wasn't too big of a fan with the time traveling stuff and seeing the Rangers back in the day without their powers. I wish they somehow integrated the Rangers being involved in the fight. Like maybe the Thunder Zord could fight the Dragon Zord while Tommy fought his clone. I don't know, I'm just nitpicking at this point. Still a fun three-parter. Best man for the job. Tommy and Kimberly are running for class president, where Zed puts a curse on the two to make them absolutely hate each other. It's kind of cute to see, honestly. Tommy and Kimberly have never bickered as a couple, and even though it's through a spell, it's still funny seeing them roast each other.
Just let me handle this before you get hurt.
You right.
Through the power of love, they break through the spell, and Kimberly becomes the first female president. Take that, Michelle Obama. Storybook Rangers Part 1. Kimberly finds her childhood book at a book fair, Grumble the Magic Elf. Rita and Zed then trap Rocky, Tommy, and Kimberly inside the storybook, where they're now in green screen world. It looks a bit silly, but I'll roll with it. And Grumble is also just Trini's gosh dang toy. But what was his name? Mr. Tickle Sneezer? Yeah, he's just that, but repainted. Meanwhile, the rest of the Rangers are at the juice bar, with Adam reading poetry. Literally just poetry. What is this? I like the setting of the storybook though. Putting the Rangers in these snowy conditions and woodsy areas is a nice change of pace. Part 2 is much of the same. Rocky, Tommy, and Kimberly trying to finish this story since it's the only way out of the book. I honestly just don't have much to say about this two-parter. It's charming enough, but yeah, I don't know. Moving on. Speaking of two-parters that don't really interest me, is the Wild West Rangers. Kimberly accidentally falls into a time vortex, happens all the time, and ends up in Angel Grove during the cowboy times, where she of course runs into the Rangers' ancestors and befriends them. The ancestors aren't really that interesting, literally having the exact same personalities as the Rangers, but now they speak with a yeehaw accent. I would have liked it more if the personalities were mixed up a bit, like maybe make Billy and Adam rough and tough cowboys, with Tommy being a timid saloon worker or something. Zed eventually sends the putties to deal with Kimberly, but they're too much. So, Kimberly finds the command center hundreds of years before they became Rangers and tells Zordon and Alpha that in the future, she will become a Ranger, but for now, she needs to borrow the power coins, which Zordon just gives her, turning our yeehaw teenagers into yeehaw Rangers. I do like the western flair on the suits, the tassels and neckerchief are cool. But remember back a few episodes ago, when the Rangers went back in time but couldn't morph because they technically weren't Rangers yet? How come the powers work now? I'm just saying. Anyway, Kimberly saves the cowboy town and returns back to Angel Grove. I don't know, it's an okay two-parter. This is just like the third time though that an episode involved the Rangers going back in time with time travel or something. And the final episode of Season 2, Blue Ranger Gone Bad. Zed and Rita clone Billy and make him evil. We've seen this before. Billy acts like a dick and the Rangers are like, dang, this sure is weird, it's never happened before. So they outsmart the fake Billy and save the day. It's pretty formulaic. Good guy acts like a dick until the team finds out what's wrong. But yeah, with that marks the end of Season 2. Unlike Season 1, I don't think Saban was worrying about the show coming to an end, which is why the finale is just a random filler episode. Plus, with the movie coming out soon, the Power Rangers franchise was once again flying high. Now that we also had some episodes with Rocky, Adam, and Aisha, what are my thoughts on them? Well, they're okay, I guess. In multiple interviews, Johnny Young Bosch, who played Adam, playfully joked that Adam was the background ranger. He never really did much apart from standing in the background and nodding his head.
I called myself background ranger, Like if you watch any Power Rangers, you see these background extras walking around. They don't really say anything, but they're like at a table and they're like, that's kind of what I did, but I didn't do anything. I just stood there. Until it was like time to say, right, let's do it.
Which, yeah, is really funny because it's true. But it's not just Adam. Rocky and Aisha, hell, everyone apart from Tommy became a background character. They really made out Tommy to be the only competent ranger, with the core 5 just being there taking up space. Season 2 isn't bad by any means, it just could have been so much more. Again, I feel like Tommy's biggest strength was being a trump card. A force lurking in the shadows that would help the Rangers out of a bind, not so much as the leader. The Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie also came out during the end of Season 2. However, I'm gonna save talking about it until early Season 3, and you'll see why. But yeah, let's just move on to Season 3, mainly because I want to talk about the movie. We're nearing the finish line, folks, with Season 3 not only being the shortest of the seasons, but also the final season of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Let's see where it takes us. We kick off Season 3 with a 3-parter. Now, this 3-parter is pretty interesting because its main purpose was to act as a backdoor pilot for another Saban project, The Masked Rider. A backdoor pilot, for those of you who don't know, is essentially a way of introducing a character or series through an already established one. For example, Breaking Bad. I didn't expect to talk about Breaking Bad in a Power Rangers video, but I digress. The show introduced Saul Goodman, the slimy and charming lawyer. He became so beloved that the network asked for his own show to be made. But here, we get introduced to the Masked Rider, a hero who lives on Edenoi, which is the planet Alpha is from. Alpha gets a distress call from their king, saying that there's a great evil threatening their planet. Edenoi is a pretty desolate planet. I'm surprised a technologically advanced robot like Alpha came from here. The Rangers get attacked by these cloaked figures. The figures are under the assumption that the Rangers are invaders, and their leader, known as the Masked Rider. They confront the Rangers and have a fight. That is until they do what all good guys do and talk things out. Nah. Realizing they're on the same side and retreat to a nearby cave, the Masked Rider reveals himself to be Dex, and we get a long history about his people and the power of the Rider. Again, since this is a backdoor pilot, they really want to establish the main premise of this new show to the audience. The B-plot has Bulk and Skull trying to impress some girls, saying that they'll show them to the Power Rangers. Another genius plan. The big baddie of Masked Rider is someone named Lord Dragon. You know, like dragon. Just like Rita, they're reused Japanese footage. So the Rangers and the Riders team up to fight the bad guys. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of the Masked Rider's costume. He looks like a bug, like a beetle. But not the Beetleborgs, that's a different thing. The Masked Rider is from another series in Japan known as Kamen Rider. Super Sentai and Kamen Rider fall under the umbrella of Tokusatsu. The Masked Rider comes from the series Kamen Rider Black RX, which came out in 1988, which is why Dex's transformation looks a bit dated. So yeah, the Rangers help out Edenoi and return back to Earth. Meanwhile, the girls show up to see the Rangers, but instead just see Bulk and Skull, who once again get absolutely humiliated when the monster shows up. So the Rangers fight the monster in what seems to be American-made Megazord footage. Yeah, we get these cool down below angles to really show off the Megazord's height. We've never seen anything like this up until this point. Kinda cool, honestly. A Friend in Need is a pretty good three-parter. Again, never watching Masked Rider, I don't know if the show is even any good, but this is technically the first team-up in Power Rangers. I always like seeing the Rangers take on a new thread of monsters and villains, so this was pretty cool. I tried to watch a few episodes of Masked Rider for this video. It is just not for me. I have heard good things though about Kamen Rider Dragon Knight, which was another attempt by Saban to make Kamen Rider work in America. It was released in 2008, and people actually seem to like it. I don't know much about it apart from its kick-ass theme song. Listen to this! But with that, I think it's time we talk about the Power Rangers movie. Now this movie, I'll be honest, is not that great. Even as a kid, I wasn't super in love with it. But hey, an actual theatrical Power Rangers movie was coming out. And it's definitely one of the movies of all time. So we start off with the Rangers and Bulk and Skull jumping out of a plane. And already, I was bored as a kid. This scene goes on for like 5 minutes straight, and we're forced to listen to this Red Hot Chili Pepper song I don't really like. But okay, cool. They all eventually land and we can get down to business, right? Wrong! They then go on an epic rollerblading adventure for 5 more minutes and we listen to more licensed music. This time it's that free ride song, you know? Come on, let's take a free ride. Meanwhile, this construction crew dig up this giant evil looking egg. Zordon takes notice of this and informs the Rangers of the evil trapped within it. Its name is Ivan Ooze. He's a powerful wizard that a former group of heroes led by Zordon buried away. Unfortunately, Zed and Rita take notice of this and set him free. I like Ivan's design. It's pretty unique and scary, very reminiscent of Freddy Krueger, even being a total smartass.
We're the Power Rangers.
Woo! Where's my autograph book?
He then summons the Oozlings, which are pretty creepy, and the Rangers gotta fight him. And I gotta be honest, this is one of the worst fight scenes in Power Rangers history. The choreography is really lame, full of unnecessary backflips and not enough punches to the face. It is saved though by the really awesome morphing sequence. The Rangers get these cool new morphers and even their suits are beefed up with some armor. Hello, it's me from the future. This part of the video keeps getting hit with copyright claims, so unfortunately I just have to give you the TLDR version of the movie and kinda rush through it. Ivan Ooze destroys the power chamber. Zordon is dying. The Rangers in turn lose their powers and travel to a distant planet to find the hidden powers. The Rangers get attacked by Tengu warriors, which are giant birds. They almost die until they're saved by Dulcia, a local warrior woman who is too sexy for this movie. She grants them temporary ninja powers. Rocky the Ape, Tommy the Falcon, Kimberly the Crane, Billy the Wolf, Aisha the Bear, and Adam, he's a frog.
I'm a frog.
Meanwhile, Ivan Ooze creates this ooze that when parents touch it, get hypnotized and become his slaves. The Power Rangers then fight a dinosaur. They almost die. And then they fight these Guardian Warriors. and once again they almost die, but manage to defeat them, and they manage to receive their brand new powers. AKA their old powers. How come their suits are still dinosaur themed? Whatever. They go back to Angel Grove and Ivan has summoned 2 giant robots to destroy the city. So the Rangers summon their new Zords and fight him, where they take him up to space and blow him to bits. And then through the power of friendship, revive Zordon. Insert ending scene here. Also that one Van Halen song. You know the one. So yeah, sorry I had to rush through it, but essentially that was the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie. There's just not a lot going on. Even as a kid, I felt like that. It was technically a success, grossing $66 million on a $15 million budget, but critics and fans kinda weren't impressed overall. Honestly, it's a pretty okay watch today. I didn't have the urge to fast forward, and it's just goofy fun. But with that, let's continue on with Season 3. The Ninja Quest, an epic 4-parter. There's a reason I saved talking about the movie up until now, because the movie is not canon. However, they clearly liked a lot of aspects from the movie and wanted to integrate them into the show. So the Ninja Quest is essentially, we have the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie at home. We start off with Zed and Rita getting an unexpected visitor, this bony swordsman named Rito Revolto, who actually turns out to be Rita's brother, sure, why not? He's a really silly and likable guy, kinda dumb but has good, or in this case, bad intentions. As a late wedding gift, he wants to destroy the Power Rangers, planting eggs on the moon that'll come into play later. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Bulk and Skull have a big announcement. They are joining the Junior Police Academy. Yep, the next evolution of Bulk and Skull. They do this because they overhear girls talking about how they love a guy in uniform. It's not the best reason to join, but hey, they commit to it and everyone is, well, shocked. Meanwhile, Rito and a bunch of past monsters ambush the Rangers, where they morph and summon their Zords, where things are not going very well. Like, at all. Rito and the monsters overwhelm the Rangers, forcing them to flee their Zords, as Rito completely destroys them. Yeah, the Thunder Zords are no more. Unlike the Dinozords that are just sent into the center of the Earth, we actually see the Thunder Zords fall apart and crumble. It's kinda sad to see, honestly. Not only are the Zords completely destroyed, but the overload of power destroyed the command center, and also destroyed the Rangers' powers entirely. With no other choice, Zordon tells them of a place where they can hopefully find new power. To find a man named Ninjor, who created the power coins in the first place, and hopefully he can help. Meanwhile, Bulk and Skull are actually committing to this police academy business. The eggs that Rito planted in the first episode are finally hatching, releasing the Tengu Warriors from the movie. They get sent down to the planet to attack the Rangers. These things are clearly more powerful than the putties. The Rangers can barely put up a fight against them, forcing them to retreat into a cave, where the Rangers continue on their journey until eventually stumbling across Ninjor. He is also a silly goose who doesn't take much seriously. He says there's no powers here for them and tells them to leave. But Tommy takes a stand and says even without their powers, they're still the Power Rangers and will fight no matter what. This touches Ninjor's heart, who changes his mind and says that he will grant the Rangers new powers. A ceremony takes place bestowing upon them the new powers of the ninja. It's the same thing as the movie, complete with ninja suits and new animal spirits. With these new ninja powers, the Rangers are now able to whoop the Tengu, and even get some cool new abilities like teleportation and whatnot. Just like in the movie, the Rangers are able to morph into their actual Power Ranger suits. And once again, it's just the dinosaur helmets. I saw this image online created by Jordan Gibson. It's concept art for what the Ninjetti helmets could have been. They still resemble the Mighty Morphin helmets, just altered ever so slightly to match the new animal spirits, like having the tusks removed from the mastodon to be a frog, or this big ape nose to replace the Tyrannosaurus. Like, I'm not asking for much, but if the Rangers have new animal powers, why not actually commit to that? Anyway, the Rangers get new Ninja Zords just like in the movie. They destroy the monster, send Rito back to the palace, and with these new ninja powers, the Rangers have a new lease on life. And hey, to wrap all this up, the Rangers even go to Bulk and Skull's Police Academy graduation, where they are now official junior police officers. It's nice to see the Rangers be genuinely happy and supportive for Bulk and Skull. The Ninja Quest 4-parter is pretty good. To be honest, I may even kind of like it more than the movie, mainly because there's no skydiving or rollerblading. This also marks the final time in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers where the Rangers shout out their dinosaur names when they morph, now instead saying, "White Ranger Power," etc. Ninjor is also a fun little addition to the team. He's able to actually grow himself to assist the Rangers during Megazord fights, since Tommy Zord is now a part of the main teams. I wish they kind of just committed to using the ninja suits. I get why they couldn't abandon the Mighty Morphin suits altogether, but it's just kind of silly going from ninja mode to Ranger mode. Like, why even do this ninja stuff in the first place? Just morph into Power Rangers. Ninjor and the Zords come from Ninja Sentai Kaku Ranger. So that's a total of 3 Sentai so far that's been adapted for Mighty Morphin. Let's keep trucking along. A Brush with Destiny. Kimberly's mom is dating this French painter and is moving to France. Kimberly obviously doesn't want to move away from her friends to give up being a ranger. This anxiety causes her nightmares that Zed and Rita take advantage of, turning her nightmare monster into a reality. There's a nice moment with Zordon where he tells Kimberly not to give in to her fear, and Kimberly says that she's not afraid of the monster, and Zordon says that he's fully aware, and what he was actually referring to was Kimberly's fear of moving away, saying that her mom would never do anything to intentionally hurt her. This gives Kimberly the courage to fight the monster, save her friend, and even Aisha's family offers to let Kimberly live with them until the end of the school year. Passing the lantern. Adam gets a lantern from his family, the lantern apparently being a tradition passed down from generation to generation to teach its holder a valuable life lesson. So, Zed and Rita turn it into a monster. Before that though, they send down Rito to capture all the lanterns, where Bulk and Skull come across him and despite being terrified, manage to sneakily steal away at least one of the lanterns. The Rangers fight the lantern despite Adam's hesitation. He doesn't want to destroy a piece of his family's history. But with no other choice, they destroy it in order to save the city. Adam learned what the lantern's true purpose was though, and realizes he doesn't need it to have courage and faith in himself. However, Bulk and Skull have a surprise for Adam. The lantern they managed to save was Adam's family lantern. Look at that, that's so cool! This is such a better use of Bulk and Skull. Wizard for a day. Rocky trades places with his science teacher for some school program, where a teacher goes to a class for a student and a student teaches a class for a day. That sounds absolutely terrible. Rocky's teaching a science class and doesn't know too much about science. Unfortunately for him, Zed and Rita turn their science teacher into a giant monster and captures all the Rangers apart from Rocky, forcing him back to the command center to use that brain of his to save the day. Through science. I like how it's Rocky who needs to save the day with science and not Billy. Hopefully learning something about the difficulties of being a teacher or something. 4th down and long. It's another Rocky episode, with his uncle being a famous football player and coming to Angel Grove. Meanwhile, one of Rocky's friends sucks at science and might be getting kicked off the team. It's then Rocky who decides to help tutor his friend and not Billy, which is a really nice play off the last episode. So, what do you think happens next, huh? Zed and Rita create a football monster that turns everyone into footballs, and Rocky once again needs to use science to save the day. I mean, damn, I'm glad they're finally giving Rocky some kind of character, even if it is just Diet Billy. Stop the Hate Master Part 1 and 2. Kimberly and Aisha sign up for some club, but Aisha gets turned down for reasons, as the bully puts it. With the name of this episode being Stop the Hate Master, I thought Power Rangers was really about to tackle racism. It turns out though that the mean girl just wouldn't let Aisha join because her family doesn't make enough money. Aisha has a talk with her grandma and makes her feel good, telling her that the best way to deal with hateful people is to just ignore and rise above them. Meanwhile, Zed and Rita create a hate monster and makes the Rangers hate each other, saying mean things and acting like dicks. Again, we've seen this before. The Rangers quit the team until Aisha is able to teach the Rangers that you can fight negativity with a positive mindset. They all turn back to normal and destroy the monster. During the Megazord fight though, Tommy's like, "I summoned the power of Titanus!" Yeah, what? Titanus is back? How come you've never called for his help until now? He's kind of super useful and maybe could have saved the Thunderzords. Whatever. Final face-off. There's an urban Angel Grove legend of the face removal monster or whatever. So it gets brought to life and the Rangers fight it. This is a pretty nothing episode. The Potion Notion. Rito, of all people, uses the leftover of Rita's love potion to use on the citizens of Angel Grove, where once again Kimberly falls in love with Skull. This is the first time though Kimberly's been like sweetly in love with Skull. Usually she falls for him when she's under a curse and acts like a punk. It's a weird plan, because Zed didn't approve of it. He basically makes Finster go down to Earth and remove the spell. Where yeah, Skull is having a good time, and once the spell is off Kimberly, she's like, ew, gross, get away from me. Like, dude, my heart can't take Skull being rejected like this. So the Rangers defeat the love potion monster, and everyone goes to the Junior Police Academy dance, where we do actually get a sweet ending. Kimberly notices Skull by himself, and she feels bad that she treated Skull the way she did after the spell was removed from her. So she tries to cheer him up, saying that she's sorry and that they are indeed friends. It's nice seeing Kimberly acknowledge that fact, which does cheer up Skull, and they have a little dance together. I personally love the way this season treats Bulk and Skull. They're actively trying to better themselves, and therefore, more good things tend to happen to them. I'm Dreaming of a White Ranger. It's the first ever Christmas special for Power Rangers. It's definitely a filler episode with not much happening. There's a little girl who's alone for Christmas, and the gang want to help cheer her up and feel good for the holidays. Rito does invade the North Pole, and Santa and the Power Rangers team up. It's quite the spectacle, honestly, and kind of feels like a fever dream. A Ranger Catastrophe Part 1 and 2. Kimberly and Aisha stumble upon this cute homeless cat they want to adopt. This cat, however, is no ordinary house pet, because it's actually a trap set up by Rita, controlling this young woman with mind control. Her name, funnily enough, is Cat. How perfect. The plan is actually a pretty solid one, to be able to infiltrate the Rangers' ranks without anyone batting an eye, and then taking advantage of that. For example, Cat goes into her human form to like, hit on Tommy, asking for his help with her car. Tommy likes her car and she persuades him to give it a ride. I know it's a kid's show and you can't have Cat like seduce Tommy, but this is a pretty close second. And seeing him actually give in to the temptation is pretty refreshing. It's nice to know he's human. Where the two of them get transported to a dark dimension by Zed and Rita. Tommy is once again forced to fight Goldar one-on-one, while the rest of the Rangers deal with Cat in her monster form. They eventually force her to retreat, Tommy defeats Goldar and gets set free. But the day isn't exactly saved. The Rangers are glad Cat is safe, and because of this mutual trauma, they become friends, having Cat now be a part of the friend group. The Changing of the Zords 3-parter. Zed and Rita decide to get Zords of their own. Apart from Serpentera, I guess, because a giant planet-destroying Zord isn't enough. These forgotten Zords are the Shogun Zords. Meanwhile, Cat has been tasked with stealing away the power coins from the Rangers. During a Tengu attack, Cat sneaks away and manages to steal the pink power coin. And with the coin now in evil hands, Kimberly starts to feel weak. And the bad news doesn't stop there. With Cat now in control of the coin, she's able to board the Falcon Zord and steal it for Zed and Rita. And hey, while they're at it, they also manage to steal Ninjor away. The plan's going pretty well so far. What I really like is that it's Rita's plan and not Zed's. She did this all by herself, which seems to be her specialty. Kimberly gets weaker and weaker with each fight, to the point where she's completely exhausted of power and gets taken away to Zed's dimension, where her life form will slowly be drained until she's no more. So in order to save Kimberly, Zed wants to cut a deal, where we then get a really awesome and intimidating moment. Zed teleports himself and his throne into the power chamber. He looks so threatening, not since his initial debut has he looked this scary. He says he'll spare Kimberly's life if the Rangers do his bidding and control the Shogun Zords. The Rangers of course say no, but in doing so, only leaves Kimberly's fate unknown. She's being held in a dark dimension that Zordon only has enough power to teleport one Ranger into. And surprisingly, it's Adam that goes, no, I'm just kidding, it's of course Tommy. Tommy goes in there, but when he arrives, he's met with a surprise. Lord Zed himself. Where he even gets his hands dirty and fights the White Ranger one-on-one. We've never actually seen Lord Zed get physical, but here we see he's clearly able to hold his own. Tommy's barely able to even scratch him, it's pretty cool. Meanwhile, with the Falcon Zord under Zed and Rita's control, the other Rangers can't summon the Ninja Zord. Billy, however, is able to create a device that reverses the evil polarity or whatever, and now the Rangers can control the missing Shogun Zords. Tommy never stood a chance against Lord Zed, so after managing to save Kimberly, they're able to be teleported out. But things still aren't good. While Kimberly herself is saved, the power coin still lies in the hands of evil. Kimberly expresses how scared she is to Tommy, and he promises he won't let anything bad happen to her. It's a pretty romantic scene. The three-parter is pretty solid. Kat being a constant presence is really what kept my attention. I like how a lot of these episodes are connecting with an overall storyline, with Kat and the Pink Ranger, but not being a multi-parter where it needs to be front and center. You know what I'm saying? Even with the following episode, Follow That Cab, while technically being a filler episode about Bulk and Skull helping Kimberly find a thief that stole her car, and then going on a silly chase, we still get glimpses of Kat showing up to try and deceive the other Rangers. Rita then turns that cab into a monster, where Zordon then gives the Rangers new motorcycles to chase it. The Shark Cycles. These are American-made vehicles to obviously sell more toys with, but what kinda shocks me is that it took this long to introduce them. I say this because in Zhu Ranger, they had their own motorcycles. Saban knew this even before filming episode 1 of Power Rangers, so I'm surprised they never used them. Again, the best part of the episode is Bulk and Skull actually catching the car thief and turning him in, and returning Kimberly's car in one piece. Bulk's face after getting hugged says it all. The different shade of pink three-parter. I think you might see where this is going. A famous German gymnast coach comes to Angel Grove and is impressed with Kimberly. He takes her under his wing so she can join the Olympics or whatever. However, she's going to have to dedicate herself completely to her gymnastics. And when you're a Power Ranger, that makes it kinda difficult. Zordon tells Kimberly that it was never his intention to take away the Rangers from living their lives. He tells her to follow her dreams and he won't call upon her unless absolutely necessary. So naturally, there's a very ordinary Tanga attack and they call for Kimberly's help. Great. Was this really life or death? We also learn a bit more about Kat. She's a normal girl who just so happened to be brainwashed by Rita, similar to Tommy. She's been trying to battle Rita's spell by remembering when she was good. However, the magic is too strong and constantly is taking over. However, after seeing Kimberly try to balance being a ranger and become an Olympic gymnast, Kat manages to break free from the spell, remembering how she was once trying to be an Olympic swimmer. Kimberly stays late to try and make it up to her coach, where in her exhaustion, she slips off the balance beam and knocks her head pretty hard. Kat was the only one there and takes her to a hospital. When the other Rangers show up, Kat explains everything to them, that she was under Rita's spell, stealing the power coin, and everything. To try and fix this, Kat gets kidnapped and once again gets put in the dark dimension. However, due to the stupidity of Rito, Kat's able to escape and also gets her hand on the pink power coin. With the coin now in the hands of good, Alpha is able to track it down and teleport Kat back to the command center. And through the convincing of her friends, Kimberly decides to follow her dream, where she'll be training full-time to be an Olympic gymnast. The gang throw her a going-away party and it's pretty sad, Tommy especially taking it the hardest. However, Kimberly doesn't leave the team without a Pink Ranger, picking someone who will be a strong replacement. Yep, Kat. Hands in the middle one more time and shout Power Rangers! Kimberly's departure definitely came as a shock, and with her gone, Billy is the only remaining Ranger from the original 5. And actually having Amy Jo Johnson be there made the send-off feel more genuine and heartwarming. I'm not sure of the exact reason why Amy Jo Johnson left the show. I would assume it was just to further her acting career. She'd go on to star in the show Felicity. I never watched it, but I think it was a pretty big deal in the 90s. She stated in an interview that the overwhelming popularity of Power Rangers was a lot to handle for her at the time, and even said in 1993 that being on the show as Kimberly was something that she would never be able to live down. But later in life rescinded those statements and is thankful for everything the show did for her. Kat is played by Catherine Sutherland. She's an Australian actress and she keeps her accent throughout the show. It's really cute if I'm being honest.
As long as I'm on the right team, that's all that matters, right?
How will Kat do as the new Pink Ranger? Let's find out. Rita's PETA. Rita creates a monster that makes Tommy want to eat junk food. Listen, we just had an epic 3-parter, we need some filler. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's what you'd expect. Another brick in the wall. Kat creates a homeless shelter that Angel Grove is impressed with. So during construction of this home, Rita and Zed make a wall monster. Yeah, how frightening. That's it. The Rangers defeat the monster and then, I guess, defeat homelessness. A chimp in charge. Kat and Aisha teach a monkey sign language for a school assignment. and then it gets turned into a monster. Again, there's not much here. Master Vile and the Metallic Armor 3-parter. Yet another evil force crashes into Zed and Rita's palace, this one being Master Vile, Rita and Rito's dad. Oh my goodness. Just like in Zed's debut, he's pissed off that the world hasn't been conquered yet, and decides to take action himself. His first plan of attack is to create an energy-stealing monster. He then links this monster to Ninjor. Zordon then informs the Rangers of something very important: the Zeo Crystal. The Zeo Crystal is an extremely powerful artifact. Master Vile is planning on stealing it and using it for himself. The kicker is that Zed and Rita's palace was built directly on top of the crystal. However, only a force of good is able to actually touch it. After being informed of this information, Kat offers herself up to Zed and Rita as a distraction, saying she's evil again, while Tommy sneaks away into the evil lair in search for the Zeo Crystal. The lair plays tricks on your mind, but Tommy's able to power through them. When he attempts to grab the crystal though, it fights back a bit, with Tommy having flashbacks of being the Green Ranger and having that tiny bit of evil inside of him. Of course, it's not enough to stop him and he retrieves the crystal. But it doesn't really matter. Master Vile is too strong and manages to steal the crystal for himself, forcing the Rangers to retreat and regroup. I also forgot to mention the metallic armor the Rangers got. It's supposed to be a power-up mode, but you can't even notice it. Master Vile throws a party on Earth to celebrate his capture of it. However, the Rangers manage to sneak away and board the Ninja Megazord, where Master Vile hid the Zeo Crystal. They snatch it away and have a Megazord fight. With the Falcon Zord back in the Rangers' control, the Ninja Zord and Shogun Zord have a fight with Vile's energy-stealing monster. And with a giant Ninjor by their side, Master Vile enters the fray. It's a really intense fight, honestly. Megazord battles can sometimes feel slow, but here it's really fast-paced and chaotic. They manage to run off Master Vile, but not completely destroy him, saying he'll return. The Rangers realize the Zeo Crystal is way too powerful to risk having it fall into the wrong hands, so they shatter it into 5 pieces and hide them randomly throughout the universe, locations that even the Rangers themselves won't know. This was once again a really solid batch of episodes. The storytelling has gotten really mature and action-packed. Master Vile is an okay villain. He's not as threatening as I'd like. He still cracks jokes and acts a bit silly. Sound of Discordia. What, this sound? It's another filler episode with Aisha and Kat needing to practice a song for some school performances or whatever. It's not that important or interesting. But, do you know what this means? We have now reached the final episode in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Yeah, so sudden, only 1 episode left? Well, it's complicated, and I'll explain. For now though, we have Rangers in reverse. Master Vile returns, this time with a new powerful artifact, the Orb of Doom. The Rangers have their hands full, fighting off the Tengu, Rito, and Goldar. It all becomes too much, and Vile uses the Orb of Doom. With it, he turns everyone in Angel Grove into children. Which isn't a new concept, but yeah, the Rangers are now children, and the giant Zed and Rita are attacking Angel Grove. And then, that's it. The episode ends. That is the final episode of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Kind of a weird ending, right? A hell of a cliffhanger, but hey, the show had to end sometime. Well, no, of course the show just doesn't end right there. Because in order to finish Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, we have to enter a miniseries. This miniseries is canon and obviously necessary to continue on with the show. So, let's talk about Mighty Morphin Alien Rangers. Episode 1 immediately picks up where we left off, with the Rangers as kids completely helpless to the current situation. Due to having their power coins on them, the Rangers are able to retain their memories, as opposed to Bulk and Skull and everyone else who just assumes they're still kids. With Earth completely helpless, Zordon calls upon a team of alien Rangers from the planet Aquitar. The Equations are definitely unique. They need water at all times to stay alive, and since Aquitar is a water planet, I guess that makes them speak with a weird water effect over their voices. It's totally not annoying.
We shall do everything in our power to come to aid.
Oh, but don't worry, that effect never goes away! The Equations are from Kaku Ranger, the same Sentai the Ninja Zords, Shogun Zords, and Ninjor are from. They don't really have any personalities or any other defining features. Now, the Alien Rangers miniseries is 10 episodes long, but I'm not gonna go over every single one. The Alien Rangers aren't that interesting. They're just there so we can get fight scenes. When the Child Rangers get involved, it's really not that good either. It's your typical Home Alone shenanigans. There's literally a part where Kat stands on Tommy's shoulders and they wear an overcoat pretending to be an adult. And since the child actors are once again terrible, I want to spend as little time with them as possible. With the help of the alien technology, Billy and the Equations are able to create a device that'll return the Rangers back to their correct ages. They try it out on Billy and it actually works. He goes to use it on everyone else, but Rito and Goldar show up and destroy the device. And not only that, but Zed and Rita join in on the fun, and with their combined powers, actually destroy the power coins, reducing them to ash. And just like that, the powers are no more. Zordon and the Rangers realize now that their only hope is to find and reunite the Zeo crystal. With its immense power, it should be able to do something. So, all the Rangers go off on separate journeys to find the crystal, needing to overcome some personal adversity to prove they're worthy. You know how this goes. They all retrieve their piece of crystal. However, Aisha's journey is where things get interesting. Her crystal is in Africa, where a young girl saves her from a lion. Her name is Tanya. Her and Aisha become friends, where Aisha learns about this village and how they're trying to take care of animals. Aisha is a vet, by the way, which I kinda forgot to mention, and she actually decides to stay behind in Africa to take care of the animals, and sends Tanya in her place to return the Zeo crystal and save the world. Kind of a lot to ask of someone you just met. Hey, wanna leave your small village to fight monsters? And just like that, Aisha is written off the show, making Tanya technically the third Yellow Ranger in Mighty Morphin's history, although the coins were destroyed before she joined, but whatever. I'm not sure why Karen Ashley left the show, but apparently she was promised a send-off episode with her and the Rangers being on screen together, not as kids, but I guess it just didn't happen for whatever reason. And with Tanya returning to the command center, the Zeo crystal is whole again, turning everyone back to their proper ages. Meanwhile, during this entire miniseries pretty much, Goldar and Rito invaded the bottom of the command center to plant bombs. And now that they're aware of the Zeo crystal's completion, they detonate the explosives, causing the command center to blow up. It's so destructive and chaotic, Billy even jumping in the line of fire to save Alpha, taking a massive explosion to the face. With Zordon commanding Alpha to teleport the Rangers outside, he does so just in the nick of time, with the command center completely blowing up, leaving the Rangers with no powers, no Zeo crystals, no Alpha, and no Zordon. And with all of that, concludes Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. I'm serious this time. The finale acted as a cliffhanger for the next season, Power Rangers Zeo. So hey, if you want to see a video on that, let me know. But yeah, that's one hell of an ending, leaving the Power Rangers totally helpless and on their own. It seems like a weird place to end things, but I'm kinda glad they decided to move on and create a new series. With the addition of Tanya, the Ranger team is almost completely unrecognizable from the beginning. It only makes sense to freshen everything up. And I don't even know where to begin on how to end this video. If it wasn't clear by this probably 3-hour long video, I love Power Rangers. Mighty Morphin had everything a kid like me wanted in a show. Action, comedy, silliness, drama. I hope this video was either able to reignite that love you may have had for the show years ago, or educate and entertain you if you had no interest in Power Rangers coming into this. There is a Netflix movie that takes place in the current day. I'll give my quick thoughts on it since, hey, it's a happier ending story-wise. The movie takes place in current day with a robotic Rita who ends up killing Trini. Zack and Billy take it upon themselves to tell Trini's daughter Min about the accident. Seeing Walter Jones back as the Black Ranger and David Yost as the Blue honestly warmed my heart so much. Again, due to copyright issues, talking about it would be kinda difficult, but they did an amazing job with the movie. My only complaint was that it wasn't longer. It feels like Power Rangers is supposed to, and even kind of matures with the audience. Still full of campiness, action, and drama. I watched it 3 times in a row when it came out, I'm not kidding. There's also the 2017 movie that happened, and I wish it didn't. This was a show and series I never grew out of. Even as a teenager, when I knew I'd get bullied for liking it, I still watched it in secret. It made me take up martial arts. I have so many toys and figures from the series, it's not even funny. Heck, I'll probably do a Mighty Morphin merchandise video in the future. Let me know if you want to see that. This one little toy commercial of a show created a 30-year legacy that's still going strong to this day. And we have a giant head, talking robot, and a ton of teenagers with attitude to thank for that. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers was incredibly successful and popular when it first aired. But as time went on though, the series started to grow a little stale. I did a whole 3-hour video going through every episode in case you missed that. So in order to breathe new life into Power Rangers, a major shakeup needed to be done. Some ideas were discussed, like offing the Power Rangers altogether to bring in a new team. Yes, I'm serious. But ultimately, the series would get a whole new cosmetic change. A new name, new suits, new Rangers. They're stronger than before and higher they can soar. They are the Power Rangers Zeo. Adapted from the 19th season of Super Sentai, Choriki Sentai O-Ranger. Using a brand new Sentai once again allows Power Rangers to be a cost-saving show, filming less new footage and simply relying more on the Sentai. Was this new season of Power Rangers enough to revitalize the franchise? Well, let's find out. We kick off the season with a Zeo Beginning Part 1 and 2, picking up right where Mighty Morphin left off, with the power chamber destroyed and our Rangers with no powers. They go through the rubble of the command center and actually manage to find the Zeo crystals. Goldar and Rito did steal the crystals before blowing up the chamber, but I guess the explosion was so powerful that they dropped them. Not only that, but we find the two monsters in Angel Grove with amnesia, not knowing anything and being pretty helpless, essentially being monster versions of Bulk and Skull. Meanwhile, a brand new threat has entered the picture, the Machine Empire, consisting of King Mondo, his wife Queen Machina, their child Prince Sprocket, and their assistant Clank. They'll be our new villains for the season, and I'm all for it. While I do love Zed and Rita, I did find them to be kind of annoying towards the end. The Machine Empire even manages to blast at Zed's palace, forcing Zed, Rita, Finster, Squat, and Babu to flee. They try to escape with Serpentera, but it's once again out of gas, meaning they'll have to stay with Rita's dad. Cool. Meanwhile, the ground beneath the original command center collapses with the Rangers falling in. Exploring this underground area, the Rangers hear Alpha's voice and find a teleporter. As they bravely step into the unknown, they're greeted to Alpha and a brand new power chamber. But no Zordon in sight. Ending Part 1. Part 2 kicks off with Zordon. Sorry for building up that tension, he's right there. Alpha and Zordon apparently built this secondary power chamber just in case something like this would happen. I really like it. It's way more sleek and futuristic looking. Zordon then informs the Rangers about the Machine Empire, and with the power of the Zeo crystals, they'll be able to gain new powers to defend the Earth. Although, there is one problem. There's 6 Rangers here, but only 5 Zeo crystals. Tanya nobly offers to step down since she's the least experienced. But it's actually Billy who offers to stay behind. He says that he'll be more useful in the command center, creating weapons and using his big brain to help the Rangers from the sidelines. It's a very sad moment that I'll sadly need to go into more later. But yeah, with Billy no longer being a Power Ranger, officially ends the original Mighty Morphin era of heroes. Zordon bestows the crystal's new power onto the Rangers. Kat will be Zeo Ranger 1 Pink, Tanya Zeo Ranger 2 Yellow, and everyone else would get new colors. Rocky being Zeo Ranger 3 Blue, Adam Zeo Ranger 4 Green, and Tommy of course Zeo Ranger 5 Red. Zordon tells the Rangers that with their new powers they'll be better than ever, and that the Power Rangers as we once knew them are gone forever. Yep, we'll never ever see the Rangers morph into Mighty Morphin ever again.
It's Morphin time!
I also love how the suits line the walls of the power chamber, a really nice way to pay respects. The Rangers are then given Zeonizers, which are their new morphers. You just gotta hold them close to each other I guess, and then they activate. The morphing sequence is nice, them saying they're Zeo numbered followed by their color.
Zeo Ranger 5, red!
Although, I'm not really a fan of their suits. They're really basic with some gold around their necks. And I hate the miscellaneous shapes on their helmets. Tommy's in particular, I always hated as a kid. Stupid star. King Mondo sends down the season's new foot soldiers, the Cogs. They're just as dumb as the putties, but can sometimes talk. The Rangers of course beat them up and save the construction site. The episode ends on a high note, with everyone being reinvigorated with their new powers. The Zeo Beginning 2-parter is honestly not that good. The way I laid out the story sounded coherent, but the actual episodes are just a mess. We get like maybe 2 minutes of the Rangers talking, then we cut to the Machine Empire spewing evil nonsense, then we cut to Rito and Goldar who stumble across Bulk and Skull. We then get more nonsense with Zed and Rita trying to retreat, Ranger stuff again for 2 minutes, more Bulk and Skull stuff, then Zed and Rita, and then the Machine Empire. It's just such a nightmare editing wise. Obviously, the thing we care about the most is the Rangers getting their new powers, but the fact that we get 2 comedy segments scattered throughout is really disorienting. They're trying to establish too much at once. On a positive note though, the Zeo theme song kicks ass. It's a bit of a remix of the original Go-Go Power Rangers. It feels like a power-upped natural progression of the original theme. But with a bigger and badder threat on the horizons and the Rangers being more powerful than ever, what lies in store this season? Well, a lot of Mighty Morphin Season 1. Episode 3 is The Shooting Star. It's kind of a Tanya-focused episode. She already has a boyfriend, Sean. Dang girl, in the span of a day, you left your home village, aged 10 years out of nowhere, and are a superhero fighting off an entire machine empire, and you already got time to find the guy? Anyway, Tanya is tutoring this guy Sean in math or whatever, but he actually just ends up stealing the answer sheet and plans on cheating. He tells Tanya this for some reason, and she tells him that cheating on a test is bad, and he won't learn anything. Meanwhile, we get some more Bulk and Skull shenanigans. I forgot to mention, but Rito and Goldar stumbled upon the two, and Bulk and Skull took them under their wings, essentially making the monsters their slaves, which is uncool. But yeah, instead of a comedy duo, we now have a comedy quartet. King Mondo sends down a monster and, well, you know, the Rangers fight it. We do get some interesting stuff though, with Billy being hard at work creating weapons for the Rangers, such as the Zeo Megazord. I would say it's insane that Billy can just create a Zord, but he made a flying car. Anything's possible. As much as it sucks Billy isn't a Ranger, I do really like him in this role. He's kind of the backbone of this whole operation. The Rangers destroy the monster, and Sean learns that he shouldn't cheat on a test. I totally forgot that was going on. Target Rangers. We finally get a Rocky-focused episode, and they also finally give him some kind of character. He's a bit of a lazy, slacker class clown. Great, that's what we came up with. He's an idiot. He's partnered with a female classmate he clearly has a crush on. They're doing some computer project and she's taking it super seriously, while Rocky is more focused on flirting. Not well, might I add. He offers to look after the project to prove he's responsible, where naturally the Cogs ambush Rocky and Adam. They manage to fend them off, but not without stealing away the project. The project is a fighting game the two are working on, and the Machine Empire are able to use that programming on a monster. I like that aspect about this villain group. They're able to essentially use any piece of technology to their advantage. But with Billy's help and the new Zeo helmets on the Megazord, they destroy the monster. And Rocky even manages to sweet-talk his way into a date. You know, after she called him an idiot for losing the project in the first place. For crying out loud. That's exactly what I was doing during this episode. So Tommy and Kat are paired together for a school project on family care and relationships. So to make the project more realistic, Kat makes them look after a real baby. Thanks, Kat. The only thing notable about this episode is Tommy. Seeing him in a vulnerable position is something we haven't actually gotten in a long time. He's usually Mr. Perfect that can handle anything, so seeing him actually human is refreshing. The rest of the episode is super annoying. The Machine Empire enhances this baby's crying to catastrophic levels, and the Rangers gotta find the source of the power and destroy it. It's just, you're hearing a baby cry for 20 minutes. It gets annoying. Rangers in the outfield. It turns out Tanya is really good at baseball. She accidentally ends up embarrassing her boyfriend, Sean, in case you forgot, because she struck him out with her fast pitches. He's embarrassed because she's a girl and he's a boy. It's your typical this kind of episode. Meanwhile, King Mondo sends down a monster and it has nothing to do with baseball. There's go-kart chases and go-kart fight scenes, and then chase scenes and fights on paddle boats. Like, what is happening? This is aggressively Japanese. The episode also doesn't end on a happy note. Normally, the boyfriend would realize he was being a jerk about a girl being better than him at baseball. But no, Tanya wins the game and he's still upset about it. So she chews him out and breaks up with him. I'm glad I got invested in their relationship. Every dog has his day. Kat brings in a police dog that can sniff fires. The dog eventually leads her to a cave though where the Machine Empire is planning on drilling to the center of the earth and encasing the planet in lava. Damn, that's kind of brutal, okay. I really like this episode since there's no dumb teenager subplot. Kat gets noticed by the cogs and tries to put up a fight. She gets knocked down a mountain and damages her communicator and Morpher. So she attaches her broken equipment to the dog's collar and sends him to the juice bar for help. And she just has to survive until reinforcements arrive. First real good episode of the season with nice tension and solid action. The Puppet Blaster. There's this popular in-universe kids show host named Captain Pete and his little robot friend. Naturally, the Machine Empire take control of it and put all the kids under mind control. It's another whatever episode. The best parts are actually with Adam training Tanya on how to do martial arts, since, you know, that's kind of important when you're a Power Ranger. I would have preferred more of this stuff as opposed to more annoying kids. We don't actually know anything about Tanya, and Adam is just there. Invasion of the Ranger Snatchers. Rocky, Kat, and Tanya are extras on a movie set, so Prince Sprocket gets the idea to make his own movie, starring the Rangers and their immediate destruction. Again, it's a pretty alright episode. Prince Sprocket is actually a really fun villain. I thought he'd be more of a comedy throwaway character, kinda like Goldar and Rito, but he's probably the most involved with creating plans and wanting to see the Rangers' destruction. As for the rest of the episode, it's really weird. The Rangers get trapped in some dimension where they need to fight off this sink monster that shoots water out of its faucet, and then they find their way out via a chicken coming out of a well. They jump down said chicken well, and it takes them to the desert where they are riding horses and need to save a bus from driving off of the cliff. And I guess the day is saved somehow. That was the most Power Rangers thing to ever happen. Graduation Blues. A really good episode. After a clerical error, it turns out that Billy has enough credits to graduate high school early. Everyone's excited, apart from Billy himself. Naturally, he feels a bit directionless. He's now not only not a Power Ranger, but now doesn't even get to have the normal teenage high school life with his friends. Meanwhile, Sestro, the Blue Alien Ranger, crash lands on Earth in search of Billy. It seems there's an issue on Aquitar that requires Billy's genius mind. All while this is happening, King Mondo sends down a monster to try and hijack Sestro's ship, and utilize its advanced alien technology. It's another really solid episode. It has plenty of great action, mixed in with the drama of Billy. He's on the fence about up and leaving Earth to help the Alien Rangers, but by the end of the episode, Billy decides to actually leave Earth and help the Equations. What's sad is that he doesn't even say goodbye to the other Rangers, he just kinda up and leaves. Luckily though, this isn't the end of Billy, and he will return to Earth in the near future. And besides, it's not like they just write Billy off the show like he's nothing, right? A few bad seeds. We get another Rocky-focused episode, once again showing off his incompetence. Again, great character choice for him. The class have to grow plants for some school project, and Rocky grows this monstrous plant that eats metal. Adam asks him where he got the seeds, and Rocky just says, I don't know. Naturally, this leads to the plant growing in size and into this giant monster that the Rangers need to put down. Mainly Rocky, since, you know, it's his mistake that got us here. Still a nice episode that lets Rocky take charge a bit. Instrument of Destruction. This, in my opinion, is probably the best episode of the entire season. We finally get an Adam-focused story. 12 episodes in. Seriously, he's not beating the background Ranger allegations. Anyway, Angel Grove High has this hooded piano player that plays beautiful classic music. King Mondo hears this and wants to kidnap him as a gift for Queen Machina. So he sends down the Cogs to kidnap them, but they're stopped by Adam. Meanwhile, Adam is forced to take a music class for school because he signed up for classical writing, an elective he's already taken multiple times. Which is honestly kind of funny because that's exactly what I did in middle school. I took a beginner guitar class like 4 times because I knew it would be an easy A. So seeing a Power Ranger do that makes him like me for real. Throughout the episode, we see Cogs and monsters alike trying to steal this mysterious piano player, each time being stopped by the Rangers. Come the end of the episode, though, Adam manages to sneak up behind this mysterious piano player and reveals their identity. And it's none other than Skull. We get this really heartwarming scene between Adam and Skull, where we learn that Skull actually likes classical music and has been practicing since he was 3. But he hides this passion because he thinks it would be seen as uncool, even dropping the line,
I don't want anybody to laugh at me.
which kinda hurts even more after watching Mighty Morphin, where almost every episode would have Bulk and Skull being embarrassed and getting laughed at. Skull's also afraid of what Bulk might think, and Adam tells him that if Bulk's really his friend, he'll understand. Later that night, there's a concert where Skull performs on the piano. Bulk shows up and isn't shocked to see it. After Skull's song, Bulk goes up there and tells him that was the most beautiful thing he's ever seen, and everyone gives Skull a round of applause. The episode just has so much heart. I also liked how the episode dropped hints that it was Skull this whole time. Bulk makes fun of classic music at one point and Skull doesn't laugh. He mentions that Adam is pretty good when he plays some basic tunes. And seeing the comic relief character have a heartfelt moment with a Ranger always feels nice. We needed more moments like this. It also helps that Jason Narvey actually knew how to play the piano and had some serious talent at it. Let's hope we get some more genuine Bulk and Skull stuff like this, though. Mean Screen. This episode is all about this cool and radical new thing called the internet. You can send emails and do all kinds of research on it. Nothing makes me happier than seeing old-ass 90s internet. Tanya accidentally downloads a virus and we get this dramatic countdown like that's how that works. And this classmate doing some epic Matrix hacking to stop the virus. This gives King Mondo the idea to infect all of the technology on Earth with a virus, making everything malfunction and hostile. Kinda like Y2K years before it was a thing. That's right, everyone panicked, but if they watched Power Rangers Zeo, they might know what to do. So the Rangers need to fight and destroy this monster that's the source of the virus, and make the internet a safe place once again for everyone to visit. Yep, the internet is still a great place for happiness. We do, however, end the episode with Billy saying that he's already helped the Aquitian planet and is on a spaceship heading back to Earth. Leading into the next episode, Mr. Billy's Wild Ride. On his way back home, Billy's ship gets blasted by King Mondo, destroying all controls, most form of communications, and even the heat. Not only that, but the ship is now on a direct course for the sun. Which I guess solves the cold problem he was facing. It's a really well-paced episode. Slowly, things start to go more and more wrong, and without Billy actually in the command center, they have no idea what they can do to help. It turns out the Machine Empire was also hatching some kind of plan on Angel Grove, and the Rangers ambush them and steal a device. This allows them to shoot a beam into space that can correct Billy's trajectory and bring him back to Earth safely, where I'm sure now he'll stay with the team forever and ever. So, as you may have noticed so far, a lot of these episodes feel like Mighty Morphin Season 1, the teenagers dealing with some random high school nonsense, and then the monster of the day shows up to just be defeated. Sure, there have been a few exceptions, but nothing too special in terms of story or character development. However, that's about to change with the next batch of episodes. There's No Business Like Snow Business, Part 1. The episode starts off like normal, with everyone hanging out in the juice bar. That is until Tommy receives a letter. A letter from Kimberly. She says everything in Florida is going great, what with her Olympic training and whatnot, but she says that something's happened. She's met a new guy. Someone that she's fallen in love with. Yep, Kimberly breaks up with Tommy via letter. She totally would have texted if they had cell phones. But yeah, it's a pretty heavy way to start the episode. Tommy, of course, needs to step away for a bit to be alone. We get a montage of Tommy and Kimberly, and it's pretty sad. Tommy has always been portrayed as Mr. Perfect, so it's like, how much better could this new guy really be? The out-of-universe reason for the breakup was most likely due to Amy Jo Johnson no longer being a part of the show, and a romance between what's essentially the show's main character and someone we'll most likely never see again didn't make much sense. To try and cheer Tommy up, Billy and Kat take him to a snow resort for a weekend of fun. The rest of the episode is honestly just epic snowboarding montages set to epic 90s rock. During this montage though, Tommy and Billy actually run into a famous snowboarder, Heather, and hang out with her, teasing a possible attraction between her and Tommy. The Cogs are sent to attack the Rangers and remove the safety markers on the hill, where Heather flies past it and is barely hanging on for dear life, ending Part 1. Part 2 kicks off with Tommy using his smarts to tie everyone's jackets together to use it as a rope to save Heather, furthering her attraction to him. Meanwhile, back on Angel Grove, the weather is surprisingly hotter than usual. So, what's the deal? Is King Mondo using some device to increase the heat? Well, not exactly. You see, the reason it's so hot in Angel Grove is due to global warming.
Are you all aware of what the greenhouse effect is?
What?
It's the warming of the Earth's atmosphere due to increased levels of carbon dioxide in the air.
Yes, Power Rangers, the exact show I trust to handle topics like global warming. Need I remind you, the next season of Power Rangers is focused on cars, but anyway, yeah. The three-parter has a split focus on both the Tommy breakup story and global warming. I'm not sure why they even bring this up, because it's not like the Rangers then try to take part in recycling or alternative energy. They just go back to fighting a monster and hoping that fixes everything. Meanwhile, Heather is clearly gaining more and more affection for Tommy, but Tommy isn't so receptive. I mean, Jesus, they did just break up a day ago, give him some time. Kat, however, feels bad that Tommy and Heather never got to go on their date, and invites Heather to Angel Grove for a surprise dinner date with Tommy, where again, he's clearly just not that interested. Their date's also at the juice bar, like come on Kat, anywhere else would have been more romantic. Not like it matters though. When Rocky and Adam come barging in for Ranger business, Tommy once again leaps at the chance to leave, with Heather of course not being too happy. And yeah bro, she doesn't have Power Rangers teleportation, she probably drove multiple hours just to see you. I think the 4 other Rangers can handle some D-level monster. So Tommy ditches the date, Heather is upset and leaves, and the Rangers defeat the monster. Coming back to the juice bar, Kat apologizes for setting this date up, and the two share a cute little moment, closing the episode with a dance. Aww. Although, not really, since this is obviously what they wanted to happen. Creating a romance between Tommy and a Ranger who would actually be on screen. Which I do believe in canon, Tommy and Kat are still together and even have a son. The Snow Business 3-parter is okay. I like Tommy needing to deal with a problem he can't solve with fighting. He's never been emotionally vulnerable since dealing with his Green Ranger powers in Mighty Morphin Season 1 and 2. There was a bit too much filler like the global warming stuff and Bulk and Skull side plots. And the storylines don't stop here. The next episode is Inner Spirit. So, during the Alien Ranger miniseries, Kid Tommy received his Zeo crystal from a Native American chief, where now Tommy is having nightmares fearing that the Megazords are in some kind of danger. After leaving the juice bar, he runs into another Native American and offers him a ride. His name is Sam, all while receiving spiritual words of wisdom. Later in the day, a monster attacks and it's pretty powerful. It's able to drain power and become stronger while doing so. The monster is able to severely weaken the Zords and put them out of commission. Luckily, Billy and Alpha have created a backup Zord for Tommy to use, the Red Battle Zord. What's interesting about it though is that it's controlled and linked directly to Tommy's mind, meaning the monster can't drain the Zord's power. However, with everything going on in Tommy's life, mainly his breakup, he can't think straight and his mind is a mess, causing the Zords to act erratically and not respond to Tommy's commands. He manages to quickly center himself for a bit and uses the blasters to destroy the monster. It's a hollow victory though, since the main Zords themselves still need 3 days to fully recharge. And with Tommy still having an internal conflict and not thinking straight, he decides the only way to clear his mind is to go on a vision quest. I guess that's one way to do it. And the next episode, Challenges, is just that. Tommy runs into a guy who bears a striking resemblance to himself, but ignores it for now. Sam, the Native American from the last episode, shows up and helps Tommy with his quest, simply telling him to follow the Falcon to find his answer. The B-plot has Adam taking up boxing lessons. Why not? You give the guy something to do. Or of course, Prince Sprocket sends down a boxing monster. And the two got a box.
It's Morphin time!
Adam sometimes seems to take over as second in command when Tommy's not around, which again is kinda funny since he never does anything. But it's not even Adam who defeats the monster. Tommy needs to stop his vision quest to go help fight the monster and destroy it. This was Adam's B-plot. We don't need Tommy to do everything. He returns back to his vision quest and sees that Tommy-looking guy from earlier dangling from a cliff. He can either help him or choose to continue and follow the Falcon. He of course does the right thing and saves this guy, who we learn is David, and also has the other half of Tommy's arrowhead, making David Tommy's brother. Yup, Tommy's a Native American, why not? Found and Lost continues the brotherly storyline, with Tommy taking David back to Angel Grove to introduce to his friends. Now you might be thinking, dang, how'd they find someone who actually looks like Jason David Frank's brother? Well, that's because he is Jason David Frank's brother, Eric Frank. It's super cool that brothers got to actually play brothers. And you can tell they're related. They have almost the same exact inflection in their voice when they talk and say their lines. Tommy is usually very breathy when he talks. It almost sounds like he's always out of breath, you know?
Oh, man, I don't understand.
And they both do it.
Hey, nice try, David. Why'd you do that? But you're better than me.
After a little argument, David steps outside and gets kidnapped by the Machine Empire, being placed in a cave, adding on to Tommy's problems and further worrying his mind. Which of course will affect the Megazord. He uses his Native American powers to sense David's presence and goes to find him. He's confronted by King Mondo and says he'll spare David's life if Tommy gives him their arrowhead. Why does he want this rock? I don't know. Tommy reluctantly gives it to him, but Mondo seemingly doesn't hold up his end of the deal, ending the episode. As it turns out, King Mondo betrayed Tommy and flees with the arrowhead. With this arrowhead apparently containing magical powers, Tommy and the others manage to free David from the cogs, with David worrying about Tommy's safety. And with no other choice, Tommy reveals to his brother that he is the Red Ranger. So the Rangers defeat the bad guys and Tommy and David make up. I guess I'll call this the Native American batch of episodes. They were pretty good, giving Tommy some nice needed character development apart from, he's perfect. Seeing him battle with insecurities and having weaknesses like his brother's safety was a nice change of pace. Trust in Me. Another Rocky-focused episode, where he continues with his new character of being an idiot. He does this by offending a blind person. Wow, didn't see that coming. This woman is a talented martial artist, but she also happens to be blind. Rocky takes pity on her and tries to help her out without her permission. I really like the route they took with this. I feel like we'd all act like Rocky in this exact situation, trying to carry the blind woman's books and overly compliment them for how much they've accomplished. And Rocky needs to learn to trust that she can take care of herself. It's a nice little time. Another potential girlfriend character for Rocky also. Throughout the episode, the cogs and monsters attack, and Rocky needs to morph without her knowing what he's doing. It Came from Angel Grove, a pretty silly filler episode. Adam stays late at school one night studying for a test, when he watches a scary movie and falls asleep. This leads to a crazy dream sequence where he meets monster versions of the Rangers. A vampire Tommy, werewolf Rocky, and a Frankenstein skull. All shown in black and white, which is a nice touch. I think it's supposed to be a twist that this was all a dream, but come on, even as a kid you could spot it a mile away. Bulk Fiction. This is actually the first ever Bulk-focused episode. Yeah, not even really Bulk and Skull, just Bulk. So the police captain's daughter enrolls in the force and Bulk quickly gets a crush on her, trying to impress her by acting like someone he's not. He asks Tanya what she likes in a guy, and when she says she likes the intellectual type, Bulk tries to act all smart. There of course is a monster and stuff that the Rangers have to fight, but it's honestly the side plot. It's nothing interesting, just a reason for Power Rangers to actually have the Power Rangers in the episode. This is also a pretty important turning point for Bulk and Skull's character. Halfway through the episode, the two shenanigans upset the police chief and he fires Lieutenant Stone, with Bulk and Skull quitting in protest. By the end of the episode, Bulk learns to just be himself and gets a dance with the girl, with Lieutenant Stone wanting to start up a detective agency. And who does he hire to be on his team? None other than Bulk and Skull. It's a real feel-good episode. Seeing Lieutenant Stone show genuine affection for Bulk and Skull despite how many times they drive him up a wall is nice. Song Sung Yellow. It's honestly nothing. The best part of the episode is seeing Detective Stone, Bulk and Skull setting up their new office and business. Tanya sings a song and a record producer wants to sign her, which will make her need to choose between fame and Ranger duty. She chooses to be a Power Ranger and the end. Game of Honor. Adam is training for a ninja competition with Tanya, where we actually get to see Sean again. Yeah, Tanya's ex-boyfriend. He's being a total dick, flaunting his new girlfriend in front of Tanya and saying how he's gonna win the ninja competition. Spoiler alert, he plans on cheating. At least he's consistent. Again, it's pretty whatever. A monster shows up to derail the plot and the Rangers fight it. The episode ends with a fight between Sean and Adam, where Sean has a change of heart and decides not to cheat. Adam wins, Sean apologizes, and everyone becomes friends again. I don't know, I was kinda digging Sean as the new bully character. His actor plays a good a-hole, and having someone who could actually be a threat and not succumb to slapstick like Bulk and Skull would have been interesting to see. But now, we've finally reached something interesting. So far, Zeo has been pretty mid. Like, sure, the Kimberly breakup stuff and brother storyline was kinda interesting, but it's nothing that's really had an impact, Well, that's all about to change. The power of gold. King Mondo hatches a pretty solid plan to send down Cog attacks spread throughout the city, forcing the Rangers to split up and have their forces weakened. The Cogs slowly start to overpower the Rangers, but they're saved by a mysterious force. Billy analyzes this data and sees that the frequency of it matches that of the Rangers, possibly meaning that they were saved by another Power Ranger. After another Cog attack overwhelms the Rangers, they see this. The Gold Ranger. He's awesome, easily wiping the floor with all the Cogs and having his own giant pyramid Zord named Pyramidus, having shoulder pads similar to the green and white Ranger from the last season, although the suit's more black than gold, but I guess Gold Ranger sounds more mysterious and powerful. After the fight, the Rangers try and talk to the Gold Ranger, but he quickly disappears. When the team returns to the command center to tell Zordon and Alpha about this, Billy walks into the power chamber. But where was he? Shouldn't he always be there during the fight to assist the Rangers? Interesting. A Season to Remember. It's a Christmas episode for some reason. Why is it right here? Why is it placed in the Gold Ranger arc? Next. Okay, we pick things back up with a small problem. Prince Sprocket creates a device that can shrink things. He turns Cat and Tommy small and puts them in a terrarium, where they then show a giant real-life tarantula. Don't worry, I'm not gonna show it. And I'm just like, why? Bro, I hate this episode. Anything with spiders pisses me off. The only thing you need to know is that the Gold Ranger shows up to help everyone, and Billy is once again acting shady. Oily to bed, oily to rise. So that sink monster is back from the movie episode and plans on polluting the Earth's water supply. We also get the return of David, which was honestly unexpected. The main point of this episode is to try and plant seeds as to who the Gold Ranger might be. Cat enters in a surfing competition and David apparently is also really into it. Tommy's like, I never knew you were into surfing. Which, may I just say, you just met your brother. I'm sure it's a small list of stuff you do know. David replies with, there's a lot you don't know about me. Wink wink. And then David mysteriously disappears around the same time the Gold Ranger shows up to help the others. They're doing a pretty good job of setting up possible contenders. Rockabye Power Rangers. We finally get to see the Rangers feeling exhaustion from balancing teenage life and Ranger duty. But it really doesn't play into anything. King Mondo gets the idea to send down a monster that puts people to sleep, and the Rangers gotta fight it. Again, the Bulk and Skull detective stuff is more interesting. Seeing them track down a robber and stop them is good stuff. Screw it! Maybe Bulk or Skull is the Gold Ranger. Who, speaking of which, once again saves the day, and Billy mysteriously comes back to the power chamber. And Rocky's had enough. He straight up points out that Billy is always gone when the Gold Ranger shows up, and Rocky asks him if he is. Where Billy doesn't exactly deny it, just saying, you don't think I'd keep a secret like that from you guys, do you? And that's it. Do I know you? A Verox bounty hunter wants to take Pyramidus for himself, so King Mondo teams up with him to also take out the Rangers. He's a pretty powerful enemy. Verox bounty hunters are strong as hell, and this won't be the last time they show up in the series. He manages to weaken the Gold Ranger and teleports him to the command center. After Alpha tries to ask who he is, he reveals that if he tells anyone his identity, he'll lose his powers forever. The Rangers defeat the bounty hunter and return back to the command center, where Billy once again is following behind. And even Zordon has had enough of this now, since the Gold Ranger called Alpha and Zordon by their names, and Zordon says that the only way the Gold Ranger would know their names is if he was someone they already knew. And we would finally get our answers in Revelations of Gold. The Gold Ranger lands on Aquitar for assistance, where he demorphs and... it's this guy. Some random guy we've never met before. That's kind of a letdown. His name is Trey of the planet Triforia. Trey's powers are weakening, and Zordon says that they have the technology to help him. However, King Mondo places a force field over the command center, and when Trey tries to teleport, he goes off course and ends up in the sea, where the Rangers need to jump in and save him from drowning. Now, normally I don't talk about the Bulk and Skull side plots, but this one's pretty important. Goldar and Rito are still confused and under the servitude of Bulk and Skull. However, they hire Bulk and Skull to find their families, which is oddly sad. Eventually, though, they all do receive a letter from Rita and Zed, telling them to leave the Earth and find them. Cutting back to the Rangers, they save Trey from the sea, and he splits off into 3 different people. Because he's a Triforian, and the people can just do that, I guess. And they are, no joke, Trey of Wisdom, Trey of Courage, and Trey of Heart. Okay, there you go. You see, Nintendo can't sue now. His powers have been weakened, and he needs to transfer the Gold Ranger powers to a new host. And the team know just the guy. Yup, Billy. Who else? I mean, Jesus, they've been practically teasing it since the beginning. So Trey begins the ceremony to transfer the powers when the Rangers need to leave to do battle. When they return, though, there's some bad news. Billy isn't able to receive the Gold Ranger powers. Why? Because at the end of Mighty Morphin, he took a blast to the face protecting Alpha. And that, messed with his molecular structure and his ability to accept new powers. Whatever, it's stupid. But they need to find a new Gold Ranger fast before the powers disappear entirely. Luckily though, Tommy might know the right man for the job. A golden homecoming. Tommy's walking with a mysterious man to the command center. They get attacked by the Cogs, but this stranger can clearly hold his own in a fight, needing to outrun the Cogs and fighter jets shooting at them. Meanwhile, Goldar is having a dream and slowly starts to remember everything. Even magically waking up with his sword and wings, where then him and Rito leave to go join Zed and Rita, and for some reason don't kill Bulk and Skull for treating them like garbage. Meanwhile, Tommy makes it back to the command center with the reveal of the new Gold Ranger. Oh man, yeah! Jason is back! I'll save my thoughts on this for after the episode, but initial thoughts? Heck yeah, bro, Jason's back! He's like my favorite Zordon-era Ranger. You know, after Andros and all. And he fits this role like a glove. This man was born to be a Power Ranger.
Back to action!
And of course, he kicks ass, wiping the floor with anyone who stands in his way. And it's kinda nice seeing the tables turned, you know? With Jason being the almighty Ranger and Tommy needing to follow his lead. The Rangers also unlocked the Super Zeo Zords. They're kinda weird, but yeah, they're also here now. And with them, they destroy the bad guys, just like the good old days. We end the episode with a nice heart-to-heart with Jason and Tommy, with Jason saying that leaving the Power Rangers was the hardest thing he had to do. And while he's glad to be back, he doesn't want Tommy to think he's gonna try and put everything back to the way it was, with him leading the team and all. And of course, Tommy says something about the Power Rangers are a team and nobody's more important than the other. Cut to Adam doing nothing for the 1,000,000th time. Anyway, yeah, the episode ends on a high. So, the Gold Ranger arc. I really liked it, having all the episodes have this connecting thread of this mysterious Gold Ranger. Watching this show 20 years later, I of course knew that Jason was the Gold Ranger, but they still did a really good job setting up potential Rangers. David was a fun little possibility, but yeah, Billy was the one they were obviously teasing since the beginning. And this is where I'm torn on the Gold Ranger. You see, as I mentioned earlier, I obviously love Jason. He has this commanding presence about him, and it's so nice seeing him return back to the series. But from a story perspective, Billy just makes more sense. Especially since he's been shown multiple times that he misses being a Ranger and fighting alongside his friends. It just felt like kind of a kick in the face, you know? The behind-the-scenes reasons as to why Billy was constantly getting shafted are pretty disgusting, to be honest, but I'll save that for just a little bit later. Jason returning was also an attempt to boost ratings. Zeo wasn't doing so hot, and I guess they thought that bringing back an old Ranger would bring back some lapsed fans. But, oh wait, Saban, I thought the actors and characters didn't matter. It's only the helmets and Zords that people care about. What an absolute idiot, I'll never let that go. Mondo's Last Stand. I really like this episode for multiple reasons. First off, having Jason back and interacting with a mostly new cast of characters he was never on screen with before is really fun. We get to have Rocky and Jason together, 2 former Mighty Morphin Red Rangers. This episode is almost an attempt at acknowledging that. You see, Rocky's starting to feel jealous for some reason that everyone's enamored with Jason. He's starting to feel like Jason's going to replace him. Which is ironic considering Rocky literally replaced Jason's Ranger role, Because of this, Rocky starts to doubt himself as being worthy of being a ranger. Meanwhile, King Mondo digs up this magical sword that'll make him powerful, the Damocles sword. The Rangers are sent to investigate, and Rocky spots King Mondo by himself. He's about to call in for backup, but he feels like this is his time to prove himself to the team.
It's Morphin time!
So he morphs on out and tries to fight King Mondo one-on-one. It goes about as well as you'd imagine. He returns back to the command center and tells everyone about his poor plan, and Jason, in the funniest way possible, replies with,
Why did you do that?
He sounds so disappointed. The Rangers have a pretty intense battle with King Mondo, even combining all the Zords to create the Super Zeo Megazord, which is surprisingly enough to destroy King Mondo. But Queen Machina tells her son that this has happened before and he'll return. Or will he? Because Zed and Rita catch wind of this and plan to strike while the iron is hot. The episode ends at the juice bar with Rocky apologizing for feeling jealous, and Jason's like, it's all good, I'm glad we're friends. And that's it. The episode really feels like wasted potential. They had half of it right, Rocky being jealous of Jason, feeling insecure because Jason is a really powerful ranger. He's led his team through dark times and prevailed. He's gone into battles by himself, not thinking of the risk, just wanting to protect the Earth and his friends. When he left, Rocky took his place and did nothing. Tommy was the new leader and he was the one going on dangerous missions. I wish we got to see more Rocky and Jason interactions. Have Jason be the one to tell Rocky he's doing a great job and was the best man to replace him. But no, we just get,
Why did you do that?
Bomber in the summer. Ernie's having a party on the beach when these hooligans on dirt bikes come by and ruin everything, saying they're on their turf and they have to leave. Jason notices a girl on the back of the main guy's bike and instantly falls for her. Meanwhile, Rita and Zed created this bomb, but Goldor and Rito misfire it, having it land on the Machine Empire's doorstep. The bomb turns into a monster named Louis Kaboom, and believe it or not, he actually becomes the main villain for a while. He's kind of annoying and honestly forgettable, talking in this weird Brooklyn accent.
Sorry, Metal Mama, I'm running things now.
Jason runs into the girl again, who we find out is named Emily. She's pretty mean, but Jason looks at her and genuinely thinks, I can fix her. Turns out she's new in town and is having trouble making friends, so Jason naturally tries to sweet talk his way into convincing her to be good. Before she really makes up her mind though, Louis Kaboom and a monster attack, where Jason tells her to run and he morphs on out.
It's Morphin time!
Fighting the monster 2-on-1 because he's Jason, the most powerful ranger. They defeat the monster and Emily becomes good, blossoming a potential romance between her and Jason. Scent of a Weasel. This episode is pretty dumb. Queen Machina comes up with her first evil plan against the Rangers. To make them smelly.
That's the stupidest idea ever!
Yeah, exactly. Her husband is literally dead, blown up by the Power Rangers, and her first active plan of revenge is to make them smell bad? Whatever. The Rangers become stinky and have to become unstinky to defeat the monster, I guess. The Bulk and Skull stuff is more interesting. They get hired to do security for a fashion show, where Skull kinda falls for a model. He messes things up as usual, but they end up having a nice heart-to-heart, where Skull's incompetence is shown off in a more likable and charming way.
Well, at least I can't smell it anymore. Guess you get used to it after a while.
Let's hope.
The Lore of Auric. We see this couple on this Indiana Jones-esque adventure to retrieve this artifact, known as Auric. However, Louis Kaboom stops them and steals it for himself, trapping the two in the cave. Meanwhile, Tanya receives a letter from Aisha, saying that her parents are in danger. Which, yeah, the two from earlier are Tanya's parents. The letter also came with a key. The key is necessary for activating Auric. Tanya wants to go save her parents by herself, and Jason offers to guard the key until she comes back. However, while alone, he gets ambushed by Louis. And while he puts up a good fight, he's ultimately outnumbered and loses the key. The villains activate Auric, who turns out to be another Zord. However, he's fully autonomous, meaning he can move and even talk on his own. But since he is a good guy, the Rangers are able to convince him that they're on the side of good and to join them. He does. Meanwhile, Tanya goes on this Indiana Jones adventure to find her parents. They have a nice embrace and that's it. We'll never see or hear from them again. I appreciate the episode at least having a focus on Tanya. Her parents were missing for years, which is why I guess she was in that village as a child. And it's frankly the first real episode of Tanya that's about her backstory or who she even is. The Ranger Who Came In From the Gold. It's kind of a convoluted title. Louis Kaboom creates a monster that turns everything into gold. He turns Jason into a golden statue, and the Rangers defeat it, turning everything back to normal. The end. The best part of the episode is that Adam gets to say it's Morphin time.
It's Morphin time!
Little victories. So this episode's called The Joke's on Blue, which you might think would be a Rocky-focused episode, but it's not. There's a mysterious prankster at Angel Grove that's playing jokes on everyone. Bulk and Skull take up the task to find out who it is, and that's the whole human plot. The Ranger stuff is what's important. It turns out King Mondo had another son, Prince Gasket. He fell in love with an opposing kingdom's daughter, Archerina. Because of this, King Mondo exiled his son and created Prince Sprocket as a replacement. It's a really interesting backstory, honestly, giving these new villains real motivation against not only the Rangers, but the Machine Empire. Archerina even manages to place a spell on Louis Kaboom that makes him fall in love with her, manipulating him to just take on the Rangers head on. So Louis Kaboom does battle with the Rangers. It doesn't go so well for him. He was never any kind of leader or a threat of any kind. So he's destroyed, and we luckily never have to hear from him again. Where in the world is Zeo Ranger 5? Tommy, Cat, and Jason are hanging out at the lake. While Tommy's riding a jet ski, he mysteriously disappears. And what's worse is that Zordon and Alpha can't locate him. But in the meantime, Jason has to lead the team. And not surprisingly, I really like it. I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but Jason leading the Power Rangers just feels natural. He gives commands really well and feels like a leader. However, Power Rangers being Power Rangers, they're naturally weaker without Tommy and are having a harder time defeating the bad guy. They do barely manage to destroy the monster though, where we cut to Tommy in a pretty creepy void with this machine on his head, altering his mind. Zordon manages to find Tommy, but says that the Tommy they all know is slowly starting to fade. King for a Day Part 1. Prince Gasket and Archerina's plan is going well. They're currently trying to wipe Tommy's mind so he forgets that he's a good guy, even managing to convince him that he's the king of the Machine Empire, and the Power Rangers are an evil group trying to stop him. Where, for the 30 millionth time, we are dealing with an evil Tommy. Which honestly, I like. I think it's funny Tommy's always becoming evil in one way or another. This time though, through amnesia and gaslighting. However, reaching this dimension where Tommy is at is proving difficult. They need to enter through a random dimensional rift or something, one of which Bulk and Skull accidentally fall into and end up on the planet. The Rangers manage to find another one, and Jason volunteers to save Tommy. It's a nice continuation of Jason's story, where he still feels guilty for not saving the green candle and preserving Tommy's original powers. I also like the planet they're on too. Sure, it's got the Breaking Bad New Mexico filter, but still, it's a coliseum and feels like a desolate, violent place where the Rangers are very much not welcome. Jason tries to convince Tommy that they're on his side and he's being manipulated, but the brainwashing is too strong, having Jason go through a gauntlet of fights on his own. Part 2 is where our heroes really get to shine. And by heroes, I'm of course talking about Bulk and Skull, where they meet this half-human, half-reptilian creature. He's the greatest warrior on his planet, and Bulk and Skull say that they are as well. Reptile over here is happy to hear this and informs Bulk and Skull that they're gonna help with their plans to escape. Meanwhile, this whole Coliseum thing is being televised, where Zed and Rita are so excited that the Rangers are finally gonna be destroyed. But Zed's excitement quickly fades, when he realizes that if the Machine Empire are the ones to destroy the Rangers, they'll rule the galaxy, and Zed and Rita will still be stranded on the moon, with their evil trailer that I think I forgot to mention. Yeah, this trailer is their new base. So, with no other options, Zed hesitantly tells Rita what they have to do.
This hurts. Yes, we have to help the Power Rangers. Oh!
The planet is covered in some kind of anti-teleportation device that makes it impossible for the Rangers to find it, and when the Power Rangers try teleporting to the planet, they're ultimately lost in the void. This is where Zed and Rita come in. They decide to use their powers to help the Rangers make it to Jason and Tommy, so they can all team up and be together to stop the Machine Empire. Meanwhile, Reptile, Bulk, and Skull manage to find the control room. Reptile decides to take care of the machine, but they get ambushed by the Cogs. He tells Bulk and Skull to take care of them since, well, they did say they were Earth's greatest warriors. What ensues is our first ever Bulk and Skull fight scene. You know, kinda. They use slapstick antics to get rid of the cogs, which, to be fair, is exactly what Billy did in Season 1 of Mighty Morphin, never really using martial arts, but more so utilizing combative forms of defense. They play the Bulk and Skull theme song throughout, but I think it would have been way funnier if they used one of the serious fight songs, you know? Anyway, they defeat the cogs and destroy the barrier around the planet. The Rangers show up and demorph, using the power of friendship to restore Tommy's memory. And thanks to Bulk and Skull, they're able to just teleport away from the planet. Reptile also teleports Bulk and Skull back to Earth, but not before saying his planet will make legends of them. The episode ends with the two saying how they saved the Power Rangers. Nobody believes them, but the Rangers themselves do try to say thank you and that they believe them.
Oh, cut the sarcasm, will ya? That's it, Skull, we don't have to take this. We're out of here!
The King for a Day two-parter is tons of fun. Hilariously enough, it's just another retread of Mighty Morphin, with Tommy being an evil ranger and Jason leading the team to save him. Prince Gasket is also a much better villain than King Mondo. His first real day on the job and he manages to almost destroy the Power Rangers. A Brief Mystery of Time. It's a Groundhog's Day filler episode. Tommy keeps living the same day over and over until he needs to destroy the source. I usually like these types of episodes and shows, but they take way too long to establish what's going on. It's like over half the episode until they take action. A mystery to me. The Rangers plus Bulk and Skull take place in a whodunit mystery murder thing. Again, it's filler. Kat gets abducted by Archerina and they fight. Auric also is here to help. I forgot he existed. Another song and dance. Tommy has to sing a song for his music class and asks Tanya for help. Queen Machina gets another brilliant idea to put a spell on Tommy and Tanya, making it so they can only speak in song.
With all our might, we must now fight!
It's totally not annoying and totally doesn't go on for way too long and is not stupid.
Let's stop this crime!
It's Morphin time!
Okay, that's kind of funny. Okay. We finally reached the episodes I've been kinda dreading. Rangers of Two Worlds Part 1 and 2. There's an emergency in the power chamber. When the Rangers arrive, they see that Billy has aged rapidly. The aging is due to events that happened in Mighty Morphin. When all the Rangers returned to kids, Billy used a device on himself to turn him back into a teenager. However, it's only now starting to have negative effects, such as the constant aging. The Rangers of Aquitar come to help, saying they'll need to go to what's essentially their fountain of youth to get some of its water. Jason offers to go while the rest of the Rangers have a battle with this thing. Very scary. It's actually a monster created by Rita, after Finster gave her a new staff, now having Zed and Rita be active in destroying the Rangers before the Machine Empire does. Jason returns with the water, but the device backfires and doesn't work. And what's worse is that Billy continues to age, and at this rate, he won't be long for this world. With no other options, the Rangers teleport Billy to Aquitar in hopes that their technology can aid him. The doctor is an Aquitian woman named Sestria, who's a big fan of Billy, since earlier in the season, he's the one who went to Aquitar to help save it. And hey, with the alien Rangers already on Earth, they decide to team up with the Zeo Rangers to fight this monster, making this technically the first ever team-up episode in Power Rangers. It's not really given any weight or grandeur, considering it happens over halfway through the episode. Still, seeing a team-up is always tons of fun. The morphs, the lineup, and the fights. This is all Sentai footage too, since Kaku Ranger and O Ranger actually did have a team-up movie, where they defeat the monster and save the day. The Rangers head back to the power chamber and receive a message from Billy, saying they managed to cure him, but he's not coming home. It seems he's fallen in love with Sestria and is staying on Aquitar. The Rangers say goodbye, and it's happily ever after for Billy, right? A sweet but sad send-off. Well, unfortunately, that's not the case. This is where things get a little sad. You'll notice that the older Billys were played by different actors. That's fine and all, but when Billy shows up at the end of the episode, he sounds nothing like Billy.
Guys, I've made a really important decision. I'll miss you all, but I'm going to stay here on Aquitar with Sestria.
Why is this? At the time, most people speculated it must have been a money issue, similar to with Austin St. John, Tui Trang, and Walter Jones. But we wouldn't know the truth until 2010, where David Yost did an interview with No Pink Spandex. In this interview, one of the questions they asked was, "Why did you leave the show?" And here's his response.
It's a good question. It's actually a really serious question for me. So if I cry, I apologize in advance. All that me getting old and going off to some foreign planet or something, I don't know. I wasn't there for any of that. I don't know anything about it. I've never watched the episodes, but I walked off set one day during the middle of lunch, during halfway through the day, and the reason that I walked off is because I was called faggot one too many times.
David Yost is gay, and he was consistently harassed and had slurs thrown at him by a lot of people, which is obviously disgusting. The 90s were a different time. Stuff like that would obviously never fly nowadays, but back then it wasn't seen as a big deal. He says that members of the cast would constantly be pulled in for meetings to talk about David's sexuality, which obviously made him uncomfortable. This also explains why Billy lost his Ranger status and didn't get to be the Gold Ranger.
I had just heard that several times while working on the show from creators, producers, writers, directors. Basically, I just felt like I was continually being told I'm not worthy of where I am because I'm quote-unquote a gay person and I'm not supposed to be an actor and you can't be a superhero. That's sort of the vibe that I was getting.
David Yost and Power Rangers had a non-existent relationship for years, understandably so. In 2013, for Power Rangers Super Megaforce, the big anniversary season that was stinky garbage, they were inviting veteran Rangers back to the show. David would receive an invite and blast it online, saying that the invitation started with "Dear Power Ranger" and was full of grammatical errors, following it with the hashtag "Done with abusive relationships." However, to end the story on a happy note, things seem to have changed, with Yost returning to the series in 2023 for the Netflix Once and Always movie and the 30th season of the TV show Power Rangers Cosmic Fury. Both, might I add, have him not only as a superhero, but as the leader and mentor. The series being owned by Hasbro and not Saban and a whole new team, I'm sure helped. I'm glad that in 2023, David Yost's relationship with Power Rangers has been mended. The interview alone got almost a total of 1 million views. So many people really connected with it and felt for David. I remember watching the interview back in the day and feeling so sad that this happened. So to see where everything is at nowadays is really heartwarming. Heading back to Zeo though, we've reached the final 2 episodes. Hawaii Zeo is kinda fillery. What's important to note is that the Gold Ranger powers are starting to weaken, similar to how the Green Ranger was with Tommy. But Jason says he's fine and that's about all we get for the Gold Ranger stuff. We mainly follow Tommy, who now just has the biggest crush on Kat. Ernie's throwing this Hawaiian party and Tommy wants to ask her out, but for some reason he's all nervous and shy now. I don't get it. He was never that way with Kimberly. And Tommy and Kat are friends. You've spoken to her hundreds of times. This is so forced. Everyone's all like, "Come on, man, ask her out, talk to her." It's just awkward dating stuff until Prince Gasket and Archerina show up. The Rangers fight and defeat them, but they're not destroyed. Where we then get the return of King Mondo just out of nowhere. I guess he's repaired now, and Prince Gasket and Archerina retreat into space, where we will never ever see them again. Let's just move on to the finale. Good as gold. Jason's being hunted down by Cogs and can't use his communicator. He gets ambushed by both the Machine Empire as well as Zed and Rita's forces. The 2 evil factions bicker amongst each other on who gets to steal the Gold Ranger powers. Jason manages to sneak away though after the 2 evil forces fight. And it's pretty brutal, honestly. The Tengas get their feathers ripped out and the Cogs get ripped apart like in a zombie movie. Jesus! Meanwhile, Bulk and Skull get an offer to do detective work in France? What? And they consider it since Detective Stone mostly has the 2 doing housework. Jason barely makes it to the juice bar before passing out. Everyone's of course worried for him, but the Rangers take it from there and teleport to the command center. After running a diagnostic on Jason, it turns out that the Gold Ranger powers are draining Jason's mortal life, meaning the longer he has the powers, the faster he'll die. They contact Trey and he informs the Rangers they need to perform a ritual to get his 3 forms back into 1. Only then can Trey become the Gold Ranger once again. Before they can perform the ritual, they get ambushed, with the Rangers holding off the Machine Empire. Jason and Trey successfully do the ceremony, transferring the powers back to its original owner. King Mondo is pissed, and along with the cogs, they grow giant. Tommy's about to summon the Zords, but Trey has a better idea, and he grows all the Rangers to giant size. Could you just always do that? It's a really fun fight, and I think it's the only time the Rangers grow big. And with a punch from Trey and a kick from Tommy, the Machine Empire's king and its kingdom come crashing down. We then wrap things up, with Bulk and Skull quitting the detective agency to move to France. Detective Stone seems angry at first, but shows that he's sad the two are leaving. Tommy then goes to comfort Jason about losing his powers, similar to how Jason would always do the same to him. They say that even though they're not teammates anymore, they'll always be friends. And hey, Jason still gets the girl. Emily, from earlier. Zed and Rita then give a peace offering to the Machine Empire, handing a present to Prince Sprocket, and drive away in the trailer, where it turns out the present was an actual bomb and blows them up, with Zed proclaiming, "We're back!" Jesus, the fact that they gave the bomb to the kid kinda shows how evil they really are. And Tommy and Kat hold hands and walk away, ending Power Rangers Zeo. Definitely a lot less of an epic finale. The fact that the Gold Ranger story took precedent over the Evil Empire stuff really shows they didn't have much of a plan with the Machine Empire. At the time also, I'm pretty sure they were working on the Turbo movie, so there wasn't the need to end the show on a cliffhanger. We will see this team again in what they have in store. Power Rangers Zeo was okay. Actually, a lot better than I expected. When I was younger, I never watched Zeo or Turbo. It was Mighty Morphin or In Space for me personally. And when I got older, I ended up binging the entire franchise, but did skip a few seasons I still had no interest in seeing, which Zeo was a part of. I think the season only being 50 episodes as opposed to 150 definitely helps and feels more condensed. The first half of the season was what I was dreading, a lot of one-off episodes that relied on the Mighty Morphin formula. But once the Gold Ranger story kicked in halfway through, it had some pretty strong narrative structure until the end. Sure, there was the occasional filler episode, but I feel like the good definitely outweighed the bad. Once again though, Tommy was kind of the main focus, along with Kat since they wanted to force that relationship. Jason was way more involved than I thought he was gonna be. I thought he would just show up to occasionally summon the Zord and maybe have a conversation or two, but on many occasions he slipped back into that leader role perfectly. Rocky was also more interesting, the fact he actually had a character now, being the goofy and lovable idiot. Adam and Tanya were there. Tanya had a few episodes and only one that kind of started to give her a character, while Adam didn't have any of that. Yeah, okay, there was the one episode he talks to Skull, but I consider that more of a Skull episode than an Adam one. Adam seems to be the most badass when he's doing a guest appearance and not a full-time character. Billy was honestly the true leader. He was the one constantly coming up with plans, creating weapons, and telling the Rangers what to do. The Rangers themselves were more just soldiers. The Machine Empire were also pretty good villains. They were never as threatening as Zed, but I like the family aspect of it. Prince Sprocket was way less annoying than I thought he would be, actively coming up with plans to stop the Rangers. Prince Gasket and Archerina were also really nice, having a rivalry with both the Rangers and his own family. It's poetic, don't you think? The robots who are programmed perfectly, but still manage to be dysfunctional. Bulk and Skull also had a lot of development. Seeing them be a little more buddy-buddy with the Rangers is always a nice change of pace, and actively doing good deeds as well. They also had their first real action scene on the show. This, of course, though, wouldn't be the last time they do that. So, while Power Rangers Zeo wasn't ever truly bad, I'd say, the next season we're gonna check out, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to say the same. After the resounding meh of Power Rangers Zeo, it was time for the Power Rangers to shift into the next gear, both metaphorically and literally. Power Rangers Turbo was meant to be the next step for our team of heroes, growing up and dealing with more mature and serious problems. This was meant to be the Power Rangers that took things seriously. But there were a few roadblocks. One of which being that the Sentai that Turbo was based off of, Gekiso Sentai Car Ranger, was incredibly goofy and unserious, even for Power Ranger standards. Car Ranger was a bit of a parody of Super Sentai. Being the 20th season in Japan, the franchise was chock full of tropes that Car Ranger would be self-aware of. The weirdness and absurdity would work and be a massive success in Japan, But for Power Rangers, adapting a parody season for your new serious season wouldn't make things easy. But would they be able to overcome it? Well, let's see what we have in store when we shift into Turbo. We kick things off with
Turbo, a Power Rangers movie.
Oh, that's right. For the first and only time ever in Power Rangers, the new season would kick off with a full theatrical movie. Turbo, a Power Rangers movie. Unlike the Mighty Morphin movie, Turbo is canon, so if we were to just jump into episode 1 as a completely new viewer, you'd probably be a little lost. Now, without getting too ahead of myself, I hated this movie as a kid. I thought it was so boring, so lame, and even Johnny Young Bosch made a joke during a panel saying that you don't need to watch this. But hey, maybe it's not as bad as I remember? The movie kicks off with a Star Wars text crawl and narration. We see this ugly little wizard named Larigo being chased by the Piranhatron, this season's new foot soldiers. We then cut to Angel Grove where Kat and Tanya are volunteering at the homeless shelter, where they're making these preteens sing Row, Row, Row Your Boat. Everyone's for some reason having fun, except this one kid, Justin. He doesn't want to sing, and I don't blame him, he's not 3. Something finally happens when Tommy, Adam, and Rocky are training for a karate tournament, where Rocky tries to push himself too hard, doing a spinning kick and somehow manages to fly out of the ring. This fall was pretty serious, putting him in the hospital. Justin goes to check on him, but he's not supposed to leave the group. When he hears the others come into the room, he hides under Rocky's bed. They hope he gets well soon, but quickly gets summoned to the command center, where Justin overhears this and even sees them teleporting away, putting 2 and 2 together and finding out that they're the Power Rangers. We also get some weird retconning, with Bulk and Skull now being back on the police force with Detective Stone. He says they were all given one more chance, but like, why? The 3 of them were pretty happy being detectives. I think that Zeo's ratings were so bad towards the middle of the show that they just assumed nobody even saw the ending of Zeo. We then cut to our season's new villain, Divatox. She's a space pirate with a very, very big personality.
Oh, shut up, Elgar!
She is annoying, a lot like Rita with her overacting and temper tantrums. Alongside her are her 2 generals, Rygog and her cousin Elgar. He'll be our epic comic relief. Her plan is to revive and marry a powerful fire demon named Malagor. Anyway, Zordon informs the Rangers of everything I just told you. Great, we can skip ahead. As a wedding gift for Malagor, Divatox manages to kidnap both Jason and Kimberly. Whoa! Amy Jo Johnson returning for this movie. She has never returned to the franchise since. I'm blaming that solely on this. Meanwhile, the Rangers go on a mission to save Larigo before Divatox takes him. They succeed, but Divatox still manages to steal Larigo's family and threatens to end them if Larigo doesn't turn himself over, which he does, and the Rangers get tricked. So this is where somehow the movie gets even worse. Zordon tells the Rangers that Divatox and Malagor will be such a devastating threat that they need new powers. So Zordon opens up a secret door in the power chamber and shows them the weapons that will save the world. Cars. This magical SUV will be the answer. They have a ceremony and shoot this beam of light into the Rangers, and there you go. New powers, new suits. No grandeur, no epic moment, it's just like, here you go, hop in the car. There's clearly a lot wrong here. Like, why did they need the new powers? Kat kind of started to morph into her Zeo Ranger form, but that's it. They never even tried to fight the Piranhatron with their Zeo powers. Why are you immediately giving up and assuming you need car powers? Secondly, where did they even come from? A popular theory is that this is what Billy was constantly disappearing to work on during the Gold Ranger arc in Zeo, but that's never been confirmed. Also, the car thing is kinda lame. We had dinosaur powers, ninja powers, ancient crystal powers, and now Jeep. Kind of a step back in my opinion. But wait! With Rocky's back being broken, who could possibly take on the role as the new Blue Ranger?
Guys, I'm the new Blue Ranger. Isn't that cool or what?
Oh, the 12-year-old orphan. Okay, it's only the fate of the world, Zordon. You gave the Rangers new powers because you thought the Zeo crystals wouldn't be strong enough, but you equipped those new powers to a child. Okay, this decision would leave quite the impact. I'll go more into my thoughts after the movie, but for now, yeah, Justin is our first and only 12-year-old Ranger. Now there's still like an hour left of this movie, but it's all so skippable and boring. The Rangers need to go on this haunted pirate ship to search for the island where Divatox is reviving Malagor. You know, since the minivan can't drive on water. Already, these powers are proving useless. There's a fight scene with some monsters on the boat, but the Rangers eventually do make it to the island. And an hour and 10 minutes into this Power Rangers movie, the teens finally morph into the Power Rangers. I actually like this morphing sequence. They mimic steering a wheel before shoving the keys into the wrist contraption. Then they say the names of the new cars that no one will remember.
Red Lightning Turbo Power!
And since Car Ranger didn't use a child Blue Ranger, Justin just magically stretches and grows to the size of a normal adult. You know how I know this movie is bad? Because the big epic final fight is boring. The Rangers show up and fight the bad guys. Malagor gets revived when Divatox shoves Elgar into the fire and sacrifices him. Jesus, that's your nephew, what the heck? Malagor's costume is actually pretty sick. I like it. Anyway, the Rangers fight a hypnotized Kimberly and Jason, but cure them with the power of friendship. The Rangers then use the Zords to fight Malagor and, of course, defeat him. They send Divatox back into hiding, win the martial arts tournament with Jason instead of Rocky, and that's the end of the Turbo movie. It's still very bad, and everything is kinda wrong. The pacing is bad, and the movie just feels like a TV show. Nothing feels grand. Like, the suits are the same ones they use in the TV show. At least the Mighty Morphin movie made new custom suits that had a cool armor look to them. This feels like this could have been a 3-parter. Nothing about Turbo screams, important movie! A lot of Power Rangers fans also hated the inclusion of Justin as the new Blue Ranger. People thought, what is this stupid little kid doing on my Power Rangers? I felt that way too when I was a kid. Which is weird, because Justin was older than me at the time. I was like 8 when I first saw Turbo. I was an actual stupid little kid. Upon rewatching Turbo though, Justin is honestly fine. He never actually annoyed me at any point. Maybe that's just because with how Power Rangers has been under the Neo, Saban, and Hasbro era, with characters consistently and actively being annoying, Justin is the least of my problems. I guess people just hated the concept of it. Like, if a little kid can do this, how incompetent must the older teens be to be all on the same level? Steve Cardenas, who played Rocky, wanted to leave the show to open up his own martial arts dojo. And during Power Rangers Zeo, another show made its way onto the scene. Big Bad Beetleborgs. It was the same concept as Power Rangers, but with the main characters being preteen kids. Beetleborgs was actually way more successful than Zeo viewership-wise. So I guess to capitalize on that, Power Rangers thought a kid would boost ratings. I guess we'll see if it worked. But with the movie out of the way, we can finally jump into the TV show. Shift into Turbo Part 1. I guess we should actually talk about the theme song. It's pretty catchy. Nowhere near my favorite, but still plenty of energy, and even manages to still sneak in the Go-Go Power Rangers bit. The episode kicks off with Divatox vowing revenge on the Rangers. She's also played by a completely different woman. This is Carol Hoyt, and she'll play Divatox for about the first half of the season. However, Hilary Shepard, who played the character in the movie, would return for the remainder of Divatox's existence after Carol Hoyt. Hilary Shepard was apparently pregnant when they hired her. Why would you hire a pregnant woman who you know you're gonna need for a long period of time? Whatever. We then cut to the Rangers, who are graduating high school. Yeah, Turbo was meant to take everything to the next level. It's an interesting concept. The Rangers are out of high school and now need to deal with adult problems. Like Tommy, who spends the entire episode racing a car. Classic Tommy, I guess. Meanwhile, Justin takes a placement exam since he's new in town to try and figure out what grade he'll be in. Rocky makes his last appearance for the season to officially pass down the torch to Justin. He asks about their adventure and we get a whole montage of the movie. Seriously, it's like 2 minutes of the theme song just flashing over the important stuff. So, I guess we could have skipped the movie. Anyway, Divatox creates another general because I guess we don't have enough. This is Porto, and he's essentially the Finster of this season, the bumbling, weak inventor. Also, Elgar is back! Diva Talks literally pushed him into a fiery abyss, but whatever, he's back now with no explanations. She sends Elgar to place bombs to blow up the power plant, but he's intercepted by Bulk and Skull. And hey, to add onto their character development, they actually try to stand their ground and fight him. However, Elgar has a device that it turns Bulk and Skull into monkeys, where they will remain for a good bit of the show. The behind-the-scenes reason for this is because Paul Schreier and Jason Narvey were filming a Bulk and Skull pilot that would never sadly see the light of day. But yeah, they're monkeys now. How mature and serious, right? While the Rangers are busy with graduation, Justin is at the power chamber and notices something going on at the power plant. He teleports there and shows off some sick martial arts, even beating up Elgar unmorphed. But for how long can this boy survive on his own? Part 2 kicks off with Justin morphing, and it's the same morphing sequence from the movie. Once again, Power Rangers steals from itself. Meanwhile, Adam, Cat, and Tanya need to sneak away from graduation to help Justin. But Tommy isn't there. They say he picked up his diploma early, which is odd. But before they can help Justin, Diva Talks ambushes them. We get a nice unmorphed fight, which we rarely ever got in Zeo. They beat up the Piranhatron and morph on out. Tommy also has to step away from his busy day of driving a race car to morph and help the others.
Shift to the turbo!
The rest of the episode has the Rangers fighting the Piranhatron and finding the detonator. Justin teleports to the command center for a device that could locate the bombs, but when he shows up, Alpha and Zordon are acting very sketchy. But with no time to worry about that, Justin gets the device and they manage to stop the bomb, save the power plant, and make it to graduation on time. Lieutenant Stone also comes across the monkeys and gets a liking to them, saying they have a very familiar vibe to them. Part 2 ends with Larigo, of all people, coming back to the command center to tell Zordon and Alpha some very important news. Where Part 3 naturally kicks off with more Tommy race car nonsense. Why is this happening? Although we do get some nice dialogue between Adam, Cat, and Tanya, talking about their next steps in life. They'll all be doing some kind of work over the summer. We also learn that Justin is a bit of a genius and gets placed into high school. Before everyone can celebrate though, the Rangers are summoned to the power chamber, where Alpha is crying, Larigo is chillin', and Zordon has some news. With Larigo's powerful magic, he's here to free Zordon from his time warp and allow him to go home to Eltar to be with his family. And Alpha will be joining him. Yeah, this is goodbye for Zordon. A bit out of the blue, get it, but thematically makes tons of sense. Zordon has been the Rangers' mentor for years. In a way, he's like their father. And with the teenagers with attitude now being adults and needing to grow up, they're not going to be able to come running to Zordon for help and answers all the time anymore. Zordon feels like the Rangers will do great without him. He's watched them mature and become the brave men and women they are now. Except for you, Justin, sorry. Diva Talks decides to mess with the portal that would rescue Zordon. She summons a monster to fight the Rangers. It's a pretty long Megazord sequence that goes on for a bit. But after they destroy the monster, Zordon and Alpha safely get teleported to Eltar. However, Zordon didn't want to leave the Rangers completely on their own, so he requested the help of a woman named Demetria from the planet Inquiris, as well as a new Alpha, Alpha 6.
Yeah, that's me alright.
Oh, for God's sakes, he's gonna talk like that for the rest of the season, isn't he? Demetria will act as our new Zordon. However, she's way more useless. Being from the planet Inquiris, she only speaks in questions, you get it?
Do you know who we are?
Do you know who you are?
We're the Power Rangers.
Is not who you are much more than the Power Rangers, Tommy?
It does get very annoying, but again, it works thematically. The Rangers aren't just given answers anymore. They need to think for themselves. Diva Talks also vows revenge. The shift in the Turbo 3-parter was honestly very good. Honestly, way better than the movie. You should have just canned the movie altogether and started with this. There was a lot that happened here. The Rangers graduating high school and taking their next steps into adulthood. No more high school projects, dance plot lines. Hopefully the Ranger storylines manage to keep up a somewhat mature pace. The Bulk and Skull stuff is very boring. They do still talk via voiceover, but the actual shenanigans is just monkey business. Alpha 6 is very annoying. He's from Brooklyn, I guess, and has an attitude. Gone is the sweet and friendly Alpha, and instead we have a wisecracking loudmouth. I have mixed feelings going forward, but I ultimately do have high hopes for the season already. This intro did way more right than the Zeo beginnings, so let's see what else we have in store. Shadow Rangers. We start off with Justin accidentally ruining Tommy's race car and blowing up the engine. Honestly, good. Meanwhile, Divatox gets a monster that's able to zap the Rangers' powers and use them for herself. She targets Adam, Kat, and Tanya first. During their morphing sequence, the monster blasts the Rangers and it steals their powers. With it, it's able to create the Shadow Rangers, which are just evil versions of the Rangers with colorless helmets for some reason. 4 episodes in and the Rangers already lost their powers to a random monster. Yeah, this is really an upgrade from the Zeo crystals. Justin and Tommy go check it out, where Justin morphs and the same thing happens, meaning it's up to Tommy to save the day. It's a really well-paced episode though, lots of unmorphed Tommy fighting with the Shadow Rangers. He once again asks Demetria for help, which is pointless because she just asks questions. It turns out the Shadow Rangers are made from actual shadows and can be defeated by removing a light source. Everyone's being held in a cave and Tommy needs to blast his way to save everyone. The Rangers get their powers back and defeat the monster. The episode ends with yet another shakeup, with Lieutenant Stone now being the owner of Ernie's juice bar. They say that Ernie was called back for military duty, making all that police stuff at the beginning ultimately pointless. I also want to mention that Richard Janelle, the man who played Ernie, would sadly pass away in 2008 from a heart attack. Rest in peace, Ernie. Transmission impossible. We see that Tanya's hard at work with her new summer job at the radio station. Meanwhile, the Rangers get a radio message from outer space. The voice says he's on his way to Earth to meet Demetria. However, Divatox intercepts the message and manages to capture this mysterious being. His name is Visceron, and he's a friend of Demetria from Inquiris. Elgar is sent to place bombs around the radio station to blow it up, because Porto told Divatox that the frequency of the message came from there. Divatox then brainwashes and puts a disguise on Visceron, sending him to Earth to cause destruction. The Rangers, not knowing who Visceron is, just attack him because he's a monster. It's a pretty smart plan. The Rangers almost destroy him, while also stopping the detonator from blowing up the radio station. But when they realize what's going on, he's taken to the command center to be healed. I love it, the Rangers are like, oops, sorry we almost killed your friend. He comes bearing a message for Demetria, saying that she's not an only child, and actually has a twin sister. I'm just gonna say it now, this never gets brought up again and goes forever unanswered. However, it's believed amongst the fans that her twin sister is Divatox, mainly because when Demetria first came onto the scene, Divatox had a very visceral and personal reaction to it.
If there's one person I can't stand, it's Demetria. Ugh.
They're also both played by the same woman. Rally Ranger. Justin is taking part in a boxcar derby race. There's this kid who's mean to Justin and constantly bullies him, making him feel like an outcast, you know, because he's an orphan and is also super smart. That's the main focus of this episode, Justin dealing with insecurities. Although, the insecurity is that he's just super smart. Tommy's like, hey man, don't feel bad for being a genius. It's a very weird approach, like now I'm starting to dislike Justin for that too. Divatox then does what Divatox does. She plants a bomb inside the bully kid's rally car, oh my god. I guess so he can drive into a populated place and blow up everyone. Okay, you terrorist. However, the Rangers of course save the day, and the bully being faced with a near-death experience changes his tune about Justin. Built for speed. We get these 50s greasers dancing at the diner and almost getting into a fight. But it turns out it's just for a movie. But then these greasers are like arguing for real that this gang always gets to win the fight. You know, the imaginary fight because it's scripted? These actors need to be fired. They're upset because their characters don't get to win. They also still act like greasers when they're outside talking to each other. Like, are the writers of this season that out of touch they think this is what cool is? They then decide to have a street race to decide who wins the fake fight in this play. It's so stupid. But Adam, of course, is like, hey guys, that's illegal and dangerous. I don't know who's lamer. Anyway, a monster attacks, Divatox plants another bomb in the Greaser's car, the Rangers destroy it and the monster. And the Greasers still race, but almost die, but get saved by the Megazord. It's so stupid and pointless. What did we learn from this? Nothing.
Shift into turbo! Desert Thunder Turbo Power!
Bicycle built for the blues. The Rangers are planning a surprise birthday party for Justin, but he can't find out about it, so they act like they don't know it's his birthday, ultimately upsetting Justin because he feels like they forgot. This is one of those universal Power Rangers plots you can use in every season. Divatox then leaves a bike for Justin, saying that it's from his dad. However, it's an evil bicycle, because it glues Justin to the seat and puts a spell on him that makes him continuously pedal. There's also an odometer on the bike that counts backwards, and when it reaches 0, you guessed it, the bike blows up. Jesus, Divatox sure likes killing children. I'm sure you've noticed the pattern by now. Divatox's plans always involve just planting bombs and blowing things up, which I guess is an effective plan. Divatox is just a pirate, her plans should use guerrilla tactics, and at least she's not making the Rangers smell bad or sending a pudgy pig to eat all the food. The whole episode is just one big chase scene to get Justin off the bike. Tommy manages to do it by tackling him really hard, but not before blasting at him to try and stop the bike. The episode ends with a surprise party, and we get to see Justin's adopted dad for the first time. Wow! The whole lie. Justin gets hit with a ray that makes him constantly tell lies. Every time he lies, it spawns in a Piranhatron. That's basically it. Justin just keeps telling lies until they find out what's going on. They make him stop talking until they destroy the monster. The first real whatever episode in my opinion. Glyphhanger. Adam is once again filming another movie as a stunt double for his summer job. The first one was the Greaser episode. Meanwhile, Divatox teams up with her ex-husband for this episode. He's an evil demon pharaoh, but like, he comes to Earth and immediately gets beaten up by random kids. That's it, it's over, he's not a threat. Anyway, he uses his powers to turn everything into hieroglyphics, which is an inconvenience but doesn't really do anything. So the Rangers gotta fight the bad guy to reverse the spell. I don't see what the big evil scheme was with this one. Wait and see. Kat is auditioning for some ballet recital when a snarky girl gives her attitude and calls her fat. She does it over and over again to the point where Kat starts to feel bad, skipping out on meals and having body image issues. It's a pretty serious topic that naturally Power Rangers does not handle very well, because we immediately cut from that to Justin and Adam ogling cute girls on the beach. Good job. Anyway, Divatox sends down a math monster that can add or subtract weight to people, but not visually. For example, he hits Kat and she becomes light as a feather. The Rangers have to do battle until Kat learns that it doesn't matter what she looks like on the outside. What? Like, sure, that's supposed to be the moral of her being called fat, but it comes out of nowhere. Demetria gives fake wisdom and Kat just randomly comes up with that revelation, which cancels the spell. It's such a forced moral of the day. Literally nothing happened to Kat to make her come to this revelation. Alarmed and dangerous. Justin is getting bullied by these grown-ass adults because they want to cheat on the test. Justin says no, but it causes a scene, where the three of them get kicked out of class. The bullies then pull the fire alarm and Justin rats on them, where naturally they want to beat up this 12-year-old kid. Meanwhile, Divatox has a plan to set off all of Angel Grove's fire alarms as a distraction while she plants a bomb. The episode's moral is also very confusing and bad. The bullies try to go Justin into a fight, where he reaches into his back pocket to pull out his morpher, but for a second it looks like Justin is pulling out a switchblade to shank these kids. It's hilarious. Anyway, Kat tells Justin that he shouldn't resort to violence and fight. But Justin specifically says, I need to defend myself, Kat.
I'm gonna have to defend myself, Kat.
If you wanted Justin to learn a lesson, shouldn't he say something like, I'm gonna beat up those kids so they don't mess with me, or something? You know, in this TV show about fighting the bad guys, maybe it's okay to teach kids that physical defense is sometimes okay. While the Rangers are sent to spread out around town to find the bomb, Justin runs into the bullies again, where they try to fight him, and Justin straight up counters one of them and is on the verge of beating him up, before coming to his senses. It's over for that bully, bro. Pack it in. How are you supposed to continue when this 12-year-old almost thrashed you? They chase Justin throughout the park where he teleports away, potentially in the bully's sights, where Kat once again gives Justin a hard time for teleporting in broad daylight. So, okay, Kat tells Justin that he shouldn't fight, and when he tries to run away, it's also the wrong thing to do. So, what's Kat's solution for Justin?
I'm sure you'll think of something.
I'm speechless. Anyway, the Rangers find the bomb and destroy the monster, where naturally Justin and the bully become friends over mutual trauma, talking about how they both don't have parents anymore. Thanks, Power Rangers, that's the answer. Share your trauma and insecurities with the bully. How could that ever go wrong? The Millennium Message. This weird-looking police officer crashes down on Earth. He's the Blue Centurion, basically an intergalactic police officer. He comes bearing a message for Demetria, where Divatox does an impression of her in order to trick him. It's a pretty important message though. All of the galaxy's evil forces are uniting together for a grand scheme, and there's only one force that's in their way, where we get to see the Machine Empire, Zed, and Rita. Anyway, Divatox reprograms the Blue Centurion so that he thinks the Rangers are the bad guys. It's a pretty good episode. There's a lot of fighting and trying to jog the Blue Centurion's memory. They eventually manage to get him back on the side of good and unofficially becomes the 6th Ranger. Kinda. A Drive to Win. Adam is coaching a soccer team where we get introduced to some new characters. First one is Carlos. He's a star athlete who likes showing off. Adam tells him the importance of teamwork and that he shouldn't just always hog the ball. The other new character is Ashley. She's a cheerleader. I like Ashley. Divatox spies on them for some reason and decides to plant the bomb at the soccer game. Why not? She sends down some Piranhatron and Adam has to fight them off alone. However, Carlos and Ashley stick around and manage to hold their own. The rest of the episode has 2 stories. The Rangers fighting the monster and Carlos needing to learn the importance of teamwork. The Ranger stuff is mostly Sentai footage, where we get to see the Sentai version of Elgar, and he's way creepier. I wish they kept this suit. Cars Attacks. Kat's auditioning for another ballet thing and meets a girl she's trying to be friends with. But she's acting very closed off and honestly kinda bitchy. That's the human plotline. The Ranger stuff is, take a guess. Does it involve fighting a random monster that also planted a bomb somewhere? And the Rangers gotta fight it and defuse said bomb? Correct! The episode has kind of a funny ending though, where Kat tries to talk to the mean girl who didn't get accepted into the dance school because of her attitude. The girl's then like, what, is this where we have a heart-to-heart and become friends? And Kat's reply is this.
Look, Jenny, I don't even know if I'd want to be your friend. You're mean, you're rude, and you alienate yourself from everybody.
Dang, get roasted, nerd. Honey, I Shrunk the Rangers Part 1. Heck, while I'm here, let's just also throw in Part 2. So the Rangers minus Justin get captured by Elgar and the Piranhatron, where they get blasted and shrunk down to mini size. Yeah, Elgar captured the Rangers. Meanwhile, a fly monster gets into the head of the Blue Centurion, causing him to go crazy and partake in shenanigans. We also get a lot of Bulk and Skull monkey business. They hijack Detective Stone's car and go on a joyride. This goes on for way longer than it needs to. The Rangers get kidnapped and brought to Divatox's base. What ensues is a lot of tiny Rangers Home Alone shenanigans. They interact with big things trying to escape. The villains also do a lot of silly slapstick. Just like those bullies who almost got beaten up by Justin, they lose a lot of credibility and threat. It's honestly a weird episode they decided to make into a 2-parter. The Rangers get their size back though by launching missiles at themselves, which is the method Divatox uses to make her monsters grow. So that's kinda funny. But now, we've reached some important episodes. Passing of the Torch, Part 1. In this 2-parter, Kat, Tanya, Adam, and Tommy no longer stay the Power Rangers. But I'll talk about all of the behind-the-scenes stuff after we talk about the 2-parter. We start off with 2 new characters, TJ and Cassie. Cassie is singing terribly on the bus while TJ politely makes her stop. They hit it off pretty quickly, where we learn that TJ is going to Angel Grove to become a baseball player and Cassie wants to be a singer. God have mercy. We spend some time getting to know these new characters. TJ is an overall responsible and friendly person, while Cassie has a bit of an edge. Meanwhile, Tommy and Kat get attacked by Divatox's monster, literally blowing up the truck they were driving. Oh my god. Tommy gets knocked out and taken away, leaving Kat all on her own to fight the Piranhatron. TJ notices something and immediately goes to check it out, with Cassie hesitantly following. Meanwhile, Adam, Tanya, and Justin are on a camping trip, but they also get attacked by a monster, and for some reason don't morph. Justin's morpher gets knocked out of his hand, but Adam and Tanya just stay in their human forms, I guess. TJ and Cassie manage to find the wreckage, with Kat being outnumbered. TJ immediately jumps into action, while Cassie wants to leave, but eventually joins up. What ensues is a really solid unmorphed fight. There's more drama and tension than usual, with Kat being all beaten up, the destroyed truck. The tone is very serious. No Ron Wasserman music or anything. The only thing that's weird about it is that it's the Piranhatron. It's like having a dramatic battle with the putties. But yeah, that's just a minor nitpick. It's still a really good scene. Cassie also says this during the fight.
Where did you learn to do that?
My ancestors invented it.
So with the Rangers fighting for their lives and momentarily split up from each other, and Tommy being held captive, how will our hero survive? Part 2 kicks off with Adam, Tanya, and Justin finally morphing and destroying the monster, with the Rangers then meeting up with Kat to check on her, thanking TJ and Cassie in the process. They're told to leave and that the Power Rangers will take care of everything, but on their way back, TJ notices something suspicious, and decides that he can't just sit back and do nothing. So he investigates. Cassie initially, once again, doesn't come along because she clearly doesn't want to jump into the dangers, but comes around and joins her new friend. Demetria also introduces an hourglass, and says that the Rangers have that amount of time to finish their mission. Why? What happens if the hourglass runs out? Who knows? They never give an explanation, it's just there for the sake of drama. Tommy's also being held captive in a cave where rats are slowly chewing on rope for him to fall into the evil abyss. And nobody is of course watching him. The Rangers are sent to deal with the monster that's destroying the town. We even get to see the destruction it causes, with civilians running away and even the army. What? Carlos and Ashley are also there, helping the Rangers evacuate the citizens. TJ and Cassie eventually stumble across the cave and once again need to fight some Piranhatron, while also rescuing Tommy from his doom. They manage to succeed and Tommy's very thankful. The Rangers destroy the monster, stop the bomb, and are tasked with one final mission, where Demetria says it's time to proceed with the ceremony. What ceremony? The one we just established 5 minutes ago. The ceremony is given some real grandeur though, with both Zordon and Alpha showing up for a cameo. The turbo powers will be passed down to a new generation, with each veteran Ranger giving respects to their new replacements. Cassie will be the new Pink Ranger, Ashley the Yellow, Carlos the Green, and TJ the Leader and Red Ranger, with Justin still remaining the Blue because he just got here. And for the first time ever in Power Rangers, we completely say goodbye to the Mighty Morphin team and welcome in our new heroes. The passing of the Torch 2-parter is really given some weight and grandeur, a bit of a precursor of things to come with the next season with its serious tone. But let's talk about what happened with the old cast. After the end of Zeo, Catherine Sutherland and Jason David Frank wanted to leave the show. It's unknown why Catherine wanted to leave, but it's confirmed that Jason David Frank wanted to leave because Saban refused to let him work other gigs, since Tommy was the most popular character on the show. I don't know how Hollywood works, but the fact Saban was apparently able to not let Jason David Frank take on roles outside Power Rangers with the poor pay we all know everyone was getting was insane. The producers managed to convince Catherine and Jason to stay for 19 episodes, so they could properly organize replacements. As for Johnny Young Bosch and Nakia Baris, apparently they didn't want to leave the show, but it was ultimately one of the producers who decided that it would just be easier to wipe the slate clean and start fresh with a whole new cast of characters. If that's true, that really sucks, that 2 main actors were just written off like nothing. Saban will never beat the asshole boss allegations. Fans have also pointed out that Johnny Young Bosch looks pretty sad during the final ceremony, even during points where everyone was supposed to be happy. As much as this sucks, I guess the team really had no choice. Turbo's ratings were in the garbage. They already tried one shakeup with Justin, but figured maybe some more fresh faces would be the solution. And to be fair, Turbo's ratings would slightly increase after the new team was introduced. What are my thoughts on this new team? Well, I'm honestly very biased. Without getting too far ahead of myself, this will be the new team for Power Rangers in Space, my absolute favorite season of all time. So yeah, of course I'm gonna like this new cast. If you want a little secret too, Ashley was my first ever crush. That's right, for most people it was Kimberly, but nuh-uh. The first time I saw Ashley, I immediately knew what love was. Please don't ever tell her actress Tracy Lynn Cruz about this. But I gotta try and look at things without the nostalgia goggles. Based off what we've seen so far, TJ and Cassie are the most interesting. On the surface, Carlos is a generic jock and Ashley is a generic cheerleader. But that can all change as we continue forward. So let's dive back into the series and see how the Power Rangers adjust to their new lives. Stitch Witchery. We start off at Angel Grove High, where Ashley is in a fashion design class and a classmate is not impressed with her new jacket, which obviously hurts her feelings. So yeah, I guess the new Rangers are still in school, meaning we're going back on that whole growing up thing and putting the Rangers back in school. Meanwhile, Bulk and Skulk are doing invisible shenanigans. I don't think I mentioned this, but in the last episode there was an explosion that turned the two back into humans, but they're now invisible. Cool. Divatox sees that Ashley is upset by her uncool jacket and makes a monster that takes on the form of a fashion designer who wants to team up with Ashley and then creates evil flannels. So whenever someone wears Ashley's flannel, they become rude and aggressive. Okay, no bombs this time, I guess, it's different. All the Rangers try it on and naturally become mean, telling Ashley her design sucks, where she runs off and cries. However, duty calls and Ashley morphs on out to take care of everything. She learns about the evil clothes and tricks the Rangers into taking them off, turning them back to normal, where they defeat the monster and save Angel Grove from the evil shirts. The episode ends with Bulk and Skull finally turning back into visible humans. They drink a milkshake and I guess that fixes everything, with Detective Stone being genuinely happy to see them. It's heartwarming. As for the rest of the episode, it felt like Mighty Morphin. And not in a good way. More silly plots with high school drama, the Blue Centurion wearing a flannel. It's definitely a little goofy, but let's see where things go. The Wheel of Fate. Elgar informs Divatox of two magical and powerful cars that are in space. They're sentient vehicles named Lightning Cruiser and Storm Blaster. They crash land on Earth and Elgar tries to steal them. We get this whole slapstick scene of the villains trying to open the door to get in, but it's a convertible. There's no roof. Why don't you just hop in? They're so stupid. The two cars get the attention of TJ and Justin, who go to check it out. Justin and Storm Blaster get taken away, so it's up to TJ and Lightning Cruiser to save him. Of course, with the help of the other Rangers. It's a really good episode, full of action and not a lot of silliness, fighting Divatox's forces for control over the vehicles, where of course the Rangers win and have two more cars to fight alongside them. Trouble by the Slice. Divatox gets hit with a blast and gives her amnesia. She shows up to a local pizza place and she eats without paying, meaning she now has to work there temporarily. The B-plot has Justin and Carlos playing soccer, where Justin meets a kid his own age and they quickly become friends. It's another very, very silly episode. We spend a lot of time with Divatox working at the pizza joint and messing things up, until her bumbling sidekicks come along and accidentally blast her memory back. Divatox then comes up with her most evil plan yet, to create an Italian pizza monster and trap the Rangers inside a giant toaster oven to be cooked into a pizza.
We're here to toss your salad.
Meanwhile, the monster also uses evil pizza to control Storm Blaster and Lightning Cruiser. The Blue Centurion then just magically shows up and tries to free the Rangers from their pizza prison. To say this episode was goofy would put it lightly. However, we do get our next important story bit with the Phantom Phenomenon. While Justin and his new friend are playing soccer, something crash lands on Earth. Justin's friend, who's named Nico, discovers an alien spaceship. He shows Justin, but only if he triple promises not to tell anyone. Meanwhile, Divatox sends Elgar and some Piranhatron to rob a bank, but before the Power Rangers show up to stop them, a mysterious invisible force saves the day. When the Rangers come to the aftermath, they're trying to figure out what's going on, when Cassie thinks she sees something. After this mysterious force stops another attack by Divatox, Cassie manages to stop him, where he says they're on their side before disappearing. The group finds out he's an alien from Eltar, but have no idea where he could be. Justin, however, might have a feeling since he saw the spaceship, but doesn't tell the Rangers because he made a stupid promise to his stupid friend. This is the first time Justin has done something actively annoying and childlike, which is weird because throughout this entire series, he's never been written as a kid. He just so happened to be a kid character, but had the same maturity as the rest of the teens, so this just feels weird. Heck, he even goes to check on the spaceship himself without backup because of the promise, where the Piranhatrons spot Justin and Nico and attack. They're on their own, but the unseen force becomes visible to save the kids. Divatox sends a missile to blow up his ship, but it turns out it was just a decoy, and his real ship is okay. We don't learn anything about this new guy, but the team dub him as the Phantom Ranger. The episode ends with Cassie clearly having a crush on him. The Phantom Ranger is pretty cool, and to my knowledge, he's an American-made Ranger, not being in the Sentai. Which makes sense, he looks very American. He was clearly made with a toy design in mind, but I don't have a problem with that. Vanishing Act. Divatox creates a monster that turns everything invisible and translucent, meaning to the Ranger's eyes, everything is gone, but in reality, everything is still there. They just can't see or interact with it. Once again, the Rangers get help from the Phantom Ranger, but they all, forgot who he was, I guess. At first, he's invisible fighting the Piranhatron, and TJ's like, "What's going on?" Huh? Who's that? It makes no sense. I literally thought I watched these episodes out of order, but no. Anyway, they find and destroy the monster, turning everything back to normal. The episode ends the same as the last, with Cassie swooning over the Phantom Ranger. When time freezes over, Divatox has a plan to freeze the sun, but gets stopped by the Turbo Rangers and the Phantom Ranger. She then creates a monster that can rewind time. Oh, it's just that easy. Lord Zed and Rita had to go through insane rituals and find mystical objects to make that happen, but Divatox can just make a monster. So how far back do they go? To when the Rangers were kids and offs them before they grow up? No, of course not. They go back a few hours to stop the Rangers from thwarting her sun freezing plan. It's kind of a weird episode with odd choices. There's a lot of freezing and unfreezing time, but without any actual time traveling, I don't know, it's whatever. A pretty mid episode. I also haven't been talking about Bulk and Skull because they're just back to their old shenanigans. Every episode has them working a different job they naturally screw up and get into slapstick with. The Darkest Day. After another unsuccessful attack on the Rangers, Divatox's brother, General Havoc, comes to lend a hand. His first order of business is to move Divatox's headquarters into space. General Havoc decides to lead a charge on the Rangers, and is actually pretty successful, taking them head on in a fight and wiping the floor with them. His generals are these silly-looking morph suit guys. They look just as ridiculous as Zed's evil Rangers. General Havoc then summons his own Zord, Metalosaurus, which is kind of a stupid name. Despite the name, it is a pretty powerful Zord, once again thrashing the Rangers. And to add insult to injury, the morph suit henchmen break into the Zords and manage to steal the Turbo Megazord. With all hope lost, the Rangers question their next move, when the Phantom Ranger mysteriously shows up to lend a hand. One last hope. General Havoc begins a full frontal attack on Angel Grove, sending down the Piranhatron on the ground while the Metalosaurus attacks the rest of the city. TJ and Justin use Storm Blaster and Lightning Cruiser to try and battle the evil Zord, but it's not putting up the best fight. The Phantom Ranger shows up to inform the Turbo Rangers about a hidden group of Megazords, the Rescue Zords. And to be honest, they're kinda lame. We got a fire truck, a police car, and an actual garbage truck. I get that it's Sentai footage from a parody season, but it's hard to feel like this is a serious battle when the solution is a garbage truck Zord. Regardless, they're pretty powerful and manage to weaken the Metalosaurus and send it back into space, where Divatox realizes that the Phantom Ranger is her main threat, and decides that he will be her next target. The Fall of the Phantom. We kick things off with Cassie, who's swooning over the Phantom Ranger once again, so much so it's starting to affect her grades negatively. Divatox sees this and takes advantage of it, planting a fake love note from the Phantom Ranger for Cassie to meet him at the park. She does and gets captured, where General Havoc offers a trade, the Phantom Ranger in exchange for Cassie. Before the team can really devise a plan, they just kinda dive right in and attack the enemies head on. This plan ultimately backfires, with Cassie literally being turned to stone, and the only way to save her is for the Phantom Ranger to use his Power Ruby, which is essentially his main energy source that keeps him alive. He nobly offers this though when he realizes that Cassie is the one in danger. They save her and all teleport away, where they fight and destroy the monster. However, the Rangers can't locate the Phantom Ranger. The episode ends with him stumbling around a sewer, presumably with not much life force left in him. Clash of the Megazords. We start off with Cassie and TJ locating an unconscious Phantom Ranger. They bring him back to the command center where Demetria will use some of her power to keep him alive. Meanwhile, General Havoc sends down the evil Turbo Megazord down to Angel Grove, and the Rangers have to use their new Rescue Megazord to fight it. That's pretty much the whole episode if I'm being honest. One very long fight scene. Divatox is in possession of the Phantom Ranger's Power Ruby, so getting it back is their main objective. Which of course, after a long fight scene, destroy the monster and reunite the Ruby with the Phantom Ranger. He's very thankful, but gives extra attention to Cassie. Ooh, the Phantom Ranger likes Cassie. He says he needs to leave, but he'll return whenever the Earth needs him. We'll see about that. This was a very enjoyable 7-parter? The wiki calls it the Phantom Ranger mini-arc, so I guess we'll go with that. Lots of good drama that's taken serious and really solid action. If you pay attention to the background music, you'll also notice that during this saga, they used less epic rock music and focused more on dramatic orchestra that was able to set the mood and be taken more serious. I know we're not done with Turbo yet, but I've been very surprised with the quality of these episodes. This is nowhere near the worst season of Power Rangers like I was expecting. But hey, we still got some time to change my mind. The Robot Ranger. While at the juice bar, Justin notices Ashley has a robotic arm. He immediately jumps to the conclusion that she's a robot. And as a viewer, we're kind of inclined to believe this. This is very obviously a robot arm with wires. Okay, I'll admit, you got me hooked. The entire episode has Justin trying to convince the others that Ashley is a robot, keeping his eye out for robotic characteristics. But Justin then sees TJ plugging himself into an outlet, and comes to the conclusion that everyone is a robot. Now that's just ridiculous, right? This has to be some kind of misunderstanding somehow.
Does Justin suspect? I think he saw the wires.
I agree. He knows too much.
Oh, okay. So after the Rangers fight the monster and save the day, Carlos's face falls off, and it turns out that, yeah, Justin was right all along. All of the Rangers are robots. And to add one genuine twist I didn't see coming, Justin is also a robot. It turns out Demetria created them as a test for a second set of Rangers, and the Justin we were following throughout the episode was the robot Justin that, according to the show, was built so well and human-like it forgot it was a robot. That is genuinely insane and over the top that I can't help but love it. These robot rangers then get sent to Eltar to be its protectors, and I'm not even gonna think about where the second set of turbo powers came from and how it's not a problem apparently having duplicate powers. Beware the third wish. The Rangers are making wishes and Justin wishes to see his dad, who's apparently too busy to ever see him. There's never a mention of Justin's mom, so if his dad is constantly away on business trips, who's looking after him? Anyway, his wish doesn't come true and it's very sad. He shows everyone his special coin that his dad gave him and he's always trying to wish with. Divatox then sends down a monster to steal the coin through the power of Justin's love, I guess. It's able to turn this coin into a monster that can grant 3 wishes. Elgar wastes a wish on Hare. Are you laughing yet? And Divatox, using the power of a wish that seemingly has no rules, wishes for the Blue Centurion to be evil. I don't think I need to explain why that's a stupid wish, or the Rangers then have to fight the Blue Centurion. Divatox is about to use her last wish, but Elgar, enamored with his new hair, comedically bumps into Divatox and the coin crashes down to Earth, where it's found by none other than Bulk and Skull. The Gardener of Evil. Divatox makes another monster that turns people into bees. Or, I guess, people wearing bee suits. They're ordered to steal the coin back from whoever has it. The rest of the episode is pretty straightforward. The Rangers are doing battle with the monster and the Blue Centurion, while Bulk and Skull are running away. They do this until they get the attention of the Rangers and give them the coin, where the Rangers then wish for all the evil to be erased from the universe. Just kidding! They wish for the Blue Centurion to be good again. The episode ends with Justin's wish apparently coming true, and his dad comes back to say he has a new job in Angel Grove. Who cares? Justin's dad only exists to be busy for his son and occasionally shows up for an event or two. You need CPS called on you, Justin. Fire in your tank. Divatox whines and complains about wanting a flying car. Also, Hillary Shepard Turner is back playing Divatox. I think it was a few episodes ago, I genuinely couldn't tell. So Elgar manages to steal a piece of Storm Blaster's engine that lets her cars fly. So Divatox now has a busted flying convertible. But the episode's main focus is on a fire-breathing monster. and then the Rangers fight it. It's kind of all over the place and honestly forgettable. The turn of the wretched wrench. Ashley and Carlos are taking an auto shop class and are both pretty terrible at it. We learn that Ashley is taking the class because her dad hinted that girls can't work on cars. So in a way to shove it in his face, Ashley took the class. The human stuff is honestly really good, showing kids that there's no such thing as a skill that's only possible by a boy or girl. I also like how Ashley sucks at working at cars at first, almost giving up and saying her dad was right. She's not just a savant at it right off the bat, she genuinely has to study and work hard to get good. The Ranger stuff has them fighting a mechanic monster. After Stormblaster breaks down, it's Ashley who stays behind to try and fix it, which she naturally does and saves the day. Spirit of the Woods. While jogging in the woods, TJ comes across a random kid named Erutan, where he quickly disappears when TJ gets distracted for a few seconds. A monster then attacks TJ and they fight, noticing Erutan in the distance and getting saved by a strong gust of wind. Before TJ can see if the kid is okay, he's gone again. We then get this epic reveal that Erutan backwards is nature. Yeah, I guess this kid is an embodiment of nature taking human form. Divatox then tries to capture him so she can have ultimate control of the elements. What I really like is that when the Rangers come to help, they can't see Erutan. Only TJ can see him. I guess because he was nice and helped pick up some trash in the woods. I like that. It makes TJ feel special. Erutan is awesome. He literally summons a lightning strike from the heavens to assist the Rangers. Forget the Phantom Ranger, this is who you want on your team. The episode ends with TJ jogging in the woods again to thank Erutan. He doesn't see the child specifically, but after he spots a deer, he knows that Erutan will always be around. It's a genuinely heartwarming episode, easily in the top 5 of the season so far. The Song of Confusion. Cassie and her friend decide to start a band. Oh yeah, remember that? Cassie wanted to be a pop star? They hold auditions, but everyone is apparently terrible. That is until this rock band shows up and sings the worst song I've ever heard. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant the best song ever, since Cassie and her friend recruit them to their band. The members are of course a monster and the Piranhatron in disguise. They sing a song that gets stuck in everyone's head, but just kind of. Like, it's not really debilitating or hypnotic. It's no different than any other song in real life that gets stuck in your head. Anyway, the Rangers find out they're evil, destroy the rock band, and that ends the Cassie Rockstar saga. The Accident. Carlos and another soccer player are in a competition to become team leader. During practice though, the other player sprains his ankle and says that Carlos is the one who did that to him. We pretty much spend the entire episode following around a saddened Carlos, who feels guilty for taking away this guy's chance. What's nice is that we, the viewers, aren't sure if Carlos actually did hurt the guy. We of course learned by the end of the episode that he didn't, and the guy was lying. But I like that they didn't give that away right from the get-go. Cassie's best friend. Cassie has a dog named Jetson, who she loves very much, so Divatox sends down a monster that can turn humans into animals. The Rangers manage to fight it off completely unscathed. However, during a second attack, Jetson gets caught in the blast and gets turned into a human. However, Cassie never saw this and thinks that her dog is lost. The episode is honestly really weird. Jetson is fully aware that he is a dog and Cassie is his owner, and even finds Cassie, but doesn't tell her. And it's not like he's happier being a human, he still wants to hang out with Cassie and do dog things like play fetch. I don't really get it. The spell was also temporary, and Jetson just naturally turns back into a dog by the end. Kinda stupid, but the episode does have tons of heart, weirdly enough. The Curveball. Hey, remember when TJ moved to Angel Grove to become a baseball player? Well, here's the one episode where TJ plays baseball. There's a new kid who joins the opposing team. He's really good and consistently strikes out TJ. I thought it was going to be an episode where it ends with him being a cheater, but no, this new kid is actually just really good. This causes TJ to stress out and focus on nothing but being able to hit the curveball. So naturally, Divatox sends down a baseball monster that throws unhittable pitches, where TJ once again can't hit the ball and is stressed out. The other kid is also a dick, bragging about how much better he is and obsessed with winning. He then challenges TJ to a bike race and almost falls off a cliff. That is called karma, my friend. TJ saves him and, as gratitude, teaches TJ how to hit the curveball. Now, I'm not a sports guy, but is it really a win if your opponent tells you how to beat them? TJ uses this knowledge to strike out the monster and everyone becomes friends. Carlos and the Count. Carlos gets bitten by a bat and gets turned into a vampire. That's it. Little Strong Man, another good Justin episode. So Justin is trying out for track and field at Angel Grove High, but because he's literally 12, he's not as big or strong as the other high school students. This naturally frustrates him because while he is working hard in training, his body just hasn't fully developed yet. That is until he gets bit by a random ant and he develops ant powers, specifically super strength, because ants can lift things 10 times their body weight. There you go, don't say I never taught you anything. Naturally, this gets to Justin's head, showing off for his own personal gain. He gets attacked by the Piranhatron, but easily mops the floor with them, jumping all over the place and even lifting one off the ground with one hand. The only downside is that he can't morph because, and I quote, his strength is not compatible with his powers. What does that mean? Alpha then creates an antidote that will give him his powers back, but he'll lose his super strength. He's initially against it, but eventually realizes that his strength only benefits him, while the powers can benefit all of mankind. Like I said, a really good episode. The Rival Rangers. There's this new kid that both Ashley and Cassie have a crush on. They then do petty things to each other in order to sabotage the guy potentially liking the other girl. That's pretty much it. Cassie hangs out with them until Ashley ruins things, then Ashley hangs out with him until Cassie ruins things. The episode ends with the guy ending up having a crush on a total random girl. And Ashley and Cassie are left without dates for the dance.
I'll take you both. Deal.
What? Parts and Parcels. Bulk and Skull have new jobs as delivery boys. However, their packages keep getting stolen by the daytime thief. And their boss says that if one more package gets stolen, they'll both be arrested? I don't think that's how the law works, buddy. TJ and Cassie overhear this and say that while Bulk and Skull are kind of idiots, they're not criminals. TJ then takes it upon himself to team up with Bulk and Skull to find the criminals. It turns out it was the Piranhatron stealing technology for Divatox. The Rangers morph and fight the monster, yada yada, this isn't important. After the Rangers save the day though, Bulk and Skull are about to get arrested. That is until the Power Rangers teleport into the juice bar to clear the duo's name, saying that it was their efforts that saved the day. We get another nice moment with Bulk telling Ashley that TJ is pretty cool, and she tells Bulk that TJ said the same about him. Ending the episode with a heartwarming hug. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the finale of Power Rangers Turbo. Chase into Space, Part 1. Justin's dad has an interview for a new job. He tells Justin that if he accepts it, they'll have to move away from Angel Grove. Meanwhile, the Rangers get summoned to the command center for some urgent news. Eltar is under attack by the Alliance of Evil, with Zordon being the one sending this message. He tells the Rangers to stay on Earth to protect it. Meanwhile, Divatox teams up with this random monster who's the most destructive creature in the galaxy. Why he's here teaming up with her, I don't know. The Rangers really want to go to Eltar to help Zordon, but that super powerful monster shows up to wreak havoc on the city. And it turns out he is pretty powerful. None of their attacks seem to do any damage. The fight is given some real tension. There's once again no epic rock and roll playing in the background. Instead, we get the dramatic orchestra. Here's an example of a regular Megazord fight, and this one.
Ready? Let's do it!
Turbo Megazord Saber!
It's the little things that make a difference. The monster's name, that's not important, manages to severely damage the Megazord, leaving TJ with a drastic plan to self-destruct the Megazord right in the monster's face. It's a pretty desperate move, but all of the Megazord's special attacks haven't been working. So they sacrifice the rescue Megazord. But even that didn't work, with the monster still standing. The Rangers then immediately summon their Turbozords to put up another fight, this one going even worse for them, with the monster straight up destroying that Megazord on its own. And just like that, the Turbo Rangers are without any Megazords. TJ's last plan is to attach the turbine laser to Lightning Cruiser and fly up to its face to blast it head on. You see why it wasn't important to know its name? Meanwhile, Rygog and Elgar find the command center and inform Divatox of its location. Demetria and the Blue Centurion tell the Rangers that they will be going to Eltar to assist in the fight. Justin gives the Blue Centurion a hug and even his dad's lucky coin. Divatox sees that Demetria and the Blue Centurion teleporting away, and uses this time to launch a full-scale attack on the power chamber. Alpha tells the Rangers that they should leave, but but TJ tells him that they're here to stay and go outside to face the evil army. Chase into Space Part 2. The Rangers are fighting with the Piranhatron, but their numbers are too overwhelming, with their only other help being Lightning Cruiser and Stormblaster, who eventually get wrangled and captured by Divatox. The Rangers need to retreat back to the command center. They lock the doors, but the evil forces persist. It's a pretty intense invasion. They're scaling the walls and using battering rams to knock down the doors. We then get this really somber moment with the Rangers simply sitting there waiting for the attack, where Carlos tries to comfort Justin, getting his mind off the invasion and talking about his dad's new potential job, and whether or not he'll take it and leave Angel Grove. The Rangers' time of rest is short-lived though, with the Piranhatron breaking through the forces and charging in. Alpha tries to teleport the Rangers to safety again, but TJ stops him, saying they're with this until the very end. The battle inside the power chamber is very good. Things are being smashed to bits and are on fire. It's a very devastating sight to see, with Elgar even throwing a hammer to destroy Zordon and Demetria's power tube, cutting off all contact with them. I have seen a few complaints that it's Elgar and the Piranhatron that are the forces that destroy the power chamber and stop the Power Rangers, considering they've been portrayed as nothing but goofy and incompetent, but I'm okay with this. At the end of the day, having a massive army, no matter how untrained, will still be able to easily overwhelm only 5 teenagers. This team is also really inexperienced. They were just recently thrown into being Power Rangers, and this is their first real threat. Elgar then plants bombs all over the power chamber before blowing it to bits once again. While Divatox is searching for the Rangers' bodies, Dark, she gets a message saying that she's being summoned to the Sumerian planet by a force known as Dark Spectre. She fearfully obliges to the request, and we see that the Power Rangers are still alive, but badly wounded. And to add insult to injury, they've lost their powers. Carlos says they need to go to space to stop Divatox, and that staying on Earth like Zordon requested would have them be sitting ducks until Divatox returns. They all agree and go to Nasada, which is just Power Rangers NASA, and Justin whispers something to the commander. He immediately recognizes what Eltar is and lets the Rangers borrow a spaceship to launch into space. I guess Zordon has contacts with the government. Everyone straps into the ship, apart from Justin, who stays on Earth to be with his dad. The Rangers are saddened by his decision, but fully understand and support it. And with that, TJ, Carlos, Ashley, and Cassie take off in the spaceship. And the episode ends with the caption, "To be continued next season, Power Rangers in Space." Definitely an intense way to end the series. This was a way better finale than Zeo, and heck, even Mighty Morphin, which I think segues perfectly into my overall thoughts on Turbo. It's good. Don't get me wrong, it's not great or anywhere near my top 5 favorite seasons, but again, I avoided this season my entire life because I heard it was hot garbage. But after watching it, I don't fully understand the hate. Yes, don't get me wrong, the villains were easily the worst part. Everyone is an annoying, over-the-top clown that gets on your nerves pretty quickly. The first half of the season with the original cast was very good. I liked the focus on growing up and the plots weren't too terrible. When the new cast showed up, sure, it was a step back storytelling-wise, with the monster of the day high school shenanigans. But when they wanted to tell a serious story, they did it. Very successfully in my opinion. Honestly, I'd say Zeo was way worse than Turbo overall. Zeo had one good story, the Gold Ranger stuff, and it took up half the season. Justin is usually the main point of contention with fans. They say he's annoying, but I don't think so. Okay, fine, there were maybe like 2 episodes where he was annoying for being a kid, but overall, he was a fun character. He was the one who immediately sniffed out all of Divatox's plans. He was on the same level maturity-wise to the rest of the teens. Apart from a few occasions, he was never a detriment to the team, never more so than the other Rangers. If you want to look at the show from the perspective of a viewer in the 90s, maybe you could say it was annoying having a little kid Power Ranger, but how can people still say that to this day that Justin is the worst character ever, when we have a plethora of Nickelodeon-era Rangers who are written and portrayed just the absolute worst? Bulk and Skull also definitely had a step back in terms of character work, working random jobs, getting into slapstick. Demetria was also a complete waste of time, a mentor who did zero mentoring. Also, when she left at the end of this season, this is the last we will ever see of her. And quite frankly, I couldn't care less. Alpha's stupid Brooklyn yo-yo-yo voice was also stupid. I do wish they stuck with the Rangers growing up thing that was teased at the beginning, but overall, I like Turbo. It was a pretty good season. I'm not praising it as a masterpiece, but I definitely don't think it deserves the overwhelmingly negative reputation it has. The movie, that sucks. 100%, there's no excusing that. TJ, Ashley, Cassie, and Carlos were all fine. It is cool that Selwyn Ward got to be the first African-American Red Ranger, and so early into the series' history. He brought a new leadership role to the table. The best way I could describe him was as a friendly Red Ranger. Jason and Tommy both had intensity to them. They felt like larger-than-life people, and barely interacted with Bulk and Skull. It always felt like they were viewed higher than them. TJ, however, felt like someone you could approach and be friends with. He was never standoffish to Bulk and Skull, always trying to be their friends. But with Zordon in danger, our Rangers without any powers, and Divatox on the brink of taking over the Earth, what will happen next? Power Rangers Turbo was not the success Saban was hoping it would be, and with the franchise being on a consistent downward spiral in terms of popularity, it was ultimately decided that Power Rangers would come to an end. Power Rangers in Space was meant to be the finale to end this story we've been following for 5 years up to this point, and they wanted to go out with a bang, actually stepping away from the constant monster of the day, moral of the week formula, and instead just focusing on telling a real dramatic and serious story. But what if the Sentai footage didn't match up with the story? Who cares? We'll just film new original footage and barely use any Sentai stuff. Which would actually need to be the case. The Sentai this season is based off of Denji Sentai Mega Ranger was not a space epic. Mega Ranger was video game themed and was actually the most like Mighty Morphin, following 5 teenagers in school needing to balance teen life and hero duty. But that didn't matter anymore. This was a finale that was going to pull out all the stops no matter what. If I haven't made it clear throughout this retrospective so far, Power Rangers in Space is my favorite TV show of all time. Yeah, not just favorite Power Rangers season. I bought so many toys from sketchy Power Rangers forums, I wore the Morpher all day sometimes, and I'm pretty sure the VHS of the season I have is worn out with how many times I've watched it and rewound it. But does it still hold up? Am I just blinded by nostalgia? Is Power Rangers in Space really deserving of being the epic finale to the series? Well, let's find out. From Out of Nowhere Part 1, we kick things off with a recap of Turbo, with the Rangers losing their powers and heading into space to find Zordon. We see all of the evil forces gathering on a planet to celebrate. Zed and Rita, the Machine Empire, and of course Divatox. Rita and Divatox clearly don't like each other. I guess they're arguing about who's more annoying. In a fit of rage, Rita shoots Divatox, but her blast gets intercepted by a new face. This is Astronema, and once again, I think I've fallen in love. There's also a mysterious hooded figure roaming around the base. The fabled Dark Spectre makes his debut, and it's Malagor. Yeah, from the Turbo movie. Yeah, they just reused his costume, but I don't mind, it's a cool design. He says that they've successfully captured Zordon and are currently draining his power and life force for their own evil uses. Lord Zed proposes a toast and everyone drinks. Apart from the hooded figure, when Astronema proclaims that
he's a spy.
A little brawl ensues until Goldar grabs a hold of the cloak and rips it off, revealing a Red Ranger. He's learned about the United Alliance of Evil's plan and manages to fight his way out of there. Angered by their secret being revealed, Dark Spectre puts Astronema in charge of the Dark Fortress and to lead the charge against the Ranger. Meanwhile, the Turbo Rangers are drifting through space, still physically and morally wounded. On the plus side though, Alpha's voice chip is broken and he can't talk. Hey yo, what's up with that? Eventually the Rangers come across a bigger spaceship, the Astro Megaship. And weirdly enough, their spacecraft is able to perfectly dock onto it. Our heroes explore the megaship. It's a very long, intense scene. Nobody knows whether this is a hostile place. But hey, they got that futuristic microwave that can cook any food, so how evil can it be? We eventually learn that this is the ship of that mysterious Red Ranger from earlier. TJ tries to explain themselves, but the Ranger doesn't want to hear it, immediately resorting to fleeing and throwing fists. Despite everyone saying they're on the same side and looking for Zordon. Astronema starts blasting at the ship and the Red Ranger changes his focus. The blast damaged the engine and the Turbo Rangers immediately jump into action, repairing it and proving to the Red Ranger that they are on the same side. However, it's too late and the ship crashes on a nearby planet, where Astronema's foot soldiers, the Quantrons, approach it. The Red Ranger plans to confront the Quantrons by himself, but TJ says that they're going with him, whether he wants the help or not. Part 2 kicks off with a fight, the Turbo Rangers still beaten up and powerless, but managing to hold their own. After they all defeat the Quantrons, the Red Ranger demorphs. We learn his name is Andros, and he's an alien from the planet KO-35. He also has beautiful Smucker's hair, but that's besides the point. Ashley is the first to approach him and clearly develops a quick crush.
I'm Cassie. It's really nice to meet you.
And I'm Ashley.
Despite being on the same page and trusting the Turbo Rangers, Andros still wants to work alone, refusing to accept help at every turn. He says that they're from Earth and clearly don't know anything about space. While initially coming off as cold and selfish, we will learn later down the road why Andros prefers to work alone. He even manages to fix Alpha and give him a new voice.
I can speak again.
One that's so much more tolerable, thank you, Andros. He fixes the Turbo Ranger spacecraft and leaves them on the planet for them to fly back to Earth. However, Alpha manages to sneak aboard the Astro Megaship and tries to convince Andros that the Power Rangers are a team, and that the search for Zordon will literally be impossible by himself. Meanwhile, Astronema and more Quantrons return to the planet and take the Rangers captive, beating them up some more and trying to get information out of them about Andros. Before anything terrible can happen, Andros blasts at the enemies and runs out of his ship, handing brand new morphers to the team.
Alright, let's rock it!
And with that, the teens are the Power Rangers once again, with the only change being that TJ is the Blue Ranger and Carlos is the Black. Where do I begin? I love the Astromorphers. They have such a simple and practical design. The morphing sequence itself is really cool, the futuristic techno music with all these stats and weapons in the background. I also really like the suits. They're incredibly simple, sure, with the only weird thing being the colored squares on the chest, but apart from that, I think it's easily the sleekest design so far, very fitting for the space adventure season. The Rangers, equipped with their new powers and weapons, finally managed to catch a W. You got the Spiral Saber and the Astro Axe, it's so amazing. When the Rangers board the ship, Alpha makes a pretty big discovery. The spacecraft the Rangers took from Nasada is able to perfectly merge with the Astro Megaship, creating the Astro Megazord. The Astro Megazord is pretty cool. It's not my favorite looking Megazord, but it's still a classic. They destroy Astronema's ship and celebrate a victory. We cut to the Rangers finally being able to catch some rest, even getting some new uniforms that I really like. The Astro Megaship is essentially the new power chamber. Alongside Alpha, there's Deca, an AI machine that overlooks the operations. The episode ends with Andros being reluctant but willing to have a team. But the Astro Megaship was severely damaged during the fight, so the Rangers decide to head back to Earth for supplies and repairs, with Astronema right on their tail. The From Out of Nowhere two-parter is excellent, taking its time to set up the new villain, the despair and hopelessness of the Turbo Rangers, and Zordon's slow demise, as well as the mystery of the new Red Ranger. Astronema in these early episodes is very annoying, not in the same way as Divatox, but she's very bratty, like a spoiled teenage girl. Andros is so cool. He's the first Red Ranger to not be an inherent leader, preferring to work alone and is an alien, not only literally, but to his new team. The theme song is, oh my god, the Power Rangers in Space theme song goes so absolutely hard. It starts off so cheesy with the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Rangers in Space! And what Power Rangers song isn't complete without the word go somewhere in it? Go, Power Rangers! Go, Power Rangers! The two-parter took itself very seriously, raised the stakes with Zordon's limited time and all the villains now working together. So, let's continue onwards. With the next episode, Save Our Ship, we get introduced to some familiar faces. Yup, Bulk and Skull are back. They look up into the sky and see an alien spaceship. This essentially motivates their characters for the rest of the season, looking to find and capture aliens. They do this by befriending a crazy old scientist named Professor Phenomenus. He's an insanely over-the-top inventor who has a few screws loose. Think Professor Egad. Like, literally. He works really well with the duo, being just as wacky and incompetent. We also see that Elgar, for some godforsaken reason, was sent to assist Astronema. Luckily, however, he's not a permanent general, as we'll later see in this episode. The Rangers land on Earth and head to the surf spot. I guess since Bulk and Skull weren't going to be interacting with Detective Stone this season, they opted to just make a whole new place altogether. The surf spot is ran by Adele. Her character is just a loving auntie who loves to cook. I like her. It's here we learn that Andros has telekinesis, pouring hot sauce into Bulk's milkshake after he sees him being mean to Skull. The Rangers overhear the duo talking about a spaceship one night, and find out they're actually talking about the Dark Fortress. The Rangers quickly gather the material, but get ambushed by the Quantrons, and they fight. The Rangers' fears came true, with Astronema planning to blow up the Nasada space station so the Rangers can't launch back to the Astro Megaship. She sends down the real big man of this season, Ecliptor. He is so badass, having this threatening voice and super serious demeanor. It's crazy it's taken this long for Power Rangers to have a serious general. The Rangers manage to fend him off momentarily and head to the spacecraft, where they just barely manage to flee to the Astro Megaship. And with the Rangers now having the supplies, they're able to create the Astro Megazord again and do enough damage to Ecliptor so he can flee. Astronema also changed her hair color, like she's Ramona Flowers. And yeah, this will not be the last time she does it. Andros and Ashley spent some quality time together to strengthen their relationship. But with Astronema's plan kind of succeeding and blowing up Nasada, what vile and despicable plan does she have next? Well, she tells Elgar to set course for New York City. Why, you may ask? What could possibly be in New York City?
Whoa! Anybody care to guess what just happened?
Yeah! Canonically, in the Power Rangers universe, not only does New York actually exist, but so do the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Guys, I swear this is supposed to be the serious season. So yeah, this is a crossover episode. The Turtles here are based off of the Next Mutation TV series, hence why there's a 5th female turtle, Venus. I have never watched the Next Mutation, but I'm willing to bet anything it's hot garbage. This crossover is so whatever. It feels a bit out of place, like this crossover was supposed to happen during Turbo. Basically, Astronema brainwashes the Turtles to fight the Rangers until the Rangers break the spell and they all work together to fight the Dark Forces. It definitely happened. Never stop searching. We see Andros watching some kind of recording of him and his sister when they were children. While playing one day, Andros' sister was abducted, and he's been traumatized and searching for her ever since, with Carlos being the only one who knows about this since he walked in on the video playing. We also see that Andros has a locket, but we don't know what's inside. Andros receives a message saying that his sister is on KO-35. Andros goes down alone and tells Dekka not to tell the others where he is. It of course ends up being a trap set by Ecliptor, where now Andros has to fend for himself. The team eventually realize that Andros is missing, and Carlos goes down to find him, where he ends up saving Andros by taking an attack head on. It's a really good episode. Andros feels bad for putting Carlos in danger, but it wouldn't have happened if the whole team was there, with Andros once again needing to learn that he has friends who want to be there and help him. That he's actually made some genuine friends. Satellite search. The Rangers get a video message from the Nasada commander, saying that one of their satellites containing important information was shot down from space, and that it might contain information as to where Zordon is. I guess this episode also confirms that Nasada knows about the Power Rangers and actively works together to help. The Rangers go to a desert planet where the satellite was shot down from, with Astronema's forces not being far behind. She also changed her hair color again. The Rangers find the discs but get ambushed by the villains. Astronema even gets involved in the fight, but gets visibly worried when her locket gets torn away from her. Anyway, the Rangers fight the monster and manage to save the discs. It turns out there wasn't any information about Zordon, just Nasada research. While technically a filler episode, it really does do a good job of what this season is about, showing that the Rangers are actively visiting other planets and looking for clues as to where Zordon is. The episode even ends with a sad Alpha talking to himself looking at the discs, asking,
"Were we close, Zordon? I wonder.
A Ranger among thieves. TJ, Carlos, Ashley, and Cassie go back to school for a test? Excuse me? I feel like there's more important things to worry about. Anyway, Andros goes to the surf spot while everyone else is in school to make some new friends. Unfortunately, these friends are thieves, and Andros uses his telekinesis to commit crimes. Unknowingly to him. It's an alright episode, giving Andros some character development. He's pretty oblivious to most things, but has too big of a heart to think the worst of someone. He even manages to make some of the thieves admit to their crimes and turn over a new leaf. When push comes to shove, Cassie leaves her diary at the surf spot, and two guys find it for her, George and Lenny. Your high school English teacher is having a blast right now. Lenny, the smaller guy, uses the diary as blackmail, saying Cassie can have it back if she goes on a date with her friend George. A timid but overall sweet-looking guy, which she hesitantly agrees to. Meanwhile, Professor Phenomenus creates a plutonium reactor or something. He basically made a nuke that is being kept in this tall building. Meanwhile, Cassie convinces George to ditch Lenny, and the two seemingly have a nice time. However, Astronema sends down an elephant monster to knock down the building and have the nuclear reactor go off. And wouldn't you know it, Cassie and George are having their date in the same building. The other Rangers need to use the Mega Tank, a new vehicle that'll rarely be used. And Cassie can't morph since she's with George. The Rangers save the two, Cassie morphs, they fight the monster and stop the nuke from blowing up. The episode ends with George apologizing for using the diary as blackmail and asks Cassie out on a date for real. She says yes, but what about the Phantom Ranger? Nah, I'm just kidding. The writers probably forgot all about him already. The Craterite Invasion. The Astro Megaship has a training simulation where the Rangers can fight these goofy creatures known as Craterites. After a thunderstorm, it somehow messes with the programming and the Craterites escape into the real world. They go to Earth and take on the form of humans. The side story follows this little kid who's constantly telling lies for no reason. So naturally, when he sees the Craterite humans, nobody believes him. That is until the Rangers find him and believe the story. It's pretty creepy stuff, them hiding in broad daylight, just blending in and waiting to attack, tying up the humans they're taking on the appearance of. Now, in Mega Ranger, the Craterites were the actual Sentai's foot soldiers. The Quantrons are an American-made creation, which I give props to. The Quantrons are way cooler than these goofy pink things. However, for this episode, they're actually able to use the Sentai footage of the Rangers fighting them. The Rangers stop the Craterites, and this kid learns to never tell a lie again. The Wasp with a Heart. We see a wasp monster that's very harmless, clearly not wanting to be a villain, but having it forced onto him. When him and Cassie get into a fight, the wasp clearly has the upper hand and can blast Cassie into a million pieces, but can't do it, where the two develop a bit of a friendship. However, the Wasp now feels worthless, not being able to do what he was seemingly created for. It's a really good episode with tons of heart. There's another Wasp monster that is evil, and he takes over when the nice Wasp doesn't listen, even fighting back against Astronema when Cassie's in danger. Astronema then blasts the Wasp, and Cassie gives her the most intense death stare I've ever seen.
Let's rock it! Power Rangers! Yeah!
They defeat the bad monster, and the episode has a nice ending, with the Wasp still not sure if he can live in this world since he's a monster and will always have people judging him, but still wants to do good, despite what everyone might initially judge him for. The Delta Discovery. We start off with Divatox and the Piranhatron transporting Zordon to another planet, with the Phantom Ranger not far behind, witnessing everything that's going on. He creates a video message but gets ambushed. He manages to fight the Piranhatron off for a bit, long enough to shoot his message into space. However, it's Astronema and her forces that really get the upper hand on the Phantom Ranger. Meanwhile, the Space Rangers receive the message, informing them that he's found Zordon, and head to the planet to see if he's still there. They fight off Ecliptor, and we get a nice reunion with last season's heroes. He informs the team that Divatox has already left, but their forces are strong. The Phantom Ranger then gives Andros a key to access a new weapon, the Delta Megaship. To throw the Rangers off their tail, Astronema sends a monster down to Earth. Andros says he'll go and retrieve the new ship, with the rest of the team going down to fight the monster, with the Phantom Ranger saying he'll be okay on his own for now. But when the Rangers leave, we see that he's badly wounded. The Rangers are struggling to fight the monster, being a 2-on-1. Andros eventually navigates his way around the space station and locates the Delta Megaship. He flies it down to Earth, but there's a surprise. The ship is also a Megazord. The Delta Megazord. This is easily the coolest Zord of all time. It has sunglasses and machine gun hands. With this new power, the Rangers defeat the monsters. They try to get a track on Divatox's ship carrying Zordon, but they can't find it anymore. The Rangers return back to the planet the Phantom Ranger was on, but he's gone, leaving a video message saying that he survived but will continue the search for Zordon. However, he does leave a nice extra message for Cassie, promising her that he'll be okay and not to worry. Duh. The Great Evilizer. Professor Phenomenus creates an evil ray, a machine that turns things evil. Why would you do that in the world of Power Rangers? Why would you not create a goodizer? Whatever. Astronema gets a hold of it and turns things evil, including the Delta Megazord. However, they punch it enough times and it turns good again. When the Rangers then discover a new feature. Using the Battleizer that came with the Delta Megazord, they can press a button and combine the two Zords to create the Astro Delta Megazord. Now this thing kicks even more ass, with the Gatling guns being on the shoulders. That's peak. Like, who in their right mind would mess with this thing? Grandma Matchmaker. Ashley's grandma comes for a visit with the intention of finding her a husband. So to get out of this situation, she tells her grandma that her and Carlos are actually dating. That's about it, really. Kind of the first real nothing filler episode. The Beryllian Sting. This is actually a really important episode, mainly because we get introduced to a new main villain, Darkonda. He seems to have a history with Ecliptor. He comes off as a very conniving snake in the grass. He releases a bug that bites Carlos that seemingly has no cure, and will slowly turn him into a monster. Darkonda sneaks his way onto the Dark Fortress to inform Astronema of his deed, in order to get into her good graces. Weirdly though, he says that they've actually met a long time ago, but Astronema doesn't remember that. He's clearly trying to sneak his way up the ranks over Ecliptor so he can have control. Meanwhile, Carlos isn't doing so well. Andros says that KO-35 was working on a cure, so him and TJ venture off to find it, with Cassie and Ashley needing to stay behind on board to look after Carlos. It's another really solid episode, with Andros and TJ needing to fight Darkonda to get the cure before he does, while Ashley and Cassie are in like a horror movie, being stalked by the mutated Carlos. They eventually find the medicine, cure Carlos, whoop Darkonda, and destroy the Beryllian bug. The episode ending with Andros and Ashley looking over the abandoned KO-35. Andros once again worrying about his missing sister. TJ's identity crisis. With Darkonda slowly worming his way into Astronema's ranks, he convinces her that he has a brilliant plan to stop the Rangers. The Rangers set up a satellite to track Zordon, so Ecliptor and Darkonda go down to destroy it. When the Rangers show up, however, Darkonda betrays Ecliptor and fuses their bodies together, becoming Dark Cliptor, which is an awesome name. Darkonda having full control. Dark Cliptor is super powerful, capturing Ashley, Carlos, and Cassie, and landing a strike so powerful on TJ's head that Andros and him are forced to retreat. After Andros tends to TJ's wounds, he wakes up with amnesia, not knowing literally anything. Meanwhile, Darkonda tells Astronema that Ecliptor actually turned on him, and was forced to fuse together so the plan wouldn't go wrong. Darkonda is such a snake. I always hated him so much as a kid. Andros is forced to go down and fight Dark Cliptor alone, with TJ slowly walking around trying to remember. His memory eventually returns. They free the other Rangers and lay the smackdown on Dark Cliptor. Even during the Megazord fight, when the Rangers are about to land the final strike, Darkonda unfuses with Ecliptor and uses him as a shield. Now, we do learn that the only reason Ecliptor just doesn't destroy Darkonda is because Darkonda says that he'll reveal the truth to Astronema, which Ecliptor clearly doesn't want to happen. I wonder what that is. Also, in a fit of rage, Ecliptor raises his sword to Darkonda, and of course Astronema just so happens to walk in on it, saying that Astronema didn't believe Darkonda's story at first, but now she does. Astronema is a very interesting villain. Being a teenager makes her easy to manipulate emotionally, which Darkonda takes full advantage of. Flashes of Darkonda. We once again see Andros watching the footage of his sister being abducted. However, this time, for some unexplained reason, we get a new camera angle of the abduction, showing that it was clearly Darkonda who stole Corone. So, while TJ and Cassie go to the Dagobah system,
we're gonna go check out a planet in the Dagobah system.
Disney doesn't own Power Rangers yet. Andros, in a fit of rage, then goes to the planet Onyx, a Wild West-looking planet where all the villains seem to gather. Darkonda is of course there, and demands a super potion from the bartender, but Ecliptor is one step ahead, and forces the bartender to instead give Darkonda a mysterious drink. A game of cards then ensues between Darkonda, some other monsters, and a vaguely familiar hooded figure. They play for some key cards that were apparently stolen from the Battle of Eltar. The hooded figure wins them, and Darkonda wants to make a trade. The hooded man tells him that he'll give them Zordon's key cards for information, asking about KO-35, where Darkonda admits that he stole a little girl years ago, and he wouldn't believe where she is now. Before he can further explain, he notices the Morpher, quickly catching on that the hooded man is a Power Ranger. A really solid fight then happens. Seriously, the American fight choreography is really good and always has been. Unlike Mighty Morphin though that focused on martial arts, here it's some really solid swordplay. Andros manages to escape off the planet with the key cards, where the rest of the team find out it was Darkonda who kidnapped Andros' sister. He challenges the Rangers to a fight, willing to exchange more information for the key cards. However, when Darkonda drinks what he thinks is the strength potion, he turns into a rabid monster, leaking goo. How wonderful. He grows big and they summon the Astro Delta Megazord. However, whatever was in that potion is proving too much, since the final strike wasn't enough to take him out. And to add insult to injury, Darkonda summons another monster to fight by his side, with the episode ending with the Zord and Ranger's safety in serious jeopardy. The Rangers' Mega Voyage. Alpha finds out that the key cards are actually the keys to a powerful weapon hidden on one of Jupiter's moons. So with no other choice, the Rangers detach the Delta Megazord and fly into space to find it, leaving Alpha in control of the Astro Megazord to try and defend the Earth from Darkonda. Astronema finds out what's going on and follows the Rangers to the moon. A big fight breaks out between the Rangers and the Quantrons, before the Rangers manage to get away and continue their search, where they eventually come across the Mega Vehicles. Mega V1, V2, V3, V4, and V5. All unique vehicles that the Rangers can individually control. Astronema sends that monster to attack Andros, and it's a really interesting fight scene because there's no music. Along with being filmed primarily in the dark, it really feels out of place, but in a good way. We cut back to Alpha, where him and Dekka aren't doing so good. Darkonda is absolutely thrashing the Astro Megazord, on the brink of total destruction. On their way back to Earth, though, Cassie notices a transformation control.
I've got one too! I'm going for it!
Yes, of course! The Mega Vehicles are able to transform into a Megazord. And when it makes its debut, it's one of the most amazing entrances I've ever seen.
Another one?
It kicks so much ass. This is the Mega Voyager, and it is my #1 Megazord of all time. I think this debut really solidified that when I was a kid. They're able to whoop Darkonda and even blast him to bits with the Mega V3 missile, seemingly destroying him, but we'll learn that it won't be that easy to get rid of Darkonda. The episode ends with a victory, but with the Astro Mega ship being pretty damaged. I think this is really the turning point when Power Rangers in Space really started to take itself seriously, not afraid to show more tense scenes and let things play out, not needing to rush plots for the 5-year-olds to get to the Megazord toy commercial, you know? Using more orchestral music and overall feeling like a serious action show. The next episode is a turbo crossover. Yeah, True Blue to the rescue. We start off on a desolate planet, with the Piranhatron wrangling Stormblaster and Lightning Cruiser. Lightning Cruiser is able to distract the Piranhatron and allow Stormblaster to fly away and get some help. The Megaship picks this up, and the former Turbo Rangers are happy to see it, with Andros being like, "I've never heard of a Stormblaster before." Bro, you're a Space Ranger, how have you never heard of it? Meanwhile, Divatox also makes her return, asking for Astronema to keep an eye out for Stormblaster, where of course, she tells Divatox to shove it. The Rangers track down Stormblaster, but Astronema's forces also ambush them, with the Rangers taking a big blast to allow Stormblaster to get away. We then cut to Justin, who's looking up into space hoping that his friends are okay, complete with a little montage of the last season. Justin's dad also tells him that they can't go fishing tomorrow because he has work. Has your character not had any growth this entire time? Anyway, Stormblaster kidnaps Justin to help the others, along with a little surprise.
My morpher!
I'm just gonna assume that Stormblaster used some of its own power to charge Justin's morpher, and that's why he's able to morph again. Regardless, a really fun battle breaks out, with Justin once again being able to fight alongside his old teammates. I know I've mentioned this before, but the music has really turned up a notch. Instead of generic rock and roll, we have what's known as a leitmotif, which according to Google is a reoccurring music soundtrack that repeats itself in different forms and in different situations. Think of it like an anime or JRPG. When the big final fight happens, there's always that orchestral rendition of the main theme song. Here's Power Rangers in Spaces. Anyway, the 6 Rangers destroy the monster, but their work isn't done yet. They head to that desert planet in order to free Lightning Cruiser as well. It's really nice to see that the writers really wanted to wrap up any loose ends with this final season. Andros even does this cool spin attack and takes out like 6 Piranhatron. They rescue the vehicles, and Justin tells the Rangers that he thinks about them a lot, and if they ever need him, he'll always be there. Justin is never seen again, kinda. While technically not the first crossover episode, since in Zeo they did team up with the Alien Rangers, it's definitely the first one to have the crossover as the focus, wrapping up the only real loose end right now with the Turbo story. Good stuff. Invasion of the Body Switcher. It's Ashley's birthday, and there's only one thing she wants. Andros says they don't celebrate birthdays on his planet, but still surprised Ashley with a gift. A necklace with a rare gem from KO35. It's a genuinely heartwarming and sweet scene. This relationship has taken its time to show they actually care for each other without forcing any romance, like Tommy and Kat in Zeo. Meanwhile, Astronema creates a shape-shifting monster that can make anyone look like anyone. She uses this power to look like Ashley so she can board the megaship. A really funny scene then happens where she summons the Quantrons as a distraction, and one of them accidentally hits Astronema and she fights back for real. Meanwhile, the real Ashley gets kidnapped and tricks the monster into turning her into Astronema. And when Algar shows up, he stupidly lets her go. We do get a really nice scene though, with Alpha giving Ashley her birthday present, not knowing it's Astronema, where she seems genuinely touched that someone would give her a gift and not want anything in return, clearly never being shown true, genuine affection before. You bitch! Meanwhile, everyone meets on Earth, including Ashley as Astronema and Astronema as Ashley. Ashley as Astronema tells Andros that Ashley is actually Astronema. It's confusing, but he eventually believes her and blasts at the Yellow Ranger, revealing that she is in fact Astronema. The two Astronemas get into a tussle before Andros tests out which one is actually Ashley.
Let's rock it!
Oh man, that's so funny. Astronema morphing into a Power Ranger? That's so ridiculous. That could never happen.
I wouldn't want to be a Power Ranger anyway.
They destroy the monster and it reverses the spell. The episode ends though with Andros sneaking away into a hidden room, and a heart monitor hooked up to someone's body. Survival of the Silver. The Rangers are on an expedition and take some eggs aboard the ship. Meanwhile, the Jawa from Star Wars attacks, and they're forced to retreat. However, just like in Star Wars, they manage to disassemble some of the ship, causing it to malfunction, revealing a hidden door from the last episode. Cassie, Ashley, Carlos, and TJ go to investigate, where they see that the body is a Silver Ranger. Andros proclaiming that his name is Zane, and he's his best friend. He tells the team that it was just him and Zane defending KO35 from Dark Spectre's forces. Their numbers were too much, and Zane protected Andros, ultimately sacrificing his life. That was 2 years ago. Zane's been in a coma and cryogenically frozen for 2 years, in hopes that he wakes up one day. The team are shocked that Andros would keep this as a secret and wonders why he never told them. But he doesn't give an answer. He never does. It's possible that this is why Andros tends to act as a lone wolf. When he had a friend, it ended badly. This also possibly explains where the other Space Rangers' powers came from. If Zane ended up in a coma, it's not impossible to think that the rest of Andros' team weren't as lucky. To rub some salt in the wound, the eggs that the Rangers brought aboard the ship start to hatch, releasing a monster and causing the ship to crash back on the Jawa planet. The Rangers are outnumbered, the monster is proving too powerful, and the little Jawa creatures are making their way on board, causing mayhem and destruction. So much so that the Silver Ranger's heart monitor flatlines, causing Andros to go on a violent, depressive rampage through the enemies. However, the heart monitor detects activity, and the little Jawa creatures get kicked off the ship. Zane is alive and well, making a grand entrance and absolutely whooping that monster with his Super Silverizer, which is a great name. It's a blade and blaster combo that I always loved as a kid. They destroy the monster, and Andros and Zane have a nice reunion. And Ashley does that thing she did with Andros.
And I'm Ashley.
Zane being less shy and more of a charmer, kissing Ashley's hand. Zane asks about KO35, but Andros tries to keep things lighthearted, since he now has his friend back. Red with envy. Andros is finally trying to ask out Ashley on a date, but is clearly nervous to ask. When he finds her though, Zane is teaching her telekinesis, all while making her laugh and being charming, which immediately angers Andros. A monster shows up on Earth and Zane takes charge, once again impressing Ashley to the dismay of Andros. However, before they can finish the job, Zane demorphs in the middle of the fight. Darkonda shows up and says that he has a factory that can produce unlimited monsters. The Rangers head back to the ship, and Andros once again tries to ask out Ashley, where Zane interrupts him to talk about Darkonda. He also eats Ashley's cupcake with the biggest shit-eating grin. I love him. Andros, though, has had enough. Whenever Zane tries to talk to him, he gets the cold shoulder. Andros telling Zane that he clearly doesn't waste any time trying to get with Ashley. Luckily, though, Zane is a good friend and says that he knows Andros likes her and wouldn't step on his toes like that. But Andros is clearly too upset to care, even demanding that Zane stays behind when a monster attacks Earth. The Rangers get captured and Zane refuses to sit back any longer. However, Ecliptor ambushes him, and the two fight.
Let's rock it!
Zane's Morpher is a cell phone, and it's pretty cool to be honest. He defeats Ecliptor, saves the Rangers from the monster, and right when he lands the finishing blow on the monster, he demorphs again. The episode ends, of course, with Andros and Zane making up and staying besties. Andros even finally asking out Ashley on a date to see Haley's comet. But Zane sneaks away to speak with Alpha privately, asking for help, saying that there's something wrong with his powers. The Silver Secret. Andros and Cassie overhear Alpha talking to Zane, saying that he doesn't have much time. This immediately scares the two and they go off to tell the others. However, it turns out that Alpha was talking about Zane's powers, saying he only has 2.5 minutes in his Ranger form before demorphing every time, which Astronema also figures out. She also has new hair. I also want to quickly mention the theme song. In both Zeo and Turbo, the opening song was about 45 seconds, but as the season went on, it got shortened. However, Power Rangers in Space was so popular at this point that they actually extended the opening song from 30 seconds to 45 seconds. They literally added in a guitar solo and a Bulk and Skull credit, despite not being on the show for a while now.
In space.
Anyway, with the Rangers thinking that Zane is dying, they give him the special treatment, pampering him and not letting him go into battle. He eventually realizes what's going on and takes advantage of it, which is kind of a dick move. Like, you were in a coma for 2 years, this isn't out of the realm of possibility you could be dying. Alpha then tells Zane that essentially his Morpher is out of juice, like leaving your car running but not driving it anywhere. And if he can get a strike of lightning, it can be recharged. Apart from that though, he's perfectly healthy, which leads to this pretty funny exchange.
I think I'm dying.
Ay, ay, ay!
The Rangers don't let Zane go into action though, and when they can really use his help, he decides to spring into action, climbing a mountaintop where a thunderstorm is happening. He holds up his Morpher high into the air and lightning strikes it, recharging his powers and allowing him to morph on out to help destroy the monster. With this really awesome triple team attack.
Spiral Saber!
Satellite Stunner!
Super Summarizer! Yeah!
They save the day and get Zane back, feeding him a spinach smoothie and forcing him to clean up the ship for lying to them. It's great, Zane is such a lovable douchebag. A date with danger. Astronema accidentally attacks her own monster, and it turns on her. Zane is laughing at first, but when he realizes she's in actual danger, he saves her life and flies her to safety. Astronema then wakes up by a campfire, with Zane giving her some tea. She's disgusted by it, but he didn't think it was that bad. Astronema then threatens Zane, saying she could destroy him, but he doesn't think she will. And in a cute gesture puts a marshmallow on her staff and takes it from her, teaching her about roasting marshmallows. She shows some vulnerability and enjoys it. Before she leaves, she does thank Zane for saving her. Clearly, they both have a crush on each other. We see Astronema in the Dark Fortress daydreaming and not worrying about being evil. And Zane is just staring at a picture of... Where did he get that? The Rangers go down to Earth to see a romance movie, where Astronema disguises herself to look like a normal Earthling. She accidentally bumps into Zane, and the two share a cutesy moment. When he leaves, Astronema sees that he had a picture of her. Flattered by this, she shoots an arrow in broad daylight, but it's okay because it's an invitation for a date. Ecliptor meanwhile decides to act upon himself and send down a monster. The Rangers go to deal with it, but it's too powerful, needing the help of you-know-who. Zane, meanwhile, is too busy getting ready for his date, and even tries to sneak past Alpha so he doesn't have to worry about helping. Of course he gets caught and is guilt-tripped into helping his friends to not die.
Let's rock it!
So he morphs on out, destroys the monster, and tries to make it to his date. Unfortunately, because of the attack, he was too late, and Astronema doesn't take rejection well, blasting at the flowers and telling Zane that nobody stands her up, and that she never wants to see him again. This is still depressing to this day. I feel so bad for Zane and even Astronema. Literally, this was their one chance to possibly end the evil reign in a peaceful manner. Zane even tells her that he wouldn't have been late if she didn't send down a monster, which she's confused about. Look, I know it's a kid's show and I shouldn't think too deep about it, but like, why did he not go to Astronema first to say, hey, I'm gonna be late, you sent down a monster and my friends need help? It's not like she doesn't know he's a Power Ranger. But no, we just get a depressed Zane with everyone comedically trying to cheer him up. The episode does have a nice ending though, with Astronema still keeping her picture of Zane, showing that she does still like him. Zane's destiny. The Rangers are exploring this planet that has some pretty unlivable weather. TJ, Carlos, Ashley, and Cassie get ambushed, however. They're told to put their hands up and get taken to a prison. There's a little colony of people living here, and the Rangers see that there's an infirmary full of people seemingly having coral grow on them. It's pretty shocking stuff, honestly. The man in charge of this little colony is named Quinwan, and a general named Yatru. Quinwan, however, is more willing to hear them out. However, Yatru was a little bastard and plants a coral vial on them, throwing it against the wall as evidence to prove that the Rangers are responsible. They get locked away for now. Meanwhile, Andros and Zane are exploring the planet looking for the others. It's a really good episode. The Rangers don't even morph until like the last 5 minutes. We spent a lot of time with them unmorphed and needing to navigate this place as prisoners of war. Yatru turns out to be evil, shocker, and covers Quinwan in coral, blaming it on the Rangers so everyone will turn on them. Andros and Zane show up to save the day, and Quinwan's second in command recognizes them. That's because this is actually a small resistance force from KO-35. Yatru releases the coral monster and the Rangers gotta fight. Zane, however, sets his eyes on Yatru. They have a really good fight, with Zane even slashing at him.
Super Sunrisers!
Jesus! It's okay though, because it turns out Yatru was actually Dark Honda in disguise. He's about to get the upper hand when Quinwan throws Zane his weapon, slashing at Dark Honda and blowing him up once again. The episode ends with Zane telling the other Rangers that he's gonna stay behind for now. He wants to help the rebel forces gain some strength and build up their army. It's a pretty sad moment, honestly. Andros just got his friend back and he's already leaving. But don't worry, Zane tells the Rangers they'll see him again, one day when they least expect it. Always a chance. This monster known as the Liz Wizard is able to swap places with anyone his tongue touches. During a fight, Carlos is about to attack the monster, but he switches places with Cassie, having Carlos land a pretty serious hit on her. He feels super guilty and can't shake the feeling that it's all his fault, despite Cassie saying it's not. Regardless, Carlos has this extreme feeling of guilt. Wiz Lizard then attacks Bulk, Skull, and Phenomenus. Hey, what's up? Carlos sees this and is hesitant to help, mainly because he doesn't want to screw anything up again, but morphs on out anyway to fight the monster. His lack of confidence in himself is clearly affecting his skill, because the monster absolutely wipes the floor with him. All hope seems lost. That is until he receives some unexpected help. Adam. He lends a hand and completely whoops the monster unmorphed. It's probably the best unmorphed fight scene in the season. He scares it off for now, and Carlos tells him that he's been feeling down. So Adam, being the nice guy he is, offers to train Carlos to get some confidence back. It's a nice scene since we never really got much Adam and Carlos stuff in Turbo, apart from the one soccer episode. We get a really fun training montage, but Carlos is still too frustrated and doesn't think he's worthy of being a Power Ranger. Alpha's worried, but Adam tells him that Carlos is going to need to choose his own path, like any Ranger needs to do. He comes off as such a wise and seasoned veteran. Finally, after years of this show's existence, Adam is doing something. He even pulls out his broken Mighty Morphin morpher and wonders if this thing still works, with Alpha horrified, telling him that the power coins were destroyed, and that morphing could possibly destroy him. We immediately cut to Carlos, who's quitting the team. He doesn't want to make another mistake. He goes down to Earth to tell Adam that he's quit. However, Liz Wizard and the Quantron show up to cause trouble. They're clearly outnumbered and outpowered, leading Adam to make a dangerous decision.
No, Adam! It's too big of a risk!
It's Morphin time!
Much to the dismay of Alpha and Carlos. Adam morphs into the Black Mighty Morphin Power Ranger to save the day. He tells Carlos to leave and that he can handle it. Adam is actually able to hold his own, but only for a little bit. The powers are clearly weak and won't last. But Carlos then realizes what being a Power Ranger is all about, taking risks for the safety of everyone. So he jumps back in to save Adam. The other Rangers show up to bring Carlos back as Morpher.
I am only human, but I'm also the Black Ranger. Let's rock it!
With his confidence back, he almost hits Adam, but learns his lesson, and they destroy the monster. The episode ends with Adam telling Carlos he knew all along he'd make the right choice. This is such a great episode, and an amazing use of a veteran Ranger. Up until now, I never viewed Adam as cool, but here, he so confidently whooped the monster, trained Carlos, gave him words of wisdom, held his own, and morphed into the Black Ranger without any hesitation, despite knowing it could destroy him. This really is what solidified Adam as the GOAT in my book. The secret of the locket. We start the episode not wasting any time, with Andros and Darkonda having a fight. Andros demanding he tells him where his sister is, and Darkonda is just taunting him. Meanwhile, Ecliptor is watching all this from a distance. Andros gets the upper hand on Darkonda, but Ecliptor steps on a stick and distracts Andros, giving him time to disappear. Where we fade to Astronema, who's looking into her locket and tells Ecliptor that she feels like her brother is still out there. I think the dots are starting to connect here. She asks Ecliptor about her upbringing, and he tells her that her brother and parents were destroyed by the Power Rangers, and that Ecliptor is taking care of her since she was a little girl. It's here we start to learn more about Ecliptor. He genuinely cares for Astronema like she's his own daughter. He raised her to be evil, sure, but in a loving kind of way. Heck, back in the episode where she was crushing on Zane, he brought her her favorite dinner to try and cheer her up.
I know when something is troubling you. I practically raised you all by myself. Tell me what it is so I can help you.
Astronema snaps out of it though and attacks Earth. It's a pretty devastating attack. Seeing all the rubble and fire feels more intense. Astronema sees a mother with her son and daughter trying to run away. She starts to feel something here. Guilt. And right when a Quantron attacks the family, it gets blasted. But by who?
You?
Darkonda lures out Andros for a fight. He planted a landmine and plans to trick him into stepping on it and blowing him up. Andros starts charging at Darkonda after he continually taunts him, saying things like, "Your sister doesn't even know that you exist." But Ecliptor saves him. In an angry fit of confusion though, Darkonda steps on the landmine and blows himself up. Andros is confused as to what just happened, but Ecliptor doesn't explain, saying he saved him once and won't do it again. Andros returns to the team and has a fight with Astronema. During the fight, he hits the locket off her neck, but she doesn't have time to retrieve it. The Rangers destroy the monster and Andros returns back to the scene, finding the locket and realizing it matches his. He asks her where she got this, and Astronema says she's always had it. It's now hit Andros. Astronema is his sister. She thinks about this for a second before angrily leaving, not wanting to accept it. Andros, however, is dead set on believing Astronema is his sister and wants to turn her back into Corone. Astronema thinks twice. Ecliptor has had enough of Darkonda's shit, so the two get into a fight and Darkonda even tries to create Darkliptor again. But this time Ecliptor manages to break free, saying he's mentally stronger, even landing an epic anime sword attack and destroying Darkonda. But it's here we learn that Darkonda has 9 lives, with only 5 remaining. Astronema has another talk with Ecliptor, wondering why he's lied to her this whole time. He says that he was programmed in a lab, built with every fiber of his being to be evil. But Astronema wasn't built, but born, and raised to be good. Ecliptor cares for Astronema and doesn't want to see her become good. He even warns her that Darkonda was snitching to Dark Spectre, saying that she now knows of her past and might betray them. To prove her loyalty, she sends out a monster to KO-35 to attack Andros while he's alone. His Morpher gets knocked away and he's in serious danger. However, Astronema once again gets second thoughts, tossing Andros' Morpher. They destroy the monster and later in the day receive a secret video message from Astronema, telling Andros to meet her on KO-35. Astronema is confused. She doesn't remember much of her childhood or what to think. And Andros tells her that they always dreamed of being Power Rangers when they were kids. Andros returns to the ship, but he's not alone, much to everyone's disagreement. TJ kinda takes the role of leader here. Since Andros is clearly emotional in this situation and not thinking properly, TJ's the one acting logically, saying that Astronema can stay on board if she's detained. Not only that, but she has to tell everyone where Zordon is. She agrees to both, and the Rangers set course to Zordon. The Rangers' leap of faith. TJ kept to his word. Astronema is chained up until they arrive. Andros, though, uses this time to catch up and tell Astronema about their parents. It's a really nice moment between estranged brother and sister. The planet is under Dark Spectre surveillance, so the Rangers need to act like they were captured.
Robot, open a communication channel.
It wouldn't hurt her to say please, you know.
Please, Alpha.
The weather conditions, however, are pretty bad and causes the ship to crash. When they go to check on Astronema, she's gone, coming to the conclusion that this must have been a trap all along. Regardless, the Rangers go out to explore the planet to see if Zordon is there. They get jumped by Darkonda and the Piranhatron, where they have strength in numbers. Astronema comes back, though, to help Andros and leads him to Zordon. Ecliptor shows up to stop them, but when Astronema begs Ecliptor to not hurt him, he lowers his sword. His love for Astronema trumps his mission, where Darkonda, that snake, hits Ecliptor with a sneak attack and knocks him out. Andros and Astronema make it to Zordon, but he's acting a little different.
I can't believe that you're still such a fool.
Huh? This was a trap. Zordon isn't here, but Astronema also looks genuinely confused by this. Darkonda shows up with the captured Rangers, and Astronema says that this was all her plan the whole time. I don't even know what the truth is at this point. Dark Spectre commands Astronema to destroy the Rangers before he leaves, where we then learn Astronema's true alliance. She was on their side all along, and seemingly thought Zordon was on this planet. Darkonda is extra pissed off now, but he gets blasted and destroyed once again by Ecliptor. He tells Astronema to leave with the Rangers now so they can get away while they still can. Ecliptor gets brought back to the Dark Fortress, where Dark Spectre says that him and Astronema's loyalty will never stray again. The episode ends with Astronema apologizing for everything. All the harm she's caused and leading the Rangers astray with her double cross. She genuinely wants to be good now, saying she's never had a friend. But now, she has 4 new ones. This Astronema 3-parter is genuinely so perfect. As a kid, I didn't really like it because I was dumb. There was a lot of talking and character development that I couldn't truly appreciate at the time. But now, I obviously love it. The actors do a great job showing serious emotion, the writing and dialogue is well paced, not rushing anything. I mean, look, I hate to sound like a fanboy, but it's perfect no matter how you look at it. So let's move on to Dark Spectre's Revenge, Part 1. Andros is giving Astronema a tour of the ship. She also receives a brand new makeover. Wow, hi, I love you. Officially turning her into Corone. However, she's not the only one receiving a makeover, with Ecliptor pinned down and Darkonda about to do some work on him. Bulk, Skull, and Professor Phenomenus, meanwhile, are stargazing, where we get this line that always made me laugh as a kid.
What, Professor? An alien? A UFO?
No, I burned my tongue with the marshmallow.
But hey, they do see an asteroid heading for Earth. Dark Spectre sends a message to the Rangers, saying that if they don't give Corone back to the Dark Fortress, that he's programmed an asteroid, somehow, to hit the Earth and destroy it. The Rangers obviously refuse and go with Plan A, planting bombs all over the asteroid in hopes to blow it up, as well as using the mega vehicles to shoot at it. It's a really intense scene, fighting off some Quantrons as well. They detonate the bombs and... it didn't work. Not even a scratch. Corone then has a plan of her own, to infiltrate the ship as Astronema and reprogram the asteroid herself. Andros is obviously very against this since he runs the risk of losing her again, but she says that there's no other choice. Corone sneaks on the Dark Fortress. She finds the computers but gets interrupted by Ecliptor. But this isn't the same Ecliptor we know. He's been reprogrammed to obey Dark Spectre, removing any and all empathetic feelings he had for Astronema. Ecliptor then grabs Corone by force and drags her away, losing her communication piece in the process. Her fate is currently unknown. Professor Phenomenus then tells the Nasada commander that an asteroid is heading straight for Earth, and Bulk and Skull get the idea for the 3 of them to blast off into space to avoid it. Genius. Andros is clearly heartbroken by Corone, but TJ tells him that they have one last plan: the Megazords. So they summon everything they got: the Astro Megazord, the Delta Megazord, and the Mega Voyager. They all make a beeline to the asteroid, and use everything they got to try and push it off course. Part 2 kicks off with the Rangers being so close to the plan working. They just need a bit more power. And they get it, in the form of a new Zord?
Hey guys, I'm back! I knew you'd miss me eventually.
Zane is back, baby! And together the 4 Zords actually push the asteroid off course and avoids the Earth. Zane says that this is the Mega Winger, and the rebels built it as a thanks for his help. If they could just build a Zord, then what are they doing in hiding? Anyway, Dekka tells Andros they got a lock on the Dark Fortress, where Zane is ecstatic to hear that Andros found his sister, but quickly gets told that she was Astronema this whole time. Andros plans to go to the Dark Fortress alone, but Zane says he'll join, because he says he has an interest in Astronema too. Andros and Zane find the Dark Fortress and sneak their way on, with Andros having a few questions.
You went out on a date with my sister? I didn't know she's your sister.
Zane broke the golden rule.
Just one date? It really wasn't anything.
The two ambush some Quantrons and steal their outfits. They find her, but something's different. She's been brainwashed, using the same programming that was done on Ecliptor, stripping away any of her human emotions, programmed to be pure evil. Zane has to pull Andros away so they can escape. The two fight through hordes of Quantron and eventually morph out and escape, where Zane has to tell everyone the bad news, that Corone is Astronema again. For some levity, we get our Bulk and Skull stuff, with the 3 of them landing back on Earth after their shuttle crashed. Astronema sends a monster after them, for some reason, and the Rangers gotta stop it, with the Mega Winger allowing its wings to attach to the Mega Voyager. And as a nice treat, Bulk, Skull, and Phenomenus get to ride on the Galaxy Gliders back to Angel Grove. We see how ruthless this new evil Astronema is, instantly vaporizing Darkonda for annoying her. Andros then learns that Corone is currently under some kind of mechanical brainwashing, that Corone is still in there, but this device is repressing it, only allowing the evil programming to come through, ending the episode. This two-parter is once again so good. Astronema's new personality is way more intense and threatening. She's no longer screaming like a brat or hamming it up. She speaks directly and cold. Every word cuts you like a blade.
I am Astronema, the Princess of Darkness. You're an outcast.
This mini-arc has been perfect in every single way. But would you believe me if I told you that the best is still to come? As in, literally, the next episode. Rangers gone psycho. Ashley sees that Andros is obviously heartbroken about Corone, so to try and cheer him up, they all go down to Adele's. Yeah, I forgot this was a place too. The Rangers hear their communicators go off, but it turns out it was just the little girl's pager that has the same sound. Important plot point! Meanwhile, Cassie and Carlos see a news report that some imposter Power Rangers arrived on scene. However, these imposters aren't here to do good. Quite the opposite, actually. The real Power Rangers show up and immediately get into a fight, with the Rangers getting whooped and asking questions about who they are. They say that they're not Power Rangers and reveal their true identities.
We're the Psycho Rangers. We're faster than you, smarter than you,
stronger than you, but we're evil!
Thank you for adding in that last part. The Psycho Rangers are so cool. Everything from their name, costume design, and attitude. They mean business the second they show up, getting a hold of the Rangers' heads and absorbing all there is to know about them. Luckily, Zane shows up to blast at them and force a retreat. This new Astronema is already hard at work, creating the perfect evil team to rival the Power Rangers ever seen. Yeah, Lord Zed and Rita both made evil Rangers, but they were so pathetic in comparison. Having absorbed the Rangers' information, the Psychos are sent back down to Earth to locate them. Psycho Black hears the communicator go off and springs into action, only to realize it's just some guy with that pager. Dekka informs the Rangers that the Psychos are attacking random people on Earth. TJ contacts Zane to inform him. Unfortunately though, the Psychos also catch this one, beating up Zane and taking him away. He's being held at some random house. When the Rangers show up, there's an invisible force field blocking their way. Morphing would alert the Psychos, so that's out of the question for now. Andros, though, gets an idea. The Psychos hear the communicator go off once again and track it down to the Mega Tank, where they blast at it and realize it's a decoy.
Let's rock it!
The Rangers then morph and destroy the force field. Unfortunately, the Psychos are fast, instantly catching up and having a fight. Zane, meanwhile, is able to Scooby-Doo out of the situation by dropping a vase and using the shards to cut him free. This is one of the most intense ass whoopings in Power Rangers history. They are left beaten and battered at every corner, never standing a chance. But for some reason, Astronema teleports them away, leaving the Rangers within an inch of their life. It's here we learn Astronema's true plans. The Psycho Ranger's immense power comes from Dark Spectre. She wants the Psychos to destroy the Rangers, but slowly, so she can drain Dark Spectre to nothing.
You want to destroy the Rangers and Dark Spectre?
There's only room for one evil monarch, and that will be me.
Maybe Dark Spectre should have just left her alone. Carlos on call. Carlos runs into his teacher at the surf spot with her daughter, Sylvie, who instantly gets a liking to Carlos. He gets summoned away for ranger duty and decides to go into the photo booth to morph, where Sylvie finds it and learns that he's the Black Ranger. Later on, Carlos gets an email saying someone knows who he is, and when he finds out it's Sylvie, along with photo proof, he feels pretty dumb. And rightfully so. What, did you put $1 in the photo booth before morphing? She basically forces Carlos to hang out with her all day. We get a fun montage showing all the fun they're having. After a long few days, Sylvie says she just has one final request, and she'll give Carlos the picture. She wants a rock from the moon. Seems like a pretty simple request, given Carlos is a space ranger, but for some reason, this is what sends him off the edge, and he goes off on Sylvie.
You're spoiled rotten, you know that? Do you think I have nothing else to do than to haul you around and have fun?
Jeez. Well, at least Sylvie can hang out with her brother instead.
How's her brother? He died a couple of months ago.
Oh. Yeah, Carlos learns that Sylvie's family is new in town, hence why she doesn't have any friends. And on top of that, her brother died from an unknown illness. The doctor tells Carlos that Sylvie and her brother both wanted to be astronauts when they grew up. Yikes. I bet someone feels like a dick now. We see Sylvie at her brother's grave, saying she's gonna be the best astronaut ever. That is until a monster shows up and the Rangers save her. They blow up the monster, but the Psychos also show up to take Sylvie hostage. The Psychos show up at the last 5 minutes of the episode, I guess so we wouldn't forget that they're here. The episode ends, of course, with Carlos bringing Sylvie a rock from the moon. She apologizes for blackmailing him in the first place. And the episode ends with Carlos and Sylvie still being friends, even taking her into space! Without a helmet, yeah, she's definitely dead. A rift in the Rangers. Cassie and Ashley get into a fight. Oh boy, it's one of these episodes. Cassie is cleaning and Ashley is making a mess, so they argue about laziness and all that. Meanwhile, the Yellow and Pink Psycho Rangers are strengthening their bonds. Psycho Yellow says they need to go out on their own to truly destroy the Rangers. Back on the ship, TJ has to play counselor, doing the whole, "You guys are besties, you shouldn't be arguing." They have so much in common, like, they're both the girls. Psycho Pink then attacks the city, with the Rangers coming down to fight. Psycho Yellow takes on the appearance of an old woman and captures Ashley, dragging her through the earth to an unknown location. Psycho Pink is confused though because she was told they'd be taking Cassie. So those two also get into a fight. Using this conflict to her advantage, Ashley tries to escape, where Cassie then realizes their argument was stupid and wishes they never had it. The chase scene that follows is really good. Ashley is completely helpless, even seemingly getting blown up in the process by Psycho Pink. Psycho Yellow doesn't think anyone could have survived that explosion, so she leaves. Ashley of course does survive with Psycho Pink hot on her tail, but the Rangers manage to find Ashley and Cassie rescues her, both saying they're sorry and using the power of friendship to lay the smackdown on Psycho Pink, and actually destroy her. At least, that's what it seems like at first, because I guess after destroying the Psychos, their true forms get revealed. These disgusting monsters. Anyway, bring in the Mega Voyager. They summon the Zords and fire the Mega V3 missile. And for real this time, they actually managed to destroy a Psycho Ranger. It's played up as a massive victory too. Picking them off one at a time might be their only way to victory. 5 of a kind. Dark Spectre is finally realizing that someone is draining his powers, demanding Astronema finds the culprit. Don't worry, she's totally on the case. The Rangers meanwhile are trying to form a new strategy to fight the Psychos, where TJ has a pretty good idea. Since the Psychos analyzed their specific Rangers' fighting styles, there's no way they can take them on head to head. But if they were to mix things up, they might have the advantage. Right on cue, the Psychos head to Earth, and the Rangers give TJ's strategy a shot, with the Rangers fighting a different colored Psycho. It goes well at first, until the Psycho Rangers wisen up and get back to their specific Ranger. Astronema is forced to teleport the Psychos away when Dark Spectre starts feeling his power being drained, with them getting more and more sick of it, just wanting to destroy the Rangers. TJ though suffered a pretty big blow in the fight. This is like the second time TJ has had a head injury. These helmets need more padding. Cassie goes to check on him, but he's busy reviewing the footage, looking for a weakness. During this though, the TV has a little hiccup and loses the color, which gives TJ his new brilliant plan. With all of the Rangers now being blue, this drives the blue Psycho Ranger crazy, going through all of them until finding TJ. Psycho Yellow is the only one who doesn't bite. The Rangers actually have the advantage here. That is until lightning strikes everyone, and someone makes an appearance.
Who's that?
Yes.
Another Psycho Ranger, Psycho Silver. He attacks the Rangers and asserts his dominance. Psycho Blue being so frustrated at this point that he attacks Psycho Red and Black, telling them to leave and that he's gonna handle everything, which they're more than happy to oblige to. There's only one Blue Ranger left standing, and right before Psycho Blue can attack, TJ jumps off Psycho Silver's shoulders and lands an attack. But wait.
You're no Psycho Ranger!
You're right!
That's right, baby. Psycho Zane makes his debut. I wonder how well this is gonna go for the Blue Psycho Ranger. Yep, Psycho Blue then turns into his big blue monster and has ice powers now. But the Rangers turn up the heat, literally, and blast him away. Even with only 3 Psycho Rangers left, the episode ends with Andros and TJ talking about how difficult this has been. Andros saying they've barely escaped with their own lives to take down the first 2, with TJ adding that he feels like the other 3 are gonna be even tougher. Silence is golden. The Psycho Rangers are downloading the Rangers' voices, so as to not allow for any more tricks. After that, they take on human forms and roam around the mall, hoping to find a Ranger. And may I just add, Psycho Yellow. That's it. Ashley's using the payphone. What's that? And the Psychos attack. However, when they arrive, she's already gone. Ashley witnesses this though and heads back to the ship to inform everyone. Cassie, however, is still on Earth, so they page her. What's that? And tell her on the phone that she can't speak and needs to get out of there ASAP. What follows is a really tense scene, Cassie needing to navigate out of the mall without talking. She bumps into someone and gives them a flower instead of saying sorry. She does the white person head nod that translates to thank you. All is going well until a baby carriage starts rolling down the stairs. There's not enough time to run up herself, but if she says something, the Psychos will swarm to her. But as the carriage rolls closer to the edge, the Psychos immediately start looking for Cassie. They corner her, but she still doesn't speak, not confirming whether or not she's the Pink Ranger. And then, to break all the tension this episode perfectly built up, Zane shows up in a clown costume to distract the Psychos? He leaves and plays a voice recording of Cassie as bait, which they fall for and chase after Zane, with the rest of the team showing up later, much to Cassie's relief. The Rangers decide this is going to be their final encounter, taunting the Rangers and having that anime moment where they shout things.
Alright guys, let's bring it together! Power Rangers, power up!
They then have a really solid fight, with the Rangers' numbers seemingly being too much, finally having the advantage without any chicanery. And with their final attacks...
Astro X!
Sunlight Star!
But I'm not done yet!
Final Saber! Lunar X! Super Silverizer!
The Rangers defeat the Psychos. They turn into their monster forms and grow. The Rangers summon the Mega Voyager, but they're outnumbered. Hey, that's not fair! Luckily though, Zane shows up with the Mega Winger and summons the Delta Megazord. This was the #1 coolest thing when I was a kid. All of the Zords doing their finishing attacks and blowing up the Psychos. Before they can celebrate though, Psycho Black uses his tentacle to grab the Mega Voyager. Not only that, but Psycho Red and Yellow also survived, throwing Zane and the Delta Megazord on the floor. The Psychos open up a portal to drag the Megazord away. They use all available power to try and break free, but it's not enough. Carlos saying they need to ditch the Zord to survive. Andros is incredibly against this plan, however, refusing to abandon ship. So, with no other choice, Carlos knocks out Andros and they all flee, the Mega Voyager being taken away and the Psychos retreating. Astronema asks if the Zord is hidden, with the Psychos proclaiming the Rangers are easily gonna find it. But maybe that's exactly what she wants. The enemy within. Just as predicted, the Rangers find the Mega Voyager on a distant planet, with Zane being the only one cautious about how easily they found it. Psycho Red has pretty much snapped, becoming completely obsessed with nothing else but destroying the Red Ranger, and he's not gonna let anyone stand in his way anymore. The Rangers make it to the planet, with Zane and the Delta Megazord making a grand entrance, while the Rangers sneak around to board the Mega Vehicles and create the Mega Voyager. This is where Astronema's plan comes together. Psycho Yellow has infected the Megazord, like a computer virus, and has taken full control of it, attacking the Mega Winger and the Delta Megazord, chaining them up against a mountain. All is going well for the Psychos, until Psycho Red realizes the Red Ranger is nearby. Ecliptor teleports him away for not sticking to the plan. This is where Psycho Red completely loses it, attacking Ecliptor, yelling at the Psychos, and teleporting Andros to the ground so they can have their one-on-one fight. It goes as well as you'd expect, until Alpha shows up with the Astro Megazord, blasting at Psycho Red and allowing Andros to hop aboard. He decides that in order to remove the virus, he needs to slash at the Mega Voyager really hard. I mean, hey, it's better than no plan. While doing this, Psycho Red tries to interfere, and when Psycho Black stops him, he once again loses his temper, now also attacking the Psychos, even hitting the Mega Voyager so hard it ejects Psycho Yellow, putting the Megazord back in control of the Rangers. What follows is pretty much the coolest thing of my entire childhood. All of the Megazords on screen at once fighting the Psycho Rangers. Like, I really don't have much to add here apart from, whoa, this is cool. So yeah, this is cool. The Rangers decide the only way to defeat the Psychos is to absorb their big blast and launch it back at them. The Zords take a lot of damage in the process, but eventually manage to throw the blast back at them via the Mega V3 missile. And
they're gone! The Psycho Rangers are history!
Yeah, for real this time. The episode ends with Astronema telling Dark Spectre that she personally defeated them when she found out they were stealing his power. She's upset she couldn't destroy Dark Spectre, and when Elgar asks what side she's on, she confidently says she's on her side. We see the Rangers finally having a moment of peace, not needing to worry about those pesky— oh my god, it's Psycho Red! Kick his ass!
I was just kidding.
You know, Zane, this is the second time your joke had some bad timing. Andros flips Zane, and the episode ends. Upon rewatching the Psycho Ranger arc, yep, still holds up. I was quoting these episodes line per line while I was watching. I watched this all the time when I was a kid. The Psycho Rangers are still probably the best villains in Power Rangers in my opinion. They were created solely to destroy the Power Rangers to an obsessive degree. I know Power Rangers loves to do the whole, you need teamwork kids, that's #1 message, but this arc actually managed to convey that message in a fun and not preachy or cheesy way. All of the Psycho Rangers' demise came from simply being too obsessive, attacking their own teammates and thinking they could do the job all by themselves. They easily could have been portrayed as over-the-top, wacky villains who just want to destroy the Power Rangers, but they were written and voiced to perfection. They seriously come off like insane stalkers who only think about the Power Rangers. They salivate at the thought of what they're gonna do when they get their hands on them. Psycho Yellow definitely stood out as the smartest of the group, not falling for tricks, being the most deceptive and coming off as the most level-headed. I wish we got to have a solo episode with her. Psycho Black also falls into that category, not so much deceptive or smart, but just level-headed as the real leader. Psycho Pink, Blue, and Red all had the same downfalls, too obsessed for their own good. This also being Astronema's first plan as this new and improved Queen of Evil really cemented her as a force to be reckoned with an evilness not seen since the likes of early Lord Zed. I'm pretty sure all of these episodes were just lifted from Mega Ranger, like plot point for plot point, but I don't care. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you ever wanted to possibly get someone interested in Power Rangers, I'd always recommend showing them the Psycho Ranger arc. Every episode is played straight and serious with tons of drama and action. A lot of modern Power Rangers nostalgia relies only on Mighty Morphin, which honestly sucks. There are so many times I would have loved to see a Psycho Ranger return. Whew, alright, that was a lot of story we went through. Where do we go from here? Andros and the Stowaway. While exploring a planet looking for Zordon, Andros notices this cute little creature. while this bigger and much less cute monster says that it's his servant. Andros whoops him and tells the little guy he's safe for now, but he's clearly taken a liking to Andros. He even manages to sneak aboard the Astro megaship, but they can't return him to his home planet yet since they need to refuel. Ashley gives him the name Seymour because he clearly stowed away to see more of the universe. Seymour also has a pretty big appetite, eating everything in sight. After a bad case of indigestion, we see he grew to a massive size, now also being able to talk. That monster from earlier named Jackarak returns, causing havoc on Earth until he finds Seymour. Andros being the most upset, and when Seymour sees this on the TV, he feels guilty. So he leaves the ship as to not be a bother. Andros finds him and the two share a cute moment, as well as a cookie. Andros promising Seymour that he won't let anything bad happen to him.
Don't you know you shouldn't make promises you can't keep?
Let's rock it!
A really big fight then breaks out, Jackarak even managing to fuse Seymour into his body. Andros tells Seymour he's not weak anymore. He's big and strong and knows he can break free from this prison. Which he actually does. Jackarak gets the upper hand on Andros, and Seymour once again takes a stand, even blasting him with his antenna. However, Jackarak fires back with a blast of his own, seriously injuring Seymour and taunting the Rangers, leading to probably Andros' most ass-kicking moment.
Yeah! We'll see who's the first to go down!
There is a Megazord fight, but the only thing of note is when Andros dedicates their kill to Seymour. He's all like, "This is for you, Seymour!" They return Seymour back home, and the Rangers feel bad about leaving him all alone. But it turns out he has a girlfriend. It's honestly a really emotional episode. I love Seymour, and his childlike innocence really makes you root for him. Heck, we've literally grown up with him. In the Sentai version, all of this plays out pretty much the same, the only difference being that in Mega Ranger, Seymour actually dies. I prefer the girlfriend ending.
I gotta go now.
Mission to Secret City Part 1. The episode opens up with the Rangers tracking an energy source. When they arrive though, nothing's seemingly there. But what they can't see are the ghosts of the Psycho Rangers, vowing their revenge no matter what. During a day out at the mall, the Rangers and even Sylvie are hanging out, including this cute moment between Andros and Ashley, where Andros doesn't know how to use chopsticks. Hey, don't feel bad, I'm from Earth and can still barely use them. A monster named Vaxsacker then shows up, teleporting people away. Even Bulk and Skull make another appearance, fearlessly standing up to the monster. But it's with a toaster. Oops. Andros, Carlos, and Sylvie get caught in the ray, being teleported to the secret city. When they try to morph, they can't. Andros even getting his battleizer knocked away during the fight with the Quantrons, with Sylvie finding it. The rest of the Rangers locate the secret city. They need to get in and destroy the antenna that's creating a force field, allowing the Rangers to morph inside. It's a really good unmorph sequence. They purposefully get captured and then need to essentially play spy, sneaking around and using blasters and GPS technology to locate the antenna. It's nice to see the Rangers being more resourceful when unmorphed, apart from just karate of course. Meanwhile, Carlos returns the battleizer to Andros, saying Sylvie found it. But she's grown now and won't blackmail him. He mentions number 1 and 2 on the battleizer should be enough to get them out. When Sylvie and Carlos ask about number 3 though, he's hesitant, saying he's never done it and it could be too much power to handle. They break free from their cuffs and continue the fight. Meanwhile, TJ, Cassie, and Ashley are doing some fun reconnaissance, sneaking around and planting bombs. Good stuff. Andros and Carlos run into Vaxsacker. Andros tries that flying punch, but it doesn't go too well. He lands next to Sylvie, who's hiding in the bushes, where she pushes number 3 on the battleizer.
Are you ready for round 2, Vaxsacker?
It turns out number 3 is actually a super secret weapon he's had the whole time, becoming the Red Battleized Ranger. He's got these muscles, wings, missiles. He's like an action figure. Because he was created to be an action figure. Yeah, this was meant to market a new toy that was coming out. So the Red Battleized Ranger is an American creation. I also want to pause here really quick to say that I made a mistake in my Turbo video. I said the Phantom Ranger was also an American-made creation. I think I googled Phantom Ranger Super Sentai, and when I saw Verve Master, my brain saw it and confused it with VR Troopers. So I just assumed it wasn't a Sentai thing. My bad. Anyway, Andros is completely overpowered now. He can fly, where he saves TJ and Cassie from falling off a building, blows up the antenna, and uses his missiles to destroy Vaxsacker. After the Megazord fight, they head to the tower to destroy the secret city. However, Astronema teleports everything away. The city and the prisoners, including Sylvie. Part 2 opens up with this scene I always hated as a kid. It's all Sentai footage, and it's 2 minutes of the Rangers exploring this empty boat. Nothing happens. The footage is all shaky, and even as a kid, I knew something was weird about this. Astronema's plan is to kidnap all these citizens and transform them into data cards, so they can all be programmed to be her mindless zombie minions. The first victims are of course Bulk, Skull, and Phenomenus. Skull having the best reaction to it all. So many crazy things have happened to these two throughout the years. At this point, they're used to it, but sick of it. The Rangers locate the new location of the secret city. It's underwater. The Rangers show up, but Astronema gets the drop on them, turning them all into data cards. However, the Rangers didn't come alone, unknowingly having the Psychos follow them. Their spirits go through the machine and it reanimates them, giving life to the Psycho Rangers once again. They find Ecliptor and beat the hell out of him. They retrieve the data cards and bring the Rangers back to life. Yes, the Psycho Rangers are so obsessed with defeating the Power Rangers, they will bring them back from essentially lifeless beings just so they have the pleasure of being the ones to end them. And the Rangers and the Psychos have their final battle. Probably. Andros tells Alpha to contact Zane, to tell him to go to the control room to turn the data cards back into humans. Ecliptor tries to stop him, and I'm starting to feel bad. He has spent this entire episode getting beaten up, and Zane doesn't go easy. He finds the control room and tries to reverse the process, naturally having Bulk, Skull, and Phenomenus being their first survivors. I love when Professor Phenomenus tries to explain what just happened.
We were changed into data cards by aliens. But we're okay now.
He just sounds so insane, but he's right. Zane saves the rest of the civilians and has a plan to stop the Psychos. The Rangers lure them into the control room and have a struggle to get them all in the center. When they do, Zane manages to transform them into data cards. Their evil energy was too strong apparently. During the explosion, Zane loses the Psychos' data cards. The people are saved and the Rangers all regroup above land. The episode ending with Astronema now in possession of the Psycho Rangers. The impenetrable web. Astronema tricks the Rangers to come down to a planet, where they get ambushed by the Quantrons and Dark Conda. Yeah, where has he been? Meanwhile, the Dark Fortress covers the Astro Megaship in a web, not allowing access to anyone but them. Ecliptor makes his way on board to find the Megazords. The rest of the episode has Alpha and Deca essentially using a Home Alone shenanigans to battle Ecliptor. Alright, I guess we needed some levity in these episodes. They manage to hold him off for a bit, but he eventually finds the location of the Mega Voyager. Meanwhile, the Rangers are held captive on this planet, until Zane shows up with his brand new toy, now available at Walmart. It's like a dune buggy, I guess. He blows up Darkonda and saves the Rangers. With the web still over the Astro Megaship, the Rangers can't help. So Zane has to go to stop Ecliptor. They have a fight, but he still manages to destroy some of the Mega Voyager's control console. Ecliptor then somehow becomes red and super powerful, growing in size. Andros uses the Battleizer to blow up the shield, and they summon the Zords to fight the giant Ecliptor. The Astro Megazord, Delta Megazord, and Mega Winger. Alright, 3-on-1. This should be pretty easy. Oh my. Ecliptor completely destroys the Delta Megazord. During the fight, however, Ecliptor eventually runs out of juice and returns to normal size, where the Rangers are able to get the upper hand on him, turning him back to normal and needing to flee. The Rangers return to the moon and check on the Mega Voyager. It's pretty damaged, but still functional, if only barely. A line in the sand. The episode starts off at night, a setting not usually seen in Power Rangers. Ashley and Andros are on a date, but off in the distance, there's a car stalking them, even trying to run them over multiple times, only barely missing. The next day, this truck hunts down the rest of the Rangers while on Earth, chasing down Carlos, and right before running him over, transports him to a desert where he can't use his communicator. This episode has always had such an eerie vibe to it. It's not a monster chasing down the Rangers, just a car. Is it a stalker or what? It doesn't talk or anything. It genuinely feels like a slasher movie with some psychopath trying to run over these teenagers. Hell, even when the Rangers do morph, their weapons are completely useless. Even Andros uses his battleizer, and that's too weak for the car. It feels like the Power Rangers stumbled into the real world, where their fake toys don't help anymore. They all get transported to this desert planet, and even with all 5 of them, they still can't stop the Jeep. You know what eventually does stop it though? Zane's toy. They blow it up and Astronema turns it into a monster. It has a battle with the Mega Voyager, but due to the Voyager's weakened state, it doesn't put up a great fight. The monster pulls the Megazord close and self-destructs, blowing itself and the Mega Voyager up. Yeah, the Mega Voyager is also gone now. With only 2 Zords at their disposal, the Rangers are vulnerable, where Astronema then plans for their final confrontation. Well, we're here. The final 2 episodes of Power Rangers in Space, and Power Rangers as a whole. Countdown to Destruction, Part 1. Astronema rallies the troops, and all the villains in the Alliance of Evil prepare for the galactic takeover. The Machine Empire's armies seem to be back at full power. Divatox and the Piranhatron are attacking the Alien Rangers. Zed and Rita are attacking the Gold Ranger. And the Phantom Ranger and the Blue Centurion are trying to defend their home planet. All seems grim. The evil forces are too powerful, slowly taking over the planets one by one. Astronema then brings in Zordon to the Dark Fortress, giving him a front row to the end of his own era. The entire episode is one big fight for survival, the rebels on KO-35 being outnumbered, and when Astronema's forces attack the Rangers, they try their best to fight back. Just like the Turbo finale, it's a very serious fight, surrounded by loads of rubble and destruction. The Rangers fight valiantly, but the numbers are greatly not in their favor, being forced to demorph and even retreat. Meanwhile, Astronema has a weapon attached to a Velocifighter, a blaster that can destroy a planet. However, Darkonda sees this and steals the plane for himself, planning to use it to destroy Dark Spectre and the Dark Fortress so he can be ultimate ruler. He fires it at him and Dark Spectre seemingly goes down. Before he can blast at the Dark Fortress though, Dark Spectre uses his last bit of life force to eat Darkonda and take him down with him, ending the lives of both Darkonda and Dark Spectre. Although Astronema seems like worried for some reason. Like, bro, this was your plan since the beginning. With Dark Spectre gone, Astronema now reigns as Queen of Evil. She comes to Earth demanding the Power Rangers offer themselves up. If they don't, they'll destroy the Earth. Countdown to Destruction Part 2. We see the civilians in total panic, worrying that the Power Rangers have abandoned them. But it's Bulk of all people to keep the morale high and tells everyone that they need to put their trust in the Rangers. Andros feels like there's still a chance he can still reach Corone and talk some sense into her, with everyone else telling him that she's gone. Andros refuses to believe this. He sneaks away and plans to enter the Dark Fortress alone. He's stopped by Ashley though, who tells him he can't just leave. But Andros says he has to try. He tries to say that if he doesn't come back, but is quickly cut off by Ashley, saying she will see him again, where the two share a kiss. Okay, they don't, but they should. It's the last episode of Power Rangers ever. You can have Andros say fuck if you want to. What are they gonna do, cancel the show? Morning comes and Astronema is demanding the Power Rangers show themselves. When they seemingly don't show up, the real heroes do.
I am the Blue Ranger. I'm the Black Ranger.
Bulk and Skull take a stand. They've done everything from bully the Power Rangers, envy them, and poorly imitate their actions. But here, they are the Power Rangers like they say. They're standing up to evil, not worried about the consequences, rallying everyone behind them. Before they all get into too much trouble though, the real Power Rangers show up.
Them?
Ready! Let's rock it! Yeah!
With the rejuvenated energy of everyone's high spirits, they fight the evil forces once again. However, they're not alone.
Come on, let's get in there! Who's with me?
Bulk and Skull rally the citizens of Angel Grove and leads the charge to fight head-on. This is so perfect. Meanwhile, Andros sneaks on the Dark Fortress and finds Zordon. Zordon saying that the evil forces are too strong, and the only way to stop them is to destroy his energy tube and release his power onto the galaxy, destroying all evil forces, but sacrificing himself in the process. Andros is taken back by this idea, immediately rejecting it and saying they'll just keep fighting. Zordon says that won't work. Andros raises his sword, but can't bring himself to do it. Astronema comes back on board though. Andros tries to talk sense into her, but she's too far gone. They fight, but Andros never strikes back. Zordon's words momentarily break Dark Spectre's programming, but it takes over again. Astronema then shoots a blast at Andros, and he deflects it with his sword. The strike flies back to Astronema and kills her. Ecliptor shows up and is heartbroken, clearly still retaining some of that fatherly love for her. He violently swings at Andros, and Zordon pleads with him once again to destroy his tube, where Andros finally agrees. Zordon's final words are, "It's your duty as a Power Ranger to protect the universe." Andros stays silent, grabbing his saber and unleashing a strike to Zordon's tube. Andros destroys Zordon. What's been dubbed as the Z-Wave travels across the galaxy, disintegrating all evil forces, turning Zed, Rita, and Divatox into normal humans, giving them another chance at life. Just like Astronema said, Zordon not only witnessed, but was fully responsible for the end of his own era. And he would do it again in a heartbeat. This still makes me feel something deep in my chest all these years later. The fact this little toy commercial of a TV show was able to create a 5-year legacy with recurring characters and storylines is honestly amazing. I don't think anyone would have imagined that we'd be in this spot when they first saw the pudgy pig. Andros lands the Dark Fortress on Earth, carrying Astronema's dead body. But he cries a tear on her and magically reverts to Karone and comes back to life. I'm gonna assume it was part of the Z-Wave that did this and not the power of love. The episode ends with Andros saying goodbye to Ashley. He's staying on KO-35 with Zane and Karone, saying it's his home. Ashley's saddened by this, but Andros returns to the ship, saying his home is with them. And after all this, the Rangers can finally return home and get some well-deserved rest. Power Rangers in Space was my favorite TV show for my entire life, and after watching it for the 100th time for this video, nothing's changed. In my opinion, this is the quintessential Power Rangers season, a perfect balance of drama, action, and silliness. Andros definitely took the role of the main character. He had an interesting story with his sister, and being a new fresh face also helps. I think his actor, Christopher Kamen Lee, has one of the best hero voices. Every time he shouts, it feels powerful. He's giving his all in these performances, and I would have loved to see him possibly get into anime or something after Power Rangers, similar to Johnny Young Bosch.
That's enough! We're coming through! Power Red! Ha! Spiral Saber Booster Mode! Ha! Enough is enough! You're strong now! You can beat him! Please, Seymour, try! No way! We gotta stay with the sword as long as we can! We're not abandoning ship!
Apparently he also hated the Smucker's hair, which breaks my heart. Not only that, but hated the fact that his tears brought Karone back to life, saying it felt too cheesy. And for my own vindication, apparently there was a kiss scene filmed between Andros and Ashley, but it was during their date for the episode where the killer car tries to run them over. Why here? Bulk and Skull definitely had the most emotional impact. They have been the longest recurring characters in this show, having genuine growth and character arcs, seeing them fully embrace the hero mindset without fear of what might happen, standing up to Astronema boldly. It's sometimes hard to look at this and then an episode of Mighty Morphin and realize they're the same people. A part of me is so frustrated it took this long to have a consistently good season of Power Rangers. The show has always had good episodes, moments, and arcs, and I don't buy the excuse of, oh, it's a kid's show, they just want to see the pudgy pig and the Megazord. Like, I was the target audience back in the day, and even as a kid, I preferred In Space over Mighty Morphin. I was glued to the TV when the Psychos showed up and were treated like a serious threat. I honestly can't recommend this season enough. I still consider it my favorite TV show. I quote it constantly, and I'm still looking to buy all the action figures. Rewatching this years later and knowing what happens, I still get goosebumps and the biggest smile on my face with every episode. Now, granted, the grand scale nature of this season and the powerful emotional toll it took on everyone only happened because it was created in mind with this being the final season. So why not go all out? It was so perfect, in fact, that it ironically revived the franchise. Yes, Power Rangers in Space at the time was the most viewed and most successful season of Power Rangers ever. They sold so many toys and so many people were head over heels for the season. So naturally, when you have something this successful, again, you can't just ignore it. Power Rangers in Space was supposed to be the finale to this beloved franchise, but due to its massive success and popularity, another season was given the green light. Power Rangers Lost Galaxy, an epilogue and in-spirit sequel of sorts, following up on the events of Countdown to Destruction, Zordon Sacrifice, and what the world looks like now. And why this season also has a space theme, which could be a challenge. Seiju Sentai Gingaman is the 22nd season of Super Sentai, and the season Lost Galaxy would be based off. Gingaman, however, was far from a space epic, being themed around nature. You couldn't be more polar opposites if you tried. Lost Galaxy has a lot to live up to. The first Power Ranger season to not start with any previous Rangers or villains from the last, needing to establish new characters, villains, and the world as a whole, as well as trying to follow up an amazing season that went all out in terms of story, acting, and production. So, was Power Rangers Lost Galaxy ready to fill those shoes? Let's find out. Quasar Quest Part 1. We kick things off with a narration telling us that Earth has begun the search for a new world to live in, taking us to a distant planet where this wise old man is telling the story of the Quasar Sabers, 5 mythical swords that for 3,000 years no one has ever been able to pull from the stone. It's a lovely ceremony, but quickly gets interrupted by some monsters. For now though, our focus shifts to this massive space colony called TerraVenture. The people of TerraVenture are exploring the universe in hopes to find a new place for humans to live. I guess after destroying all the evil in the universe, it's a pretty safe time to explore. Some important characters we meet are Commander Stanton, Mike, his second in command, and Kendrix, the head scientist. We see that TerraVenture is a massive event. People are coming in waves, eager to explore space. However, only a certain select group of people were chosen for this operation, and if you weren't one of them, tough luck. As we see this strapping young man named Leo get thrown out. He's frustrated, but happens to see a group of thugs trying to rob an older woman of her passport, so they can go into space. Which, I don't think that's how passports work, but regardless, Leo doesn't stand for that, taking them on 3-on-1. They eventually overpower him and think they got the passport, but sneaky Leo still has it. The old woman is thankful and says that the new world needs people like him. This then motivates Leo to break the law. Thanks, Granny! Sneaking onto the loading dock and becoming an illegal stowaway onto the colony. When he lands, the authorities are already aware and trying to hunt him down. Leo then accidentally bumps into Kendrix and another important character, Kai. I think Kendrix kinda gets a little crush on him, because when he leaves and the officers ask if they've seen him, she says no. Leo then finds a soldier outfit to try and blend in, but this accidentally gets him roped into a training exercise on the moon. It's a pretty intense military training exercise, with live explosions that probably could level a city. This is not training! Leo ends up saving Kendrix from one of these bombs, where he finally gets caught in the act. Mike shows up and reveals to everyone that Leo is his younger brother, who is told not to come. But before this brotherly dispute can play out, a portal opens up out of nowhere, where one of the girls from the opening scenes comes tumbling out. And she didn't come alone. These weird bug creatures also came along. These are the Stingwingers, and this season's new foot soldiers. They're disgusting bug creatures, but once again are American-made foot soldiers. They have an awesome design. They try to fight them off, but they're too powerful, until they just eventually retreat. The girl says her name is Maya, and her planet Miranoi is under attack. Leo is the first to immediately jump into action, saying if she needs help, they should go. Mike says him and Kendricks will check it out, and that Kai has to escort Leo back to the colony. As the three leave for the portal, Leo breaks free and runs into the portal with reckless intent. Part 2 opens up with Kai feeling guilty for leaving Leo behind, but he gets a plan when he sees a flyer for the Astro Megaship Museum? Wait, what do you mean museum? That's Andros' actual ship. How else is he flying around space? And not only is the Astro Megaship still hanging around, but so is Alpha.
Would you mind telling me what is going on here?
Kai commandeers the ship and says he needs it for a mission. However, the ship's mechanic Damon doesn't buy it, saying he needs to see some paperwork. But more importantly, he says that the Astro Megaship is not a functioning ship, just a museum. Brother, you're a mechanic! You would not be needed here if this wasn't a vehicle of some kind. Kai tells him about his friends, and Damon, just being a nice guy, goes with it. Also being the only one competent enough to fly the ship, despite not even thinking it was real 30 seconds ago. Also, Alpha can't fly it for some reason? Whatever. They all make it to Miranoi and confront this big baddie. His name is Furio, and he wants the sabers. A big fight then breaks out. However, once again, our heroes are overpowered. The Stingwingers are just too much. But right before Furio lands a strike, Mike reaches for the Quasar Saber and pulls it from the stone, landing a strike onto Furio, where Maya, Kendricks, Kai, and Damon all find the courage to try and pull the swords for themselves. Before they can celebrate though, Furio casts some kind of spell that's turning Miranoi into stone. During the spell, the ground opens up, and Mike falls in. Leo tries to pull him up, but Mike says he can't hold on for much longer, instead telling Leo to grab the Quasar Saber. When he does, he tells his little brother to carry on in his place, and that he's always been proud of him, before letting go and falling into the abyss, and the floor closing back up. Leo is immediately filled with anger, but before he can do anything, the sabers get a surge of power. Our heroes hold them up high, and with a strike of lightning, our heroes get transformed into the Power Rangers. As is tradition, they lay the smackdown on the Stingwingers, with some really impressive choreography, I might add. The Power Rangers seem to have an animal connection, with the helmets all bearing a respective beast. Kai is the gorilla and uses a lot of powerful single strikes, while Damon is the condor and does more attacking in the air. As for the suits themselves, I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion, but I love them. My favorite Power Rangers suits have a nice balance of the primary color and white, and we haven't seen helmets designed to look like an animal since Mighty Morphin. The Charlie Brown zigzags, while sure, are kinda weird. I always loved it. These are some A-tier suits in my opinion. However, the Rangers' victory is short-lived, as they still need to escape the planet before becoming petrified. They hop aboard the Astro Megaship and Damon flies them to safety. Maya then gives a very powerful speech, saying how they were chosen to be heroes, and how it's their duty to protect the world.
We've been chosen to be Power Rangers.
With Leo being the only one looking disappointed, since he wasn't chosen. Mike's the one who pulled the sword. The episode ends with a little teaser of a very disgusting looking creature. What the hell is this? The Quasar Quest 2-parter is very good, taking its time. As I mentioned earlier, I think, Episode 1 and almost half of Episode 2 doesn't even feature the Power Rangers suits in any way, which is a pretty bold move. We get introduced to a lot here. I didn't even mention Bulk and Professor Phenomenus. They were shown to be able to travel onto Terraventure, but they felt like they were forgetting something. That something being Skull, who comedically is sleeping in. The reason for this though isn't sad, luckily. Jason Narvi just wanted to pursue a college education and left the show. It's not like it matters anyway. Bulk and Phenomenus probably show up maybe 2 more times this entire season. As for the Rangers though, Leo and Maya are probably the most interesting right off the bat. Leo losing his brother and feeling like an imposter ranger sets up some good character work. And Maya losing her entire home planet, as well as being the home of these powers, is great stuff too. Kendricks is pretty interesting. Maybe just because I like girls with glasses. As for Kai and Damon though, they unfortunately come off as the least interesting, not really having much character yet. Oh wait, we haven't even talked about the Lost Galaxy theme song. Oh my god, this is so amazing. It's so good. There lies a key to the answer and a power you will know. And oh man, when the song hits that crescendo and the singer goes, I mean, I don't know what else to say. S tier song. You also might be wondering, why are there monsters? Didn't Zordon's sacrifice purge the universe of all evil? Well, yeah, I don't know, you're absolutely right. Apart from the answer being they needed to make more seasons, a popular theory is that the Z-Wave just reset the balance of good and evil, completely wiping out the United Alliance of Evil, but also allowing new Power Rangers to be formed to defend the universe. Which could explain why the Quasar Sabers were never pulled from the stone until after Zordon's death. But anyway, yeah, let's see what's next for the Rangers. Race to the rescue. We see the Stingwingers trying to capture some pretty big animals. Meanwhile, Maya is able to hear their cries for help, and Leo and Damon accompany her to find them. They arrive on the planet and try to free them, but they get ambushed by the Stingwingers and a monster. So, it's time to go.
Go! Galactic!
They morph on out with Kendricks and Kai showing up. They lay the smackdown on the bad guys and destroy the chains imprisoning the animals. These are the Galacta Beasts. They thank the Rangers for saving them and tell Maya they'll repay them one day. We cut to the villain's ship. This gross octopus creature is Scorpius, an alien warlord. He tells Furio to destroy the Power Rangers since he couldn't capture the Galacta Beasts. They invade Terra Venture, but the Rangers once again show up to defend it. The monster then drinks a potion and grows giant. But oh no! How will the Rangers fight something this big? Yup, as you could guess, the Galacta Beasts show up to help. They blow up the monsters and have some big help in the future. I also love the suit work on these creatures. In some shots, they genuinely look horrifying. Like, look at this condor here. This is a Godzilla boss. Rookie in red. We see Leo training by himself in the woods, frustrated and saddened about his brother. He hasn't come to terms with himself with what's going on, and is beating himself up, saying he'll never be as good as Mike.
That I would do everything in my power to become the Red Ranger he would have been proud of.
We also get introduced to this lovely girl, Chirkina. She's Scorpius' daughter. For now, she doesn't do much, but just remember that she exists. I guess in an attempt to be like Mike, Leo joins the GSA. Kai is tasked to train him, however, Leo clearly isn't built for this, breaking the rules and being fairly lazy. Meanwhile, Furio meets up with an arms dealer who's in possession of some artifacts. The Trans Daggers. They're powerful weapons that were thought impossible to be in possession of, so he tasks him to steal the Quasar Sabers. The main focus of this episode is Leo. He mistakenly leaves the GSA's weapons door open and the enemies ransack it. Not only that, but the monster is actually also able to steal 4 of the Ranger Sabers, where Leo has to learn to accept responsibility and get the Sabers back. Not only that, but also gets his hands on the Trans Daggers. Yeah, that's right, Power Rangers believes in trans rights. And trans lefts. Boom! They are daggers that can transform into different styles of weapons, like a blaster or a claw. They destroy the monster and use the Red Line Galacta Beast when the monster goes big. And Leo resigns from the Force. Homesick. Terra Venture gets an intruder alert when someone starts hacking and messing with the ship's controls. When they find out who it is, it's this kid, saying he wants to go home. Damon deduces that he doesn't have a uniform or ID, which means he snuck on board. They video call the kid's mom and he says he just wanted to go on a space adventure. But Commander Stanton explains that Terra Venture is on a one-way trip to find a new world. So this kid is stuck here and will never see his mom again.
Oh, honey, I'm never gonna see you again.
Jesus Christ, that's pretty sad. Damon takes him under his wing to work as a junior mechanic. Not a lot happens. Furio and the monsters attack, and this kid uses his hacking skills to trap them in the elevator before they gain control of the ship. We do get something important though. The Rangers use the power of their Trans Daggers to imbue the Galacta Beasts, transforming them into robotic versions of themselves. You know what this means. Play that music! Yeah, 5 episodes in and we finally see the Megazord. That's unheard of for this series. This is the Galaxy Megazord. We don't spend a lot of time with it since it immediately just uses the finishing sword attack and destroys the monster in one go. But I love this thing. It's super colorful and stands out. I love the animal heads on the shoulders, and the chest piece looks powerful. And this was the first ever Power Rangers toy I ever remember getting for my birthday. Yeah, you're looking at the same exact figure I got back in 1999. I love it. The Lights of Orion. There's a mythical power source known as the Lights of Orion. They're apparently hiding in this cave, but Furio can't enter, since you need to be a chosen warrior to get in. Trakina wants to join in, however, and this is where we start to learn about her character. Her father is very overprotective, not allowing her to get into danger, but she wants to actually help fight the fight. The Rangers also get some cool new motorcycles because we got toys to sell. Furio and Trakina bait out the Rangers, where they have a box with a surprise in it. Jesus, parading around Leo's dead brother in front of him is such an insane move. But Furio says he's not actually dead. Leo now isn't thinking straight, acting on emotions and just simply wanting to get his brother back. They fall into a trap and start fighting. Amidst the chaos though, Leo manages to rescue Mike and they both escape. Leo's trying to ask questions, but Mike insists there's no time and that they need to go to the cave to find the Lights of Orion. They go inside and find a box. But that's when Mike knocks out Leo and takes it for himself. The Rangers are horrified to see that Mike betrayed them. But as you may have guessed, this isn't Mike. It's Lord Zed! Yeah, it's all a trap, but the Lights of Orion weren't even in the box. So the Rangers defeat the monster and Leo absolutely smacks the hell out of Furio for taunting him with his dead brother. Double duty. There's an actress on TerraVenture who looks exactly like Kendrix. The actress is mean and nasty, but after she gets injured, Kendrix is chosen to play the part. It's a pretty nothing filler episode. The Blue Crush. Kai gets tasked with taking the commander's daughter out rollerblading. While they're out though, he runs into a girl named Hannah, who he quickly falls for. Kai spends a majority of the episode daydreaming and swooning. Furio and a monster eventually attack TerraVenture, and he rescues her. During their escape though, she stops him and pleads Kai to help rescue this guy named Johnny, saying that the wedding is tomorrow. Yikes. Where he leaves him to die. Just kidding. He saves Johnny and is pretty heartbroken over this girl he met like a day ago. He feels so heartbroken, Kai just starts running, which I relate to. I've actually done that before and it's sad. No time for that though. They defeat the monster and Kai is sad. However, Hannah eventually sends him a letter, saying that she was the bridesmaid for Johnny's wedding, meaning she actually is single, and I'm sure will develop a heartwarming relationship throughout the series. More importantly though, Scorpius has had enough of Furio's incompetence and is sent for execution. However, he manages to escape and head into the cave with the Lights of Orion, leading us to probably one of my favorite arcs in Power Rangers. The Magna Defender. Leo manages to track down Furio and the two fight. Right before Leo gets the upper hand, Furio self-destructs, knowing that he's going to be executed anyway, and hoping to take the Red Ranger down with him. However, Leo's limp body gets carried out by a mysterious being. Leo in recovery starts seeing visions of the rescue, but in his head, he swore he saw Mike. He returns to the cave to look for clues, stumbling upon a giant stone that he feels like is holding the Lights of Orion. They start analyzing it on TerraVenture, not being able to open up the rock. That's when another monster attacks Kendrix. However, someone saves her.
It's him.
This guy is so cool. While he does save Kendrix, he also demands she gives him the stone. The other Rangers show up to help and try and convince the stranger to join their cause, where he adamantly refuses, even hitting Leo. With Furio dead, Scorpius needs a new general. Meet Trecheron. He brings in a monster to fight the Rangers, and he wipes the floor with them, now in possession of the rock. However, that means a familiar face makes his return.
He's back.
Trecheron knows this man. He's the Magna Defender, with the two of them having a rivalry. The Magna Defender is so cool. His design is badass with the horns, all black armor, cape, big jewel in the center. He really looks like a warrior, and his stoic voice really shows off that he means business.
You are brave, but foolish.
Destroying everyone all by himself. This is easily the best 6th Ranger introduction so far. The Magna Defender comes off like such an ass kicker who you don't want to mess with. He explains how him and Treacheron know each other. They were both looking for the Lights of Orion, and in his weakened state, Treacheron took advantage of him and split open the Earth, trapping the Magna Defender inside. Until he found a way out. The two have another fight while the Rangers summon the Megazord to fight the monster. When they're done, they come back down to help the Magna Defender, but Treacheron uses this time to escape. They once again try to convince him to join their side, saying they're fighting for the same thing. But the Magna Defender claims that they have no idea what he's fighting for. Leo was convinced that this man was Mike, but now he's not so sure. Yeah, this guy rules. The Sunflower Search. The episode opens up with the Magna Defender reminiscing on his past and how he got here. His planet was taken over by Scorpius and his gang. The Magna Defender and his Taurozord were the only defenders left, along with his son, Zika, who is being held captive. The Magna Defender is desperate, doing whatever the villains want, as long as they don't hurt his son. They blast at the Magna Defender, and he goes down, the villains laughing and torturing him. They let his son go, but Zika pulls out a dagger, proclaiming he'll save his dad, and charges at Scorpius, where Scorpius blasts him and ends Zika.
Zika, please! No! Get up!
It is such a genuinely sad scene. You feel his pain throughout the entire flashback. Meanwhile, Maya is telling everyone that the sunflowers represent something about beauty and life on her planet. The villains overhear this and send down the same monster that held Zika captive to go down and destroy all the sunflower statues. Okay, it's kind of a desperate plan, but whatever. The Magna Defender of course shows up to fight. However, he's more reckless than usual, seeing that same monster from years ago. His blasts are going everywhere, endangering the people of TerraVenture, but the Magna Defender is only focused on himself. The Rangers try to talk some sense into him, saying he's putting innocent lives at risk, but again, he doesn't care. As they all chase down the monster, he grabs hold of a little girl. He tells the Rangers to put down their weapons, and they do. But the Magna Defender doesn't. He was in this exact position when he lost his son, and he feels like his inaction was the reason he was killed. So he doesn't listen, inching forward and threatening the monster with his life. Leo has to step in and tells him he needs to control his anger. During this, the Rangers use the opportunity to save the girl, and the Magna Defender gets his partial revenge, slashing at the monster and destroying it all by himself. Before he blows up though, he drinks the potion. This is where we get to see the Taurozord, a bull Megazord that shoots a beam at the Magna Defender and grows him giant, where he essentially wears the Taurozord as super armor and creates the Defender Taurozord. It's a pretty cool Megazord, where he naturally lands the finishing blow. The episode ends with the Magna Defender telling the Rangers his story, saying he's only out for revenge, wanting the Lights of Orion to become strong enough to destroy Scorpius. Silent Sleep. Another monster uses a spell to freeze and put the people of TerraVenture to sleep. Leo is the only one who isn't affected though, because during a fight beforehand, the spell hit Mike's dog tags that he's wearing, which cancels the spell. What's more interesting though is Trakina. She wants to go with Treacheron when he finds the lights. Throughout every episode, she's been giving pieces of advice here and there and trying to be involved more as a villain. However, Scorpius just keeps writing her off and treating her like a little kid. It's clear he's very overprotective, and Trakina herself is in way over her head. She easily gets knocked down though after being bumped into, and Treacheron just sends her home immediately. The Magna Defender shows up and the two destroy the monster and save TerraVenture. Orion Rising. It's Damon's birthday. Hey, there it is, the token birthday episode. Kendrix makes a cake and when she leaves, Maya shows up and eats it, leading to the two arguing. Oh, look at that, a 2-for-1, because we also get the yellow and pink Ranger besties now not being besties for an episode. The villains have a new monster named Destruxo. He uses his staff to create a force field within TerraVenture, trapping everyone inside it and slowly sucking away the oxygen, all while using some magic to locate the lights. The Magna Defender shows up and tries to smash the force field to get in, but there's too much concentrated energy that smashing it would probably destroy everyone inside. The rest of the episode is what you think. Kendrix and Maya are trapped and they spend more time bickering with each other as opposed to fighting the monster. Until they learn that friendship is most important. They stop the monster and celebrate Damon's birthday.
Wow. You guys are the best.
Why did he sound so genuine right there? That's literally the best line delivery Damon does in the whole series. The episode ends with Maya saying that the Lights of Orion are out there, As in, right here, Orion returns. Maya gets a dream that she saw something. She wakes up and sees the lights of Orion have shown themselves. A big chase for them then ensues between the Rangers and the villains. You know, until the lights head back to TerraVenture, where Destructo uses some kind of powerful vase to suck it in, with the villains now in possession of it. Meanwhile, Trakina wants to be the one to retrieve the lights. She summons the help of Impostra, who turns herself into Trecheron, and as a gift, gives Destructo a magic necklace as a reward, as well as telling him to use the lights of Orion on himself. He does and is immediately super powerful. Trakina then snitches on Trecheron, telling Scorpius he should have the lights by now, and when Scorpius sees a powered-up Destructo, throws the real Trecheron in prison. Impostra then shows up and uses that necklace to suck the power of the lights out of Destructo. The lights of Orion are now free. The Magna Defender shows up and demands the lights come to him. However,
the lights are shining over us.
They seem to be choosing us.
The lights of Orion have made their decision. Leo's saying that the powers can only be used for good, despite not being used for good 2 minutes ago. The Rangers reach for the lights of Orion, putting their hands up and being imbued with new armor and weapons. This cool claw thing, new quasar sabers. The Power Rangers now wield the lights of Orion. Oh my god, this is such a great scene. Again, the music is really what sells it. The Rangers charge after Destructo, turn into a giant ball of fire that cuts through him. The episode ends with the Magna Defender being upset, and even weakened for some reason, having fits of crippling pain throughout the episode. Shark Attack. Two of Trecheron's most loyal generals, who are sharks, inform him that the reason he's in prison is because Trakina betrayed him. As revenge, he gives Trakina fake coordinates to find a hidden relic. When she explores it, the sharks break Trecheron out of prison, and the three of them confront Trakina. The Rangers show up and she uses this time to escape. However, she's quickly confronted by the Magna Defender, saying that her dad took away his son, and he's going to make him feel the same pain by slaying Trakina. Which is pretty metal. However, the pain strikes again and she's able to escape. The rest of the episode is really good, pretty much a big fight between Leo and Trecheron, where the Rangers of course end up winning. The episode ending with Trakina training, but it's not going so well, being upset over a broken nail. She pleads to her father again to let her help, but she's denied. So Trakina decides that she needs to find a mentor. Redemption Day. Scorpius' ship is running out of fuel, so they attach to TerraVenture to steal some of theirs. The Magna Defender then decides that this is where he's gonna get his revenge. He summons the Toro Zord and creates an energy pit, one that will explode and destroy TerraVenture, but take Scorpius along with it. The Rangers try to stop the Magna Defender, but Scorpius also sends down a monster and some Stingwingers. The Magna Defender is completely weakened, seemingly barely hanging on by a thread. When the Stingwingers attack him, Leo shows up to save him, but the Magna Defender is confused.
How could you defend me after all I've done to you? Always fighting for good. It's futile.
This is where the Magna Defender drops a bombshell. He knows Mike. After his battle with Trecheron many years ago, he fell into the earth. But when Furio did the same thing on Miranoi and Mike fell in, the Magna Defender saved him and swapped life forces with Mike, giving the Magna Defender another chance at life. This is why he's in his weakened state. As the Defender grew more and more vengeful, Mike's spirit started to take over, not allowing him to go down this dark path. Leo says there's still time for him to change, but the Magna Defender has made up his mind. He says his heart is too far gone, and what's been replaced there is darkness. The Rangers go to the energy pool to try and stop it from blowing up and taking out TerraVenture. They're blasted at constantly, even demorphing them, but that doesn't stop the Rangers from trying. The Magna Defender is in complete shock, saying he was once like that, and is now regretful he let his hate and vengeance take over. But that's when he sees something.
Father!
Zika is walking towards him. It's not really Zika though. The Magna Defender isn't long for this world anymore. He believes his heart doesn't have any good, only hate. But that's not true. There's still hope and good in there somewhere. But he can only see it in the form of the one thing that encaptured all those feelings. His son. He thinks Zika is there, telling him to do the right thing because that's what his son would actually want his dad to do. But what this really is the Magna Defender's conscience speaking to him. He knows what he has to do. He goes forth, pushing through the fire and explosions, holding on to that flower that represents his son's innocence, telling the Torozord to stay back, and that this is where they part ways. He is going to sacrifice his life force to save the colony. In his last moments of life, he's healthy and walking with his son.
I'm proud of you, Father.
Thank you, son.
Knowing that soon they can be together again. He sacrifices himself and saves TerraVenture. And Leo says that the spirit of the Magna Defender will live on forever. But not just that. Mike is alive, restored to life since it was technically Mike's energy in the suit, and the brothers are finally reunited, closing out the Magna Defender arc. This honestly holds up and is one of the best Power Rangers arcs ever, as I said. The Magna Defender is such a cool character, an anti-hero of sorts, with a backstory you kinda rooted for. When I was younger, I honestly hated the Rangers during this story. I wanted the Magna Defender to get his revenge for his son. I felt so bad whenever he couldn't get the lights. Some of the arc is a bit fillery, but when it hits hard. There's so much drama and good action, and the music score once again has more orchestral sounds rather than rock. We also see a trend here with the generals. We're already 2 down. Furio at the start was kind of a basic nobody who had no character. Treacheron was a solid addition. Ironically enough, despite being named after treachery, he was incredibly loyal to Scorpius and had competent plans. I honestly feel like this arc is going to be hard to top. But let's continue on and see what's in store. Destined for greatness. Everyone is celebrating Mike's return, but there's an air of sadness with Leo. He feels like he has to give up his Quasar Saber to his brother and quit being a Power Ranger, saying it was Mike's destiny. Before he can do anything though, a monster attacks and kidnaps the other Rangers. Leo starts losing his confidence in his leadership ability when he starts to make mistakes, and Mike is there to think rationally and take on the leader role. They go to rescue their friends, but they get jumped by some Halloween costumes. After beating them up, Leo finally tells Mike that it's his destiny to be the Red Ranger. But Mike doesn't accept that, saying maybe it was his destiny to pull the sword and give it to Leo. After more Big Brother motivation, Leo strikes down a monster unmorphed and seemingly gets his confidence back. They rescue the other Rangers and destroy the monster. When it grows big though, the Rangers are having some trouble, and Mike really wants to help. That's when the ghost of the Magna Defender shows up, telling Mike he will now wield the sword and be the new Magna Defender.
It is your destiny.
So, with his sword, Torozord, and fancy new morpher that totally isn't from another Sentai season, morphs on out.
This is unbelievable!
He summons the Torozord and destroys the monster, with the Rangers now having a new ally. I really like this. A 6th Ranger that's been there since episode 1. I don't think that's ever been done before or since. Stolen Beauty. Drakina asks her magic mirror who's the most beautiful woman. When it says there's plenty of pretty girls on TerraVenture, she sends down a monster to steal their beauty. Okay. She boards the TerraVenture and takes on a human form, with everyone simping over her. Why? Just because she's super hot? Oh, okay, I get it. We then cut to a cantina and see Bulk and Phenomenus. They catch up with Mike saying they were in the science department, but their funding got cut and now they flip burgers. Rest in peace. Drakina shows up to seduce Mike and tries to poison him. The entire episode is just that. Stupid sexy human Drakina stealing all the girls' beauty with Mike simping, but eventually figuring out what's going on. Then he kills the monster. The ending, though, is important. Scorpius says that it's time for Drakina to enter the cocoon. This will shed her of her mortal beauty and transform her into a full insect like her father. Drakina is scared and doesn't want to do it, but her father doesn't take no for an answer. She breaks free from his grasp and escapes the ship, now on the run. The rescue mission. This episode is something else. TerraVenture gets a distress call from an alien ship, saying the crew members need help. The head honchos on TerraVenture discuss this matter, but dismiss it, saying it'll throw them off course. Mike steps in though and makes a good point. He says that it's not in their guidelines to help anyone, but it shouldn't have to be. Helping should just come natural. What makes the episode so interesting is that it's barely a Power Rangers episode. The GSA board the ship and try to extract the aliens who need help, with Leo accompanying them. They really take their time here. It feels more like a horror movie, with aliens being the obvious inspiration. To add to the horror, when the GSA find the crew members, they're already dead. That SOS went out a while ago, but TerraVenture just got it. Kai then notices a heat signature that's chasing them, and it's moving at an inhuman pace. There's a monster on this ship. But not your typical pudgy pig. No, this thing is actually scary, barely making out its full shape with how fast and hectic its movements are, and making disgusting noises. There's sharp teeth and sharp claws. It slowly hunts down the GSA one member at a time, with some of them having panic attacks and freaking out. I really love the creativity with this episode. It's so dark on this ship, giving us that same claustrophobic feeling. Now, while this monster is terrifying and strong in a vacuum, is it really stronger than the Lights of Orion? You know what I'm saying? Like, the Rangers show up to help the crew members out, so why not just use the lights to blast through him like they've been doing? I'm just kidding. I know the episode would only be like 3 minutes in that case. They gotta use their human smarts and abilities to trick the monster and send it into the vacuums of space. They all make it out safe and alive, with Leo and Mike finding a book and taking it back to TerraVenture. The Lost Galactabeasts Part 1. We start off with Kendrix trying to decipher the words in the book, which has been given the name the Galaxy Book, but can't figure it out. However, she does see a page on the Galactabeasts, but some of it was torn out, possibly meaning that there's more out there. Meanwhile, a new villain boards the ship to try and smooth talk his way into becoming a general. This is Deviot. And yes, he's Devious. He says he can be in control of 2 Megazords that will fight for evil, so Scorpius gives him a chance. Deviot gets into a fight with Kai and Damon and absolutely smashes them. He kidnaps the two and brings them to a planet, putting collars on them that will make them fight. Apparently, he's doing this because it will expend Ranger energy that he can harness to power his machine. That will then be used to power his evil Megazords. Fine. The Rangers show up and have a big fight, even taking on Deviot and seemingly destroying him with the Lights of Orion. However, he also uses a device on himself that harnesses that Ranger energy and uses it as the final bit to power his Zords, Stratoforce and Centaurus. The Rangers summon their Zords, but the Galactabeasts refuse to fight, forcing the Rangers to flee. Deviot reports back to gain Scorpius' trust, with Deviot clearly planning to become the ultimate ruler himself and betray Scorpius at some point. Back on TerraVenture, Kendrix and Kai decipher some of the book, and find out that, yeah, there's 3 more Galactabeasts out there. Part 2 kicks off with Maya trying to talk to the Galactabeasts on why they won't fight back. Meanwhile, Stratoforce, Centaurus, and another monster show up to attack TerraVenture, and the Rangers try to fight back without the use of the Galactabeasts. After doing more research, Kendrix finds out that Stratoforce, Centaurus, and the Zenith Carrier Zord, the Zord that transports the other 2, are the Lost Galactabeasts. Whoa, plot twist! Just kidding, it was pretty obvious. Deviot explains that 3,000 years ago they were once the Rhino, Shark, and Phoenix Galactabeasts, but they lost their power during a great battle, where he eventually came across them, captured them, and were reprogrammed to be evil and do his bidding. But instead of fighting, try to speak to Stratoforce and Centaurus, attempting to remind them of who they are. Through the magic of love and friendship, they eventually do, wiping that evil look off their face, literally, and joining the Rangers, where they destroy the monster and Deviot is upset, but says he may have a new plan to become the ultimate ruler. The episode ends with the Rangers celebrating with their new friends. Stratoforce and Centaurus are pretty cool Zords. Not my favorites by any means. They look a little too basic, like they're from the 80s or something. Not a lot of striking visuals at first glance. Deviot, though, is a really interesting general. Similar to Darkonda, he's a big snake in the grass that plays the meek whipping boy to Scorpius' face, but behind the scenes is an evil, incompetent villain, which comes into play in the next episode. Heir to the Throne. We start off with Drakina, wandering the desert exhausted and dehydrated. She eventually winds up at the Wild West Villain Bar where Andros and Darkonda fought for the Mega Voyager keycards. That's awesome, I love that they remember it exists. Drakina shows up and still acts like a princess, demanding drinks and being rude to the other patrons. However, that doesn't go well for her, because she gets beaten up for her troubles, eventually just getting tossed out of the bar and confronted once again by the two guys. However, a hero comes to her rescue, saying there's no honor in beating up a helpless woman. This is Villamax, along with his little friend Kegler. He's a man of honor and nobleness who just happens to do all of that in the name of evil. He offers to train Trakina for no other reason than she looks like she could use the help, where we get a hilarious yet kinda nice training montage.
You broke one of my fingernails!
Great! Only 9 more to go.
Meanwhile, Deviot puts his new plan into motion, informing Scorpius that he found Trakina, but says that she's being held prisoner by the Rangers. This infuriates Scorpius so much that he decides to get personally involved, leaving the ship to confront the Rangers on TerraVenture. We see that Trakina's training is going surprisingly well. Her and Villamax have a genuinely nice relationship. She respects him as her mentor, and he's happy to have someone so receptive to be his pupil. But back on TerraVenture, the Rangers get a distress call and follow it to a warehouse. But it's a trap. Scorpius and Deviot are there, where I believe this is the Rangers' first real interaction with the big villain. They all then get into a big fight, where Scorpius surprisingly holds his own despite being a sentient octopus monster. The Rangers summon the Lights of Orion, and Leo teleports behind Scorpius. Oh no! His one weakness. Moving. And with one giant strike with the Quasar Saber, destroys Scorpius. Yeah, he's done. Trakina finishes her training, and I guess after one day is a pretty competent fighter, where she immediately uses her newfound ability to beat up those guys at the bar. I love that. Usually in a story like this, the pupil gets told to not use their newfound abilities for revenge. But these are villains, so yeah, of course you're gonna use your new martial arts skills to beat up those weaker. Kegler shows up and informs Trakina that something terrible has happened to her father, where Villamax accompanies her onto the ship. Scorpius isn't long for this world, and tells Deviot that because of his loyalty, he will become the new emperor, and to go into the cocoon for ultimate power. Just then though, Trakina shows up, where her and her father actually share a heartwarming moment.
I should have never tried to keep you so sheltered. The universe will be yours, my sweet.
Despite everything, Scorpius loved Trakina. He did all of this out of love, even going into a battle he probably knew he couldn't win alone, acting irrationally because he thought his daughter was in danger. In his last dying moments, he leaves one of his tentacles behind, and it turns into a new staff, giving Trakina even more power. It is insane how the villain is given the most character development so far, even having a loyal and kind-hearted companion. Like, how am I supposed to hate her now? An evil game. We now have a power struggle, Deviot wanting to be in control since Scorpius said he could go into the cocoon, but with Trakina back, she takes her rightful place as ruler, with Deviot still playing along, but frustrated, thinking of how he can remove her as well. He tells Trakina that it was the Red Ranger who destroyed Scorpius, so she demands that Deviot and Villamax bring Leo to her. They ambush him in the forest with the other Rangers being held captive. Villamax says that if Leo surrenders himself, he'll let the other Rangers go, which he begrudgingly agrees to. However, when Leo gets sent to Trakina's ship and Villamax lets the other Rangers go, Deviot is in disbelief, but Villamax confronts him and says that he gave them his word, and his word is everything. While being held prisoner, Leo manages to escape and run away. Deviot sends Villamax in a different direction, while sending Trakina to Leo, hoping he destroys her. She challenges Leo to a one-on-one fight to avenge her dad, which Leo agrees to in the most unnecessarily sexy way. They have a fight, but Deviot sends more monsters to also take out Trakina. She defeats them both and interrogates one. Before he snitches on who sent him though, Deviot blows him up. The other Rangers find Leo and Trakina retreats for now, vowing revenge for her father. The episode ends with Villamax giving Deviot a dagger as a token of their newfound friendship, which Deviot disregards behind his back. Villamax is so lovable, seriously. Villamax is loyal and friendly to his companions and enemies, but almost to a fault. Memories of Miranoi. Maya notices her best friend from Miranoi is on TerraVenture. She says that during Furio's attack, a portal opened up and she escaped. Maya is super happy to have her around, but she seemingly doesn't like Kendrix because She's her new bestie. Oh great, another one of these episodes. One night, Chandra, that's her friend, sneaks out of the dorm and tries to steal the Galaxy book. It turns out she's a monster in disguise. Yep, Chandra was never there, but hey, solid enough plan. They destroy the monster and the girl besties stay besties once again. Green Courage. The Scorpion Stinger, which is the name of Trakeena's evil ship, I don't think I ever mentioned that, sorry, is having engine problems, so they go down to TerraVenture and kidnap the Chancellor or some head honcho. Damon happens to be there and tries to stop it. However, he wasn't able to, and they take her away. The villains then send out a message saying that a mechanic needs to come aboard and fix their ship, otherwise they'll kill this woman. Damon naturally volunteers, mainly because he feels guilty that he couldn't stop her from being kidnapped in the first place. It's a really nice Damon episode, not having any real character development or anything, but at least shining a light on him. Blue to the test. Commander Stanton gets brainwashed and tells the GSA to fly TerraVenture on a certain path. Kai realizes though that this path will have them eventually crash into a burning star. Again, another good episode, mainly with Kai always being a by-the-books kind of person and needing to trust his gut more. Breaking the rules, even if that means telling his higher-ups, no. He of course eventually finds out he's under a spell. They free him, destroy the monster, and Kai gets put in charge for the day. Mean Wheels Mantis. Okay, so there's a praying mantis monster who drives on a motorcycle, okay? And it captures Kendrix and Maya and turns them into a trophy, okay? And then it challenges the Boy Rangers to a race. This episode is literally 90% motorcycle stuff. And the reason it's only the boys here is because they only made a motorcycle toy for the male Rangers. Which, hey, and to be fair, I guess if I was a kid, I wouldn't want the Pink Ranger motorcycle. But yeah, it's basically a big commercial to show off the toys you can buy. Even ending with Leo getting another motorcycle with a lion head. Loyax's last battle. Okay, this is a really good episode. Villamax summons the help of a friend named Loyax. Just like everyone in this season, his name is very obvious. A loyal and honorable fighter. He's searching for one final battle with a noble warrior. However, when confronted with Maya, he's a little, well,
quite valiant for a mere girl.
Sexist. Maya gets frustrated and knocks both of them off the cliff and into a cave. Maya is injured, but Loyax helps tend to her wounds, saying that while they are enemies, right now they need each other's help to survive. Loyax is a very interesting character. Not inherently evil, much like Villamax. He has a code of honor and clearly has a heart, but just so happens to side with evil. When they make it out of the cave, Loyax says it's time to do battle again. Maya tries to talk some sense into him, saying they don't need to actually fight. Loyax saying she's too young to understand his code of honor. I really like how Maya's friendship speech doesn't work. He doesn't turn over a new leaf because she asked him to. He stands firm and demands a fight. Maya defeats him. In his last moments of life, he thanks Maya and says that she is a true warrior. The episode ending with this really cool shot of Maya putting Loyax's broken sword into the ground. A really well executed filler episode. Not only having a complex villain, but tackling things like sexist in a really good way. A red romance. Leo saves a girl after she crashes on her bike, where the girl's brother immediately shows up and assaults Leo. It's a pretty nothing episode. Leo and this girl hit it off and they go on a date. She gets captured, and when Leo tells her brother, he's furious, calling Leo a coward.
How come you escaped and she didn't? I'd say you ran. You're a coward.
This is actually a really good scene. He obviously can't say, I'm a Power Ranger, I tried to save her, so instead he just has to put up with the verbal beating. The rest of the episode has the girl's brother go after the monster alone, and Leo redeems himself in his human form when he takes a blast for the brother. They defeat the monster, save the girl, and everyone's happy. We will never see her again. The Chameleac Warrior. Trakeena summons a monster that can copy the fighting styles of the Rangers, knowing their every move and making it difficult to fight it. Kinda similar to the Psycho Rangers. Sorry, weird reference, the Psycho Rangers have been gone for a while. The whole episode has the Rangers getting beaten up over and over until they swap up their weapons and fighting styles. However, they only truly defeat the monster with Leo's new toy you can now buy at Walmart. But now, we've reached something special. To the 10th power. Deviant is doing business with some shady alien and buys something from it. What did Deviant buy exactly? Well, some familiar looking data cards. He puts them in the machine and... The Psycho Rangers are back. Meanwhile, a mysterious man in a robe shows up at the deal site, noting that he's too late. Trakina puts on some kind of obedience collar on the Psycho so they'll do as she says. Which is fair, the Psycho Rangers can be pretty wild and unpredictable. They're sent to go capture the Rangers, with Psycho Black being interested in the Green Ranger. Why?
There's a simple
Also, really quick, the Psycho Rangers don't have that same voice filter on them. Before, they sounded pretty intimidating, but now they just sound like generic villains. Have a listen.
I'm going after the Blue Ranger first! No one tells me what to do!
You've slipped through my fingers too many times! Goodbye, Blue Ranger!
Anyway, all is going to plan until Psycho Red tries to capture Leo. He morphs and the two fight. However, Psycho Red is too powerful, even hitting Leo so hard he demorphs. Before he gets captured though, that hooded figure shows up and blasts the Psycho Ranger, escorting Leo to safety.
Thanks. You're welcome. You're Andros. I was there. The day you and the Rangers saved the Earth.
Andros is back, even having a nice little reunion with Alpha. He explains who the Psycho Rangers are and how they'll need some kind of plan to rescue their friends. Andros then goes to the back of the Astro Megaship and retrieves his morpher. So wait, you're still clearly going on missions without your ship or your powers? Why? They find the dome where everyone is being held prisoner. Leo and Andros then make a grand entrance and goad out the Psychos to follow. When they do, Mike sneaks in to free the others. Meanwhile, back on the Astro Megaship, we see more hands grab the morphers. All of the Rangers make it outside, confronting the villains, with the Psycho saying that even with 7 of them, that won't be enough to stop them.
How about 11 of us, huh?
The Space Rangers are back, and with their morphers on their wrists,
let's rock it!
oh my god, I can't even begin to explain how cool this is. And the transition to the Lost Galaxy morph and music?
Go!
This is the coolest thing to ever happen in the history of the world up to this point. I don't remember much in general when I was 5, but I distinctly remember this episode. Seeing 2 of my favorite Ranger seasons teaming up was so cool. The next 3 minutes is literally just a fight scene, with the Rangers absolutely dominating the Psychos. I don't know why Zane isn't here though. Probably too busy getting freaky with Corona, I guess. And with the Spiral Saber booster mode, Quadro Blaster, and the Lights of Orion, the Rangers destroy the Psycho Rangers once again. There's a nice little reunion between the Rangers, catching up and even deciding to stay on Terra Venture for a little bit to get a tour. However, Deviant returns to the rubble and sees that Psycho Pink is still alive. The power of Pink. We see the Space and Galaxy Rangers bonding, with Cassie even chilling on the Galactabeast. Psycho Pink gets cybernetic upgrades, but she rips off the collar to go off on her own. Kendrix is doing some research on the Galaxy Book and discovers a mythical weapon known as the Savage Sword, where Psycho Pink travels through the computers and reads Kendrix's mind, discovering the sword's location. Kendrix rushes to Cassie to inform her, and the two confront Psycho Pink.
Go! Galactic! Let's rock it!
And Trakina sends down some Stingwingers to attack the other Rangers. Meanwhile, Cassie and Kendrix chase down Psycho Pink, who's made it to the Savage Sword, and pulls it out. Psycho Pink is now incredibly strong, easily fending off the 2 Pink Rangers, and hitting Cassie so hard she demorphs. Psycho Pink then stabs the sword into Cassie's morpher, causing a dangerous storm of pink energy. Yeah, where's that one clip?
Too much pink energy is dangerous.
The storm grows more and more powerful, even reaching Terra Venture and putting them in danger. Psycho Pink then transforms into her monster form and grows big. Luckily, the Galaxy Megazord is there to fight, as well as the Astro Megazord. Again, another weapon the Galaxy Rangers just never seem to use. While they're fighting, Kendrix realizes what she has to do. She ventures forth into the pink storm. With every second she's in there causing agony and damage to her.
Kendricks, get out of there! I have to, Cassie!
When she reaches the sword, she slashes at it, causing a massive explosion. The savage sword is destroyed, the pink storm has died down, Psycho Pink is gone, and Cassie's Morpher is saved. But as for Kendricks...
Kendricks!
She's dead, sacrificing her life to save everyone. Her ghost says that she's okay and she'll always be there. She disappears and her Quasar Saber goes flying into the sky. This super hyped team-up episode ending on a sad note. The Rangers say their goodbyes and apologize for their lost teammate. Cassie feels guilty, but Andros reminds her of who they are and what they do.
We all took a risk when we became Power Rangers. She knew that.
Both Ranger teams still being friends though, thanking each other for their help. The episode ending with a victory, but still a sad ending. Man, killing off Kendricks was really shocking. The behind-the-scenes reason as to why she was written off was because her actress, Valerie Vernon at the time, had leukemia and was going in for chemotherapy. In a very rare Saban act of kindness though, he kept crediting her in the show even when she left, to help pay for the treatments. Which luckily were successful, and she's now cancer-free. The way they wrote her off was really nice too, I felt like, making Kendricks a noble hero, the most noble. Now, to undo all of that Saban kindness, initially Patricia Jolie, who played Cassie, was written to replace Kendricks and be the new Lost Galaxy Pink Ranger. Which makes sense. Cassie obviously feels guilty for letting Kendricks die. Heck, that conversation she has with Andros ends with her saying,
I wish I could stay and help.
However, Saban only wanted to pay her as a cameo actor, as opposed to a full-time cast member. Now, as we historically have learned, even being a full-time member of the show doesn't pay super great, so being paid even less than that, as well as not even getting a full acting credit, is pretty messed up. Which again, I don't understand. Lost Galaxy, literally at the time, was the most viewed Power Rangers season ever. More than In Space and even more than Mighty Morphin. The amount of toys that were made and sold were insane. I have so many Lost Galaxy toys. Some of which are kinda busted, oops. So again, the fact that payment was the biggest issue is so frustrating. To end on a high note though, this is what I consider the first real crossover of Power Rangers. This would become the gold standard. The actors coming back, playing the music and having that nostalgia kick. As for who will now be the new Pink Ranger, it may have been one of the best accidents ever. And we'll find out soon enough. Protect the Quasar Saber. Kendricks' saber flies off into space and lands on a distant planet, where someone comes across it. Kendricks then comes to Maya in a dream, saying that her saber has fallen into evil hands and they need to find it, naming the exact planet it's located at. When the Rangers show up, they really mean business, threatening this little thief with his life.
Information like this will cost you dearly.
Not as much as it will cost you for not telling us. Ugh. Do you get my point?
He tells them that the saber is on a nearby planet, and when the Rangers leave, we see that it was Deviant in disguise, as well as learning the real location of the saber. It's now on Onyx. We go to the villain bar and there's an auction for weapons going on, along with some Piranhatron who apparently survived the Z-Wave. When the bidding begins for the Quasar Saber though, someone makes a high bid.
1 million!
Astronomer!
She threatens everyone with their lives, instead just taking the saber and sparing everyone. However, Drakina is also there and calls her on her bluff, saying that Astronema betrayed the evil forces and that she's actually Corone. She sicks Villamax on her, and Corone actually manages to hold her own, fighting back and retreating with the sword. She overhears the villains talking about a trap set by Deviant, and knowing that the Rangers are in trouble, Corone follows them. At the planet, the Rangers find the fake Quasar Saber and it blows up. However, Corone shows up and gives them the real saber. A big fight then breaks out for it. Corone is able to hold her own, being pretty skilled. However, with Drakina's training, she's able to overpower Corone, and even throws her off a cliff, Jesus! She's able to grab onto a ledge momentarily, before letting go. Just then though, Kendricks' ghost saves her, and she transfers her Pink Ranger powers onto Corone. who's able to fight back against Drakina, getting a hold of the Quasar Saber, and... becomes the new Lost Galaxy Pink Ranger. Getting a crash course, she summons the Lights of Orion and they defeat the monster. When it's time to summon the Zords though, Corone does kind of the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Galactabeast over here!
I love her. Now do it right!
Galactabeast, arise! Yeah! I did it!
Sure did. They destroy the monster, and Corone is officially a Power Ranger. This is amazing. As I alluded to earlier, Corone being the new Pink Ranger is literally the best accident that could ever happen. We get to see this villain have a redemption arc and be a Power Ranger. Remember in Space when Andros was like, "We always dreamed of being Power Rangers." And now, that dream has finally come true. Facing the past, we start off with Corone playing with some kids. Leo shows up and notices how playful and lighthearted Corone is, saying that she's just a big kid. She then, trauma dumps on Leo, saying how she was kidnapped by Darkonda as a kid and never had much of a childhood, so now she's kind of making up for it. Smooth. Drakina then sends down this frequency monster and uses its evil polarity to fry Leo's morpher, now being unable to morph. Corone, however, remembers something from her past. She once did battle with a brave warrior. He possessed a magical key that would grant him unlimited power and make him invincible. To stop him from doing this though, Astronema turned him into stone. Corone says that those keys should have enough power to fix the morpher. Her and Leo go to the planet, where they're confronted with talking skeletons, who say that before they enter, Corone must face her past. Phantom of Astronema. The two of them fight until Astronema gets a hold of Leo, saying it's his life or hers. Corone offers to sacrifice herself in place of Leo. However, this was all just a test to see if Corone has truly changed. And she passed. They go into the cave and find that warrior, but his keys are missing. Regardless though, Corone still feels bad for what she did as Astronema. She apologizes to the petrified warrior, saying she wishes she could take it all back. Where then, she cries and her tears revive him. Okay, so it's confirmed. Her and Andros just have magical healing tears. He forgives Corone and gives them the key, saying it'll restore Leo's powers, and more. They return back to TerraVenture and fight the monster, and when Leo uses the keys... another Battleizer mode. Similar to Andros, it's a powered up ability that was American made to sell more toys. Although, if I'm being honest, this Battleizer kinda sucks. It's just a big piece of metal that lays on Leo's shoulders, and the boots are just clunky, I don't know. They destroy the monster and everyone is happy being friends. It's really nice seeing Corone get along with a new group, and also her default outfit is now this sexy leather. You can wear some normal clothes, I mean, I'm not complaining. And seeing Corone without all of the Astronema wigs and colorful makeup is making me experience what love truly is. Turn up the volume. Corone makes Damon apply to be the GSA head engineer, where there's some other rival nerd who says the job is all his. It's a filler episode, but what's fun is that it's Corone driving all of this. Her character is very much a child in an adult's body, so she excitedly makes Damon sign up despite him not being super into it. She's the one having a rivalry with this nerd. It's tons of fun.
Go! Galactic!
Enter the Lost Galaxy. Oh hey, finally! 35 episodes in, the Power Rangers Lost Galaxy mention a lost galaxy. A man shows up and says he's the guardian of the book. Yes, he is the guardian of the galaxy book. He gets taken prisoner by the GSA but appeals to Kai, saying he knows he's the Blue Ranger and it's his destiny to help. Kai slowly gets convinced that this guy is legit, breaking him out of prison and even stealing the galaxy book. Deviat though jumps Kai and tries to take the book, but the Guardian shows up and does battle with Deviat, kicking his ass, until Deviat remembers he has a gun and blasts at him. The Guardian is in a weakened state due to TerraVenture's atmosphere. Deviat reads from the book, causing insane weather changes, and it transforms him into a more grotesque and monstrous form. The Guardian gives Kai some diamonds, saying he'll know what to do when the time is right, before dying. This new Deviat is pretty powerful, but the Rangers use the diamonds to create more powerful quasar launchers, and they win the fight, but Deviat still retreats. The Rangers go towards the book, where it starts to react powerfully. Kai grabs it, and when the Rangers come back to TerraVenture, they notice that the sky looks different. Kai remembers the words that Deviat said from the book, and comes to a realization.
We're in the Lost Galaxy.
Wow. And it only took 2/3 of the show to get here. Beware the mutiny. TerraVenture is now in the Lost Galaxy, with none of their technology or navigation systems working, aimlessly floating through space. Not only that, but the portal is so strong it even pulls in Trakeena's ship. We then get introduced to a new villain, an epic build-up to the reveal of a pirate named Captain Mutiny, and his little orange spandex pirate minions. I think they're called Swabbies?
Arr, scurvy spaceship has entered the Lost Galaxy.
Evil Mr. Krabs sounded ass. Apparently this was the main villain in Gingaman, and these were the foot soldiers. Yeah, thank goodness it was changed. We also see how unhinged and Japanese the Sentai footage is compared to the American, because when Captain Mutiny's ship comes near TerraVenture, this is how Mike describes it.
Well, it's a castle sitting on a dinosaur flying towards us.
And yup, that's exactly what it is. Captain Mutiny says he comes in peace, even offering some treasure as a welcoming gift. He says many ships have come through the Lost Galaxy, and he just wants to help them return home, saying to come to his planet and they'll have a device that will bring them back. Mike isn't so sure though, if they should be trusting someone named Captain Mutiny. It's like trusting Mr. Bad. But Commander Stanton makes a good point, saying they literally have no other options right now. When they arrive on the planet, Mutiny delivers a big box onto TerraVenture, saying it will help. While the Rangers go off and explore, they notice a slave camp, and we learn the truth. Many have entered the Lost Galaxy, but no one has ever left. And Captain Mutiny has raided the ships, and forced the crew members to be his slaves. And TerraVenture is next. We get a really impactful scene. One of the slaves notices the Rangers and reaches out for their help, but for now, they can't interfere. They return to TerraVenture, but it's too late. They open up the box and a giant worm monster appears, blasting lasers until burrowing underground. Grunshore on the loose. Okay, so this worm is, I guess, called Grunshore. The Rangers track it down and try to destroy it, but it's pretty powerful, seemingly not having a weakness. Deviat then shows up on Captain Mutiny's boat and pledges his alliance to him. What a big snake. He shows up with a tracker and the Rangers fight him. When they get the upper hand, they demand he tells them how to stop Grunshore, where he cowers at their feet and says it's weak to fire, before managing to slip away. Since the Rangers are now dealing with Captain Mutiny and Swabbies, we get a lot of Sentai footage fight scenes, now being able to actually use it. In the Sentai, the Red Ranger is able to shoot fire from his hands, so here Leo can also do that apparently. Needing to use the power of friendship and determination to somehow summon an even bigger and stronger fire to blast at Grunshore and destroy him. Or her. The episode ending with the Rangers noting that they need to get out of the Lost Galaxy as soon as possible. Until sunset, we start off with Leo and Damon on the run from some Swabbies. However, they get captured and strung up. Deviat wants to destroy them, but gets told Captain Mutiny wants the honor, and he'll come by at sunset. Apparently there was some miscommunication between Leo and Damon on who was going to tell the others where they were, resulting in nobody knowing where they are. The two then use this opportunity to bond by reminiscing about the show. Yep, it's a clip show episode, going over all the important moments and arcs. I mean, it's here. A weird place for a clip show episode, but hey, we at least get some nice Leo and Damon bonding. The Rangers of course find and rescue the two. The moral of the episode is bros will be bros. Dream battle. Captain Mutiny recruits the help of a monster named Hexaba. She puts everyone on TerraVenture to sleep, but also creates nightmares that, if hurt in the dream, hurt you in real life. The Rangers are essentially fighting in a nightmare, one where they're completely helpless. It's like when you have a dream where you can't run or you punch in super slow motion. Mike is the only one who wasn't affected. He tracks down Hexaba to her lair and they do battle. He shatters the source of the dream and allows the Rangers to have a fighting chance. They destroy the monster, everyone wakes up, and I still have a crush on Corone. Hexaba's graveyard. Hexaba has another plan. She plans on using her magic to revive a ton of past enemies. And the Rangers gotta fight it. It's essentially another clip show, but like, at least it's kind of fun since it's non-stop fight after fight. Kai is eventually like, this isn't getting us anywhere, and he goes off to track the source of the magic. He finds Hexaba and they fight, where once again, he destroys the source. This time, however, Hexaba comes to Terraventure and does battle herself. The episode ending on a tragic revelation. Terraventure is running out of fuel. They have about 2 days worth left. But after that, the environmental control will fail, meaning Terraventure and everyone on it will freeze to death. Raise the Titanosaur. We start off with total chaos. One of Terraventure's engines is already failing. Damon and the other engineers try to fix it. However, it's too far gone, and it's destroyed. Captain Mutiny then summons his flying castle on top of the dinosaur, essentially acting as his Megazord. And honestly, the rest of the episode is just one big Megazord fight. Seriously, they summon the Galaxy Zord, Taurozord, Stratoforce, and Centaurus, and we get their full transformation sequences. But yeah, the Rangers get whooped for 90% of the fight until the power of not giving up gets them the win. Escape the Lost Galaxy. Wait, we just got here. Captain Mutiny sends his general Barbarax and the Swabbies down to Terraventure to capture more prisoners. The Rangers fight valiantly, however, they still get away with some. Mike then offers to purposefully get captured and go undercover, and free the prisoners from the inside. Meanwhile, Kai is researching the Galaxy Book to try and find out how to open up the portal back to their own world. While in the prison camp, Mike makes some new friends, protecting an old man for being mistreated and giving a girl some of his water. Later that night, Mike makes his move, beating up the Swabbies and grabbing the keys to free the prisoners. Not only that, but Kai has figured out how to open up the portal, saying the magic words that Deviot said, but in reverse, sure. Before they leave, the Rangers land the Astro Megaship and rescue everyone. However, the old man was taken captive, and it just so happens that the girl Mike has been hanging around with is his granddaughter. He instead tells her to go onto the ship and he'll save him. He morphs into the Magna Defender and does battle, allowing the prisoners to be taken onto the ship and flown to safety. Mike, however, stays behind, fighting off Barbarax and Captain Mutiny himself so they don't shoot down the Astro Megaship. He fights hard but is overpowered, even getting unmorphed. However, a familiar face shows up to offer some words of motivation.
Mike, listen to me. You must rise up, for your greatest mission lies just ahead.
The portal is closing. Terraventure and everyone may not make it. Just then, Mike and the Taurozord take charge and hold the portal open themselves. It's successful, but the energy surge causes the Taurozord to blow up and allows everyone to make it back to their own galaxy successfully. However, Captain Mutiny also came through the portal. And it doesn't matter, because Trakeena's ship immediately gets a hold of it and blows it to pieces in a matter of seconds, killing everyone on board. Leo then flies through space to try and find Mike. His body is floating through space, and noticing his morpher is completely destroyed. Leo brings him back to Terraventure so he can heal. That girl shows back up and says she's sorry that Mike had to lose his powers in order to save everyone. Mike replying that he's not sorry, saying that's exactly what the powers were for. And with the Lost Galaxy being a dud and Mike losing his powers, we've reached the 3-part finale of Power Rangers Lost Galaxy. Journey's End, Part 1. Deviot somehow survived the explosion and comes crawling back to Trakeena, saying he was held prisoner. She doesn't buy it and tells Villamax to kill him. Deviot tries to run away and reaches the room with the cocoon. Before Villamax can destroy him, Deviot grabs Trakeena and throws both of them into the cocoon. When Trakeena comes out, she seems to be a new hybrid of both her and Deviot. Meanwhile, Terraventure is running out of fuel. Luckily, however, they found a nearby planet that resembles Earth. There's trees, water, and a livable atmosphere. Terraventure has found their new world. Everyone is happy and hopeful for the future. A new world untouched by man, where humans can live freely and with hope. This moment of peace is short-lived though, when Trakeena shows up and starts blasting at Terraventure. In its weakened state, the colony is forced to land on the moon, abandoned and without power, completely destroyed and virtually useless. Commander Stanton then gives the order to evacuate Terraventure, to hop on a spaceship and head to the new world. Trakeena then puts her next plan into motion, strapping bombs on the Stingwingers to kamikaze the Rangers and everyone on Terraventure. Villamax is horrified at this though, saying they don't need to sacrifice their own soldiers for this cause, but this new Trakeena is more devious. Deviot's corruptive nature has fused with Trakina. Trakina even saying that none of Deviot himself survived the fusion. It's more so his wicked ways corrupting Trakina's mind. Journey's End, Part 2. Stratoforce and Centaurus are sent to defend TerraVenture from the oncoming kamikaze Stingwingers. Meanwhile, the Rangers are on the ground floor, fighting the regular Stingwingers, trying to escort people to the new world on the rocket ship. Villamax is also there, disgusted by Trakina blowing up her soldiers like this. Just then, he hears something behind a pile of rubble, and when he moves it, he sees a little girl, lost and scared, feeling something. Sympathy. Sympathy for someone who's in danger and is in need of help. She asks if he knows where her mom is, and he's confused. Her mother eventually shows up though, but the little girl thinks that it was him who found the mom, and gives him a flower as a token of appreciation. As the Stingwingers get defeated, we get some time with our characters. Kai asking if Leo is glad he still snuck on board that day, and Leo saying he wouldn't change a thing. We also see Mike and Commander Staten. He says that TerraVenture was supposed to be the capital of the new world. The Stingwingers eventually overwhelm Stratoforce and Centaurus, and completely destroy them. The Scorpion Stinger then comes across the ship taking the citizens to safety, Trakina ordering Villamax to blow it up. But he can't. He says that her vengeance is with the Red Ranger, not the innocent people on that ship, all while still holding that flower the little girl gave him. Trakina is sickened by this and starts attacking Villamax, but he doesn't fight back, not wanting to hit his pupil. But this new corrupted Trakina has no sympathy, striking Villamax over and over. Until his death. Trakina then instead focuses her attack on the Astro Megaship, causing severe damage to it, to the point where the Rangers need to self-destruct it in hopes to take down Trakina's ship with it. They grab Alpha and fly out of there, sacrificing the Astro Megaship in the process. The escape ship and the Rangers eventually land on the new world. Everyone's happy to finally be safe, but Leo is nowhere to be found, crashing on that moon during the explosion. The episode ending with Trakina, once again, walking towards the cocoon. Journey's End, Part 3. Trakina has stepped into the cocoon again, this time transforming her into an even more grotesque bug creature. She stalks Leo, who boards the TerraVenture. She ambushes him and the two fight. This new Trakina though is super powerful, and disgusting to look at. The Rangers hit her with everything they have. The lights of Orion, the powered up quasar launchers. Leo even rides his super motorcycle into her, and she survives every attack. Leo then uses his last resort, summoning the Battleizer mode and using a claw to grab Trakina and pull her in, and with no other choice, blasts her at point blank range, killing her. And Leo stands up, with a pretty cool shot of his broken visor, giving a cheesy thumbs up. Everyone celebrates on this new planet. However, the Galactabeasts try to talk to Maya. Her and the other Rangers follow them, and find people who have been turned to stone. This new world is Miranoi. She then gives a speech about how their mission is complete, returning the Quasar Sabers back into the stone, saying that they belong to the next generation of warriors. When they put in the Quasar Sabers though, its magic somehow undoes Furios' spell, returning everyone on the planet back to life. I mean, hey, if Tears can do it, why not this? Not only that.
Kendricks? I knew you'd make it here.
The Saber powers have brought Kendricks back to life, which hey, kinda makes sense. It was a storm of pink energy that killed her, why not a burst of pink energy to bring her back? She thanks Corone for taking her place, and Corone was more than happy to help. And with everyone reunited, the villains destroyed, and a new world and future that everyone can live happy together on, Power Rangers Lost Galaxy comes to an end. This season was always one of my favorites when I was a kid. Upon rewatching it, it's still really good. So much of it holds up. The action, drama, characters, it's all so close to being perfect in my eyes. But the last bunch of episodes kinda holds it back. The Lost Galaxy itself is such a filler arc, especially with, again, the entire show being named after it. You'd think it'd play a bigger role, but it was more so just a side quest that achieved nothing. Captain Mutiny was a boring villain, the Swabbies were dumb looking, and the entire plot was just there. It would have made more sense if the season started out in the Lost Galaxy, looking for a new world. It would at least explain why there's villains out there not affected by the Z-Wave. The Rangers just showed up and had fights with monsters for the sake of it. And they only freed the prisoners because, like, what else was just stopping them from leaving here once they opened up the portal? Nothing was really achieved. Then we have Trakina herself. Probably the character with the most depth. She started off as a pathetic wimp who couldn't even stand breaking a nail. Her training arc with Villamax was loads of fun. Watching her become a competent villain and a force to be reckoned with was oddly satisfying. But the ending with her just fusing with Deviant kinda undoes a lot of her character work. She just becomes evil. She's under Deviant's corruption, sure, but I don't know. Personally, I feel like if Trakina instead just naturally became more and more evil, getting drunk off the power now that she's competent, that would have been better. Like in her quest to become ruler, she transforms into an ultimate heartless villain on her own accord, killing Villamax on her own accord, and maybe even showing a bit of remorse in doing so, but being too far gone and down the heartless villain road. Instead, she just felt like Trakina with Deviant's brain. Leo was probably my favorite of the main Rangers. He's the first to not be a true Red Ranger. Again, Jason, Tommy, TJ, and even Rocky at least felt like competent leaders. Andros was a lone wolf, but could still lead. Leo, however, is the most unfit. He starts off being immature and over-emotional, feeling like he'll never be the Red Ranger Mike could have been. Throughout the show, though, he of course slips into that leader role perfectly. Still a bit of a goofball, though, which I like. My second favorite character would probably be Corone. Mainly because she got to redeem herself and be a Power Ranger, fighting off evil and protecting those weaker. That's pretty much her entire character. She has guilt for what she did as Astronema and wants to do everything she can to fix it. Everyone else, though, Kai, Damon, and Mike specifically never really did much for me. They were fun characters to have around for sure, but not much was really going on. Although, to be fair, Kai did have a bit of a character arc. He started off being a by-the-books kind of guy, following the rules and never wanting to stray. However, as the show went on, he needed to learn to trust his gut more. He had the whole dedicated episode where he needed to find out Commander Stanton was taken over by an imposter. And when everybody didn't believe that the Guardian of the Galaxy book was the real Guardian, he was the only one who did. Maya always felt like the main character in the sense that a lot of this stuff centered around her. The Quasar Sabers, the Galactabeast, the Galaxy Book, they're all things she was aware of. It was her that knew where Kendrix's saber was after she died. Speaking of which, Kendrix was also fun. I already kinda talked about her earlier, but yeah. Power Rangers Lost Galaxy is really fun. A lot of arcs that hit. The Magna Defender still being one of my favorites of all time. The filler episodes also felt a bit more mature, like the Rangers were growing up. And that feeling of having grown-up Power Rangers and grown-up scenarios would fully blossom into the next season. Power Rangers Lost Galaxy was an in-spirit sequel to In Space, an epilogue and final farewell to the Zordon era of Power Rangers, and once it all came to an end, all gloves were off. Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue was a fresh start, a blank slate, completely independent from the past 7 years, needing to start over and give a new beginning to everything. The Rangers, the villains, how would they do it? Maybe they'll just adapt the Sentai. QQ Sentai Go-Go 5 was the 23rd season of Super Sentai. It followed teenagers not only battling monsters, but rescuing and helping people in need, whether in their Ranger form or not. Heroes no matter the situation. This sounds like a pretty good idea. How would the first true standalone season of Power Rangers since Mighty Morphin hold up? Well, only one way to find out. Operation Lightspeed. We start off with these nomads traveling through a vague desert area. One of them falls into a pit, Mike style, and comes across a tomb, where naturally, they stupidly open it up and release evil energy onto the world. We then cut to a military base, where this girl named Dana informs their captain, and father, named Captain Mitchell, about the situation. He grabs some folders and says, it's time. We see a stuntman showing off in his plane. This is Joel Rawlings, aka the Sky Cowboy. While he's signing autographs, these men in suits show up and say he needs to come with them. Cut to another character, Kelsey Winslow, a rock climber, clearly not afraid of anything. When she makes it to the top of the mountain, same thing. The suits grab her. They then go to SeaWorld to enjoy themselves. Just kidding, they grab another man performing with the dolphins, Chad Lee. And with that, there's only one more man they need, a firefighter named Carter Grayson. Before they can grab him, he's busy saving a little girl from a burning building, fearlessly charging in to save her. During his rescue and before the building explodes, he notices something in the distance. When they make it out, Dana says she's a paramedic and will take care of the girl's injuries. We also then get a quick introduction to our villains: Diabolico, Loki, Vipra, and Baby Olympius. Cutting back to the teens, they get taken to an underwater headquarters, called Lightspeed Aquabase. Everyone's curious as to what's going on, with Joel especially being the most impatient.
I don't know who you are, but this is illegal. This is kidnapping.
Captain Mitchell then drops some lore on us. Mariner Bay, the city they all live in, was built on top of some ancient burial grounds. Many years ago, a powerful sage trapped these demons inside a chest. But it's recently been opened again, allowing the evil demons to roam free. And they want to take over Mariner Bay and build a demon palace on top of it. But this military group has been in charge overseeing the situation. Joel has the most understandable response.
I heard you out. I think you're nuts. I'm out of here.
Carter, however, remembers that figure he saw in the burning building, believing the story. Just then, Lightspeed HQ gets an emergency report saying a demon is attacking Mariner Bay. And once everyone sees the damage these demons are doing and the harm it's causing the people, everyone is immediately on board.
What do we do first?
Captain Mitchell gives them their morphers, including giving one to Dana, to her surprise, who will be their fifth. They grab their matching jackets, which look cool, and hop into the Jeep that'll be their main mode of transportation. The Rangers arrive onto the scene and do battle with that fire monster and the Batlings. The Batlings are this season's foot soldiers, and to say they look absolutely stupid would be an understatement. However, they are pretty strong, overpowering the Rangers. Captain Mitchell calls them and just tells them to use the morphers. And like it was second nature to them.
You want to destroy Mariner Bay? Let's go through us to do it. Ready?
Lightspeed, rescue!
The Rangers morph into the Lightspeed Rescue Rangers, and the citizens are more than excited. The morphing sequence itself is alright. It kinda looks like SpongeBob crashing through the wall in that one scene, but I like it. Once morphed, the Rangers naturally lay the smack down on the Batlings. Seriously, the fight choreography is really insane here. They somehow stepped up their game. As for the costumes themselves, I'm not the biggest fan of them. The umbrella pattern on the chest, I get it, is supposed to be symbolic, like protection, like an umbrella, but it's a little too basic and boring. The helmets are cool though, especially Carter's, resembling a firefighter emblem. They pull out their blasters and blow the monster to high heaven, where they then unmorph in front of everyone, with the citizens of Mariner Bay being thankful to the Rangers. The episode ending with a job well done, but Captain Mitchell says now is not the time for celebrating. These demons now know that the Rangers exist, and they'll be coming for them even harder. Operation Lightspeed is a really good intro episode. It's like the first one since Mighty Morphin to not be a two-parter, and honestly, I kinda like it. Despite only being one episode, they set up these characters, villains, and personalities really strong from the get-go. Carter has a strong leader vibe that hasn't been present in a Red Ranger in a while, but he's a bit more nuanced. He's not afraid of danger and will do whatever it takes to do the right thing, but that means he's a bit hot-headed, as evidenced with him attempting to drive the Jeep into the monster, not thinking of the consequences. Dana is also fairly interesting. Being the captain's daughter, there's more she has to live up to and prove she's worthy of her spot. Joel, however, is the star so far. His cocky, jokey attitude is so charming. He plays the lovable a-hole so perfectly. He's arrogant, but not to the point where it's unlikable, considering he always has done the right thing when duty calls. As for Kelsey and Chad, they kinda suffer from just being there, but hey, it's only episode 1, maybe things will change. Captain Mitchell takes on the role of something we haven't had in the series for a while: a mentor. After Zordon in the first bit of Turbo, there wasn't a real mentor. And no, Demetria doesn't count. With Lightspeed Rescue being a military operation, it really opened up the door to some more interesting dynamics. For example, the Rangers just morphing out in broad daylight. Yeah, it makes sense. They're not vigilante teenagers fighting crime anymore. This is an official government operation, so it's fine for the public to know who they are. The villains also being demons is really cool because it's an in-lore explanation as to why they exist. They're not evil aliens that could have been affected by Zordon's Z-Wave. Now, let's talk about the Lightspeed Rescue theme song, shall we? I don't know how to say this, but it goes so hard, it's amazing! Sure, the main lyrics consist of the singer just saying, "Power Rangers, Lightspeed, rescue!" But the song absolutely peaks when that guitar solo comes in. Yes! Power's on its way! Wow, I did a lot of yapping for one episode. Let's continue on and see where we go next. Lightspeed teamwork. We get another quick 20 seconds with the villains. The only lore we learn is that the demons are weak to water. That's why they can't just attack the Aqua Base. Also, Olympius is going to be Prince when he grows up. Meanwhile, back at the Aqua Base, Joel bumps into a scientist named Miss Fairweather, who he finds very attractive, trying to show off and mansplain about being a Power Ranger.
This is called a Morpher. You see, I'm the Green Ranger.
Before he gets called for an important meeting, but instead goes off to buy flowers. It turns out Miss Fairweather is actually the head scientist and creator of all the Ranger tech at Lightspeed. She introduces their newest weapons, the Rail Rescues.
Trains?
A monster then attacks Mariner Bay, and it's a perfect time to test them out, with Joel showing up last minute to join in the fight. The Rail Rescues are this season's Zords, and personally, I'm just not a fan of regular vehicles turning into the Megazord. Similar to Turbo, it's just not my thing. But the episode itself is really good, having the focus be completely on the Megazords. They're not just built for battle, they're meant for rescuing and saving. For example, Joel's Zord is a plane that can carry the others and put out fires, and Carter's Zord is naturally a giant fire truck, where him and Kelsey use the ladder to go inside a burning building and rescue people in danger. Eventually the monster returns and the Rangers need to combine their vehicles and create the Lightspeed Megazord.
We're locked. Ready? Ready to take him down. Let's get him!
Despite not being a fan of the individual Zords, when combined, I really like the Lightspeed Zord. It's simple, yet effective. Again, it's a government-created Megazord, so it doesn't have a reason to be flashy or super unique. They destroy the monster and head back to the Aqua Base, where Joel finally has some time to give Miss Fairweather the flowers. He starts boasting about the Megazord fight, saying that there was some know-it-all scientist trying to give him orders, and that why should he listen to some computer geek? Not knowing that that computer geek was Miss Fairweather herself, where she storms off and the other Rangers have a laugh at Joel. Trial by fire. The Rangers are sent on a training exercise. Joel and Chad run an obstacle course, Dana and Kelsey need to rescue a child, and Carter is in a simulated shootout. Everyone does great and passes, except Carter, where Captain Mitchell tells him he needs to use his head before he shoots, with everyone, especially Carter, left confused. Viper and some Batlings then go down to Mariner Bay and try to blow it up. The Rangers then show up and they do battle. Again, I gotta praise the choreography in this fight. This is so good. Carter chases down Viper and fights her. However, she lights the floor on fire and escapes. But then Carter notices some people in danger. But before he saves them, Captain Mitchell orders him to instead put out the fire. He's confused and refuses at first, but begrudgingly agrees. He puts out the fire, but the highway still collapses, with a chunk of cement actually landing on the child. Jesus. Carter leaves in a fury of anger, heading back to the Aqua Base to confront Captain Mitchell.
You told me to put out the fire. You were wrong.
I wasn't wrong.
Of course you were.
Captain Mitchell, though, says he did the right thing, but Carter doesn't understand and just leaves. He goes to the hospital and sees that the child is in critical condition, telling a story about when he was a kid. He was trapped in a burning building, and a brave firefighter saved his life, and sacrificed his in the process. Ever since then, Carter wanted to be a hero just like him. He leaves and returns back to the training course where he failed his exam. But this time, he notices something. Explosive containers he hit with the paintball. He then rushes to the collapsed highway and notices more flammable containers, realizing that if he didn't put out the fire, more innocent people would have been hurt. Captain Mitchell shows up to tell Carter that sometimes the obvious choice is the wrong choice, and that being a leader isn't easy. It's why Captain Mitchell is a bit harder on him. Carter doesn't feel like he's cut out to be a ranger, but after all of his friends call for help, he immediately jumps back into action, knowing it's what he needs to do. He shows up, fights the monster, and saves the day. When Carter returns back to the hospital, the kid is dead. No, I'm just kidding, he's alright. Saying that when he grows up, he wants to be just like Carter. Me too, kid. Me too. A good episode that builds on Carter's character, again, being the reckless, hot-headed hero who needs to take a step back and sometimes analyze the situation. Riding the edge. A random girl is walking her dog when it breaks loose and runs into traffic. And nobody stops! What's wrong with you people? Mariner Bay is terrible. The demons are the least of their worries. It almost gets hit until Kelsey shows up to save the day with her epic rollerblading. It turns out this girl is an astronaut and is flying into space today. With B-roll from Turbo and in space. Great. Is she gonna go off and find Zordon? The demons then summon a tornado that puts the ship in danger. The rest of the episode is a big action scene between fighting off the monster and saving the girl. Not much to really comment on. Although I do like how when Kelsey communicates with her, they can just share their identities. Like the astronaut learns that she's the Yellow Ranger and it's not a big deal. I really like this dynamic. A matter of trust. Captain Mitchell informs the Rangers they'll need to be protecting a fuel cell and bring it back to the Aqua Base safely. That is, everyone except Dana, who gets told she'll instead be picking up Captain Mitchell's friend and driving him around. This naturally upsets Dana, who's angry because she feels like her dad doesn't trust her as a ranger and only sees her as his little girl. She's on taxi duty and isn't happy about it, especially since the old man is kinda wacky. During the Rangers' mission though, they get ambushed by Vipra. They call in Dana for help and she goes to join, however, Captain Mitchell orders her to not go. During the fight though, Viper realizes that the Rangers don't have the fuel cell. Realizing that Dana isn't there, comes to the conclusion that she must have it. And, yeah, the old man that Dana was driving was in possession of the real fuel cell this whole time. The Rangers were actually a decoy. The old man tells Dana that her father trusts her more than anyone. However, since Dana drove off course, Vipra catches up, and she needs to use her wit to escape the battle. They deliver the fuel cell, defeat the monster, and everyone is happy. Similar to Carter's episode, I get that the captain can't just say, Dana, you have the real fuel cell, stay undetected, or Carter, put out the fire, there's explosive barrels nearby, because the Rangers need to learn the lesson themselves. But in universe, he's a terrible captain, sabotaging the missions just so the Rangers can learn something. Wheels of Destruction. Viper gets a new car, and it's literally Zane's car from In Space, but with a Batwing. Also, I haven't mentioned this yet, but Viper's actress?
Faster! I'll destroy Mariner Bay with an earthquake.
Maybe the worst actor I've ever seen. I'm not trying to be mean, but good God, is every line she says so awkward.
Just what I thought. In my Vipari, I'm invincible.
Anyway, yeah, Vipra has a supercar that's invincible to the Rangers' weapons. You know what that means. Miss Fairweather gets hard at work with creating a new weapon.
The latest weapons in your arsenal.
The Lightspeed Cycle's now available at Walmart. Okay. That's it. Cyborg Rangers. During a battle with the Batlings, another team of Lightspeed Rangers show up to wipe the floor with them. It turns out though they're not actual Rangers, but robots, created by the General. The General scolds Captain Mitchell for hiring teenagers to take on the role of the city's defenders, saying the Cyborg Rangers are now on duty, and the Lightspeed Rangers need to resign, handing in their morphers. Miss Fairweather tells the General that those robots are missing something that the real Rangers have.
A heart.
During an attack though, the Rangers hear some commotion, and despite not having their powers or having it technically be their responsibility,
don't you think we should check it out?
The Cyborg Rangers were doing battle with a demon. However, one of its blasts messed with their programming and turned them evil. Before they could do any harm though, the Rangers show up and fight them unmorphed. Until Captain Mitchell shows up and gives them their morphers back.
Time for some human power.
Lightspeed, rescue!
This is the moment I really fell in love with this team. They were plucked out of their regular lives to now work for the government and fight demons. And once they were fired and lost their powers, it didn't stop them from still wanting to do the right thing and help the people in need. They're teenagers, sure, but Captain Mitchell clearly made the right choice when choosing the Power Rangers.
Captain Mitchell made a wise choice.
I just said that! Up to the challenge. It's a Chad episode. We see he wakes up early every morning, swims with the fishes, and all around is just an upstanding person that I could never be. He offers to teach Kelsey some Tai Chi to control her sometimes strong emotions. During this though, some random guy pulls up on a motorcycle and challenges Chad to a fight. He has no history with him or anything. He's just a grade A hater, which again is perfect. He's just some random guy who's jealous of the Power Rangers, saying that Chad probably isn't so tough. which is super realistic. I mean, how many people do you know look at an MMA fighter and say, psh, he's weak, I could totally beat him up? Chad, however, turns it down, saying he doesn't have to prove himself to some random guy, while Kelsey's emotions start to get to her, telling Chad to just beat him up. The two get into a little skirmish, with Chad easily overpowering him, until the Rangers get called away to fight a monster. Meanwhile, that bully guy shows up to Vipra and pledges his allegiance to her, saying he wants the power to take on the Blue Ranger. Chad receives a note from a Batling saying that he's been challenged, and I've never thought the name Brian could be so menacing and evil. Anyway, he shows up and Brian, now possessed with some evil powers, forces Chad to fight him. It's a really good fight scene too. Chad pulls out some sick moves that haven't been seen since the likes of Mighty Morphin. However, through the power of honor and friendship, Brian eventually breaks free from the spell and realizes he shouldn't be such a dick to a guy who only ever tried to be nice to him. The episode didn't really do much in terms of development, but it showed off Chad's character really well. An honorable and nice man who could beat you up if he wanted to. Go Volcanic. Dana rides the bus and it gets hijacked by a bank robber. He pulls out an actual gun. Jesus, I didn't know you could do that. But Dana, however, isn't afraid and absolutely whoops the guy and unarms him. However, a volcano erupts and it causes the bus to crash, and that criminal goes flying out. But Dana, being a Power Ranger, naturally helps him back in. He's thankful and surprised that they all helped him after what he did. The Rangers show up and need Dana's help, asking if anyone else can drive the bus since the driver was injured during the crash. The bank robber offers, but everyone is against it since, well, he did pull a gun on everyone. However, Dana believes he'll do the right thing. The Rangers fight the monster, blow it up, and the bank robber drives the bus to safety, turning over a new leaf. He does get arrested at the end of the episode, but it all has a nice vibe, with him saying he's ready to accept the consequences of what he's done, and his life will be different from here on out. Rising from the ashes. Joel tells Miss Fairweather that she should just take a break since she's always working so hard. She ignores him and he frustratingly walks away, with Miss Fairweather feeling a bit guilty for being so dismissive. It's a pretty good action episode with a lot going on. Miss Fairweather goes back to the volcano to research the seismic activity. The demon's once again activated and the earthquake traps Miss Fairweather in there, as well as getting knocked out with one of the rocks. The Rangers show up when a demon gets summoned there, and it's super powerful, destroying the saber and draining the Megazord's energy. The Rangers are forced to retreat when they need to rescue Miss Fairweather so she can help fix the Zord. Joel, of course, is the first to volunteer. He bravely goes in unmorphed and rescues her from the cave. When she makes it back to the Aqua Base, she reveals some new tech, an upgrade to the Lightspeed Megazord.
Begin assembly.
The Super Train Megazord. That's kind of a stupid name, but this thing is giant, where it naturally blows them to high heavens. Miss Fairweather comes in to thank Joel for saving her, and that he's invited to dinner with her tonight. When he shows up though, all dressed up and carrying flowers, he realizes that everyone was invited. Oops, poor guy, I feel so bad for Joel. Now, so far, while Lightspeed Rescue has been really good, it's kind of felt like Mighty Morphin in terms of the episode formula. They're all self-contained monster of the day, moral of the week stuff. There hasn't really been a story or arc of any kind. Queen Banshira shows up sometimes in the form of a phantom, but nothing really progresses. Now don't get me wrong, Lightspeed handles the formula much better, with the episodes actually being interesting and having a focus on action, with the human stories feeling more serious, mature, and raw. However, we're about to enter our first actual story arc. From deep in the shadows, we see Carter experimenting with a new morpher. He yells out titanium power and tries to transform, but it's too powerful, with the morph failing and it taking a toll on his body. We then cut to Captain Mitchell's office, and Dana comes in with some cake. They're celebrating her brother's birthday, but he's unfortunately not with them anymore. The only hint we get as to what happened was that there was a car accident involved. Later that night though, somebody breaks into the Aqua Base and steals the titanium morpher. The next morning, Vipra attacks the city, and when the Rangers show up, she has a surprise for them. The Titanium Ranger. She commands him to fight, and he absolutely whoops the Rangers. He is super powerful, along with his axe that turns into a blaster, a staple for a 6th Ranger at this point. The entire episode is just the Titanium Ranger beating up on all 5 of the Lightspeed Rangers. And hey, it's been a while since we had an evil Ranger. Miss Fairweather has been working on some new weapons though, and now seems like the perfect time to put them to use. These are the V-Lancers. They double up as a lance and a blaster, with the finishing move so strong and flashy that it seemingly puts the Titanium Ranger down for the count. The blast, however, destroyed some of his visor. And just when the Rangers are about to shoot him again and put him down for good...
Don't fire! What? Please repeat, sir. Hold your fire!
Captain Mitchell tells them to not fire, and to leave. When the Rangers return back to the Aqua Base, they're angry and confused as to what's going on. That's when Captain Mitchell tells them why he wanted them to stop.
Because he's my son.
Truth discovered. Captain Mitchell explains to everyone what happened the night he lost his son. They were driving home on a rainy night. Captain Mitchell checked on his kids for just a few seconds, and a semi-truck came barreling towards them. He avoided it, but the car flew off the cliff and exploded. However, Captain Mitchell was holding on to a tree branch, with Dana in his arms and his son, Ryan, holding on to his feet. They screamed for help, but no one heard. No one but Diabolico. He said he'll save the child for a price. Captain Mitchell obviously refuses, but when Ryan loses his grip and starts plummeting to his death, he desperately yells out for Diabolico to save him. He does, but says he won't see his son until his 20th birthday, which just so happens to be today. Ryan starts attacking Mariner Bay, with everyone trying to formulate a plan, except Dana, who goes in by herself to try and speak to her brother. He doesn't listen and the two get into a fight, which, hey, that's just what siblings do. Her words partially get to him though, and Ryan runs away, leaving a monster behind for the Rangers to fight. Ryan, though, returns to the scene of the accident, where Captain Mitchell is also waiting. Ryan is under the belief that his father sacrificed him to save Dana, but we all know the truth. Captain Mitchell explains this to his son, but he doesn't want to listen, and tackles them both off the cliff, where Captain Mitchell once again grabs on the branch and saves his son's life. During this, Ryan starts getting flashbacks and remembers everything, but the branch starts to break, and Captain Mitchell says goodbye to his son, letting go so Ryan can live. But almost reactionary, Ryan jumps after his dad and morphs, grabbing him and taking the brunt of the fall. Captain Mitchell then apologizes to Ryan, saying he's sorry, and he would have sacrificed himself 100 times all those years ago if he could. Ryan stays silent, dropping the titanium morpher on the ground before leaving. He returns to the demon lair, saying he's done doing their bidding, and walks away. Diabolico saying he'll pay for this. Ryan's destiny. Ryan shows up at the Aqua Base, with Captain Mitchell excited to see him, but he says he's not here to stay. Ryan doesn't know who he is. He was raised to be evil, and that's all he's ever known. He's not sure if the hero life is for him. His father understands and gives Ryan a box, saying to open it when he finds out who he truly is. Diabolico then summons these 3 powerful monsters. They go around causing havoc and destruction, throwing feathers all over the city that will detonate at sundown. The Rangers are clearly overpowered and need some help. Meanwhile, Ryan plans on leaving the city to escape and discover himself. Before he gets on the bus though, he overhears the news talking about the exploding feathers. He immediately jumps into action and finds a child with a feather, throwing it out onto the busy highway where it explodes. Luckily though, no one was hurt. The kids thank him and say he's a hero. Ryan, in that moment, then knows who he truly is deep down. He opens up the box and sees the titanium morpher. He goes to the other Rangers and confronts the monsters.
Titanium power!
He morphs into the Titanium Ranger and single-handedly lays the smackdown on these monsters so hard. We get a nice hug between brother and sister, and yep, Ryan is officially a Power Ranger. Before we can celebrate too much though, that night Ryan has a nightmare. Diabolico pins him against a pillar and places an evil marking on his back. A cobra. And every time he morphs, it'll slowly move up his body until reaching his neck, where it will then kill him. Ryan wakes up from this nightmare, but when he goes to his mirror, he sees the marking. It was all real. Before we continue, let's talk about the Titanium Ranger. This is actually the first ever American-made Power Ranger. Go-Go 5 didn't have a 6th Ranger, to my knowledge, but since it's Power Rangers tradition at this point, and usually the 6th Ranger is the most popular, they just made one from scratch. The morpher, the suit, the weapon, the footage, it's all American-made. And honestly, they did a really great job with it. I had no idea this wasn't a Sentai character. And I really like the nod to the Sentai, with the big Roman numeral 5 being on the helmet. Ryan is a very interesting character too. I like how he wasn't brainwashed to be evil or anything, he was just raised by demons and fed a lie for his entire life. Once he found out his entire life was a lie, naturally he was a bit confused. Living his whole life this way, he wasn't sure if evil was just who he was now. A nice little mini arc with some real mature themes like child sacrifice and parent abandonment. Great stuff. Curse of the Cobra. Not a lot happens here, just a big fight between the Rangers and the monster. Carter notices the mark on Ryan's back and is worried the entire time. They fight, morph, and every time Ryan morphs, the snake moves closer and closer. The episode ending with Ryan explaining his situation to Carter, but Captain Mitchell overhears, benching Ryan from future fights, saying he lost him once and he's not gonna do it again. The Strength of the Sun. Miss Fairweather is working on a new Zord, but there's a problem. It needs the Titanium Ranger powers to operate it. Ryan overhears this and feels awful, especially when the Rangers get into a fight and could use his help. Eventually though, Ryan has enough and jumps into action, boarding the new Megazord, the Max Solar Zord. It's a pretty cool Megazord. It lands some super cool spinning kicks and destroys the monster. Everyone celebrates, except Ryan, who's now passed out. The curse took more life force than he was expecting. There's some bad news. That Miss Fairweather only shares to Captain Mitchell. The fight used up so much Titanium Ranger energy, she says that the next time Ryan morphs, it could kill him. The Cobra strikes. After once again being benched, Ryan decides to take matters into his own hands, traveling to the ancient tomb to rid himself of the Cobra's curse. Meanwhile, Diabolico does battle with the Rangers head on. He's naturally super powerful and they could really use Ryan's help. We also get a new weapon here, the Battle Boosters. Think of them like Andros' Battleizer. It pretty much just grants the Rangers a super powerful punch. When Ryan makes it deep into the tomb, his Cobra marking starts to react and it takes on a physical form, where Ryan uses his last morph to fight it. It's a super intense fight. His powers don't last long though, and he demorphs. And also rips off his shirt, come on now! He defeats the snake and is free to morph to his heart's content. Great timing too, since Diabolico is wreaking havoc on the Rangers. Ryan and the Solar Zord show up, and with their powers combined, defeat and destroy Diabolico. It's a pretty big deal and everyone celebrates, but not for long. Diabolico's star power, which was the source of his immense power, gets transferred to baby Olympius, and his cocoon enters Mariner Bay. Olympius ascends. Olympius, well, he ascends, having a new adult form. The Rangers morph and fight him, but Olympius is too powerful, not landing a single attack on him. However, he needs to retreat since his body isn't used to this newfound power. It's a really good episode showing off the Rangers' new threat. Olympius captures the other Rangers apart from Carter and shapeshifts into them, allowing him to sneak onto the Aqua base. Carter eventually saves the other Rangers and sends Olympius packing momentarily. A small victory in a grand war that's just begun. Face from the past. Captain Mitchell gives the Rangers the day off. How does that work? Like if a demon attacks the city, they're just like, sorry boss, I'm chillin'. Everyone takes advantage of this vacation, apart from Carter, who's still training. Captain Mitchell joins him and the two have some bonding time. Carter explaining why he always trains so hard. He wants to be like that firefighter who saved his life all those years ago. Yeah, I didn't think they'd bring that back up. Before the two can bond some more, a demon attacks a power plant. And of course, it just so happens that there was a field trip going on, and there's now tons of children trapped inside. Firefighters arrive on the scene and Captain Mitchell tells Carter and the Rangers to deal with the monster, while he goes in to save the kids. They destroy the monster and Captain Mitchell rescues everyone from the burning power plant. Everyone but one child, who's still inside. The power plant is on the verge of blowing up, but Captain Mitchell boldly runs back inside to save the little girl. Carter shows up moments later and follows suit. Captain Mitchell tells Carter to take the child outside while he stays behind to keep the room from collapsing. That's when Carter starts getting flashbacks. Before he could think about it too much though, they make it outside, before the plant explodes. Luckily, however, Captain Mitchell is okay. The episode ends with Carter going up to Captain Mitchell and asking him a simple question.
It was you, wasn't it? You're the fireman who saved me when I was a kid.
Yes, Carter.
Man, small world. It's a super touching scene. Carter turns into a little kid again, thanking Captain Mitchell profusely, but Captain Mitchell says that whatever he did for Carter, Carter's paid it back to the people of Mariner Bay he saved over and over. It's a really touching episode that I didn't expect to have any follow-up back when it was mentioned in episode 2. The action was spectacular, both with the Ranger fighting stuff and the saving the kids. And the emotional bits are super powerful and mature. Another great episode. The Queen returns. Olympius and friends concoct a plan to summon Queen Bansheera to Earth. She can only be summoned every 1,000 years or so when all the planets align perfectly. There's not much else to really comment on though. The Rangers infiltrate the ritual and fight the demons. And then they manage to stop the full ritual. However, the Queen is now on Earth, just not as powerful as she could have been. But in time, she will. We cut to the Aqua base, and Ryan says that he's leaving. He says that the demons were captured once, and they could do it again. So he's going on a quest to figure out how to stop the demons. AKA, we used up the budget on the Titanium Ranger and can't film new scenes. See you again in episode whatever. The Omega Project. It turns out that an asteroid is heading straight for Earth! So the Rangers gotta board the asteroid and destroy it. That's pretty much it. There's this random kid who I guess is Joel's little brother, friend? I don't know. He's the one who discovered the asteroid and has to convince Lightspeed that it's real. Like, bro, what kind of operation are we running here if a 12-year-old has to show you that the city is in danger? The 5th crystal. So there's 5 powerful crystals that when brought together create a super powerful weapon. For some reason, they're not under any kind of real protection, and Viper manages to steal 4 of the 5. The 5th crystal, there's the title again, is under the ownership of Kelsey's grandma. She's a stuck-up rich lady who only cares about her wealth. It's an okay episode. It feels a lot like Mighty Morphin, juxtaposed to this dangerous, powerful crystal weapon and Kelsey's damaged relationship with her grandma. Is Kelsey's grandma in hockey gear fighting the monsters? Like, is this a serious episode or not? I don't know. The Chosen Path. Chad runs into his old karate master, who's disgusted with him, angry that Chad gave up being the sensei's protege to instead be a Power Ranger. Olympia sends down a monster who ends up fighting the master, but he absolutely whoops the monster. It's kind of a funny episode, honestly. Chad keeps trying to impress his master to gain his approval, but he blows him off every time. Eventually, the monster returns and asks the master to train him, even beating up some batlings to prove he's not evil. And the master accepts, training the monster to be his new protege just to rub it in Chad's face. It of course ends up being a trap, and when Chad shows up to help, the old man still doesn't want to accept it. So Chad does what any reasonable person would do, and beats up the old man until he's compliant. This somehow impresses the master, and now respects Chad, who shows up to fight the monster. I think this scene just exists to show that Chad can do all these cool kicks.
You just don't learn. Lightspeed, rescue!
He morphs, defeat the monster, and the master is now friends with Chad, accepting his path. Yesterday again, Miss Fairweather creates another toy for the Rangers. It's just the Lost Galaxy Jet Jammers, but this time you lay down in it. It's a really weird episode. Carter's trying to learn how to fly it, but is having problems. Meanwhile, the Rangers are fighting Olympius, and he seemingly destroys them. But we then cut to Carter, and he's living the same day again. It's a Groundhog Day episode, but it's never explained why it's happening. I remember in Zeo when they did the same thing and the source was a monster or something, but here it's just like God gave Carter another chance to save his friends. He of course does it with the new toy now available at Walmart. As time runs out, Olympius tries to call a truce with Lokai and Vipra. I forgot to mention, but since Olympius' debut, he's been having petty arguments with the other demons. During this truce, he betrays them though and sends them far away. The rest of the episode has the Rangers dealing with the flower monster. It plants flowers on their bodies, and at noon the flowers will open up and spray the Rangers with a deadly toxin. They try blasting at it with the laser, but it has no effect. All seems hopeless. Until Carter gets a brilliant idea to get into the Max Solar Zord and fly to the sun. So they go in space, and the plan works out perfectly, destroying the flowers and destroying the monster. The episode ending with Vipra and Lokai wandering the deserts until coming across the tomb that they were all imprisoned in. Viper reads a spell, and it resurrects Diabolico. We also see that Ryan had a similar plan, witnessing all of this go down. In the freeze zone, Ryan tries to contact the other Rangers about Diabolico, but the signal keeps cutting out. Diabolico shows up and summons a monster that can freeze things. It freezes Miss Fairweather and some of the other Rangers, and they fight. It's a fun episode, but not much else to really say about it. The episode ending with more internal conflict. It's now Olympius versus everyone else, but the Queen is on her son's side. The mighty mega battles. Thank goodness it's not super mega battles. I mean, that'd be ridiculous. So this brilliant scientist named Clark shows up to Lightspeed, and Miss Fairweather is just absolutely enthralled by him, which naturally gets Joel super jealous. He tries acting like a scientist to impress her, to no avail, even trying to sabotage a lunch date. Things get worse when a monster shows up and blows up the car. Low-key, Joel was probably happy about that. The explosion leaves Clark unconscious, and when Joel sees how upset this makes Miss Fairweather, he accepts the fact that she loves Clark more than him. Joel does this really cool running morph, but Chad takes the cake for morphs that go absolutely hard. Miss Fairweather then tells the two to use their mighty mega mode. They punch in the numbers on the battle boosters, and boom, 2 new toys for you, why not? They destroy the monster, and Clark thanks Joel for everything. He leaves Lightspeed, and Joel tells Miss Fairweather that the two of them make a good couple.
Clark is my brother.
Although, in Joel's defense, the two of them did look a little too friendly on occasion. The Great Egg Caper. So there's this thief that Kelsey is trying to not make bad anymore. Didn't we already do this with Dana and the bus hijacker? It's pretty much the same thing, super filler, but we do get the Rangers in comically bad disguises, which I'm always for. Ocean Blue. Viper saves a mermaid from danger, just roll with it, and it reaches Mariner Bay and sees the citizens throwing trash into the sea and polluting it. But Chad shows up and tells everyone to stop, even picking up the garbage himself, and the mermaid quickly develops a crush on Chad. Later on, the Aquabase needs some fixing, and during a malfunction, the mermaid saves Chad, where the two then share a moment. Aww. When the mermaid returns home, Viper is there, deceiving her that she's her friend. Viper gives the mermaid a box and tells her to give it to Chad, because whatever's inside will make him fall in love with her. When the mermaid hands over the box, it turns out to be a trap. The Rangers save him, defeat the monster, and when Chad finally tells the mermaid that now they can be together, she turns him down. Like, yo, you're the one who interjected yourself into Chad's life. You could have just loved him from afar. You can't trust nobody these days. But now, we've reached the new tradition in Power Rangers, the beloved crossover episode. To the 10th Power was pretty much peak Power Rangers at the time, so much so that YouTube copyright struck me and I had to edit it all out. Thanks, YouTube! But anyway, how would Lightspeed's team up compare? Let's find out. With Trakina's Revenge, Part 1. We kick things off on Miranoi, and Leo pulling the Quasar Saber from the stone. Hey, Mike did that, not you! He does battle with some hooded figures before they disappear. Meanwhile, back on Earth, we follow our new main characters. This little girl named Heather and her mom. They go to her dad's office to say hi. During their visit, Heather's mom gets abducted by those hooded figures, and then gets shrunk down and put into this device that's stealing hers and other people's life energy. The demon in charge is Tri-Skull, who's stealing energy for Queen Banshira. But when Olympius leaves, we see that he has a secret partnership with Trakina. Heather then runs downstairs to tell the receptionist what she saw, and the old lady, no joke, says,
"There's no such thing as monsters."
You have got to be kidding me. What world does this lady live in where she says there's no such thing as monsters? Idiot. And speaking of idiots, why are the monsters that totally do exist conduct this experiment and base of operations in a random office building? Tri-Skull then takes on a human form to steal Heather. She runs outside and Carter finds her. She tells him what happened, and there's a weird tension, like Carter also doesn't believe her, but of course he does, and he's gonna help get her mom back. Meanwhile, the other Rangers are driving and run into Leo.
Hey, you're Leo.
How do you know that? Leo's been on Miranoi since he became a Ranger. Whatever. They get ambushed by the Ghouls. Yeah, that's their names, very original. It's a pretty good fight, and especially with Leo unmorphed, just relying on the saber. Meanwhile, Carter and Heather also get jumped by some ghouls, but they receive some backup. Kai and Maya. The classic duo of Kai and Maya. They beat up the ghouls and they all head back to the Aqua Base. Leo gives us a recap of Lost Galaxy's ending, but wait, it turns out Trakina somehow lived. And somehow teamed up with a demon who somehow serves her. Sure. Part 1 ends with the Lightspeed and Lost Galaxy Rangers heading back to Mariner Bay to do battle. But Heather wants to come. Carter rightfully tells her no, but for some reason, the other Rangers are like, come on man, let her come. And he goes with it. Sure, why not? Let's bring this little girl on a dangerous mission. What could possibly go wrong? No! That's why we don't bring her. Trakina's Revenge Part 2. The stupidity continues, so the Rangers need to clear out the office building so nobody working there gets hurt during their attack. So Carter tells Heather to go inside and sneakily pull the fire alarm. Or, hear me out, these government official Power Rangers go inside and tell everyone to leave under their order. Why are we doing this? Then both the Lost Galaxy and Lightspeed Rangers sneak into firefighter outfits to blend in so they can go inside? Again, this makes no sense. This is the one season where the secret identity stuff doesn't work. Oh yeah, but hey, Kendricks and Damon also pull out their sabers. Carter and Leo sneak off to do battle again with Tri-Skull. They put up a good fight, but ultimately get overpowered. They then sneak off again to rescue the prisoners. They get jumped by the ghouls, but this time they get saved by Kendricks and Damon. Trakina blasts them out of the building, and we get this really long sequence of the Rangers falling onto a crash pad. But finally, with all the Lightspeed and Lost Galaxy Rangers together, it's time.
Guys, ready?
Ready! Go, Galactic!
Despite everything, this morphing sequence is so hype. And again, the transition from Lost Galaxy to Lightspeed is so crisp and delicious.
Lightspeed! Rescue!
They then proceed to lay the smackdown on the Batlings. But even this is ruined. For some reason, the camera is avoiding the Lost Galaxy Rangers. Every scene has the focus on the Lightspeed team, and I don't get it. How are you ruining this for me? Tri-Skull then uses the device on Trakina and turns her into a massive eldritch monster. I'll admit, this looks sick. The Lightspeed Rangers summon their Zord, but it's no match. The Galactic Beasts then also show up on Earth, why not? And the two Zords do battle, for about 5 seconds before the Galaxy Megazord falls apart. What happens next is kinda cool, but is also rushed. The Lost Galaxy Rangers summon the Lights of Orion, and when the Lightspeed Rangers pick them up in the Zord, the Lights of Orion combine with the Omega Megazord. This is super awesome, but again, it just kinda happens. It's enough power to destroy Trakina once and for all. And most importantly, Heather reunites with her mom, thank goodness! She becomes an honorary Power Ranger and the Lightspeed team asks if the Lost Galaxy Rangers could stay on Earth for a bit. But Kendrick says they're needed back on Miranoi. Why? Trakina is dead, and the Sabers were seemingly dormant until this incident. Then the episode ends. Okay. If you couldn't tell, I really didn't like Trakina's Revenge, mainly because the focus of a team-up episode should be on the teams teaming up. Instead, we focused on this little girl and her adventures as an underdog little kid hero. Yeah, kid power! That's dumb. There were also so many unanswered questions. Why is Trakina on Earth of all places? Why in an office building? Why weren't all the Lost Galaxy Rangers together? Etc. The Rangers barely did any teaming up. To the 10th power was such a high but perfect bar. It continued the previous season's story while also progressing the current story. Both teams looked competent and powerful. Here though, all the Rangers played second fiddle to this kid. Nothing was really progressed. It was all a side mission that didn't affect Lightspeed or Lost Galaxy in any way. Seeing the old cast was great, but again, nobody did anything. Saban's patented greediness played a factor in the episode as well. Amy Roll, the actress who played Trakina, never appeared in the crossover. Trakina was then portrayed and voiced by Jennifer Burns. It's why most of her face was covered up and why her voice, it wasn't Trakina.
Those miserable Galaxy Rangers destroyed my magnificent beauty.
Apparently she was upset with the lack of screen time the character would have, and the pay probably wasn't also great. Same with Danny Slavin, Leo. He apparently walked off set due to a pay dispute. It's why there's not a lot of scenes with Leo, and some of his voiceover clips just sound bad.
Got just the thing. Quasar Sabers, power up! Yeah!
Hooray! A return to Mighty Morphin Season 2 dubs. Overall, it's just a bad crossover. The morphing sequence is iconic, so I'm glad we at least got that. It's just a shame. I wish it was better as a whole. We went from the best crossover to so far, the worst. Which, hey, to be fair, there's only been 2 so far. Let's move on. The Last Ranger. During a fight with a monster, all of the Rangers, apart from Dana, gets hit with a blast that gives them amnesia. They remember everything up until becoming Power Rangers. So to cure it, Dana and Miss Fairweather use the power of flashbacks. Yep. It's a clip show episode. Remember Lightspeed Rescue? What a great time. What if I just replayed this video from the beginning during this segment? Anyway, the power of clip shows eventually works and the day is saved. Sorcerers of the Sand. Diabolico traps Olympius and the Rangers in this monster graveyard world, where, you guessed it, all the Rangers' past enemies come to life and have to do battle with them. Meanwhile, Ryan finally makes some progress on his mission. He comes across a sorcerer and asks for his help with imprisoning the demons. They prepare for the ritual, but the sorcerer tells Ryan that his friends are in danger. So they use his magic to create a new spell that'll teleport the Rangers back to the human world. It's successful and they defeat the monster. But Olympius and Jinxer are still trapped in the demon graveyard, with no way out. Queen Banshira overhears Diabolico celebrating his trick. She's happy, saying Olympius was nothing but a failure since day 1. Jeez, what a bitch! The episode ends with Ryan and the Sorcerer conducting the spell, but Diabolico recites one as well, countering the Sorcerers, and turns him into dust, making Ryan's entire journey and trek completely worthless. Olympius Unbound. To break free from the monster graveyard, Olympius steals the life energy of every monster in it, granting him a new and more powerful form. Meanwhile, Captain Mitchell got hypnotized at a fair by a monster, and under the monster's hypnosis, commands Captain Mitchell to combine the star power artifact with Lightspeed's technology. This brings Olympius back to Earth. The Rangers summon the Zords and fight him, but his new form is too powerful. Its energy is coming from the star power inside Lightspeed. So, Miss Fairweather takes action by swinging an axe at it, and shattering the star power into a million pieces, rendering Olympius vulnerable to the Rangers' attack, sending him fleeing once again. Neptune's daughter. The Rangers are having a fun day at the beach, apart from Chad. He's sad because he misses Marina. The mermaid girl? I never even mentioned her name in that episode because I thought she was a one-off. Anyway, while Olympius is healing up, Diabolico sends some fish monsters to steal King Neptune's trident. The demons get a hold of it and use it to rid the power of Earth's water. Or at least the running water, which isn't that big of a deal. It just so happens that Marina is King Neptune's daughter, and the first thing she does is grow legs and ask Chad for help. This is a toxic woman, you say no! He says yes. They fight the monster, Chad fights for her honor, and they retrieve the trident. The episode ending with Marina saying that they can't be together again, but Chad says while she's here and has human legs, they can spend some time together. And since I just want this story to be over and Chad to have a happy ending, he gets it. But Web War. Diabolico summons a spider monster, and they do that damn thing where they show real-life spiders in up-close shots, just random tarantulas walking around. Why? I hate this. Skipped. Well, no, I can't really skip it, because the episode ends with another battleizer mode for Carter, in which he wears his motorcycle, also gets skis on the concrete. These battleizers are getting worse and worse. I know it'll look fine as a toy, but what are we doing? Andros's looked a little bit ridiculous, but compared to Leo's and this, it's an absolute masterpiece. In the limelight. So this famous woman becomes absolutely enamored with Dana, and she becomes a model. However, this eventually gets to her head and turns Dana into a self-centered egomaniac who doesn't even care about being a paramedic or a Power Ranger, until obviously she sees people in danger and realizes what's more important in life. Man, this is probably the most nothing filler episode in Power Rangers I've seen in a while. It reeks of Mighty Morphin Season 1. Wrath of the Queen. Queen Banshira has had enough of everyone's incompetence. She straight up kills Vipra and steals her life energy to power herself up. Yep, that's the end of Vipra. Good. Lokai then gives Diabolico some friendship charm because I guess they're besties. Honestly, the whole episode is kinda weird. Diabolico overhears the Queen talking about how all the demons are expendable. She doesn't care whether they live or die. And this angers Diabolico? Like, did he not assume this was already the case? She teleports the Rangers to her domain and they do battle with Lokai. They get the upper hand and the Queen tells Diabolico to use the blaster to blow up Lokai, which in turn will blow up the Rangers. But Diabolico refuses because that's his friend? Like, I'm not against the idea of the demons having a heart, but it comes out of nowhere. Episode 1 literally had Diabolico beefing with a baby. Nothing about his character up to this point ever came off like he cared about anyone. Queen Bansheera takes matters into her own hands and blows up Lokai herself. In his last few moments of life, him and Diabolico share their gratitude with each other. Diabolico then abandons the Queen, and the Rangers do battle in their Megazord. It's a difficult fight, but the Rangers eventually land their finishing attack on the Queen, but she survives, ending the episode. Again, it's a weird episode. Firstly, killing off Vipra so suddenly is honestly okay. She offered nothing plot-wise. The first human villain character in Power Rangers to be absolutely useless. Scorpina did more. And the whole Diabolico having a heart thing and turning on the Queen, again, just felt so random. He's never done anything to show he cares about anyone. Whatever. Rise of the Super Demons. Olympius has spent the past few episodes recovering. He runs into Diabolico and wants his revenge for trapping him in the demon graveyard. He whoops him and takes him to the Queen, where they have plans for Diabolico. Olympius returns to Earth and confronts the Rangers with his new weapon. They brainwash Diabolico to serve the Queen. Now, under Olympius' control, the two of them team up to fight the Rangers.
Lightspeed! Rescue! Ah!
It's a really good fight, lots of intense action. When the Megazord battle happens, it's more bad news. The Super Train Megazord and the Solar Zord are destroyed in battle. Luckily, however, Miss Fairweather was working on another new Zord, the Life Force Megazord, being able to land a final strike on both Olympius and Diabolico, where they both meet their ends. The episode ending with Jinxer about to be absorbed into the Queen, but he says he planted a Batlings card on the Megazord, meaning whenever the Zord heads back to the Aqua Base, a horde of Batlings will be summoned and they'll attack Lightspeed. Which leads us to the end. The two-part finale of Lightspeed Rescue. What will be the fate of the Lightspeed Rangers? Well, let's find out. In The Fate of Lightspeed, Part 1. Ryan sends a message to the Rangers saying he's found a key that will be able to lock the demons back in their tomb. But it quickly gets interrupted when the Queen shows up and kidnaps him. Carter decides to head to the ancient tomb by himself to save Ryan. Meanwhile, though, the card activates, and tons of Batlings are now inside the Aqua Base. It's a very intense invasion. Similar to Turbo's ending, the Batlings start trashing the place, beating up the security, employees, and trashing the equipment. The Rangers put up a good fight, even having some really cool morphing sequences.
Lightspeed! Rescue!
However, the enemy forces are too powerful. The Batlings even boarding the Life Force Megazord and having it attack the Aqua Base, putting it on the brink of total destruction. All the power is shut down and everyone is trapped inside, with Captain Mitchell reflecting on everything, seeing their life's work soon sit at the bottom of an ocean. Meanwhile, Carter makes it to the Demon's Palace and sees Ryan. He rescues him, and the two get ready to fight the Queen.
Lightspeed! Rescue! Titanium power!
However, while they're doing battle, the Batlings with the Megazord are now on the surface and conducting a ritual, placing down stones that will grant Queen Bansheera unlimited power. The Fate of Lightspeed Part 2. The Aqua Base is about to completely cave in and be destroyed, with everyone inside meeting the same fate. However, there is a submarine that the Rangers, Captain Mitchell, and Miss Fairweather can take to safety. They swim to it and it's still miraculously functional. They shoot missiles at the Life Force Megazord and they take it out. Okay, like shouldn't the Megazord be able to take a bit more damage from attacks? Anyway, the Queen used the spell to kick Ryan and Carter out of her domain, so they now have to deal with the Lightspeed Megazord setting up the ritual. And Carter has the most Carter plan of all time. He flies him and Ryan on the mobile armor vehicle, and they blast at the Megazord until it falls. I honestly really like this aspect. We've seen tons of Zords be destroyed in the past, but I like here that it's the Rangers themselves who need to destroy it. The rest of the team catches up with Carter and Ryan, and with all of them together,
let's go!
Lightspeed! Rescue! Hurry!
It's time to finally take down the Queen. They make it to the Queen's domain and make their last stand. A massive battle breaks out, with Carter heading straight for the Queen. During the fight, Carter gets hit with a blast so hard that it knocks off his helmet and chips the visor. He then pulls off this super flying kick and knocks her into the tomb. And he gives the same cheesy thumbs up as Leo. Except not really, the Queen is still alive and grabs Carter into the tomb with her. The other Rangers all try to pull him out, but Carter says to just shut the tomb with him in it. Just then though, the ghost of Diabolico shows up and the Queen orders him to help. And he does. Blasting at the Queen where she gets mauled. Jesus, if this were any more mature, they definitely would be tearing her limb from limb. The Rangers rescue Carter and seal the tomb for good, locking the demons away forever. We then cut to the Rangers handing in their morphers to Captain Mitchell. Their mission is finally complete. The demons are gone and they can return back to their normal lives. Even Joel finally gets his date with Miss Fairweather. Before anyone can celebrate though, a fire truck drives by and the Rangers spot a fire in the distance. And without any hesitation,
Hey! You forgot these!
and with that, Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue comes to an end. Man, that ending scene perfectly encapsulates this season. It's a show about real heroes. The Ranger stuff is cool, weapons, morphers, megazords, but it's what these Rangers do outside all of that that made them true heroes. Overall, Lightspeed Rescue was a bit of a mixed bag in my opinion. When the show was good, it was very good. Mature is probably the best word to describe its strengths. The Rangers not being silly teenagers dealing with high school or having silly little quirks was a nice change of pace. They were all serious young adults who had serious jobs and careers, and when duty called, they accepted that they were the best people for the job. The Ranger stuff always felt secondary. The reason these Rangers are great isn't because they use the super sword to defeat the world's strongest monster or anything. It's because we spent a lot of time with them in their human forms helping out the citizens. Carter saving children from dying, Dana needing to stop an armed robber, Chad roundhouse kicking old people in the face. These are all things that make a real hero with or without the powers. This team, so far, out of every Power Rangers team, perfectly embodied that feeling of giving it their all to protect the world without a second thought. Now, the downside to this season is that there really wasn't much going on. The most story we ever got was with the Titanium Ranger. Ryan's backstory and the Cobra arc was nice. But apart from that, it was kind of a back-to-basics season. There weren't many other arcs or continuous storylines that were going on. Because of that, I kind of feel like Lightspeed Rescue is Mighty Morphin Season 1, but done right. You can pretty much watch any episode of Lightspeed in any order, and it wouldn't feel out of place or anything. They're all mostly self-contained Monster of the Day episodes. Although again, done much better, since the human stuff is at least engaging and mature sometimes. Now let's talk about the Rangers again. Carter definitely got the most screen time and character development. He remained hot-headed throughout, but still had that fearless, undying spirit. Never once did he back down from a challenge or a dangerous situation. Joel was probably my favorite though. I never mentioned every time he flirted with Miss Fairweather, but it was a nice constant. Sometimes just a random one-liner thrown in an episode to remind the audience, yup, he still wants that. Sadly, as for Chad, Dana, and Kelsey, they never did much. They had episodes focused on them, but nothing ever really happened. The most we got was Chad being a lovesick puppy, so unless you love the mermaid stuff, there wasn't much there. Ryan! He was also there. Again, his arc was amazing and super mature, but as quickly as he came, he went. I guess that's just what happens when you have to use original footage. Sometimes it's cheaper to just do nothing at all. I feel bad for not saying as much for Dana and Kelsey, but hey, speaking of sexism, this is the first season of Power Rangers I've noticed to fully embrace the little boy market, because only Carter, Joel, and Chad got battleizer modes. A similar thing happened in Lost Galaxy with Kendrix and Maya not getting motorcycles. But hey, at least they got the Lights of Orion. Kelsey and Dana never got anything. The villains were probably tied with the Machine Empire for the most nothing villains. They never did anything impressive or were memorable in any way. I didn't mention it during the episode recap, but during the finale when the Batlings are destroying the Aqua Base, all I could think of was Turbo's ending with the Piranhatron invading the command center. In the sense that, it's the Batlings! They're lame pushovers. It's hard for me to feel danger or anything when they've been nothing but punching bags up to this point. Despite everything though, Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue is still a fantastic season. It perfectly captures that Saban era charm with its cheesiness mixed with seriousness. I would 100% recommend this season for any Power Rangers fan. Apparently Lightspeed Rescue wasn't well received at first, but as years went on and multiple viewings were had, most fans changed their tune. Heck, I put up a poll on my channel asking your guys' thoughts, and it was fairly split between people loving it and feeling meh. So I hope I was able to show some love to this season. Now, as much as I enjoyed Lightspeed Rescue, flaws and all, the next season is definitely something special. Power Rangers Lightspeed Rescue was a fun season, but at the time it wasn't held in the highest regards. However, Power Rangers Time Force is regarded as one of the best seasons of all time, with its beloved characters and serious drama. Midai Sentai Time Ranger was the 24th season of Super Sentai. It followed a group of time-traveling heroes from the future, going back in time to the modern day to fight crime. Sounds like a pretty solid concept. Some people regard Time Force as the best of the Saban era of Power Rangers. I remember having my eyes glued to the TV when I watched this years ago. But how does it hold up today? And what made Time Force such a fan favorite all these years later? I guess there's only one way to find out. Because it's time for Time Force! Force from the Future Part 1. We start off in the year 3000. Yup, the future. There's a criminal leader named Rancic, and he's doing battle with a Red Ranger. It's a pretty awesome fight, but eventually the Red Ranger, whose name we'll learn is Alex, captures and cuffs Rancic. Before his court trial, we get a look at Alex's team. There's Lucas, the cool guy who's in charge of driving, Katie, the tough, strong girl, Trip, the green-haired anime boy and his talking robotic owl Circuit, and Jen, who also happens to be dating Alex. But not for long, as Alex actually proposes to Jen here. Despite Jen saying they've never even been on a proper date.
That'd be a nice change, to actually have a date with my boyfriend.
During Rancic's hearing, he's found guilty and is ordered to be sent to prison. Jen, Lucas, Katie, and Trip are put in charge of transporting Rancic to prison. However, they get ambushed by Rancic's daughter Nadira and robot servant Franks, leaving them beaten and battered on the side of the road. Rancic makes it to prison and takes control of it, planning to leave this time period with some prisoners. So let's explain this. In this world, all prisoners are essentially shrunk down into action figures and cryogenically stored in these tubes, which Rancic has now stolen for himself. Meanwhile, we see the gang distraught and getting chewed out for letting Rancic get away. We learn a bit more about these characters here. Jen is the most frustrated with the situation and feels personally responsible. She's essentially in command when Alex isn't around. We learn that Trip is an alien and has telepathic abilities. He can read minds. When they need to commandeer a car, Katie just grabs a guy with one hand and throws him out. She's sweet, but can kick your butt. And Lucas, he's there. Rancic makes his way to a vehicle that'll let him time travel, but he gets stopped by Alex. The two of them do battle again, but when Jen shows up, Alex gets distracted for a quick second, allowing Rancic to get the upper hand and land a fatal blow to Alex. In his last moments of life, he hands his morpher to Jen and tells them to stop Rancic. He's traveled through the wormhole to God knows when. Jen, in a fit of rage, tells her team to follow her. She grabs the rest of the morphers and they get into a time-traveling vehicle. She ignores the Force's orders, and they set course to 2001. Force from the Future Part 2. Rancic makes it to the past and quickly gets acclimated. Meanwhile, the Time Force team crash their vehicle on a beach and are pretty out of their depth, sticking out like a sore thumb. They explore the town we'll come to learn is Silver Hills, searching for Rancic. But Jen accidentally bumps into a motorcyclist, who she thinks she recognizes. Before she has time to think, they find Nadira robbing a jewelry store with the help of the Cyclobots. They're this season's foot soldiers, and again, God bless Japan, the Sentai foot soldiers always look so silly and dumb, and these are no exception. They spawn from nuts and bolts, so I guess that makes them pretty portable. The Rangers try to morph, but for some reason, the morphers don't activate. So they gotta take care of him the old-fashioned way. Jen gets overpowered, but gets saved by that mysterious cyclist. And when he takes off his helmet...
Oh, what's the matter? You look like you just seen a ghost.
The man bears an uncanny resemblance to Alex, which obviously overwhelms Jen. Later that day, Circuit tells everyone why the Morphers didn't work. They're all tied to the Red Rangers, meaning until his is active, the others won't work. But it's linked and tied to Alex's DNA. They quickly realize what we have to do. We cut to that mysterious man, whose name is Wes. He clearly comes from wealth, but doesn't fit in, not wanting to be all stuck up hoity-toity. Jen shows up to the house, and when Wes's father, Mr. Collins, tells Wes that they have plans, Wes quickly says that he has a date and can't make it. They head outside and Jen tries to explain the situation to Wes. He understands.
I believe you. Whoa, I believe you're nuts.
She gets angry and storms off, where Rantic and Nadira are attacking downtown. They get into a fight where Wes shows up, clearly having a change of heart. She hands him the Morpher, and it's time.
Time Force! Time Force!
They successfully morph into the Time Force Rangers. They do this cool Matrix dodge because it's 2001 and everything was copying the Matrix at that time. They lay the smack down on the Cyclobots, along with their cool weapons, the Chrono Sabers. They're like a Darth Maul lightsaber with blades on both ends, but they can also take it apart and use one in each hand. Needless to say, this makes for a pretty awesome toy. They also get the Vortex Blasters, which are these comedically oversized guns, but they look awesome. The suits themselves are really cool, having this arrow pattern on their chest and helmet with a strong presence of their primary colors. I don't know what the arrow represents, it just looks cool. They're sleek and simple. They beat up the bad guys and they retreat. Wes is super excited for being a superhero, trying to high-five and celebrate, but Jen says this isn't a game and takes back the Morpher, saying they only needed him to unlock the others. The episode ends with Wes walking away in disgust. The Force from the Future two-parter was insanely good. They dropped a lot of lore and instantly got me hooked on the season. Rancic isn't a monster. Heck, none of the villains in this season are monsters, but mutants. We'll learn more about Rancic's backstory soon, but for now it's a really clever approach they're going with the villains. He's disgusting to look at, horribly disfigured and burned. I'm surprised they let him look like this for a kid's show. His main ability is like ripping out his bones to create swords. Nadira is your typical whiny, overacting princess character, but just like with Lightspeed, it also explains how all of them weren't affected by the Z-Wave. They're not evil monsters, just mutants. The Rangers are all also extremely likable right off the bat. This is the first time we've had a pink Ranger as the leader. Jen gives orders and takes front and center during the morph. She's a no-nonsense type of person, focusing more on the mission than she will be hurting someone's feelings. With Wes, we have another fish-out-of-water Red Ranger. He definitely has a good heart and some fighting skills, but he's still a bit of a pampered rich kid who doesn't seem to take much seriously. Trip and Circuit are a fun duo. Trip is overly kind and shy. With his green hair, he's literally just Deku, a soft anime boy who tries his best. Katie is definitely mommy. I shouldn't have said that out loud. She's super energetic and bubbly, but most girls in Power Rangers with that personality are like Kimberly and Ashley, you know what I'm saying? Katie is able to bench press your car if you piss her off. Lucas is the only character who doesn't have much going on yet. He really likes cars and is cool. That's about it. Now, what do you all think of the Time Force theme song? Because I think it's yet again another banger. At first I didn't really like it because there's no real chorus, but once the timeless wonders kick in, oh goodness do I go bananas. The pacing and writing has all matured a lot. We're taking our time with things like relationships, good versus evil, the dialogue, etc. But hey, to truly see what I'm talking about, let's move on to episode 3. Something to fight for. Wes sees Nadira robbing a bank, so he shows up to stop her in a very cocky manner. He's clearly out of his league, thinking he could beat them up even without his powers. Just in the nick of time though, the Rangers show up to save him. This is where Jen really lays into Wes, saying this isn't a game to them.
You've never had to fight for anything in your life.
Jen's words really pierce Wes's heart. While he does have good intentions, she is right. Wes is a privileged rich kid who's had everything handed to him. Trip shows up because he feels bad for Jen yelling at Wes like that, and shows him footage of Alex getting killed, and why Jen takes everything so seriously. Wes shows up to the beach to tell Jen that she was right, but now he does have something to fight for, and for the first time ever, is willing to fight for it. She sees his conviction and gives him back his morpher. They get into battle with the mutant and whoop it. However, Wes lands a strike that exposes the mutant's DNA, which causes them to grow. Seems pretty overpowered, but alright. Luckily, however, Time Force is able to send over their Time Flyers from the future, which, yep, they can all combine to create the Time Force Megazord. It's a pretty cool looking Zord. Not my favorite, but the finishing move is pretty cold-blooded. It lands a strike while a clock counts down. When it reaches the top, the mutant is defeated, turning them back into action figure size and taken prisoner. After the fight, Wes tries to hand Jen back his Morpher, but this time she lets him keep it, saying he earned it. The Time Force Rangers are finally a complete team. Rancic lives. Wes gathers the gang and tells them that he found a new home/base of operations. It's at the top of an old clock tower. It's naturally pretty abandoned and run down, but with enough love and elbow grease it can be turned into a home. The Rangers mention they have no food or money. They ask Wes for some since he's rich, but he says he doesn't want to go to his dad for help. He wants to do this on his own. It turns out the old clock tower was once an odd jobs business. A customer comes in requesting a job and they take it up. Yeah, this will be how the Rangers make money and get into silly human shenanigans. Meanwhile, Rancic learns that everyone in the year 2001 loves watching TV, so he hijacks a TV station and lets the world know who he is. A behind-the-scenes fact here is that this episode aired 3 days after 9/11. And what do we have here? An evil villain making threats against the city with violence. You'll see in the footage here that Rancic is just blowing up mountains, but originally it was city buildings. Yeah, the footage and even dialogue had to be edited down pretty heavily. Anyway, it turns out the building that Wes and Jen are painting happens to be the news station. Wes gets kidnapped by the Cyclobots. It's here where Rancic explains his backstory. In the future, humans are born from tubes and made in a lab, created to be free from all disease and ailments. The perfect human. However, one day there was a chemical spillage, and from that, Rancic was born. A horrifying, disfigured mutant who never asked to be brought into this world. He approaches a woman for help, but she runs away in disgust. It's at this moment Rancic knew he would forever be judged simply by how he looks and where he comes from. It's a very tragic backstory, but Wes doesn't believe that tyrannical overthrow is the answer. The Rangers show up and save Wes. They do battle and send Rancic fleeing for now. The episode ends with the gang having enough money to order a pizza, but Wes pulls Jen aside to tell her that he knows Rancic's story and that he feels bad for him. Jen saying that Rancic was offered help many times, but refused. She says that Rancic is evil through and through. It's a very interesting situation. Jen obviously has a personal grudge for what Rancic did to Alex. Is she telling the truth? Is Rancic an evil villain through and through? Is she just trying to gaslight Wes? I guess we'll have to find out. A blue streak. Wes lets Lucas drive his car, because remember, he's the car guy. He pulls off some sick stunts and naturally gets pulled over. They don't accept his future license and make him go through driver's ed. Yeah, it's a filler episode. Nadira has some kind of supercar that the Rangers can't catch up with. Wait a minute, you know what that means.
These are the vector cycles.
Dang, already? So the Rangers do battle with the mutant in all kinds of toy commercial-y ways. And I think Lucas gets his driver's license. A parting of ways. We get a bit of a peek into Wes and his father's relationship. Mr. Collins wants Wes to take over his company one day, while Wes is reserved about it. These kids are playing baseball nearby and accidentally hit Mr. Collins' car, where he then keeps the ball for himself to teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, Rancic comes up with a new plan. He sends out a mutant to find hostages so we can put them up for ransom. And it just so happens that those hostages are those baseball-playing kids. The Rangers receive a note saying they'll let these children live for $10 million. Wes naturally goes to his father for help. He could easily pay them off and save the children, but Mr. Collins says that's too much money, and that this is a matter for the police to handle, not him. Now to be fair, $10 million is a lot of money. Maybe Wes's dad just doesn't have that much for ransom. But immediately after that, Wes sees him making a deal to buy 2 companies for exactly $10 million. Okay, dick move. This is where Wes starts to question his place in life. Does he really want to grow up and follow the same path his father is on, valuing money over children's lives? So he tricks the CEOs into giving him back the money and he takes it to Nadira, where it turns out to all be a trap. However, since this is Power Rangers, the kids don't die. The Rangers save them, defeat and imprison the mutant, and Wes brings back the money, with his father being more worried about making sure every penny is still there. Wes then decides to carve his own path. He tells his father he's leaving, and lives with the other Rangers in the clock tower.
Welcome home.
Short-circuited. We see Trip annoying Lucas with his constant mind reading, so Lucas tells him he's not allowed to use his powers all day. Later on, Trip sees a woman being attacked by the Cyclobots. He rescues her, but it's revealed that it's Nadira. She says she wants to be good and no longer fight for Rancic. Circuit immediately sniffs out her lie, but Trip is very trusting. We'll learn that this is actually a trait of his race of people, and since Lucas told him he couldn't use his mind powers, he can't read her mind to know what she's thinking. It of course turns out to be a trap. She steals Circuit and now the Rangers can't call for the Megazord. So, it's up to Trip to save him. I really like Trip. I said it before, but he's very anime protagonist. Undying optimism and kind open arms to everyone.
Don't ever change.
Jen's revenge. We get a bit of Wes and Jen interactions, aka low-key flirting.
Come on, I bet I could show you a thing or two. Huh?
Really?
We also see Rancic lash out on the Cyclobots whenever he's frustrated. This angers Frax, and we learn he may have ulterior motives when it comes to serving Rancic. They summon a mutant, and it's one that has history with Jen and Alex. He then taunts Jen about her fiancé's death. This causes her to go ballistic and want to kill the mutant instead of arresting him.
Go with me! He deserves this!
It's all really good emotional stuff. They lure out Jen where she can confront Rancic on her own. She shows up and gets ambushed, getting the absolute tar beat out of her. They obviously can't show blood, but they go as far as they can with her cuts and bruises. They confront the mutant once again, and Jen still wants it dead. But Wes simply asks her, what would Alex do? She changes her tune and they defeat and arrest the mutant. The episode ends with Wes and Jen sharing another moment.
I like you just the way you are.
You do? Yes! Yes!
These two have the best on-screen chemistry I have ever seen.
I like you just the way you are.
You do?
Yeah.
Wes! Jen! Run!
The Time Shadow. The Megazord gets badly damaged in a fight, so much so that when they need it again, Time Force can't send it. Meanwhile, we see Mr. Collins creating a weapon to protect the city. Good intentions and all, but I don't think a random rich person is allowed to create weapons of mass destruction on their own. Meanwhile, Frax takes matters into his own hands. He destroys Mr. Collins' weapon and steals the dust it was secreting. The Rangers really need their Megazord, and we see a mysterious stranger working on something. A new Megazord. Yep, the Time Shadow Megazord. It's pretty strong, defeating the mutant. From a design standpoint though, I don't have anything to say. It's fine. Who is this mysterious person helping the Rangers? We'll just have to wait and see. Future unknown. It turns out the Rangers and villains' presence have been altering the timeline. Remember that dust I mentioned in the last episode? Apparently that's material that's not supposed to be discovered for another 1,000 years. Katie starts having a bit of a panic attack, worrying that their future will no longer be there when they go home, and her family won't exist. Meanwhile, Frax found where the ship holds all the higher level villains. They're the most dangerous mutants from the future. He sets one loose and the Rangers gotta fight it, with Katie being reserved. The mutants wipe the floor with the Rangers, managing to demorph them. When they try to chase after the mutant again, Katie says she's not going. She's lost all hope for the future. Continuing to fight could change the future they know forever.
Promise me the future will still be there.
I can't.
Everyone's scared about the future, but that can't hold them back. Doing nothing will guarantee there won't be a future for anyone.
I have no idea what the future holds. I know people are in trouble now.
Turn forward!
Wes gives Katie a picture of her family as a reminder of what she's fighting for. She knows this, but is still afraid. This is a really good episode. Katie, of course, does end up joining the fight, and despite still being afraid, knows what she has to do. It's a really good look at Katie's character. She's physically very strong, but emotionally, maybe one of the more vulnerable. Uniquely Trip. Trip is having second thoughts about being a ranger. He starts comparing himself to the other rangers and feeling useless. He's not as good of a fighter as Jen and Wes, isn't as strong as Katie, or cool as Lucas. The final blow is when he sees all these kids dressing up and playing Power Rangers, and no one wants to be the Green Ranger. It's pretty sad, honestly. So Trip starts trying to copy the Rangers' personality so he can be as good as them. The episode of course ending with Trip learning that just being himself is what makes him a great asset to the team. Seriously, Trip is so lovable. And now, we've reached our first mini arc, which I'll be dubbing as the Quantum Ranger arc. Worlds apart, While the gang are out doing an odd job cleaning up trash, Mr. Collins sees Wes and goes up to him just to say he's disappointed. What a dick. We then see Nadira robbing a store, but before the Rangers can show up, a mobilized military unit makes it there first and blasts them away. We see one of the soldiers knows Wes. This is Eric. The two seem to have some history, since when Wes extends his hand for a handshake, Eric doesn't reciprocate. We learn these soldiers are known as the Silver Guardians, who were made and funded by Mr. Collins. However, the Silver Guardians only protect those who pay for their services. This naturally upsets Wes, where he also gives us some more backstory on him and Eric. They went to prep school together and says that Eric always had a chip on his shoulder, feeling like he always has to prove himself to someone. We get some flashbacks with the two at school. Wes was apparently pretty popular because his dad was rich, while Eric didn't seem to come from money. The main beef seems to be that Eric views Wes as a waste of potential. He's had every opportunity handed to him on a silver platter, while Eric has had to grind to get anything. Frax then releases a mutant from the X-Vault and it's super powerful, wiping the floor with both the Silver Guardians and the Rangers. Wes takes a powerful blast from the mutants, so much so that it destroys his visor. Man, we get this shot already? But just then, Mr. Collins is there, and both him and Eric realize that Wes is the Red Ranger. I wasn't expecting that so soon. Wes and his father have a really emotional talk, with Mr. Collins saying how Wes is being foolish and should have just stuck to the future that he laid out for his son.
For the first time in my life, I feel like I'm really making a difference.
Wes leaves and the Rangers defeat and capture the mutants. The episode ending with Mr. Collins asking Wes to join the Silver Guardians as their commander, but Wes says he doesn't fight for those who can only afford it. He does it to protect everyone. The Quantum Quest. Some archaeologists have dug up an old artifact and it makes the news. Rantic and the Rangers recognize this as the Quantum Controller, some kind of powerful weapon. So, the villains, Silver Guardians, and the Rangers all show up to do battle to gain control of it. Eric eventually gets his hands on it and runs away. Meanwhile, Wes takes a pretty big blow, taking him out of commission for a bit. Eric sticks his hand in the box, but there's so much power surging through it, it causes a bit of an explosion. It turns out the Quantum Controller, well, controls a weapon known as the Quantosaurus Rex. So, while the Rangers do battle with the X-Vault mutants, Wes finds Eric and tries to have him hand over the Quantum Controller. But Eric refuses. He's such a dick. Lives are at stake, but because it's Wes asking for the box, it's personal and he won't give it up. And with his back pushed up against the wall, Eric puts his hand in the box. And when he removes it, a morpher is now on his wrist.
Quantum power!
Outside, we see the Ranger struggling with the mutant, when it then gets blasted by a Red Ranger. But it's not Wes. Eric now has the powers of the Quantum Ranger. He's super powerful and destroys the Cyclobots and captures the mutants all by himself. The episode ending with this really cool scene. Clash for Control Part 1. Wes and Eric argue about the quantum powers again, Eric standing firm though that the powers are his. It turns out the Q-Rex is actually stuck in the prehistoric times due to some time-traveling shenanigans. So when Rantic opens up a wormhole to the past, Eric takes a ship and follows, with Wes jumping on at the last minute. Yep, the two are now in prehistoric times. They get chased by a dinosaur that honestly doesn't look too bad. They spend the entire time arguing with each other on who should have the powers. Or should I say, Eric mainly acts like a dick. A dinosaur literally knocks Wes off a cliff and Eric doesn't care. He runs into a cave and finds the Q-Rex. However, when he catches up with Wes, the two fight. Because of this bickering, Rantic's mutant gains control of the Q-Rex via brainwash. A volcano then erupts, and the mutant with the Q-Rex opens up a portal back to 2001. Eric gets in his ship and leaves Wes behind. Seriously, what a dick! I mean, he does come back at the last second, but geez, what was the point of leaving before? The Q-Rex is now destroying the city, and Eric realizes that he can't control it. Clash for Control Part 2. The Rangers summon their Zords and cause enough damage to the Q-Rex that it retreats momentarily. During this time, we get more of Eric being a dick. Mr. Collins approached the Rangers with a proposal, to work under his command. Eric flaunts that in Wes's face, and Wes laughs it off, but Eric makes a good point. The Rangers' only mission is to capture Rantic. With Mr. Collins' money and resources, they'd be able to do it a lot quicker. With the insult cherry on top being Eric saying he would be the new leader of the Rangers. Wes is hurt enough and decides to fight Eric. However, they need to stop when the Q-Rex starts attacking the city again. Eventually, through enough yelling and determination, Eric gets the Q-Rex under his control, which also has a Megazord mode, which is pretty cool. They defeat the mutant, and the Rangers tell Wes that they rejected his father's offer. Friendship is more important. Ending the episode. So let's talk about Eric and the Quantum Ranger. Eric is a dick. The first ever douchebag a-hole Power Ranger. He has like no redeeming qualities. Saving Wes from the volcano was the only redeemable thing he did. He acts out of selfish intent more than anything. The city's literally being destroyed and he still won't give up the powers. He's pretty unlikable, but I think that's the point for right now. Because we do get a flashback scene where Wes gets invited to a party, but not Eric. But Wes immediately rejects the party offer to just hang out with Eric instead. I'd understand Eric's animosity if Wes was a spoiled little jerk in their younger years, but he wasn't. Again, maybe that's just part of Eric's character. We'll have to just learn more as we go through the series. He's played by Daniel Southworth, who's a pretty big name in the voice acting field, most famously voicing Virgil in the Devil May Cry series. The Quantum Ranger itself is a pretty cool design. It's our first ever red 6th Ranger. There's a few differences to tell it apart from Wes's suit. The arrow on the helmet is more jagged, and the secondary color is black as opposed to white. Honestly, this season as a whole so far has been flawless. The writing and acting has really gone up a notch. These characters are very complex and everything just feels more mature and serious. I'm really excited to see what's up next. Bodyguard in Blue. Nadira kidnaps the head scientist in charge of the Quantum Ranger tech at Biolab. They make chase after his daughter, who manages to run away and hide. She runs into Lucas, who overhears him saying he does odd jobs. So, the little girl hires him to be her bodyguard. The bulk of the episode has the two bickering. It's nice to see, Lucas not wanting any part of her, but they slowly build a bond and genuinely protects her at all costs, even morphing in front of her. Lucas and the little girl are doing battle with the mutant, while the Rangers and Eric rescue the scientist. They succeed, capture the mutant, and Lucas actually manages to drop his cool guy persona after creating a friendship with this little girl.
Oh, Lucas! What? You're just a big softy at heart!
The Legend of the Clock Tower. Wes tells the gang a story about a ghost who haunts the clock tower. His name is Walter, and he never managed to confess his love to a girl, so he roams the clock tower at night. Katie is the only one who's invested and actually kinda scared of the ghost. One night she falls into a wormhole and ends up in the past, where she ends up meeting Walter. The whole episode is Katie trying to build up Walter's courage to stand up to the bully and confess his love, which he of course ends up doing. However, Katie wakes up and it was all apparently just a dream. Then, literally, at the last 4 minutes of the episode, we get a whole fight scene and Megazord battle because up to this point there have been 0 Power Rangers. It turns out Katie did alter the future, because when she mentions Walter to Wes, he says that Walter did end up getting married to the love of his life. Aww. Trust and Triumph. While on a mission to capture Nadira, Wes makes a mistake and the villains end up escaping. Jen then rips into Wes, saying that she can't trust him because of his poor judgment, but Wes bites back a bit.
But you know what, Jen? Trust is a two-way street. No matter what you say, we do it. But you don't trust us enough to open up. You never let anybody in.
There's a certain kind of tension in this room, and it's very powerful. A mutant then transports the Rangers into some alternate dimension where they do battle with an evil team of Time Force Rangers. They're pretty outclassed and getting whooped. During the fight, they notice a crack that will transport them back to the real world, but only Wes and Jen make it out, meaning if they want to rescue the others, they'll need to work together. And trust one another. What? How convenient! During the preparation, Jen notices that Wes is nervous. And this is where she finally opens up to him a bit. She says that she wasn't always confident. That is until Alex showed up. He took her under his wing and trained her to become one of the strongest officers Time Force has ever seen. She's never told anyone that story. Wes is the first person, which he's touched by. So they execute the plan. Jen goes back in the dimension while Wes stays in the real world, and at the exact same time they'll shoot their blasters at the same spot, destroying this dimension. They succeed and rescue the others. The episode ends with Wes setting up a fun little target practice. Jen is a terrible shot, but when Wes goes to his sister, she gets flashbacks of her and Alex, and starts feeling something. Trip takes a stand. Rancic releases another mutant, Nauticon, but he seems a bit different. He doesn't want to hurt anyone or be a bad guy at all, but Rancic forces him to, putting on a shock collar that hurts him when he doesn't obey. Nauticon manages to escape, but Frax and the Cyclobots make chase and plan to destroy him. Trip sees this though and saves Nauticon, learning that this mutant doesn't want to be evil and promises to protect him. We learn that Nauticon was in prison for petty theft. He stole some vegetables because he was hungry and nobody would give him food because of how he looked. Eric then shows up and wants to destroy Nauticon because he's a dirty racist.
Think they deserve the same justice we do? Look at him, he's a freak!
However, Trip stands his ground, not allowing Eric's racism to win.
You hate him because he looks different. I'm not afraid to stand up for what's right. If we don't do it, then who will?
Eric hesitantly points his blaster at the two, but misses his shot, saying that this blaster must be broken. The shot caller takes control and the Rangers have to fight Nauticon. However, they manage to break him free from the collar and turn him back into a toy, which still seems kinda mean. The episode ends with everyone still angry at Eric, but Trip says he used his powers to look into Eric's heart and sees why Eric always acts out. It's because he's lonely. A great episode, Trip once again being a national treasure and ending racism. Quantum Secrets. We get a peek into Eric a bit more. We see he has some pet birds. His neighbor comes over, a little girl that wants to play with them, and he lets her. She says everyone deserves friends, which obviously hits Eric a bit hard. Some suits then take Eric away, but it turns out to be some of Rantic's goons in disguise. One of the mutants takes Eric's morpher and can change his voice, impersonating Eric to gain control of the Q-Rex. The other Rangers show up, but Eric still doesn't want their help. The mutant mentioned how this tech is from the future. Jen saves Eric from a fall, and he tells her that he now knows the truth about the Rangers, that they're from the future. She asks Eric not to tell anyone, and he says he won't make any promises.
I work alone! Quantum power! I'll handle this myself.
Eric morphs and whoops the Cyclobots, but sees he's now unlocked new powers. His Mega Battle Mode. Yup, the Quantum Rangers Battleizer, and just like every Battleizer apart from Andro so far, it's dumb as hell. I get it's supposed to be for a toy, but this thing actually just has literal rollerblades. How is that useful? It doesn't even look cool. Anyway, Eric single-handedly defeats the mutants with his rollerblades, even in its giant form. And when him and Mr. Collins have a talk, Eric doesn't mention anything about the Rangers being from the future. The episode ends with Eric and the little girl bonding over birds, and Wes seeing this with a big smile, happy that someone has been able to crack Eric's shell. The Last Race. Nadira releases another mutant, this one being a super fast and smooth getaway driver that helps her rob stores. A mutant that races cars? I wonder who this episode is about. Yeah, Lucas, of course. He's the only racer to ever beat him, but after a bout of reckless driving, Lucas snitched on him and got him arrested. The mutant doesn't care about working for Nadira or being evil, he just wants to race, and Lucas feels guilty for turning him in, being guilted into thinking that he only did it so he could be the #1 racer. Who's the better racist of them all? Easy, Eric. It's not really that good of a character episode, it all just boils down to car. The mutant feels bad after almost hitting a kid on the road and turns over a new leaf. Great. Love-struck Rangers. Lucas meets a really cool girl who likes cars, and the two plan for a date later. Trip also meets a nerdy girl who's into robotics, and those two plan for a date later. Wes then runs into a fun athletic girl who plays tennis, but when she asks him out, he says he already likes someone else. So she then uses a spell to make him fall in love anyway. Yep, it turns out this dream girl is a mutant in disguise, putting a spell on Wes, Lucas, and Trip, making them obsess over her. Another mutant starts attacking town, and when Jen calls in for help, they all ignore her. A fun note is that when Jen sees that Wes has a date, she seems a bit sad. Anyway, this girl makes the boy Rangers fight each other. They know nothing of the bro code. Until Jen and Katie fight the mutants and break the spell. The episode ends with Wes teasing Jen, saying she fought extra hard, almost like it was personal.
Actually, my type is more like...
So close. Full exposure. So this photographer is sending pictures of the Rangers to the newspaper, but the owner is like, not impressed, saying pictures of the Rangers without their helmets is where the money's at. And if he brings in more pictures without the Rangers' identities exposed, he'll be fired? That's a bit harsh. He's like J. Jonah Jameson.
They're crap. Crap. I'll give you $200 for all of them.
So little Peter Parker here decides to hire Katie for an assistant. She tries to convince him that exposing the Rangers' identities could be bad, but he doesn't care. During the fight, the Rangers get hit hard and demorph. And like flies to cow crap, the photographer shows up and snaps the pictures. The episode ends with him, of course, not turning in the pictures because of friendship and yeah. Okay, up next is the Movie Madness 2-parter. It's the most fillery filler the season has ever offered. There's a movie being filmed nearby. All the Rangers show up and get to be a part of it. It turns out, though, it's all just a trap by the villains. So the Rangers are all in individual movies needing to do battle. Jen is in a kung fu movie, Katie's in a musical, Wes and Trip are in a western, and Lucas is in a samurai movie. I mean, I guess it's fun and silly, but it feels more like a Mighty Morphin plot rather than Time Force. They run around a movie set and it's all silly. The best part of the 2-parter is trying to catch all the references and props. For example, the Western Saloon is Onyx, the villain bar from In Space and Lost Galaxy. Rancic's outfit is actually a nod to Mad Max, which Vernon Wells, the actor, was actually in, playing a character named Wes. It's fun enough, I guess. Time Force Trader. We start off with Wes and Jen baking cookies. This doesn't lead to anything, but the two of them are always cute doing anything together. Jen steps out to get some ingredients, but she's being stalked by someone. A man named Steelix, who beats her up and even steals her morpher. Steelix was Jen's old partner in Time Force, before he turned to the dark side, selling information to Rancic and betraying everyone. That is until Jen arrested him. Jen feels personally responsible, once again not wanting the Rangers' help, going out of her way to lie so she can face him one-on-one. Jen ends up getting brainwashed, and only through the power of Wes's love can it break through. They capture Steelix and finally get to eat those cookies.
Oh, you really shouldn't have.
Another great episode. Jen is easily the most engaging character to watch on the team. Frax's Fury. A mutant named Venomark gets set free. Venomark has history with Rancic. Years ago, or I guess years in the future, Rancic was bit by Venomark and injected with his poison. That is until a human doctor named Dr. Ferrix helped Rancic, creating an antidote that temporarily cures him. Throughout the show, Rancic's been shown to be taking this antidote, and now we know the reason why. His mutant DNA makes it so he needs to take the medicine consistently. We see Dr. Ferrix surrounded by Cyclobots. I think you could see where this is going. Rancic, however, isn't very grateful, saying robots are useless and humans are just as bad, and destroys the doctor's lab, leaving him and the Cyclobots dead while he steals the rest of the antidotes. I guess this proves Jen was right all along. Rancic is an evil man who was offered help, but didn't care. Venomark starts spreading his toxic to everyone in the city, including the Rangers, minus Wes and Eric. Wes manages to get a hold of Rancic's antidote and takes it to his father, saying Biolab is the only place where they can mass produce a cure. Mr. Collins agrees, but not before making a remark about how this will be a gold mine. They make the cure, save the Rangers and civilians, and capture Venomark once again. The episode ends with Rancic making it back to his base, and realizing all of his antidotes are destroyed. Frax did this, dropping a bombshell on Rancic. He was Dr. Ferrix, a human who only ever wanted to help people. In his last moments of life, he was able to put his mind into a robot's body. He says he never hated humans like Rancic, but now just wants revenge on him. He then leaves the base while Rancic riles in agony. Dawn of Destiny. Trip finds an antique camera, which at the time was new, but in today times is an antique. It's all weird how this works. They all take fun little pictures together before Jen gets serious, saying they need to capture Rancic as fast as possible so as to not alter the future, saying that Venomark's antidote wasn't even supposed to be made for another 200 years. So to course correct this, Wes tries to steal the antidote and destroy it, but gets caught by Eric and Mr. Collins. Wes doesn't say why he needs to take it, and because of that, his father forces him to leave it at Biolab. Meanwhile, we see Frax building some kind of powerful Megazord of his own. Rancic is in desperate need of the antidote, and Nadira tells him that Biolab should have plenty. So they invade Biolab to steal it. Rancic comes face to face with Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins says that if he knew this was the reason Wes wanted the antidote, he would have flushed it down the drain himself. Rancic chooses to mock Mr. Collins, saying he's not threatened by a man who threw his own son out of his life.
I tried to plan my son's life, but he took charge of his own destiny, and I'll always be proud of him for doing it.
Rancic then hits Mr. Collins with a seemingly fatal strike. Eric tries to stop Rancic. He puts up a good fight, but is overpowered. Rancic now has the antidotes. Frax's Megazord is almost complete, and Mr. Collins is in critical condition in the hospital. The Ranger situation is dire. Just then, though, they see a figure in the distance.
History's already shifted, and I'm here to set it back on track.
fight against fate. Alex is back. He survived the fight with Rancic and is now taking back leadership and control of the Red Ranger powers. Wes wants to help, but Alex says it's his destiny to take over Biolab, because his father will die tomorrow. Alex says you can't change destiny. Wes hands in his morpher and heads to the hospital, where he gets told that someone needs to take charge while his father is out. And remembering Alex's words, Wes hesitantly agrees. Meanwhile, we see that Alex is kind of a dick, giving everyone the third degree, saying how incompetent they've all been and forcing them to dress in their Time Force uniforms again.
We've been working really hard to capture Rancic.
I can see that. Looks like you've been working really hard.
What's weird is how everyone reacts to it though. They're acting like it's their first time working under Alex. Like, you're a team, right? Surely you've dealt with him being an a-hole before. Frax's Megazord is also complete. The Rangers do battle in the Megazord, but are struggling. Alex is barking orders and their teamwork is all out of whack. Meanwhile, Wes is stuck in a boring business meeting. Eric sees this and is furious. He offered to step in, but immediately got shut down because he's viewed as a grunt. The Rangers need to retreat, and once again, Alex tears into them.
You care about the future? Have you forgotten about it completely?
We haven't forgotten.
The episode ending with Wes holding his unconscious father's hands, with Alex's words about his impending death haunting him. Destiny defeated. Eric is leaving town, presumably because he doesn't want to work under Wes. He gives his birds to his neighbor and tells her to look after them until he returns. In the hospital, Wes runs into a man who was there during the Biolab attack. He tells Wes that he's surprised he's running Biolab, because his father was proud of him carving his own path. Wes doesn't believe his father is capable of being proud, but the man was there in the room during the confrontation. All of this takes Wes back a bit. Meanwhile, the Rangers continue to do battle with Frax. Alex's attitude continues to destroy morale, and the Rangers lose the fight, with Alex blaming and yelling at the rest of the team. But now, they've had enough.
You're the one who doesn't care about the future.
If you did, you wouldn't have taken Wes's morpher.
The team is strongest this way.
No! We're strongest with Wes!
One by one, they stand up to Alex, saying how they prefer Wes. Just then, Wes shows up to fight Frax unmorphed. Alex realizes what he has to do, and gives Wes back his morpher.
Let's do it! Time for it!
They do battle with Frax and the Megazord. Eric also shows up to join in when he sees the city in danger. Meanwhile, back at the hospital, Mr. Collins flatlines. But just then, Alex shows up with this mysterious artifact that heals Mr. Collins completely. The Rangers destroy Frax's Megazord, but Frax himself survives. Wes rushes to the hospital and thinks it's too late. But his father comes in on a wheelchair, and the two reconcile.
I felt myself going away, and I saw you. And I knew I'd make it. Your place is with the Rangers.
Alex decides he'll return back to the future and assist how he can from there. Everyone says goodbye and seemingly reconcile with Alex. Wes thanks him for saving his father's life, and jokingly says that he himself toyed with destiny. Alex's response is that everyone creates their own destiny. He learned that from Wes. A really good mini arc. There was a lot of drama here. I genuinely teared up when Wes and his father reconciled with each other. The mini arc had a lot of powerful moments. Learning about Frax's tragic backstory made me feel really bad for him. I just wish he had a reason for wanting to destroy the city and not focusing on Rancic instead. Eric is also shown to be more open to help and being friends these past few episodes. He gave Wes a ride to the hospital, assisted with the antidotes, and shown up to help fight on his own accord. I'm a little torn on Alex. Like, again, everyone is surprised that Alex is a dick, even Jen. I also think it would have been more dramatic if we saw Mr. Collins flatline and then cut to the Rangers fighting the mutant. And then when Wes shows up to the empty hospital bed, it'd be more powerful when we see Mr. Collins is actually alive. I'm also a bit split on the Wes, Jen, and Alex love triangle, but I'll save that for the end. I can't stress enough just how mature and well written this season has been so far. For now though, let's continue onward.
Power Rangers! With Power Rangers Time Force, weekday afternoons and all new Saturday mornings, 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central and Pacific on Fox Kids.
Undercover Rangers. So there's this suspicious gym that opened up that makes everyone there drink their magical drinks. They become super strong. So Wes and Jen go undercover to check it out. That's pretty much the main plot, But the real reason to watch this episode is because it further builds on Wes and Jen's relationship. Jen admits that Alex has changed, and she's not sure if she loves him anymore. She now has feelings for Wes, with the feelings being mutual. The rest of the team are also aware and trying their best to wingman the two. The front desk lady at the gym starts hitting on Wes and Jen gets jealous. They really got their mileage out of this filler episode. The magic steroid drink is actually turning humans into cyclobots, so amidst the bickering lovers, they also have to deal with this.
Thank you.
Okay, that's enough.
The episode ends with Jen trying to admit her feelings, but doesn't get the chance. Oh yeah, Alex also sends Wes another toy motorcycle to sell at Walmart. Beware the knight. While Trip is out picking up some pizza for the gang, he gets attacked by a knight. He returns to the clock tower to tell everyone, but no one believes him. Why? Is a knight so unbelievable when compared to the mutants you've been fighting? Anyway, this evil knight has an artifact he's trying to use to find the mystical powers known as the Battle Fire. There's a lot of fun action. A lot of fight scenes happen at night, which we don't get to see too often. Wes gets a hold of the artifact and needs to fight an actual dragon. This is horrifying! Wes defeats the dragon and activates the power of the Battle Fire for himself.
Red Battle Warrior!
Yep, a battleizer for Wes, dubbed the Battle Warrior armor. It's a bit much for me with a lot going on. Again, I know it's for a toy, but still. At least there's nothing stupid about it. He does get a big sword, which instantly turns anything into a 10 out of 10. But now, we've reached a special episode. Because you know what time it is? It's time for Lightspeed. We don't waste any time. We're at a graveyard where Vipra comes up from the ground. Mind you, I'm pretty sure Viper was absorbed into Queen Vanshira's body, but whatever. She's back and her acting has not improved.
Curses.
She's trying to steal this amulet, but she can't because she's a phantom or something. She attacks the Silver Guardians who shows up and heads to Rancic's lair, making a deal with him that if he helps steal the amulet, she'll be able to summon a demon that will destroy the Rangers. Later that night, the two evil forces head to the museum and steal the amulet. The Rangers show up and try to fight, but they're overpowered, with the amulet now in Vipra and Rancic's hands. The Rangers are gonna need some help. Luckily, a familiar-looking Hummer appears on the scene.
And who are you?
Carter Grayson, Lightspeed Rescue, Red Ranger.
Carter gives the rundown about the demons to the Time Force team, and says his help alone won't be enough. One by one, Carter rings up the old team. We see Dana now working as a school nurse. Joel and Miss Fairweather are actually married and about to go on their honeymoon, but Miss Fairweather tells Carter that Joel will be there. Kelsey is rollerblading, and Shaddy's a lifeguard. That's it. Wes and Carter go in to infiltrate the ceremony. They steal the amulet and try to escape, but Vipra chases after them. Carter is about to destroy the amulet, but Rancic pulls up with the Time Force Rangers held captive, and he hesitantly gives up the amulet. The villains use it to summon the powerful demon named Quarganon. He's about to attack the Rangers, but gets blasted.
What? Those are my friends.
The Lightspeed Rangers are on the scene. And not just the Core 5, because Eric also pulls up with Ryan at the last minute. And for the first time ever, both team of Rangers are here with all of their members.
Let's do it! Ready? Ready! Lightspeed Rescue!
We get a really triumphant morphing sequence. There's no transition with the theme songs like the previous two seasons, which is a bit of a bummer, but it's still really hype.
Lightspeed Rescue! Time for Time Force!
The Rangers of course then lay the smackdown on the evil forces. It's a pretty good fight, both teams getting to shine. The final blow is really cool. The Rangers use their battleizers. It's really funny. They just instantly vaporize Vipra and the Quarganon in 0.3 seconds. Hooray! The day is saved. The episode ends with both teams hanging out and expressing their gratitude.
Lightspeed Rescue!
Okay, that's cute. Ending with a victorious ride into the sunset. Time for Lightspeed isn't a perfect crossover by any means, but it is what I'd consider to be the bare minimum. The episode focuses on the Rangers, they interact, team up, morph, fight, and maybe we get a little follow-up on what the previous team has been up to. There's no focus on a stupid little girl or dumb plot holes I can't really pick out. Vipra just being resurrected is random, but she's a demon and a side character, so it's not like it's a big deal. It's not like they resurrected Lord Zed or anything. In terms of ranking it amongst the crossovers we've watched so far, it's probably the second best. To the 10th Power once again had a lot going for it. It massively played into the season, killing off a main character and progressing the story. I don't think all crossovers need to do that though. This was just a simple side quest that required the expertise of the Lightspeed Rangers. So even though Viper isn't a massive threat that requires 2 teams, it makes sense as to why Lightspeed were needed. Overall, very fun. That's all I can ask for. Reflections of Evil. The Rangers get sent into a mirror dimension where they need to fight villains from their past, and then some new ones. Honestly, that's it. The whole episode is just fight after fight. Not much else to really comment on. Nadira's dream date. We see Lucas writing this love poem about his race car in his journal. This is my Strange Addictions level of weird. During a fight with Nadira, he drops the journal, and she finds it. She reads the poem and thinks it's about her. Nadira tells Rancic that she's fallen in love with Lucas, and he begrudgingly tries to accept it, giving Lucas flowers and gifts to shower Nadira with. He sets up a date with the two, and it's kinda cute. Rancic looking on, giving Lucas signals to make sure the date goes well. Later on, Rancic sends down a mutant to attack the Rangers, but gives orders to not hurt the Blue Ranger. When he does get hurt, Rancic is there once again, dusting him off and making sure he's okay. It's really charming. This is like the first time Rancic was shown to not be a flat-out evil villain. If there's one thing that he cares about more than money and power, it's his daughter. Short-circuited. The Rangers ask Circuit about the future, but Alex sees this and is afraid, immediately wiping the information from Circuit's database. That's the whole episode. Circuit wants to help the Rangers, but they're all hesitant because they think Circuit needs an update. Eventually he learns Alex swiped his database and Circuit saves the day. Calm before the storm. Rancic realizes that he has no more mutant prisoners to use as soldiers. The Rangers also realize this and celebrate that their mission is almost complete. Everyone's happy about this, except Jen. And we know why. Wes goes to comfort her and the two reminisce. Yep, it's a clip show episode. With their journey almost complete, everyone is looking back on all the great adventures they've had together. However, there is some plot. Biolab creates a trizerium crystal that isn't supposed to be discovered for another 100 years. Meanwhile, Frax is creating another giant robot to fight the Rangers. The episode ends with the Rangers getting a call from Alex, saying that their mission is almost complete, but Alex tells them about a new future that they've created. They save the future,
but you don't survive to make it back.
Which leads us to the end. The End of Time, Part 1. Alex says the only way to change this future is for the Time Force Rangers to return to the future now, but West has to stay behind. The Rangers hang up on Alex, and later that night, Jen tells West that they're not going back. They're staying in the present to fight alongside him. The next day, Nadira is robbing a store. Trip sees this and fights her one-on-one. That is until he sees that one of the hostages is pregnant. He stops the fight and gets Nadira to help take care of her, which she hesitantly does. The woman gives birth to her child, and this has a direct effect on Nadira. Seeing a human that's pure of heart and completely innocent, she returns to Rancic and asks him why exactly they hate humans, which his simple response is, they deserve it. She goes to the park and sees kids playing. Rancic eventually finds Frax's hideout and takes him prisoner, while also confiscating the Doomtron, which is Frax's big Megazord. While in prison, Nadira sneaks in to have a talk with Frax, asking why humans and mutants hate each other so much. Frax cathartically has a speech about hate. It was the hate from Rancic that killed him and turned him into a robot, and that feeling of hatred then carried on with Frax, wanting his revenge. He says that hate is a vicious cycle that never ends. Nadira says she's not sure she wants to hate anymore, but Frax mocks her, saying she's a dirty mutant incapable of anything else. The Cyclobots are now taking away Frax, but just then, Nadira apologizes for what her father did to him, even calling him Dr. Ferrix.
Nadira, wait! Wait, I was wrong! You don't have to hate! Never give up!
The next time Nadira sees Dr. Ferrix, he's completely gone. His humanity was wiped and he was reprogrammed into a full-fledged robot. Back with the Rangers, Wes goes to his father to simply tell him he's proud to be his son. Wes then tells everyone else he has a plan and to get back to the time ship on the beach. When everyone's on board, he pushes them into a room and locks the door. Part 1 ending with Wes saying that he's sending them back to the year 3000. The End of Time, Part 2. Wes tells everyone they have their own lives to live and get back to in the year 3000. He doesn't want them to sacrifice themselves, so he's gonna stay and fight till his very last breath to protect the future his friends deserve. Everyone desperately tries to tell Wes they don't want to go, and before Jen even gets the chance to truly confess her feelings, The ship takes off and starts its voyage to the future. Back in the city, it's total chaos. The Q-Rex is battling with the Doomtron, and there's a massive army of Cyclobots on the ground. Eric fights valiantly, but gets overpowered. Luckily, Wes shows up and takes him to safety. Wes tells Eric the other Rangers are gone, and it's just them. Regardless though, Eric still doesn't care and says he works alone, finally venting to Wes about how he feels. He came from poverty and fought every day to change his destiny, to be something, while Wes was given everything. But Wes doesn't accept that.
We both fought to change our destinies and we both succeeded. Look at this. We are Power Rangers, Eric. We're the only hope this city has right now.
Meanwhile, the rest of the Rangers arrive back in the future, sad about the situation. They ask Alex what will happen to Wes, and he tells them that Wes will die in battle. Everyone is crushed by this news, but Alex says they'll feel better when they go through memory adaptation, a procedure all time travelers go through. Once they go through it, they'll have no memories of Wes and the year 2001. We see the city in ruins, and Mr. Collins is actually on the ground transporting people in his limo to the hospital. Wes and Eric make it back to the clock tower, however, Rancic followed them.
Your friends, how do you know they're okay?
I don't.
They ambush the two when they fight. Once again, they're overpowered, so Wes and Eric have a plan: to blow up the clock tower and fly away. Nadira says isn't blowing up their home enough, but Rancic has had enough of her rambling. The next morning, Wes finds his father and the two embrace. One of the Cyclobots shoots at Wes, but Eric jumps in front and takes the blast. Eric has finally learned to trust Wes and view him as a friend, so he deactivates the quantum morpher and gives it to Wes, where Wes plans to make his final stand against the evil forces, all alone. The Time Force Rangers are about to go through memory adaptation, but they refuse, stepping out and saying they're going back to help Wes, and nothing can stop them. Jen then gives her engagement ring back to Alex. He doesn't try to stop them. Wes is making his last stand battling an army of Cyclobots, and his friends are on the way. The End of Time Part 3. The Rangers make it to the past just in time. They assist Wes and fight the Cyclobots. One by one, they destroy the army. Wes is shocked they all came back, and they tell him that if he can change his destiny, they can change theirs too. The final battle is about to commence. They do battle with the Doomtron. It's a tough fight, but they eventually destroy it, along with Frax, where he can finally rest in peace. Nadira can't bear the sight of the destruction anymore and runs away, finding an abandoned baby and running away from the chaos. Rancic has had enough and does battle with the Rangers himself. He's incredibly powerful. Even with 5 against 1, he dominates the Rangers. The Rangers are down, but Jen is the one who stands back up and refuses to lose.
My mission is to bring you back. And I promise you, I'm going to do it!
She goads Rancic into chasing her into a warehouse, where Rancic sees someone moving and instantly blasts at the body. But it wasn't Jen. It was Nadira, protecting the baby. Rancic is horrified at his actions. He realizes now his hatred for humans almost cost him the one thing he's ever cared for and loved in this world. And for the first time ever in Power Rangers history, the main villain turns himself in. With Rancic now in custody, it's time for Wes to say goodbye to his friends. It's a really sad moment. The team really did feel like a family. When Wes reaches Jen, they finally pour their hearts to each other. Wes saying he wishes Jen could stay, and Jen finally saying, "I love you." She gives Wes his badge and tells him to never forget her, wishing he could live another 1,000 years so they could be together again. And with one final hug, the Rangers head back to the year 3000. The final scene has Mr. Collins saying the Silver Guardians will continue to protect the city for free, and Wes can be in charge if he wants to, and he agrees. But only if Eric can be his partner, which he seems to be on board with. And with that, Power Rangers Time Force comes to an end. A very... Oh, what the hell is this? Hold on, we'll get back to that. Anyway, yeah, Power Rangers Time Force is incredible, just as perfect as I was hoping it would be upon my rewatch from when I was younger. The ending is so bittersweet, probably the first and only real season that I can remember to end on somewhat of a sad note. Originally, Jen was going to stay in the past with Wes. I think that's all I would have needed to not be crying like I am now. Speaking of changes, Eric was originally supposed to die in the finale, similar to his Sentai counterpart, but I guess the higher-ups didn't like the idea of a Ranger dying, so this is the best we got. I also don't know where else to mention this, but originally there was going to be a Time Force movie. Yeah, a full-on theatrical release. That shows how popular this season was. But for whatever reason, it was cancelled. I mentioned before I was torn on the Wes, Jen, and Alex love triangle, mainly because Wes is, like, Alex's great-great-great-grandfather. So Jen falling in love with him was kinda weird. I was looking at the relationship through a more critical eye for this video, but at the end of the day, their chemistry is so natural and perfect. This is easily my favorite couple in Power Rangers. They were written so well and mature that the show's never seen before, and their acting took it to another level. The only criticism, of course, is the fact that they never kiss. Like, watch this and tell me a kiss wouldn't have been perfect right here.
I wish I could live another 1,000 years so we could be together again.
The team was easily one of my favorites. I'll always have a place in my heart for the OG Mighty Morphin and In Space Rangers, but here, every character had a character. Trip was always lovable and caring about people first and foremost. Of course it would be him that would stop the fight with Nadira to help a pregnant woman. Katie always felt like Trip's older sister, a gentle giant who constantly proved she was strong physically, but vulnerable emotionally. I even have good things to say about Lucas. His cool guy shtick was kinda dry in the beginning, but you could see why kids would think he's cool. He was the first to morph and protect the city when Katie was having her freak out and everyone was unsure of the future. He was the first person to stand up to Alex and get in his face. Eric. Eric was an amazingly complex character. Throughout the entire show, he never truly felt like a 6th Ranger. He never felt like someone the Rangers could count on and work together with. Until the very end, he was stubborn, but ultimately always did the right thing. Kinda like the Magna Defender before Mike was in control. I like the idea of a lone ranger who you'll never know if they're fighting with or against you. Rancic, Nadira, and Frax were also great villains. At least Nadira was during the finale. Throughout the show, she was mainly just annoying. I love how the only time Rancic was shown to be a good guy was when he was with Lucas. Vernon Wells is an incredible actor. I'm sure they had him ham it up and be extra evil for the camera, but there was still a great level of control and balance to be menacing. People will cite Time Force as the best of the Saban era of Power Rangers, and it's no wonder as to why. It's the best acted, most mature with the writing while still balancing fun and action. It's easily in the top 3 for me when it comes to the best Power Rangers seasons ever, and these characters are all perfect. I cannot recommend this season enough. Oh yeah, what's weird is right when the finale episode comes to an end, we get a teaser for the next season, Power Rangers Wild Force. My guess is that they put it here because, like, Time Force's ending is kinda sad, so if a kid is crying or something, it's like, hey, cheer up, look, new Power Rangers! The promo also uses a different opening song that wouldn't be used in the final release of the show. It's pretty catchy. Power Rangers Time Force was considered as one of the best seasons of Power Rangers ever. With its mature tone and amazing storytelling, what would the show have up its sleeve next? Power Rangers Wild Force is a landmark moment in the franchise's history, for many important reasons. It was the 10th anniversary of the show, but it would also be the last season of Power Rangers under the Saban umbrella, and now under the rule of a certain mouse-shaped overlord. And heck, it was almost the final season of Power Rangers, period. Yeah, there's a lot to cover in this Wild Force adventure. Hyakuju Sentai Gao Ranger was the 25th season of Super Sentai, following a team of superheroes who want to protect the Earth, and all of its nature and beauty from evil. Simple, but effective. So, if Wild Force really was supposed to be the true finale of Power Rangers, again, then how would they go out? What would happen to this beloved franchise celebrating its 10th anniversary? Let's find out. Episode 1, Lionheart. We start off with this Tarzan-looking guy named Cole. He lives in the jungle with his tribe. One night, though, there's a ceremony in his honor. He's given a red crystal and a picture of presumably his family. So, Cole sets off on a journey to the big city to find his destiny. Meanwhile, we see a group of rangers fighting off a monster, who we'll learn is from an evil race known as Orgs. The monster runs away and the rangers demorph, saying they need another ranger to battle the sudden rise of Orgs. We have Max, the Blue Ranger, Danny the Black Ranger, Alyssa the White Ranger, yeah, no pink this season, and Taylor the Yellow Ranger. Taylor saying they're doing just fine and don't need any help. At a different part of town, we see these two bumbling idiots trying to steal a dog. It turns out they're actually powerful org generals named Toxica and Gindrax. They're survivors from a great org war centuries ago, and wish their leader would return. The next morning, the Rangers find Cole and try to convince him to go with them. He's a bit hesitant, but Taylor takes care of that.
Sorry, Jungle Boy, you've just been drafted.
Cole eventually comes to, seeing that he's on this beautiful island full of Zords roaming free. He bonds with the Red Lion, realizing that this exact lion is in his crystal. We're then introduced to Princess Shayla, the most Disney princess to ever exist.
Hello, friend. I am Princess Shayla.
She'll essentially be the mentor for this season. We learn that this land is called the Animarium, a giant turtle-shaped island floating in the sky, acting as a sanctuary to the Wild Zords. Princess Shayla tells Cole that it's his destiny to be the leader of the Wild Force Rangers. Again, he's hesitant at first, but when he sees the other Rangers also have animal crystals and witnesses the orgs destroying the Earth, feeling the animals in fear of their lives, he immediately agrees. Taylor gives him his morpher and instinctively knows what he has to do.
Wild access!
Wild access!
All 5 Rangers morph into the Wild Force Rangers for the first time, and it's awesome. They lay the smackdown on the monster using their unique fighting styles and code names. The Soaring Eagle retracts its wings and does aerial combat. The Surging Shark has a powerful bite. The Iron Bison uses brute strength and power to overwhelm the enemy. The Noble Tiger is quick and agile, and the Blazing Lion is fearless and strong. It's honestly so cool. I also really love these suits. They look so clean. Fantastic animal-themed helmets, a strong presence of the primary color, with their secondary colors being gold sashes that go along the body. And the suits come complete with these claws that make a cool whip sound when they fight. It just adds to the animal theme overall. They defeat the org, but Toxica makes it grow big. With her evil peanuts. Princess Shayla then, in a long roundabout way, just says to summon the Zords. I like how they're summoned. They need to use their daggers. They put the animal crystal in it and make a flute sound. Very reminiscent of the Dragon Zord. They don't combine to make the Megazord here, but they just shoot a rainbow beam and destroy the org. The episode ends with the Rangers celebrating a job well done, ready to take on whatever evil may come their way. Lionheart was a good opening episode. Just like Lightspeed, I guess they decided to not make it a two-parter and just get to the meat of the matter, which I'm all for. This is also the first season to show Rangers already in action. The only other one I could think of is Andros. The Rangers themselves are also very likable from the get-go. Cole is the fish out of water Red Ranger who'll need to learn how to live, well, not in the jungle. He's kind-hearted, but seemingly naive about what it truly means to be a Power Ranger. Taylor was the original leader of the team. She's strict, but not mean. She cares for the team, but someone needs to be the one to whip everyone into shape. Danny is a gentle giant. He's big and buff, but shy and awkward. Just think of Eduardo from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Max is the youngest of the group. He's always the one cracking jokes and being more emotional than the others. Alyssa, she's there. A nice, kind girl. That's about it so far. Princess Shayla, as I mentioned before, is such a Disney princess. Good lord, her character is just whimsical and happy and smiley. I can already tell she's gonna be kind of annoying. Toxica and Gindrax are also the only ties to the main villain so far. They're just comic relief, bumbling idiots doing some evil things. But of course, the main ingredient to any Power Rangers season is the theme song. So, how is Wild Forces? Whoops, look at that, another banger! We've literally not had a single bad opening theme so far. The whole Wild Force has so much energy, and the instrumentals are perfect for a morphing sequence or Megazord summon. They even got the... How very Lost Galaxy of you. Now, before we really talk about the Disney era and the end of Saban era, let's actually go through this season a bit and see what we got in store. With the next episode, Darkness Awakening. Gindrax and Toxica make it to their lair, and are greeted by their ruler, Master Org. He starts rambling off some exposition, but even the show doesn't really care, focusing on the two saying that their leader seems a bit off. Meanwhile, Cole is adjusting to his new life as the leader of the Power Rangers. Him and Taylor get into an argument, however, when Cole mentions that maybe violence isn't the answer. Cole wants to instead talk it out and make peace. Taylor, however, says that's pointless. The orgs are evil through and through. It's a really good episode. The other Rangers are trying to have Taylor go easy on Cole since he's new, but also siding with her, telling Cole that she was the first Ranger recruited on the team and knows about the orgs the most. Cole is a peaceful person who doesn't want to resort to violence. He tries to read the org's heartbeat and connect with it, but can't feel anything, needing to learn the hard way that he has no choice but to fight. So, the moral of this episode is sometimes people are unredeemable and need to be smacked around. I love it. The Rangers also create the Wild Zord for the first time, and wow, this is the first Megazord sequence to be done with CGI. It's a bit rough, but it's not awful, and I can't blame them. Luckily, the fights themselves never resort to CG. The episode ends with the Rangers cheering up Cole with a haircut and presenting him with his new team jacket, which he of course rips the sleeves off of and makes a bandana. I love these Wild Force jackets. I would unironically wear this out and about. Click, click, zoom. Cole is reading the Wild Force rule book and doesn't agree with it, saying there's only one rule they need to follow.
Teamwork.
Taylor is like me for real and gets sick of that, angrily storming off. Princess Shayla explains to Cole that Taylor was the one who wrote that book. It's possible that Taylor feels a bit disrespected with Cole showing up and saying everything she's done is wrong. We then get Princess Shayla's backstory. I don't really pay attention when she talks. There was a war between her forces and the orgs. I don't know, it's not that deep. Just then, an org attacks Turtle Cove, turning Taylor invisible. Cole feels like this is his fault and tries to fight the org on his own. But wait, what happened to teamwork? The rest of the episode has Cole and Taylor needing to learn to respect each other's methods of leadership, which of course they eventually do, becoming besties for life. Never give up. We learn that Danny has a crush on this girl named Kendall who works at a flower shop. Danny also worked there prior to becoming a ranger, but never told her how he felt. The two of them catch up and Danny offers his time to help make some flower deliveries. This angers Max because Danny said he'd help him investigate a ghost. Later that night, Max does so by himself, but gets spooked by a bump in the night, getting hurt in the process. This leads to the two getting into a fight. It's very realistic. We feel for Danny because he's a big, lovable creature who's just too shy to tell Kendall how he feels. But Max is the youngest of the group. He's naturally gonna be a bit more immature. So Max storms off, eventually running into an org and fighting it by himself. However, he gets captured. The rest of the team then go out to find Max, Danny being the most worried. We learn that when Danny first joined the team, Max saved his life, instilling in him the mantra, never give up. And they've been best friends ever since. The Rangers eventually find Max in the org. Max is trapped inside this bell with limited air supply, and Danny goes charging in to save Max while constantly getting blasted at. And the two share the most beautifully cheesy moments in Power Rangers ever.
Max! Never give up!
Motivated by friendship, Danny takes down the monster and saves Max. The two make up and take on the org.
Guardians of the Earth, united we roar!
That's right, the power of friendship is so beautiful. I don't think I've mentioned this yet, but the Rangers' final attack is where they stack all their weapons together and create the Jungle Sword. And with one giant slash, the day is saved. The episode ends with Danny writing Kendall a letter expressing his love. However, he gets nervous and hides it in a flower. But when he leaves, Kendall immediately finds the letter and reads it. Thank goodness. Now we don't have to watch Danny fumble the bag for the entire season. Ancient Awakening. Alyssa's college class is going on a field trip. They're going on an archaeological dig. During this dig, however, Alyssa hears and feels another animal spirit. She returns later that day with Princess Shayla to investigate, but gets captured by Jindrax and Toxica, as well as a tire org. Wait a minute, I know where this is going! Yep, the Wild Zords create the Wild Cycles or something, now available at Target. So yeah, it's mostly motorcycle shenanigans with the Rangers. Back at the cave, we see that Master Org is confronting Princess Shayla. He says that only one pure of heart can release the animal inside. However, Alyssa shows up and sends them packing, and with her pure heart, gains a new animal crystal, the Elephant Zord, which is able to come apart and act as a sword and shield for the Wild Zord. Apparently, there's a lot more animal Zords lying dormant after the Great Org War. Wishes on the water. Cole is looking at his long-lost parents, and Taylor tries to comfort him, showing a picture of her squadron, since she was once in the Air Force. The main story follows Alyssa reading Max and Danny a story. Why? They're adults. Apparently, if you write a wish on a piece of paper and put it in a bottle and throw it into Turtle Cove Lake, your wish will come true. Max gets excited at this idea and secretly goes off to make his wish. Later that night, an org shows up and Max sees that his bottle is trapped inside the org. This, for some reason, worries him. He's embarrassed because he's sick of being treated like a kid, so I guess he just doesn't want the other Rangers to find out he made a wish so they don't make fun of him. I really like Max's portrayal in this show. He really does come off like a kid trying his best to grow up and fit in. Also, throughout the episode, Max has been having visions of the future and hearing voices. It turns out this was another Wild Zord calling out to him because of his probably pure heart. So Max connects with the Wild Zord and it turns out to be a giraffe. What? This whole episode was water themed. Whatever. With the giraffe at the Rangers' disposal, they destroy the org. The episode ends with Max trying again with his wish, but this time Danny is there to fully support him. Max's wish is that he wants the team to treat him like an adult. The bare necessities. While out for a jog, Taylor comes across an Air Force base, where she starts to reminisce on the past. It's here we learn a bit of Taylor's backstory. While out flying one day, she catches a glimpse of the Animarium. However, she can't contact anyone and ends up crashing on the island. It's here she runs into Princess Shayla, and she's like, "Yo, you wanna fight evil?" And just like that, she's all aboard. I don't know how the military works. I don't think you can just leave like that. The main story follows these two kids showing up everywhere Taylor goes. An org attacks downtown, and Taylor needs to do battle by herself. She fights off the putrids. I don't even think I'd mentioned them yet. They're this season's foot soldiers. Once again, just goofy guys in spandex. Now, I haven't watched Gal Ranger, but this episode screams Sentai. During a fight with an org, Taylor gets injured. These two kids show up again and heal her with their magic powers. They then ask for Taylor's help to go to the bottom of this ravine to grab a flower. She does so, and the kids are thankful. They both reward her with 2 beans. The Rangers then defeat the org, and when it grows, the kids show up again, and the magic flower transforms them into Zords. The black bear and polar bear. You see what I mean? This sounds very Japanese. They destroy the org, but the episode doesn't end well. The Megazord completely falls apart, the Red Lion not being strong enough to maintain the power of all these new Zords. Soul searching. Princess Shayla tells the Rangers about a mythical creature known as the Soul Bird. In ancient times, this Soul Bird was able to heal any Wild Zord's illness and make them strong again, which is what the Red Lion desperately needs. So they go on a journey to find the Soul Bird. However, Toxica and Gindrax summon an orc to distract the Rangers. A big fight breaks out. The monster grows giant, but with the Red Lion's power levels low, they can't maintain the Megazord for a long time. Cole feels the Red Lion's pain and storms off with a head of steam when he sees the Soul Bird off in the distance. Just when Cole arrives, though, he's confronted by Master Org, who, 8 episodes in, finally does something. Cole tries to fight him head-on, but quickly gets disposed. During the fight, though, Cole drops his family picture, and when Master Org picks it up, he recognizes them. We get a flashback of Master Org attacking Cole's parents with vines. Because of this fighting, the Soul Bird flies away. Master Org then leaves as well, saying that the Soul Bird has never been seen or found by the same person twice. Just then, though, Cole gets another animal crystal. Because of his pure heart. I guess. Again. This is able to summon the Gorilla Zord, which can actually form the Megazord without the Red Lion, being named the Conga Zord. They defeat the org, and even though they can form a new Megazord, they're of course not just gonna let the Red Lion die. When Cole returns to the original Soul Bird location, he spots something. An egg that was laid by the Soul Bird. Cole is happy at first, but realizes the bird will never know its mother, just like him. Soul Bird salvation. Honestly, not much happens. Most of the episode goes on as normal, an org shows up and the Rangers gotta fight it. So Princess Shayla does a ritual to hatch the Soul Bird. All the Rangers can ride it, which is pretty cool. I guess it just acts as a battery that goes into the Megazord, and boom, the Red Lion is back to its full power. They defeat the monster and the day is saved. There is something interesting though. One of the org generals says that he doesn't recognize Master Org, and in a panic, Master Org destroys him. Huh. Now, we're about to enter our first real story arc for Wild Force, but I quickly want to talk about some behind-the-scenes stuff. In 2002, Disney would acquire Power Rangers as a part of a massive buyout of Fox Family worldwide. So this is technically both a Saban and Disney-owned season. Disney technically owned the property and franchise, but Wild Force was already being filmed and worked on with the Saban team. However, when Disney realized they owned Power Rangers, they initially just wanted to cancel it and instead air reruns. So, in a weird way, without anyone's knowledge, this was going to be the last season of Power Rangers. I mention this now because so far the season just feels kinda Which I'm honestly kinda surprised at, considering how mature and well-paced Time Force was. I don't know all the behind-the-scenes stuff or if Disney really interfered at all with the season, but hey, we're only 9 episodes in, I shouldn't judge too hard yet. So now let's move on to our first real story arc. Curse of the Wolf. Master Org can't stop thinking about Cole, so recruits a new general, General Nazor, and tells him to go to the cemetery. The Rangers catch wind of this and do battle. They fight all the way from the city to the cemetery. However, with the distraction of another Org, General Nazor is able to sneak away. After performing a ritual, someone, or something, comes out. A wolf creature named Zenaku. He pummels the Rangers without breaking a sweat, even managing to steal Alyssa's elephant animal crystal, and freezes it. He threatens the rest of the Rangers, saying he'll let them live for now, but next time, they won't be so lucky. Zenaku is awesome. His costume is so cool and his voice is intimidating.
To carry out 3,000 years of vengeance.
Battle of the Zords. The Rangers have some pretty low morale after losing their last battle. Meanwhile, General Nazor, Toxica, and Gingerix are having troubles of their own. Zenaku says he works alone. He's thankful for being resurrected, but says he doesn't take orders from anyone. Alyssa is taking her loss extra hard. She feels guilty for losing the animal crystal, so she goes off on her own to confront Zenaku. She instead runs into Toxica and Gingerix, who ambush her, blasting her off a cliff and seriously injuring her. Zenaku finds her at the bottom of the mountain unconscious, and tends to her injuries, using a weird concoction to heal her wounds. The rest of the Rangers find her, but when she wakes up, she can't remember what happened. So, without being caught off guard this time, the Rangers morph. They have a really intense fight. The choreography and music are really good here. The Rangers seemingly get the upper hand. That is until Zenaku reveals that he has Zords of his own, dubbed the Dark Wild Zords. They're the wolf, hammerhead shark, and alligator. They easily strike down the Wild Zords, and once again, after his victory, Zenaku leaves. Master Org is furious at this, telling General Nazor to get Zenaku under his command by any means necessary. Predazord Awaken. We see Zenaku playing his flute and having flashbacks of his past, getting imprisoned by 5 warriors. I forgot to mention, but Zenaku seems to have amnesia, only vaguely remembering who he is. Meanwhile, Max and Danny try to cheer up Alyssa, who's been depressed ever since losing the Elephant Zord. They really are the greatest guys. However, the fun is cut short when a bus org, that's an evil sentient bus that takes people hostage and tries to run them off the road, so the Rangers gotta fight it. Eventually Zenaku shows up and the Rangers gotta fight him too. The Rangers summon the Wild Zord and defeat the bus org, but Zenaku has another trick up his sleeve. As you could guess, he summons the Dark Wild Zords and is able to combine them to create the Predazord. I love this thing's design. The giant alligator head in the chest and its angry wolf face is so iconic. As you can imagine, the Wild Zord gets absolutely whooped. The Predazord's finishing move has the alligator open its mouth and shoot out a Kamehameha. The blast instantly disassembles the Megazord and the animal crystals scatter across the ground. Zenaku spots the giraffe crystal and steals that one for himself as well. Max desperately trying to fight back, but easily gets knocked down. Zenaku now has 2 of the lost animal crystals under his control. Revenge of Zenaku. We don't waste any time. The Rangers show up and have a Megazord fight. This time, however, Zenaku actually uses the Elephant and Giraffe Zord to his advantage, attaching them to the Predazord, beating the Rangers once again. However, they get saved by the Twin Bear Zords and Gorilla Zord. Princess Shayla and Taylor then go out to explore Zenaku's grave to see if the princess can find any clues about his past. Just then, an org also shows up to attack the city. Because of this distraction, Zenaku is able to capture Princess Shayla. He has an interesting fascination with her, recognizing the necklace she's wearing, but isn't able to remember exactly, but feels like it's important to him, and is the key to regaining his memory. His body then starts to react, almost like something inside is fighting against the evil part of Zenaku. The Rangers come to save the princess and do battle with the motorcycle org. Zenaku of course shows up and Taylor fights him one-on-one, feeling responsible for the princess getting kidnapped. She puts up a good fight, but it doesn't go well for her, and to add insult to injury, also steals the Bear Twins animal crystal for himself. The episode ends with everyone in despair. Identity crisis. Zanaku is having nightmare flashbacks about his past. He's awoken though when a friendly wolf dog approaches him, whom he feels a strong connection and compassion for. The next day, Toxica and Gindrax attack the Rangers, with Zanaku of course showing up to join in. During the fight, Toxica shoots a blast and ends up hitting the dog. This immediately infuriates Zanaku, who attacks Toxica and flees the fight to bandage up the dog. Zanaku is struggling more than ever with who he is, now hearing voices from a talking Megazord. During another fight with the Rangers, that same Megazord shows up telling Zanaku to try and remember who he is. This Megazord is known as Animus, ancestor of the Wild Zords, and essentially, God. The rest of the episode has the Rangers doing battle with Zanaku and actually trying to help him remember his past, which he's clearly hesitant with doing, claiming he's nothing more than a Duke Org. The Ancient Warrior. Princess Shayla says Animus showed her a vision. We see that Zanaku was fighting alongside the Ancient Warriors in the battle against Master Org. However, he proclaims the evil wolf mass is taking control, and he can't control himself anymore. He begs his friends to imprison him so he won't cause harm, which they hesitantly agree to. Princess Shayla believes that Zanaku is actually someone named Merrick, the 6th warrior who fought against Master Org. The Rangers also learn that Zanaku gets his powers from a full moon. So later that night, for some reason, they decide to confront Zanaku. They try to jog his memory, but he doesn't listen, beating them so bad they even get demorphed. Zanaku is about to strike down Cole, but just then, Animus creates an eclipse, causing Zanaku to stand down, and he transforms back into Merrick. Merrick explains what happened. During the Great Org War, the forces of good were losing. Out of desperation, Merrick heard of a cursed wolf mask that would grant the wearer great power. He found the tomb and put on that mask. This granted him the power of the Predazord, which was used to help defeat Master Org. However, because he activated the wolf's power, it took a hold of Merrick and transformed him into Zanaku. The Rangers ask for Merrick's help. He agrees when he hears Princess Shayla is alive and assisting the Rangers. However, Animus's grip on the eclipse starts to fail, revealing the moon and transforming Merrick back into Zanaku. Princess Shayla learns that the Dark Zords hold the power of the curse, so she instructs the Rangers to destroy it. Danny's Bull Zord starts talking to him, and now has the power of the Rhino and Armadillo Wild Zords. Because why not? He has a pure heart. How very super mega force of you to just give the Rangers new powers. This is where things get a little silly, when it really shouldn't. The Rhino and Armadillo Zord can attach to the Wild Zord, where they now unlock the power of soccer, complete with a soccer arena. And the Wild Zord can kick the Armadillo like a ball. They kick the Armadillo straight into the Predazord's chest, and seemingly destroy it and the curse, freeing Merrick from Zanaku. Princess Shayla arrives on the scene to care for Merrick, happy to see that he's alive and okay, but weirdly runs away when the Rangers show up. The Lone Wolf. The Rangers welcome Merrick into the team with open arms. However, he feels too guilty for what he's done, harming the Rangers and losing their crystals to Master Org, saying he's not worthy to join the team. Later that day, he finds Gindrax and Toxica, but tells them he's on their side, requesting to see Master Org. When he shows up, Merrick tries to get a sneak attack, but fails. He tries calling out to the Predazord, but they don't respond. He's lost contact with his Wild Zords. Master Org then takes the twin bear, elephant, and giraffe animal crystals and turns them into an Org. The Rangers show up and fight, however, they're overpowered by it. Merrick, still feeling guilty, decides to fight the monster head-on without his powers. He puts up a good fight, but constantly gets knocked down. However, he gets up every single time. The Red Lion sees his good heart and calls out to the Predazord. The wolf, alligator, and hammerhead, now broken free from Zanaku's curse, bond with Merrick, and with their power, grants him a Morpher.
Well, Lexus! Howling Wolf!
The Lunar Wolf Ranger. With his new power, he's able to single-handedly destroy the Org with his sword that turns into a blaster. Again, a staple for 6th Rangers. His finishing move is, he plays pool with animal crystals. Okay, fine, I'll allow it. When the monster grows big, Merrick is able to create the Predazord, this time with no giant alligator head sticking out in the chest. The finishing blow also isn't a Kamehameha, it's a giant sword strike. But just like Billy Mays, Merrick is still not done yet. He confronts General Nazor and lands his full moon slash, destroying him with one hit. He gives the Rangers back their animal crystals, and despite having his new power, still doesn't feel worthy of joining the team. He reconsiders when Princess Shayla is mentioned, but ultimately chooses to go his own way. The Zenaku Silver Ranger Merrick arc was so good, mainly because of its simplicity, a cursed warrior needing to learn the truth and be free. None of the episodes felt like filler. We were constantly seeing Zenaku at odds with the Rangers and himself. There was tons of action, which I can always appreciate. Sometimes an episode just needs to be one long fight scene. Merrick is a really interesting character. Just like Cole, he's an outsider. Being 3,000 years old will do that. He's a veteran warrior who knows his stuff. He's also the first Ranger to have a beard. You know, cause he's old. The suit is also really clean. Wolves are always a cool design, but I really like the secondary color being blue. I'm not a color theorist, I don't know why it looks nice, it just does. I'm interested to see where the story goes from here. Great stuff so far, let's see if they keep it up. Power play. We see Merrick has wandered off into a small bar. He beats up a couple of bikers causing trouble, and the owner offers him a job and a place to stay. Meanwhile, Toxica has gone missing. Just then, though, a Toxica-sounding monster attacks the city. All 6 Rangers show up to fight it, only able to send it fleeing for the moment. The Rangers once again use this opportunity to try and convince Merrick to join forces. However, he once again turns them down. Princess Shayla heads to the bar to try and have a heart-to-heart with Merrick. It seems that a big reason as to why he won't join the team is because he's fighting his feelings for the princess. There's clearly a romance between the two, but Merrick says it's improper. She's a princess and he views himself as nothing more than her protector. The org returns back to the city and the Rangers once again do battle. Merrick this time unlocking his own motorcycle, now available at Target, and they lay the smackdown on the org, who shockingly turns out to be Toxica. She explains how after General Nazor was destroyed, she took his crown and transferred the power to herself. The episode ends with the Rangers, I guess, finally convincing Merrick to join the team after Princess Shayla made Merrick a team jacket. Is that really all it took? Secrets and lies. Master Org is torturing Toxica for using Nazor's power on herself, with Gintrax begging him to give her another chance. Meanwhile, Cole is back on the search for his parents. Alyssa wants to help and has an idea. They go to the library and essentially just look up Cole's parents. They found a newspaper article that's being printed. However, just then an org attacks the city, and they need to deal with it. The org hits Cole with a blast that completely wipes his memory of being a ranger. He wakes up on a farm where a family has taken him in, and since he already has the ability to connect with animals, decides to stay and help out. Meanwhile, Alyssa returns to the library and learns the truth about Cole's parents. The Rangers eventually find Cole on the farm, but Alyssa says maybe it's best that he just stays. He's happy here, being a farmer, taking care of animals, and not worrying about his real life, or learning the truth. It turns out Cole's parents are dead. The article says 3 scientists and a baby. Everyone starts to agree that maybe Cole is better off not knowing the truth, but it's Taylor who says that it's not fair and he deserves to know. They're able to convince Cole that he's a Power Ranger and that they need his help. He of course joins in and slowly starts to regain his memory. So together they destroy the org and save the day. Meanwhile, Toxica and Gintrax learn that Master Org is a fraud. He is a human. Not only that, he's the 3rd human in that news article that supposedly died alongside Cole and his parents. Before they get the chance to fight, Master Org uses his abilities to brainwash Gintrax and Toxica, transforming their bodies and making them completely loyal to him. The episode comes to an end with Cole visiting his parents' graves. It's a really emotional scene.
I came all the way down here to find my parents, and all I have left are these gold stones.
The other Rangers try to comfort Cole, with Taylor giving him some hope. There's a grave there for Cole as well. She says that everyone thinks he died alongside his parents. So, if Cole's alive, maybe his parents survived too. This is a fantastic episode. It's so strange hearing the word death and die in Power Rangers, since usually they try to avoid using that phrase entirely. The tornado spin. Enough of that drama nonsense. This episode features a bowling org. That's right, an org who specializes in bowling. His bowling skills are too powerful for the Rangers. Luckily though, we learn about Max's backstory and origins. He himself was training to be a professional bowler. However, he gave it up to be a Power Ranger. One night on his way home, he saw some girls being attacked by an org. He was afraid at first, but eventually stood up to it, being saved by Alyssa and Taylor, where his shark crystal lit up and knew his destiny has come. He runs into his old bowling sensei, who's bitter at Max for giving up on his bowling career. However, he needs his help to learn the only move that will defeat the bowling org, the tornado spin. This is such a fun and silly episode. Max is like training too hard, hurting himself and going through whatever it takes to learn this ability. It's funny because like, it's bowling. It's not like he's doing karate or punching down a tree. Who hurts themselves this bad bowling?
You gotta stop. You can't do this.
I can't. I'm not a quitter.
The two make up and Max promises to return back to the bowling alley when his mission is complete. The only other thing we learn is, yeah, it's confirmed Master Org knew Cole and his parents back in the day, and, again, supposedly died alongside them. Three's a crowd. The Rangers learn of an org that's kidnapping brides. This angers Danny to a comedic degree, constantly going on about how love is the most important thing in the entire world. The org is attacking another wedding, but this time the Rangers show up and fight it. During the fight, however, Danny runs into Kendall, getting flustered and lovesick all over again. It's pretty cute if I'm being honest. They don't stop the org, but Danny doesn't seem to be too concerned. He says he should warn Kendall about this, since she delivers flowers to weddings. When he shows up though, there's another guy trying to get her attention. The two then squabble for Kendall's affection. During this though, the org returns again, Kendall getting hurt in the process, and Danny fights off the putreds, telling the guy to take Kendall away to safety. And when he thinks the coast is clear...
Yeah! Wild access!
The Rangers show up and run off the baddies. The attack landed Kendall in the hospital. Danny made her a homemade bracelet to cheer her up, but when he gets there, the other guy, we'd never learn his name, pulls Danny away, saying there's no way he can balance keeping Kendall happy and being a Ranger. Danny depressingly agrees, just asking at the very least she gets his bracelet, before being called away to fight the org. The guy gives Kendall Danny's bracelet along with an expensive necklace he bought. However, Kendall clearly treasures Danny's gift much more. So she runs out of the hospital and onto the battlefield, telling Danny she understands and supports him 100%, all while wearing his bracelet. This makes Danny go Super Saiyan. Fueled and motivated by love, he has the strength to fight off every single putrid and org by himself. It's so heartwarming. He's like an excited child. We've all felt this way in life about one thing or another. And they of course destroy the org. The episode, however, ends with Kendall saying she doesn't want Danny to focus on protecting her, and should instead focus on the Rangers' mission. It's not a flat-out rejection, but it's more like, I'll be here when you're done. She feels guilty at first, but smiles when he sees Danny is surrounded by people who love him. A Father's Footsteps. It's an Alyssa episode. Kinda similar to Max's, we learned that Alyssa's father created the tiger fighting style, and he wanted Alyssa to run the dojo when he retires. But Alyssa wanted to go to college and learn about nature and animals and stuff, so he eventually let her pursue it. The episode mainly follows Alyssa wanting to make her dad proud of her. He learns that Alyssa has been skipping class, but it's because an org was attacking the city. He's initially super disappointed, but learns that she's the White Ranger, and utilizing their family's fighting style against the orgs, which he's happy about. That's about it. A nice and simple heartwarming episode. Lots of slower and more character-driven dialogue.
Good luck, my white tiger.
Sing Song. Master Org confirms, again, that yes, he was the third dead scientist with Cole's family. The villains create an org out of the headstone. This somehow makes it so it can never be destroyed. The Rangers do battle with it, however, it's really powerful, damaging the Wild Zords. Just then though, another Wild Zord shows itself, a Deer Zord. It's able to momentarily put the org to sleep before running away, Merrick remarking that the deer still must be angry with him. We learn that back in the day, Princess Shayla and Merrick used to sing to the Deer Zord every day.
From your skies, the snow.
God, please no! Alright, it's actually not that bad. I hate that it kinda grew on me.
From your oceans, the fish school and try.
However, when the Great Org War began, they stopped singing, and thus the deer never showed itself ever again. Merrick tries to explain that, but the deer doesn't care. Bad timing too, since the org has woken up, but the Zords are still injured. So Merrick and the princess know what they must do.
From your skies.
Yes, so they sing the song and I guess it wins back the trust of the Deer Zord, which for some reason, Alyssa gets its animal crystal. It can combine with the Zord and together they destroy the monster. The episode ends with Princess Shayla telling Merrick she promised the deer they'd sing to it every morning, which Merrick is low-key happy about. I haven't mentioned this yet, but this season does a fantastic job with all the different Zord combinations. I love seeing all of them and the weapons they get with their disposal. Later seasons would go a bit overboard to the point where I don't remember what Zords do what, but here it's perfectly utilized, setting up each Wild Zord and giving their debut some grandeur. The Wings of Animaria. Master Org revives General Nazor, turning him into Super Nazor. He's so strong he actually kills Alyssa, Danny, Max, and Taylor. I say that because later on they wake up in this purgatory, and this little child says, "You've been given a second chance." So they died. However, the second chance this kid's talking about is the chance to solve a puzzle and return back to life. A literal puzzle. Doesn't look too hard, to be honest. Meanwhile, Cole and Merrick are fighting for their lives by themselves. The Rangers eventually solve the puzzle and get rewarded with a new Wild Zord, the Falcon. It comes with a new blaster, as well as... Yup, a Battleizer mode that turns Cole into the Red Savage Warrior. And finally, for the first time in a long time, the Battleizer doesn't look stupid. The gold armor is simple, but meshes well with the Rangers' color, since gold is already their secondary color. And the big Falcon wings make sense since, well, there's the Falcon power-up. And with this new power, the Rangers destroy Super Nazor, sending him back to the grave for good. And now, it's time for the always classic and always beloved team-up episode. I've been looking forward to this one, because it's time for... Reinforcements from the Future, Part 1. We start off with Taylor speeding in her new car, and she gets pulled over by a familiar-looking body.
Did you give her a ticket?
Yep.
Meanwhile, these three creatures have appeared in Turtle Cove. They don't speak any recognizable language. Gindrax and Toxica try to give them commands, as they sense org blood in them, but they don't listen, swatting them away and heading to the city. Wes and Eric show up, sensing that they're mutants. They fight them on Morph for a bit, but after realizing how powerful they are...
Time for Quantum Power!
Wes and Eric put up a good fight, with some really cool cinematography that hasn't been seen in the series yet. The Wild Force Rangers though show up and send them packing momentarily. The Time Force Rangers demorph, and when Taylor recognizes Eric as the cop who gave her a ticket, she immediately demorphs to give him a hard time. However, they all still leave on somewhat good terms. The Time Force duo make a call to Trip in the future, asking if any mutants have gone back in time to 2002. Trip confirms that's the case, and also that Jen was in charge of tracking them down, but they lost contact with her a week ago. Wes and Eric then meet up with Taylor, who takes them to the Animarium to discuss the situation. Princess Shayla says that the three monsters are indeed orgs, but none she's ever encountered before. Trip says they may have an idea for some reinforcements. We then see Katie and Lucas gathering the help. First up is Nadira, who's now reformed and working at a daycare, as well as heading to the prison to recruit Ransik. We get a bit of calm before the storm. Eric and Taylor seem to be bonding a bit more, and Cole is surprised to see other Power Rangers, with Wes dropping a bit of foreshadowing, saying there are other Power Rangers all over the place. Just then, the three monsters show up, and the Wild Force Rangers, along with Wes and Eric, jump into action. They all do battle once again. However, even with the extra forces, the Rangers are still overpowered. One of the orgs is about to destroy Wes, but gets blasted at the very last second by a figure in the distance. Rocking some very attractive leather, I'm just saying. Again, this cinematography and choreography is fantastic. She causes enough damage and helps the Rangers run away. The episode ends with the monsters making it to Master Org's base and pledging their allegiance to him. Reinforcements from the Future, Part 2. The rest of the Time Force Rangers arrive in the past, along with Nadira and Ransik. Jen sees this and is immediately confrontational, but Cole is able to read Ransik's heart and tells Jen that he's changed. Ransik says that these creatures are actually mute orgs. He explains that when he was shunned away from humans, he came across an old org temple. They were calling out to him, saying they wanted to destroy humans. He released the org spirits and they took form by stealing some of Ransik's life force, giving them physical bodies, making them half org, half mutant. The mute orgs plan on doing some mass pollution at a factory, so the Rangers get one night of rest before they attack. It's really nice. Wes and Jen are catching up, happy to be able to have another moment together, as well as a new potential relationship between Eric and Taylor. Despite starting off on the wrong foot, they've clearly cracked each other's rough exteriors.
Hey, I was in the Air Force. I could probably teach you a few things about this.
The next morning, the Rangers jump into action. It's a really good action sequence. The last episode was all talk, so now it's time to focus on the fighting. One of the teams is walking straight into the front door and fighting off the forces. Another team is snuck into the back to hack the systems and shut down the pollution. Cole, Wes, Ransik, and Nadira are the third team, who end up getting jumped by the mute orgs. They wipe the floor with the Rangers, and even landing a devastating blow on Nadira. This angers Ransik, who fights back valiantly, but is still no match. The mute orgs join forces for a massive attack, using all their energy. While they're charging it though, Ransik knows what he has to do. He runs into the mute orgs and absorbs the blast for himself, to save not only his daughter, but the Rangers. The mute orgs retreat momentarily, Ransik saying that power was enough to strip them of their mutant halves. and he seemingly dies. The rest of the Rangers regroup, with Merrick showing up at the last second. And with all 12 Rangers here,
ready!
Now, this is probably the coolest morphing sequence in roll call to date. However, due to copyright reasons, I can't show it. But I can show a reenactment. Shout out to Austin Jones, the Omni Ranger, for this. Follow him here. Roll that roll call!
Blazing line!
Noble Tiger!
Iron Bison!
Surgeon Shark!
Soaring Eagle!
Howling Wolf! Power Rangers! Wild Force!
Time Force Red!
Time Force Yellow!
Time Force Blue!
Time Force Green!
Time Force Pink!
Quantum Ranger!
Power Rangers! Time Force!
It's so perfect. The Rangers morph and of course beat up the Mute Orgs in a spectacular fashion. The choreography has been unreal this entire crossover, and with the Red Rangers using their battleizers, they destroy the Mute Orgs. A job well done. Not only that, but Rancic has also somehow been cured of this mutation. The episode ends with a fun montage of the two teams just hanging out. Danny and Katie are arm wrestling, Max is trying to flirt with Nadira, Taylor and Eric are also flirting. A perfect and happy ending to a strong crossover episode. Reinforcements from the Future is probably tied with the best crossover episode since To the 10th Power. Both crossovers do what needs to be done. The current Ranger team interacts with the past team, continues the current story while also wrapping up loose ends with the previous season. There's a few things you could make fun of, sure, like Rancic enjoying this lovely picnic with his new friends, but probably still going to jail when they return to the future. The Mute Orcs costumes were also all reused props from the previous seasons. You could tell one of them is obviously Deviant from Lost Galaxy. Apparently Gal Ranger had a movie that used 3 new monster suits, but they were lost in a fire, and the team had to improvise. As a whole though, this crossover's quality felt different. In a good way. There were a lot of character moments. Part 1 had tons of talking and development not usually seen in Power Rangers, with dialogue that felt mature and not like they were trying to talk to dumb little kids. Characters were actually given time to, well, build character. It wasn't just rushing from scene to scene to sell toys. The action also felt very serious and realistic. The best way I can describe it is almost like the show was trying to mature along with its audience. The two-parter was written by a man named Amit Bhaumick. His name will come up again later in this season, because he's personally responsible for what I consider to be the best episode of Power Rangers ever, as well as being involved with the next season of the show, Ninja Storm. He's an interesting person in the Power Rangers history. It seems like Amit was serious about the show. He didn't view it as a stupid toy commercial that you could just write cheesy dialogue for because kids are dumb. He wanted to treat Power Rangers like a serious action show with its rich lore and characters, and I really respect him for that. It's why I'm torn on whether or not this is better than To the 10th Power. I wouldn't feel weird showing this episode to my friends who aren't into Power Rangers. Nothing about it is silly or cheesy. It's a great crossover that makes both the Time Force and Wild Force Rangers look like heroes. I love it. Search it out if you get the chance. For now though, let's move on with Wild Force. The Master's Last Stand. Toxica and Gindrax are searching for something. Meanwhile, Master Org realizes that he doesn't have much time to stop the Rangers, since he's been found out as a big fat phony. Back in Turtle Cove, they've apparently found the body of Dr. Adler, the third scientist that was presumed dead with Cole's parents. The Rangers show up to the hospital, with Cole the most excited. He runs into the room, but it's a trap. All the Rangers get knocked out and wake up in an empty warehouse, where Dr. Adler confirms what we already know. He is Master Org. He has the Rangers tied up in vines and explains what happened to Cole's parents. Long ago, he was once in love with Cole's mother. However, his father ended up marrying her. Master Org felt like this was a massive betrayal on his end and never forgave the two. One day while doing fieldwork about the Animaria, Dr. Adler found the remnants of the real Master Org. Feeling like he was pushed to the edge, he eats the seeds and obtains the power of Master Org. And kills Cole's parents. Yeah, they're confirmed dead by the man who did it himself. This devastates Cole, instantly falling into a deep depression. It's pretty brutal. Master Org just smacks him around and beats the crap out of him, and Cole doesn't care. Eventually though, he comes to. This really cool moment where he's firmly planted in the ground and Master Org can't move him.
I swore with my life to protect all of nature.
Cole morphs and fights Master Org one-on-one. Merrick shows up to free the others. It's another really intense fight. Cole absorbs Master Org's blast and shoots it back at him. This blast completely stripping Master Org of his powers. turning him back into Dr. Adler, a pathetic, weak, and angry man. The Rangers try to walk away, but he taunts Cole, saying he's weak just like his parents, and even spitting at him. Seriously, this does not feel like Power Rangers.
Finish me!
But Cole tells him that revenge turned him into this pitiful man, and he won't go down that same path. Dr. Adler tries to return back to his base, but Toxica and Gingerx have revived a powerful org that will be their new leader, Mandalok. He blasts Master Org off a mountain and seemingly kills him. But the episode ends with Dr. Adler growing a real horn. Unfinished business. Merrick feels a disturbance. In the Force, I guess, since Disney owns Power Rangers. When he goes to investigate it, he sees a familiar face. Zanaku is back. He explains that the curse was lifted from Merrick, but the mask itself gained new life. Merrick fights with Zanaku, but when the Rangers show up to help, Merrick angrily tells them to stay out of it. He once again feels responsible for Zanaku and stubbornly wants to do this by himself. The episode's lesson, of course, being Merrick needing to learn he has friends who now want to help.
I would sacrifice my life for my friends.
We all would.
Again, it's so weird hearing death casually mentioned on Power Rangers. I really like it. With the power of friendship, the Rangers defeat Zanaku once and for all. They throw a party on the Animarium for Merrick. However, he doesn't show up, and instead plays pool. Homecoming. Cole runs into a troubled kid named Kite, which is obviously a fake name. He has no family or home, and Cole feels bad for him. Meanwhile, Mandalok creates 2 new generals that attack the city. The Rangers try to fight, but this damn kid keeps showing up and interfering, saying he loves nature and doesn't want to see it destroyed. That's like 80% of the episode. When the Rangers try to call the Wild Zords, they don't respond. Kite takes Princess Shayla and Merrick to a construction site, where they're apparently building over an old ancient burial ground for the Wild Zords. Because of this, the spirits are angry and won't allow contact with the other Wild Zords. Princess Shayla and Merrick use their powers to remove it and restore it to its former glory, allowing the Rangers to summon the Zords and destroy the org. The episode ends with everyone moving the shrine to a new location, giving it the respect it deserves. The flute. Mandalok creates a new org that makes an annoying flute noise. During Merrick and the Princess's morning song to the Deer Zord, the org's flute interrupts it and makes it sound like garbage. Or at least, worse than it already does. This angers Princess Shayla, saying Merrick sucks at the flute and is ruining their time together, saying he didn't even want to be here in the first place. It seems like a bit of an overreaction at first, but will actually make some sense come the end of the episode. The rest of the episode has the flute org singing its awful song and making everyone dance. Yeah, it's stupid. Anyway, we learn that this flute incident was just the straw that broke the camel's back with Merrick and the princess. Ever since his return, Merrick has isolated himself from the Animarium, like in the last episode when he didn't show up to his own party. This has been wearing on Princess Shayla since, for 3,000 years, she thought that the man she loved was dead, and now that he's back, he won't stick around. Merrick explains that being on the Animarium is hard for him, reminding him too much of his past friends, but that he does love singing with the princess every morning. It's a really touching episode. Princess Shayla was being such a brat, saying things like, "Merrick is stupid anyway and can't play the flute." It was weird at first, but the payoff was so worth it. So, how do you think the duo stopped the flute org?
Each day when the sun rises.
However, when it's time for the Megazord fight, a new set of Wild Zords come down to assist. They're like alternate costumes for the Wild Zord. It turns out this is Animus making himself present, who apparently was supposed to be destroyed along with Master Org 3,000 years ago. The episode ends with Merrick and Princess Shayla making up, ready to sing their song for the deer tomorrow morning. Team Carnival. So the Rangers hang out with Kite at the carnival since he has no family or home or anything. It turns out though this carnival is owned by Gingerx and his brother who run amok. The episode is kinda boring from the Rangers' perspective. What's more interesting is that this is kind of a Gingerx episode. Mandalok called him useless, so he felt terrible and teamed up with his brother to prove Mandalok wrong. However, the Rangers of course end up winning and even killing Gingerx's brother. After his defeat, Toxica comforts Gingerx.
You are not worthless. I'm proud of you.
Really, Toxica?
Yes.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but this episode made me love these two. I don't want to see them lose. The episode comes to an end though, with Kite saying he feels like he recognizes Merrick, feeling like they've met before. Taming of the Zords. An orc shows up that's able to control the wild Zords. He's like a carnival guy with a whip and the hat. The whole episode has the Rangers trying to break them free of the orc's control. However, that is until Kite shows up. He demands the wild Zords to stop, apparently having an immense power of his own. Kite's power breaks the spell and the Rangers destroy the orc. So, what's up with Kite? And do I really care? Not really, if I'm being honest. Monitoring Earth. Kite's watching TV and sees all the damage humans have done to the Earth. This angers Kite, but Taylor tells him to shut up and that he's just a kid, which is kinda funny. Kite runs away, but Mandalok finds him, trying to convince Kite that he's on their side. Humans are evil and need to be destroyed. Which Kite agrees with, saying how the Rangers are supposed to be guardians of the Earth and should never have let this happen. Mandalok then revives
I'm ready to go!
Goldart, I guess, and the Rangers fight. And then, literally out of nowhere, Kite regains his memory, I guess, and reveals his true identity. He is Animus, where he single-handedly destroys the orc. However, he's still not pleased with what he's seen on Earth. He says humans aren't worthy of being saved. Too much has changed in 3,000 years. The episode ends with Animus taking away the wild Zords from the Rangers. And because of that, Princess Shayla also falls into a deep sleep that could last forever. The soul of humanity. All of the Rangers are depressed about losing their wild Zords, and almost consider giving up. But Danny of course spouts that "never give up" line that's been said 256 times this season, and the Rangers continue their fight. Animus offers Merrick a chance to leave Earth with him and go somewhere far away from humans. But Merrick doesn't go, choosing to instead believe in the human spirit. Animus witnesses an orc destroying a building and people fleeing. There's a little girl trapped under some debris, but just then, everyone comes rushing back in to help, proving Animus wrong. Humans do care about each other, and despite not being perfect, will show up when duty calls. Animus then changes his mind, giving the Rangers back their wild Zords, and together they all defeat the orc. The episode ends with all of this just being a test of the Rangers' will to see if they would keep fighting without their Zords. Animus saying he's no longer needed on Earth, having full faith in the Rangers. And Cole gets a cool new toy motorcycle. The end. So yeah, that wraps up the Animus arc, and it was all honestly kinda pointless. Why did Animus turn into a little kid and get his memory wiped? Heck, was his memory ever wiped in the first place? Or was all of that a test to see how the Rangers would treat a random kid in need of help? If that's the case, why? And also, why did the Rangers need to be tested in the first place? Not once in this season have they ever shown signs of laziness or anything. They left their regular lives to be dedicated to the Ranger cause and fight the orcs. So showing up randomly and taking away the wild Zords as a test feels completely pointless. Easily the low point of the season. This arc just went on for way too long. However, we're about to be rewarded with the next episode that I personally consider to be the absolute best episode of Power Rangers to ever exist. Forever Red. The episode starts off with the Beetleborgs. Okay, no wait. These are surviving generals of the Machine Empire. Them and the Cogs are on the moon looking for something. But they're not alone. A man in a familiar red hood is spying on them.
It's worse than I thought.
Andros gets spotted, but flies away on his galaxy glider. We then cut to a poolside bar with...
Why, I even once met Lord Zed and Rita.
Yeah? So did I.
They get a phone call and hand it to the man in charge, whoever he is. Meanwhile, back in Turtle Cove, a man in a Hummer pulls up and talks to Cole.
I'm Carter Grayson, Lightspeed Rescue.
Cole's been recruited for a secret mission. Carter takes him to the Nasada space station, where they meet up with the rest of the team. There's a nice reunion with Wes and Eric, as well as... TJ and Andros are of course part of the team, along with their leader. Of course, who else would it be other than Tommy? Tommy explains all of the Rangers have been chosen for an important mission. It's dangerous and they of course don't have to go, but come on, a room full of Red Rangers? Of course, they all immediately agree. Andros asks, isn't there another Red Ranger from Earth? With Tommy saying, guess he couldn't make it. Just then though, Cole hears a motorcycle outside.
You didn't think I was gonna let you do this without the original Red Ranger, did you?
And with that, the most powerful team of Rangers assembled gets ready for their mission. Meanwhile, on Miranoi, back on the Astro Megaship, Tommy briefs everyone on the situation. General Venjix, no, not that one, and other generals of the Machine Empire are searching for something on the moon.
Serpentera.
Lord Zed, I guess, abandoned Serpentera on the moon. Andros has been keeping tabs on this, but now it's too late. The Machine Empire is going to use its technology to give it life once again, and hopefully a new battery, since that thing was dying every 5 minutes. The Rangers then infiltrate the Empire's base, walking in the front door with a full frontal assault. We then get an amazing unmorphed fight with the Cogs. Every Ranger gets a chance to shine here. Jason and Tommy still got it with their spin kicks. Eric is also really impressive. Andros' stunt double goes hard. And Carter, he's got a gun. God bless Lightspeed. Cole gets blasted out of the base, but gets rescued by Leo and Oriko. And with all 10 Red Rangers together, from the beginning of the franchise up until now, it's such an emotional trip down memory lane. This is easily the best looking fight scene in the franchise so far. There's a lot of cool slow motion shots and wire work, it's amazing. One by one, the Rangers destroy the Machine Empire. General Venjix, however, manages to board Serpentera, and there's only one thing that can stop it. Cole summons the Wild Force Rider, and with its power of bad CGI, destroys Serpentera. The episode ends with a job well done, and all the Red Rangers having a bit of banter.
So that was Tommy. He really is the greatest Ranger.
I wouldn't go that far. After all, I was the one that replaced him.
Are you kidding me? I was the one doing all the work while he was at the juice bar kissing on Kimberly.
Forever Red is such a fantastic episode. As mentioned before, it was written by Amit Bhaumick. The entire episode has a mature tone. There's lots of slower moments, taking their time with the dialogue and character interactions. There's a lot of cheesy moments, sure, but it's not cheesy in the sense of Mighty Morphin, teamwork is magic cheesiness. The cheesiness feels more like something you'd see in an 80s action movie.
You know, if you miss King Mondo that much, I promise we can help you join him.
I like how the lore of the past seasons all came into play here. Obviously, you could tear it apart. Why does Jason have his power coin? The turbo powers were destroyed. Why is Serpentera on the moon? Yada yada. Personally, I've always believed that Zordon's sacrifice not only wiped out all of evil, but restored all past and destroyed powers. Being the 10th anniversary, it's amazing this was able to be pulled off with the quality it has, because it almost didn't happen. First off, you'll notice that Leo, or Danny Slavin, hardly appeared in the episode. He had one line and then morphed. If you look closely at every other scene he's in, he's just poorly photoshopped. The Rangers all do a knuckle bump and he's not there. But then he is, just laughing away. Apparently, Danny didn't want to do the episode considering it was the same team that worked on Trakina's Revenge, and, well, it was the worst crossover ever, along with some other personal issues with them apparently. However, he did end up agreeing to film as a favor to one of the producers. By the time he agreed though, the episode was pretty much already done filming, hence all the Photoshop scenes. There's also a certain Red Ranger that didn't show up. Rocky. Poor Rocky, nobody likes him. Apparently he moved and they lost his contact information, but it doesn't really matter considering they were only going to call him if Austin St. John couldn't make it. Plus, 10 is a nice number. 11 Red Rangers celebrating the 10th anniversary doesn't feel as right. I'm sorry, Rocky. The episode was also intended to be an hour-long special as opposed to 30 minutes. Obviously, that would have been much better. There were moments that definitely felt rushed, like the recruiting scenes. There's a couple of deleted scenes you could find online. It's nothing crazy, just cut dialogue from scenes we already have.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm sorry. Only Cole was selected for this special mission.
Well, that pirate diva talks turned me into a chimp. Yeah, I remember that. I was there too.
At the end of the episode, when all the Rangers are talking smack about how they're the best, Andros says,
"Hey, I saved 2 worlds. What about that?"
But originally, his line was,
"Hey, I'm the one that destroyed Zordon."
Which was cut because obviously why would you brag about that? The main issue people have with this episode is Cole's magic motorcycle that one-shot Serpentera. a Zord that literally destroys planets. I've heard this is because Saban is, as we already know, a cheap little gremlin, so when they ran out of budget, they decided to team up with a toy company to make this toy, and that money helped them finish the episode. I can't find anything to really prove that, but it makes sense. But overall, I personally still think this remains as one of the best episodes of Power Rangers. Screw it, the best! Serious plot, serious drama, fantastic action and fan service for everyone who's been watching since day one. There's a nice behind the scenes vlog Jason David Frank filmed all the way back in 2002. It's made its way onto YouTube and it's a nice watch. So hey, with all that yapping out of the way, let's continue with Wild Force. The Master's Herald Part 1. Mandalore creates a new general, Onikage, after ripping into Toxica for being useless. However, Onikage has a plan. The Rangers are fighting orgs in the city. During this though, Toxica somehow makes it onto the Animarium to kidnap Princess Shayla.
You can fight?
Yeah, what? You can fight? I'm pretty sure there's like 15 scenarios where that could have been useful. So, the princess and Toxica fight, however, Toxica's magic gives her the advantage. Orgs aren't able to usually survive on the Animarium. However, Toxica explains that Onikage told her to cut off her horn, promising it would grow back. She brings the princess to Mandalore. Just then though, Toxica collapses. Orgs can't live without their horns, and Onikage tricked Toxica to get the job done. The Rangers then use this distraction to blast at Mandalore, but he quickly grabs Toxica and uses her as a shield, where she dies. The Rangers manage to fend off Onikage, but the episode ends with them in despair. Their princess now in the hands of the enemy. The Master's Herald Part 2. Mandalore forces the Rangers out of hiding with taunting the princess out in public. Just then though, someone makes their return. Master Org is back, with his real horn this time. It turns out Onikage was working for Master Org this whole time, and in one clean blast, Master Org destroys Mandalore. He also doesn't want Jindrax around anymore, but before he can destroy him, he teleports away with the princess. While on the run, Princess Shayla tries to connect with Jindrax, asking why him and Toxica blindly follow orders instead of thinking for themselves. Onikage finds the two, but when he goes to attack Jindrax, Princess Shayla jumps in to save him, where he ends up returning the favor. The Rangers manage to destroy Onikage, but the princess still remains a prisoner of Master Org, Merrick specifically feeling responsible, being the princess's protector. Fishing for a friend. Toxica makes contact with Jindrax via a magic mirror Onikage had. She tells him that the power that put her there is the same that can bring her back. Jindrax realizes that to save Toxica, the Rangers need to use the Jungle Blaster on Toxica's horn. Wait, have I even mentioned this thing yet? It's a new set of weapons based off the new set of Wild Zords. It's fine. During a fight with an org, Jindrax shows up to help the Rangers defeat it. Right when they use the blaster, he jumps in the line of fire to blast Toxica's horn, risking his life to save his friend. With that blast, it somehow revives Toxica's horn, and he's able to use a fishing rod to get her out of purgatory. The episode ends with the two hanging out in a park at night like they're Scott Pilgrim and Ramona, and decides it's time for them to look out for themselves and serve no master. A really charming episode for the two. The Rangers once again just played a background part. Sealing the Nexus. Toxica finds out that Master Org has the princess. She remarks that he also has access to the princess's necklace, which will grant him great power, allowing Master Org to find anyone he wants, including them. So they team up with the Rangers. Kinda. They tell them that in order to get to the Nexus and rescue the princess, they need to find 5 pillars of light and destroy them. The pillars are guarded by resurrected villains. They destroy the pillars and need to fight the 3 generals. Meanwhile, it's Jindrax and Toxica who sneak into the Nexus to save the princess. They run into Master Org, who's just meditating, but suddenly he starts to disintegrate like a Thanos snap. The Nexus is also caving in on itself, so Jindrax and Toxica leave the Nexus in time with the princess, and the Rangers defeat the Orgs. Everyone's reunited together once again. Master Org is seemingly destroyed, the princess is back with the Rangers, and Toxica and Jindrax, for the first time, are free and happy. They don't leave as buddies with the Rangers, but they won't be fighting anymore, planning on living their lives together and seeing where the wind takes them. A very happy ending for the two. It's a fun episode. Ideally, this would be the end of Wild Force. However, life doesn't always work out how you expect. Because now, we've reached the finale, the end of Wild Force, with the 2-parter, The End of the Power Rangers, Part 1. The Rangers are celebrating their victory on the Animarium.
The Power Rangers are over!
Oh yeah. Now everyone's sad, thinking about life will be like now that the Earth doesn't need them. This time of peace is short-lived though, because back at the Nexus, this Org heart starts beating, and Turtle Cove gets covered in vines. Master Org has returned, now in full Org form, not having any piece of his humanity left. The Rangers fight him, but his power is too much, not standing a chance. Master Org grows giant, but just then, Animus shows up. Merrick joins in the fight, saying he failed to protect Animus 3,000 years ago and wants to right his wrong today. The Megazords fight valiantly, but once again, Master Org is just too powerful, destroying the Predazord. Merrick reaches for his animal crystals, but they all shatter, along with his Morpher. The Rangers take Animus, still taking the form of Kite, back to the Animarium, where he tells the Rangers that they're the guardians of the Earth, before dying. Oh my god, yeah, this kid straight up dies in Power Rangers. There's no time for grieving though. Master Org makes his way onto the Animarium and starts wreaking havoc. The Gorilla, Giraffe, Twin Bears, Rhino, and Armadillo Zord show up to fight. They form the Conga Zord and do battle. It puts Master Org to sleep and the Rangers use their final strike, but it's not enough. Now angry, Master Org strikes down the Conga Zord. One by one, the Animal Zords fall, and their crystals being destroyed in the process. The Rangers' last hope are their personal Wild Zords. They valiantly stand up to Master Org, but they are inevitably defeated and destroyed. The Rangers losing their own animal spirits, and thus their powers as well.
Red Lion!
It's an incredibly powerful and emotional scene. The episode ends with Master Org turning day into night, creating a torrential downpour on Turtle Cove, sending the Animarium crashing down to Earth. The end of the Power Rangers Part 2. Master Org is running amok, and the Rangers have no powers at their disposal to fight back. All seems hopeless. However, that won't stop the Rangers. They see people in trouble and immediately jump into action, rescuing civilians and fighting off the Putrids unmorphed. Damn, this rainy scenery is beautiful. I'm surprised we've never gotten this up until now. The Rangers reach the rooftop and confront Master Org, leading to probably the most cheesy yet amazingly epic moment the series has ever seen.
We may not be Power Rangers anymore, and our Wild Zords may be gone, but their spirits still live inside us!
One by one, the Rangers proclaim how they won't back down even if they're powerless, calling out their animal names and most importantly, how they will never give up.
Blazing Lion!
Noble Tiger! Soaring Eagle!
Surging Shark! Iron Bison! Howling Wolf! Guardians of the Earth! United we roll!
And through the Rangers' undying resolve, a mysterious power bursts through the heavens where hundreds, if not thousands of animal crystals come to help the Rangers. Wild Zords never seen before, all coming from Animaria. They even use their powers to revive the Rangers' Wild Zords, allowing them to morph and take on Master Org. With all the animal spirits, they create the Jungle Sword and use the Jungle Slash to strike down Master Org in one clean shot, ending his reign of terror, hopefully forever. With the Rangers' mission coming to an end, so does their life as a Power Ranger. Princess Shayla will return the Animarium to the sky and watch over the Wild Zords until they're needed again, where she asks the Rangers to turn in their Morphers, as well as their team jackets. Kind of a dick move, honestly. Heck, Merrick even offers to stay with her on the Animarium, but she tells him no. He's a human and should stay on Earth. The episode comes to a close with everyone returning back to normal life. Cole gives his parents closure, as well as paying respects to Dr. Adler's grave, hoping he now knows true peace. Taylor rejoined the Air Force, Max and Danny traveled the world on a vacation, Merrick decided to travel the world as well to see where life takes him next, alongside Zenaku, who's still alive but looking to change his life. And Alyssa, she became a grade school teacher, telling the story of the Wild Force Rangers to her class. And with that, Power Rangers Wild Force, and Power Rangers as a whole, comes to an end. Power Rangers Wild Force was so much better than I remembered. Back in the day, I always felt like it was a big step down from Time Force in terms of maturity and storytelling, but after rewatching, this may be one of my favorite seasons of all time. It felt like they were trying to strike a balance between mature storytelling and fun and silly action plots for kids to follow, and the end result is great. When the story wanted to be serious, it was serious. Cole's parents being killed, his journey to find them only to realize he'd never got to meet them, Forever Red and reinforcements from the future had spectacular action and character moments. The season also felt most like an anime, a lot of cheesy moments that made this series great. The only real weak points in the show were Princess Shayla and Master Org. Princess Shayla I've already talked about. She was mostly useless and doughy-eyed, singing her stupid song 95% of the time and getting captured. She never once came off like a force to be reckoned with or respected. And taking away the Rangers' jackets was such a dick move. Like, I can't get over that. Give them something to remember their time together. And rejecting Merrick like that was so pointless. He's literally 3,000 years old. The Animarium will feel most like his home rather than the modern world where he has no one and is literally now just wandering the earth looking for something to do. Awful. Master Org was also just kinda there. Obviously the connection to Cole's family was very interesting, but they seemed to only have an arc's worth of stuff for him to do. Before learning about the connection to Cole's family, he was literally just there spawning monsters and complaining about defeat like Rita. Then he was destroyed and Mandalorian took over for a bit, only for him to come back and now just be a big baddie with no other character traits. Everyone else was great though. Cole was an interesting fish out of water ranger. He's constantly shouting about never giving up and just gets his ass kicked time and time again, but he valiantly just pushes forward and shouts at the top of his lungs about never giving up. Taylor stayed fairly consistent throughout. She definitely eased up a bit fairly early on, no longer being nagging and by the book. She was just a strong ranger that easily led the team when duty called. Max and Danny remain lovable little scamps in their own little way. I like how they dropped the Max wanting to grow up story, because just like the Rangers, we didn't view him as a rookie anymore. Throughout the series, Max constantly stepped up to the plate and did his parts. He grew confidence in himself, not worrying about being a kid, and instead, he was now simply a Power Ranger. Alyssa was also there. Yeah, probably the Ranger with the least development, but she was the glue and heart that held the team together. She was the only one that never once gave up hope or lost hope, always wanting to push forward and fight no matter what, even when the other Rangers felt let down. Merrick kind of confused me. His character was the lone wolf. His stories either revolved around wanting to be alone or feeling guilty about his past. I get that, but most of the time he just felt like a moody teenager. One moment he'd be happy hanging out with his friends, and the next he's yelling at them saying he wants to be left alone. I think if they wanted to commit to the lone wolf bit, he should have been a bit more like Eric was in Time Force. Not so much the a-hole personality, but more so just showing up when the town needed him. Wild Force was an A+ season in my book, and with its story coming to a close, also comes the end of the Saban era of Power Rangers. It's why I used a bit of a montage with the Forever Red morph. Love it or hate it, this era of Power Rangers defined just what Power Rangers is. They didn't always knock it out of the park. Heck, sometimes the show was downright annoying and awful, but for the most part, seeing its evolution up to this point was beautiful. I'm really going to miss this era of Power Rangers. As an old man, it's what I consider to be my era of Power Rangers. But yeah, we say goodbye to the Saban era of Power Rangers, and at the time, this was once again supposed to be the end of the franchise. Disney had no interest in continuing Power Rangers, instead choosing to air reruns. However, the series did end up continuing. How? Well, pack your bags and get ready to head to New Zealand when we continue our Ranger journey with Power Rangers Ninja Storm.